Book-hidden alley was narrow, crumpled like a discarded cigarette, its sky choked with a dense web of wires. Flecks of light filtered through, dancing in the greasy air. Deep within the alley stood a small courtyard of gray bricks. Its gate was shut tight, yet outside, a crowd gathered under the scorching sun, all desperate for an audience with the master within. Under a magnolia tree in the courtyard, Shen Jianxin sat. At 20, his face was smooth and unlined, dappled by sunlight filtering through the leaves. "Xiao Tao, any fish out there yet?" The boy, peering through the crack in the door, scrambled back. Yes, more than yesterday." Shen Jianxin gave a faint smile, gently fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. "Good, then let's begin." He turned and walked into the main room, reclining in a rocking chair. He adjusted the flowing white gauze of his martial arts tunica, carefully crafted costume, for his role as the little stock immortal. At the alley's entrance, the grocer's window ledge sagged under soy sauce bottles. Zhang Chunhua, her hair tied with a faded red ribbon, leaned halfway out. Sunflower seed shells snapped rhythmically onto the rusted scale pan, keeping a lazy beat for the alley. "Miss, a pack of Hongtashen. 10 yuan. Zhang Lei flicked open his crocodile skin wallet, pinched out a crisp, new 10 yuan note, and laid it across the scale beam. "And a question, where does the little stock immortal live?" Zhang Chunhua's hand snapped back. Her eyes flicked over his floral shirt and bell-bottoms. Her tongue flicked a seed husk into the air. 50. What? Hongtashen is 50 yuan. Zhang Chunhua didn't even look up. Zhang Lei's Adam's apple bobbed. That price could buy a private booth at a black market dance hall. Ripping me off? You Zhangjin ban your cigarettes? Behind him, Lu Yong, clutching a fruit basket, started to shout, but Zhang Lei crushed his foot with his heel, silencing him. "Girl, aren't you mistaken? You just said 10 yuan. Zhang Lei removed his aviators, revealing a scar at the corner of his eye. No mistake, Zhang Chunhua kept cracking seats. 10 yuan for just the cigarettes. 50 if you're asking about the little stock immortal. Or you can go ask someone else." Lu Yong tugged Zhang Lei's sleeve. "Boss, this alley's not the only place with people." Zhang Lei ignored him, adding 4 more 10 yuan notes to the scale. "Young lady, such business sense you'll be a millionaire someday." Zhang Chunhua didn't grab the money. Her fingertip twirled a strand of hair. "Mister, no returns at my shop. As long as the path is right, 500 would be worth it." Zhang Lei spun the cigarette pack in his palm. "Got it." She suddenly beamed, the money vanishing into her sleeve like magic. "Second fork ahead, turn right to the end. The gray brick courtyard with the magnolia tree, that's it." "Thanks." After their figures vanished into the dim alley, Zhang Chunhua opened her drawer. 1 note went into a tin enamel jar labeled state-run grocery, 1 in her back pocket, and the remaining 3 were carefully placed into a metal box. At the bottom lay a thick stack of 10 yuan notes, the topmost still damp with the sweat from Boss Wang's hand at noon. She grinned at the box, rattling her abacus. 10 for the shop. 10 for me. 30 for Brother Xin. Brother Xin's cut is even steeper than loan sharking interest. Next time, I'll make him cough up 5 more. 3. 3's fair, right? Lu Yong grumbled all the way, still stinging from the 50 yuan loss. Are we the suckers? We're the ones who usually shake people down. Today a little girl shook us. "Boss, say something what you're thinking." "Shut up." Zhang Lei slammed to a stop, Lu Yong's nose smashing into his back. "Think that girl's a rookie? Anyone daring to sell incense at the King of Hell's gated int, they all have some tricks?" Lu Yong still didn't get it, but then the alley's end came in view. People swarmed around the courtyard gate, capturing all his attention. Zhang Lei cursed. "See that? That's what they mean by good wine needs no bush. If this guy can really make me rich, I'd pay 500, 5,000, never mind 50 for a pack of Hongtashen." He scanned the crowd. Everyone held gift boxes, premium liquor, Westlake Dragonwell tea, Yangcheng Lake Hairy Crabs, Donghai Fish Maw, Mid-Autumn Festival Mooncakist Works. Zhang Lei hefted the fruit basket Lu Yong carried, then kicked it. "I told you to bring something substantial. Just a few rotten apples? You think we're visiting a grave?" Lu Yong protested. "Where do I get money? And it's not just apples, pineapple, banana, orange. I even stole them while Mom was out. Unbelievable. Useless. Give me the basket." The vermilion gate creaked open a crack. A teenager in warrior sneakers slipped out. The crowd surged forward like a tide. "This is Westlake Dragonwell for the little stock immortal this year's spring tea. Little brother, let me in. I've come 3 times already." "Just a moment with the little stock immortal. Take this foreign exchange voucher. Buy yourself some snacks. Take your gifts back. The little stock immortal doesn't accept presents. Don't you know the rules? No pushing, line up, 1 at a time." Zhang Lei stood on tiptoe. He saw a 15 or 16-year-old boy standing guard. This kid was scolding grown adults, yet no one resented him. Instead, they all bowed, fawning and pleading, hoping he'd let them in. Truly, as the saying goes, all under heaven hustle for profit. Seeing such a long line, how long would he have to wait? Move. Zheng Lei, tall and broad, put on his sunglasses, shoved his way forward. Lu Yong scrambled to help. A man in a suit was shoved aside. Who the hell are you? Don't you know the rules? Zheng Lei removed his sunglasses, glaring. My rules are the rules. Want trouble? Let's take it outside. This thug-like demeanor made the man back down, and others held their tongues, seething but silent. When Zheng Lei pushed to the front, he instantly changed his act. He bowed like the others, pulled out his newly bought Hongtashin, offered a cigarette, and said politely, "Little brother, I'm Lei from Huanghe Road. Came specially to see the little stock immortal. A little favor?" The boy was under 5'7", but Zheng Lei, at 5', looked him in the eye. The boy glanced at him. What does a thug want? Lu Yong started forward, but Zheng Lei shoved him aside, still smiling. We want to go straight. That's why we're hoping the little stock immortal can point us the right way. The boy didn't take the cigarette. He held out his hand. Let me see the pack. Zheng Lei hesitated, then placed the entire pack into the boy's hand. The boy examined it, then said, "You're third in line. And remember, if you're here, follow the rules. No trouble. Understood?" He slipped the pack into his pocket. Understood. Zheng Lei agreed readily. Simple reason. Third in line wasn't bad. He could wait. Then the boy led a balding, middle-aged man inside. Zheng Lei's eyes were sharp, saw the man carrying a box of imported liquor. He'd never drunk it, but he knew. May Martin. This foreign liquor sold for over 1,000 yuan in stores, double that in Huanghe Road's high-end hotels. For many, a year's salary couldn't cover one bottle. Others, ignored by the boy now, swarmed Zheng Lei. Someone pulled out a premium cigarette, asking politely, "Bro, you came last, how'd you get third? What's your trick? Yeah, what's your connection? Spill it." Zheng Lei brushed imaginary dust from his floral shirt, giving Lu Yong a meaningful look. See? This is skill. Lu Yong suddenly understood, secretly giving Zheng Lei a thumbs up. Chapter 2. Sincerity. An hour later, it was finally Zheng Lei's turn, as he was called in alone by the childlike figure. Leaving Lu Yong outside on the pretext that only one person could enter, Zheng Lei surveyed the modest yet tidy courtyard. Though adorned merely with commonplace flora, it exuded an essence of authenticity that resonated deeply with him. The magnolia tree in the courtyard shed its white petals, and as Zheng Lei stepped into the hall, he trod upon the sunlit ground, reminiscent of shattered porcelain. Upon entering, Zheng Lei finally laid eyes on the elusive little stock immortal. The young man seated in the rocking chair held a fan with a handle entwined in faded red string, wearing a semi-transparent white practice uniform that bestowed an ethereal quality upon him. Indeed, his demeanor was remarkable. This was Zheng Lei's initial impression. Yet, the youth appeared even younger than himself. "Are you the little stock immortal?" Zheng Lei inquired. Shen Jianxin lifted the bamboo curtain with the fan's rib, and the sunlight streamed through, casting a beam upon his throat. "There are no such immortals in this world. Merely famished crows that shatter the statues of deities in their frantic search for food," he replied. Zheng Lei felt a tightening in his throat. The brokers on Huanghe Road spoke as if their words were gilded, yet here was a man who spoke of miracles as if they were mere scavenging. He pressed his nails into the woven willow of the fruit basket, but that stock truly did soar. Shen Jianxin gestured to a nearby stool. "Please, have a seat." "Thank you." The shadows of the window crossed over Shen Jianxin's pallid face. The cashier's name is Ah Fong, a relative of the restaurant owner who hails from the countryside. She is exceedingly honest, having seen me there a few times. On that day I mentioned I had forgotten my wallet, and she kindly lent me the money. It is easy to repay the debt, but the favor is not so easily returned, hence I inscribed a code on the banknotes I returned. However, I neither owe you money nor a favor. Why should I assist you? In this modern age of rapid development, particularly in the bustling metropolis, each year brings about transformative changes. Those flocking to this city in search of fortune are as numerous as the fish in a river. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a Shanghai dream. In such an environment, Zheng Lei frequently observed an array of boastfulness on Huanghe Road, with everyone packaging themselves as grand entrepreneurs. Yet, the little stock immortal before him was a stark contrast, while the outside world spun tales of grandeur. Meeting him in person revealed the essence of sincerity. "I heard you encountered some trouble and only emerged from Talankio last month." At the entrance to the exchange, one finds an abundance of stock analysts, and the legendary tales of stock deities unfold daily, Yet the vast majority are merely charlatans preying on the gullible. Why then did Zheng Lei place such unwavering trust in the little stock immortal, insisting on bringing Lu Yong with the fruit basket for a visit? It was primarily due to the rumored background of the little stock immortal who had purportedly been released from the notorious Talankio prison. As a resident of the metropolis, no one was unaware of what Talankio represented. It was the foremost institution for economic offenders in the country. Yet, now that he stood before Shen Jianxin, doubt crept into Zheng Lei's mind. Those who found themselves imprisoned in Talankio were typically prominent figures. How could someone so young possibly have been incarcerated there? Those are mere rumors. It was my uncle who got into trouble. I was only taken in for questioning and was released after just a few days, Shen Jianxin clarified. And your uncle is? Zheng Lei asked. Shen Jianxin cast him a sidelong glance. You don't even know who my uncle is, yet you seek me out? The subtle glance startled Zheng Lei, making him acutely aware of his lack of preparation. He hastily explained, I have come specifically to seek your guidance. However, Shen Jianxin raised his hand to interrupt, declaring, enough. Everyone who comes here seeks wealth. But have you considered that if acquiring wealth were so simple, I would not be able to profit myself? Why would I assist you? Shen Jianxin ceased to regard him, rocking in his chair and gazing meaningfully at the ceiling. Everyone outside this courtyard yearns for riches, yet few comprehend the basis of their aspirations. You are no different from them. Since you have sought me out, allow me to impart a truth. There is no such thing as a stock deity. All so-called stock gods are charlatans. You may leave now. At that moment, Zheng Lei finally grasped why the young stock prodigy was so mythologized despite his age. The essence of his words was far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. He became increasingly respectful, saying, Young stock prodigy, I genuinely seek your counsel. If you agree to assist me, I am willing to offer anything. I hear such declarations daily, and I do not doubt your sincerity at this moment. However, in truth, you merely wish to gain from me, intending to share a portion of your profits. Shen Jianxin shook his head with a light laugh. Why do you always elevate such opportunistic matters to lofty ideals? Zheng Lei fell silent, quickly retorting, I am not like them. I am not someone who forsakes principles for profit. If you grant me a chance, I will heed your every word. Shen Jianxin once again shook his head and inquired with a smile, Are you certain of your sincerity? Absolutely. You frequent Huanghe Road. What is the name of the finest restaurant there? The New Phoenix Hotel. Invite me for a meal in a private room there first, and then you may claim to be sincere. The minimum consumption in a private room at the New Phoenix Hotel is 2,000 yuan, surpassing the annual salary of many ordinary individuals. Zheng Lei hesitated, but upon meeting the disdain in Shen Jianxin's eyes, he gritted his teeth and declared, No problem. I will arrange it immediately. Do not rush to agree. A mere meal does not guarantee my assistance. Go ask at the entrance how many people are queuing to invite me to dine. If a meal could lead to wealth, it would not be your turn. Making money is not easy. Do not squander your funds without hearing a return. You ought to leave. Zheng Lei felt a surge of indignation but forced a smile, stating, As you said, it is merely a meal. Your acceptance would be an honor for me, even if you ultimately cannot assist me. Merely knowing you would be a gain for me. Shen Jianxin finally regarded him properly, nodding, Not bad. You possess some character. To be a mere ruffian would indeed be a disservice to you. I shall return now to make a reservation. I will arrange transportation to pick you up in the evening. Do not hurry. Shen Jianxin placed a magnolia leaf between the pages of his book, Securities Analysis, and posed 3 questions for him to ponder. What do you have? What do you desire? What are you willing to sacrifice in exchange? The 3 inquiries pierced like a scalpel into his consciousness. Zheng Lei suddenly saw himself clearly. His floral shirt was on credit. His gold watch was merely gilded. And even the nickname Scarface Lei was earned through violence with a steel pipe. The clamor from outside the courtyard rushed in with the wind. Shen Jianxin lifted his teacup, removing the lid to skim off the foam. You may leave. I have many other guests. Zheng Lei promptly stood, asking, What time shall I come to pick you up this evening? 6 o'clock. Very well. Zheng Lei stepped out of the small courtyard and discovered that the queue outside had grown even longer. Lu Yong hurriedly approached him, inquiring, Boss, how is it? Lost in his own thoughts, Zheng Lei gazed at Lu Yong and retorted, What do you have? What do you desire? Which piece of flesh are you willing to sacrifice in exchange? Lu Yong, bewildered, looked at him with confusion in his eyes, sensing the futility in seeking answers from him. Zheng Lei took hold of his arm and urged him to move along. How much money do you have on you? Lu Yong rummaged through his pockets, and the scattered coins barely added up to 20 yuan. Zheng Lei pulled out his wallet, counted the entirety of his cash, and sighed in irritation. What a mess. I can't even afford a meal. Damn it. Lu Yong asked curiously, isn't that enough? What meal are you talking about? Don't ask. Just hurry home and gather some money. How much? 2,000. You might as well kill me. Lu Yong exclaimed. Boss, have you lost your mind? By the lamppost at the alley's entrance, faded missing person notices fluttered down like autumn leaves. Lu Yong caught a glimpse of the wildfire burning within his boss's pupils. Chapter 3. Life is a play. And we are all actors. As the sun dipped in the west, Shanghai pressed against the door crack to ensure no strangers lingered outside. Suddenly, he raised his voice. Time is up. Come collect your pay. The alley instantly came alive, as stockholders clad in crisp shirts shed their golden jewelry, swiftly transforming back into Zhang Daqian, who carried a mesh bag, and Li Shoufu, who clutched an enamel jar. Inside the main room, smoke swirled as Shen Jianxin stood barefoot atop a stool. Ashes from his Red Tower Mountain cigarette cascading onto the open Magic City Securities report. He tossed out half a pack of cigarettes, declaring, as per the usual, collect your pay before we distribute the fruit. The attendance sheet was laid out with a thud, the ink boldly marking the extra actor's labor registration form. Shanghai, wetting his finger to turn the page, called out, Wang Jingwo, you've gone rogue. Wearing a Zhongshan suit at home, calling your father dad, and acting like a lord outside. Is that it? Laughter erupted, with the crisp sound of 5 yuan notes slapping against the table resonating throughout the room. In the dusk of 1991, 5 yuan could purchase 3 jin of ribs. Many young workers, newly employed, earned less than 100 yuan a month. Shen Jianxin picked up another pack of opened Red Tower cigarettes from the table and distributed them among the group, saying, thank you for your hard work. But refrain from smoking here. We wouldn't want the smoke to linger for tomorrow's guests. We understand. Came the chorus, thanks to AXIN. This job is a breeze. No one complained about the meager 5 yuan. Earning it so effortlessly brought joy to everyone. Once all had collected their pay, Shen Jianxin routinely reminded, as always, those with sealed lips will have future opportunities. This matter must remain confidential. If anyone lets a word slip, we might as well ruin our livelihood. We are all neighbors. Weigh your words wisely. Rest assured, AXIN, we know where we stand. Indeed, you provide us with a means of living. We are grateful beyond measure. Anyone who speaks out would truly be foolish. AXIN, how long can you sustain this work? More and more people are coming to you. Could it lead to trouble? Shen Jianxin shook his head. As long as everyone keeps their mouth shut, we will be fine. Naturally, I want to solely engage in this. In time, I will offer everyone a more lucrative opportunity. As he spoke, he turned to Wang Guojun, Wang Tao's father, and said, you can still take the other goods to sell, but be sure not to disclose their source to the buyers. Rest assured I know. Indeed, the small stock deity does not accept gifts, but it is only these internal agents' gift boxes that she rejects, for they contain nothing but a mere brick. However, she also declines gifts from clients harboring genuine dreams of wealth, which are instead pressed upon her younger brother just before her departure. Each time he receives a gift, he appears rather troubled, ultimately sighing and promising to speak kindly of the client. Initially, the younger brother's performance alongside these agents was somewhat clumsy, but after 2 weeks of repetition, he has honed his skills to a remarkable degree. Shen Jianxin glanced at the wall clock and announced, all right, everyone can disperse. My next appointment is arriving shortly to avoid any slip-ups. We shall resume work at 9 tomorrow. The departing actors made their way out, greeted by Zhang Chunhua, who approached with a metal box and a suit in hand. Chunhua has arrived. Greetings, Uncle Li, said Zhang Daquan, who, with a cigarette tucked behind his ear, inquired of his daughter, has your mother finished cooking? Zhang Chunhua replied with exasperation, don't even mention it. The mahjong game just concluded, and she only just started cooking. I'm nearly starving. Zhang Daquan was immediately incensed. That wretched woman only cares for mahjong. I shall reprimand her. I heard she won 13 yuan today. Oh, that's nothing. You should hurry inside. AXIN has matters to attend to shortly. The most ardent supporter of this venture is undoubtedly Zhang Daquan. Although the 5 yuan daily wage is decent, it hardly justifies his efforts to gather talented actors for Shen Jianxin. Shen Jianxin not only boosted business at his convenience store, but, more importantly, his daughter's commission of 10 yuan per order has been thriving, with 6 orders completed today, amounting to 60 yuan. At this rate, his daughter's monthly earnings could rival a formal worker's annual salary. Zhang Dequan's sole grievance lies in Shen Jianxin assigning the task of collecting gifts to Wang Zhengwo. As the owner of a convenience store, he possesses the most professional channels. If only he could manage it himself, the profits would be substantial. Each time he contemplates this, he feels a deep sense of regret. Xian, Old Li has altered your suit. Let me deliver it. Place it on the table, Shen Jianxin replied, his toes playfully curling around his flip-flops. Did you tremble while counting money today? There were 2 more who came asking for directions. I noticed many people didn't approach me. Should I inquire with strangers tomorrow? Absolutely not. That would be counterproductive. After standing for so long, she suddenly lifted her floral skirt, revealing her calves bound in bandages. Those 2 hoodlums were particularly fierce today. This is from a kick. Shen Jianxin caught sight of the unscathed skin beneath the bandages and chuckled. Shall I arrange for a wheelchair? Perhaps one with gold-trimmed wheels? As Shen Jianxin counted the cash, Zhang Chuanhua's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Xian, I won't ask for much. Without lifting his gaze, Shen Jianxin interjected, not a single yuan more. If it weren't for you following me around and calling me brother since childhood, you wouldn't be entitled to any of this money. Do you believe that at 5 yuan each, this task wouldn't incite fierce competition? Zhang Chunhua pouted. But my parents are aware of this money. I fear they will eventually take it from me. Could you perhaps discreetly give me 3 yuan? 2 would suffice. I know you care for me the most. Shen Jianxin rolled his eyes, dismissing the argument. Enough of this. Rules are rules. Did you not see how many people collected their salaries just now? You enjoy pure profits every day, while the risks and costs are mine to bear. Let me put it plainly. You all make money from this, while I am merely grateful if I do not suffer losses. Another deception? I refuse to believe it. If you were losing money, why would you even bother with this? Shen Jianxin chuckled. Do you not grasp it? This is about setting the stage before the performance. Establishing the foundation comes first, and profits will follow in due time. Hurry home. I have no food to offer you tonight. And refrain from discussing profit sharing with me in the future, lest you find yourself earning not a single dime, you little money grubber. Outside, the magnolia trees rustled softly. Zhang Chunhua swallowed hard, then lifted his chin defiantly. Then teach me how to invest in stocks. Everyone knows about the stock codes you shared with Sister Fong, which brought her fortune. Shen Jianxin laughed. You even believe that? It seems the plan is coming to fruition. Zhang Chunhua, at a loss for words, replied. This rumor has spread across half the city. Is it truly false? Shen Jianxin remained non-committal. Just go home now. I must leave shortly. After dismissing everyone, Shen Jianxin ascended the stairs with his suit in hand. He first concealed all his money, then loosened the ties of his training outfit and began changing clothes. It was late August, and the weather was still warm. He hung his suit jacket in the wardrobe, then donned a fitted shirt and tailored trousers. Slipping into polished leather shoes, finally checking his reflection in the mirror. I still need to fix my hairstyle. Locking the door behind him, he placed his wallet and keys into his pockets and walked into the barber shop nestled in the alley. He called out, Uncle Quan, stop your meal and quickly style my hair. With a quick glance into his wallet, he noted there was 50 yuan. That would suffice. When Zheng Lei parked the car outside the alley and walked to collect Shen Jianxin, he was struck by the transformation of his friend into a refined urban elite in just a few hours. How could one transition so dramatically from an ethereal presence to a figure of metropolitan sophistication? Yet, both aspects held their own allure. To Zheng Lei, Shen Jianxin appeared as a character stepped straight out of a Hong Kong drama. Chapter 4. Brandy in this era. Huanghe Road stood as the epitome of opulence in the bustling metropolis, where banquet hotels thrived. Conducting business without a table on Huanghe Road signified a lack of prestige. The air conditioning in the third-hand Cadillac dangled wires, while beads of sweat trickled down Zheng Lei's neck, following the path of his golden tie clip. In the rearview mirror, Shen Jianxin delicately measured the distance between the neon lights outside with his fingertips. Zheng Lei glanced at the mirror. Shen Jianxin was quietly gazing out the window, the neon reflections occasionally brushing across his composed eyes. Zheng Lei thought that even without the whispers of the underworld, one could immediately discern that Shen Jianxin was extraordinary. Perhaps this is how successful individuals carry themselves. Looking at himself, he regretted borrowing this ill-fitting suit. It was uncomfortable and stifling. What a wretched car. Even the air conditioning is broken. Frustrated, Zheng Lei discreetly unbuttoned his shirt and twisted his neck. Despite his discomfort, he moved with utmost caution. Perhaps this is what it means to feel inferior. Little stock wizard, just ahead is the new Phoenix. I dislike being called that. Please. Refer to me as Xin instead. In the world of social maneuvering, Zheng Lei is undeniably resolute. Even when faced with a knife to his throat, he would not easily succumb or call anyone brother. May I address you as new brother? Feel free. Excellent. A three-handed Cadillac came to a halt before the New Phoenix Hotel, where two bellhops, adorned in high hats, promptly approached to open the door. Boss, dining out? Oh, it's Lei Gu. Zheng Lei alighted from the vehicle and tossed the keys to the bellhop, saying, Little Northeast, park the car properly. If it gets scratched, I'll hold you accountable. Rest assured. Just as Zheng Lei finished his instructions, he turned to see Shen Jianxin handing two large notes to the bellhop who had opened the door for him. Thank you. The bellhop, taken aback, exclaimed, Thank you, boss. Thank you. Observing the courtesy displayed, Zheng Lei hastily retrieved his wallet, eager to emulate the gesture. However, upon extracting two notes, he felt a sudden pang in his chest, returned one, and begrudgingly laid down a 10-yuan bill on Little Northeast's chest, feigning nonchalance as he said, Take this to buy cigarettes. Little Northeast stood in astonishment. After all, Zheng Lei was a familiar figure in this neighborhood, often seen flaunting his authority. Today, however, was the first time he witnessed him voluntarily giving a tip. Thanks, Lei Gu. You're generous. At that moment, Lu Yong hurriedly emerged from the New Phoenix Hotel. Boss, is everything arranged? All set. Chui Chui has helped move us to room 888. Zheng Lei nodded, acknowledging the favor from the head waitress, Chui Chui, before turning to Shen Jianxin, Please, after you. As they approached the grand entrance of the New Phoenix Hotel, Zheng Lei lagged half a step behind Shen Jianxin, casually pulling Lu Yong back with a glare, signaling him not to surpass Shen Jianxin. Lu Yong, realizing in hindsight, nodded swiftly. Though it may seem outdated in later years, in 1991, the opulent New Phoenix Hotel epitomized one of the finest dining establishments along Huanghe Road and indeed throughout the entire metropolis. The trio stepped through the revolving door, and the cacophony of voices met their ears. Chui Chui emerged first from among several elegantly dressed hostesses, her face beaming as she exclaimed, Lei Gu has arrived. The private room is ready, and this gentleman is? Zheng Lei introduced, This is new brother, today's guest of honor. Chui Chui promptly greeted, Hello, new brother. We appreciate your patronage at the New Phoenix. Shen Jianxin nodded, Too kind. The private room was located upstairs. This way, please. After ascending the staircase, whispers erupted among the reception staff at the entrance. Isn't that Scarface Lei? I almost didn't recognize him in a suit. Haha, in this scorching heat. You must not mind the warmth. Indeed, a rogue dressed in a suit trying to play the boss. Keep your voice down. If he hears you, you'll be in for it. Though he may not have much money, he is quite formidable. What is up with Chui Chui today, giving this ruffian such deference? I heard she specifically requested Jin Jing to arrange room 888 for him. As the door to room 888 was pushed open, a wave of cool air mixed with the scent of sandalwood wafted out. New brother, please take a seat. Zheng Lei courteously offered the main seat to Shen Jianxin, who accepted without hesitation. Zheng Lei and Lu Yong took their places to his left. Then, Chui Chui presented the menu, naturally handing it to Shen Jianxin. New brother, what would you like to order? Shen Jianxin accepted the menu, but inadvertently lifted his gaze to glance at Zheng Lei. The tension was palpable in Zheng Lei, and this fleeting glance caused him to instinctively swallow hard. Shen Jianxin smiled gently, folding the menu and returning it to Zheng Lei, saying, I'm fine with anything. You make the choice. A wave of relief washed over Zheng Lei, who then turned to Chui Chui and instructed, Let us go with what I usually prefer. If it's insufficient, I'll order more later. All right, I'll take care of that. Chui Chui replied as she departed with the menu. Zheng Lei took the initiative to pour tea for Shen Jianxin, remarking, Brother Xin, regarding your question this afternoon, I've given it considerable thought. Oh, do share. Shen Jianxin encouraged. I have the courage. I aspire to rise above others. For this, I am willing. He trailed off, turning the teacup in his hands, suddenly lifting his gaze with a newfound determination mixed with a hint of ferocity. I am prepared to stake my life on it. The fleeting intensity in his eyes failed to rattle Shen Jianxin in the slightest. He chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, Your answer is rather commonplace. In this world, what is most abundant is courage, and what is cheapest is human life. Zheng Lei felt a flicker of panic but struggled to articulate his thoughts. Indeed, it was because courage and life held little value that there were so many brash individuals vying for dominance in society. Brother Xin, Shen Jianxin raised his hand to interrupt. There's no rush. The dishes haven't tea arrived yet. Courage and life are everywhere. I do not place much value on them. The mere fact that I am willing to dine with you indicates that there must be some redeeming qualities about you. A mixture of hope and confusion flickered in Zhang Lei's eyes. What redeeming quality could possibly be perceived in me by such an esteemed figure? Just then, the waiter knocked and began to serve the cold dishes, interrupting Zhang Lei's train of thought. Brother Xian, let us eat while we talk. Waiter, please open the wine. Wait a moment, Zhang Lei interjected. What is it, Brother Xian? Shen Jianxin regarded the black label whiskey in the waiter's hand, stating, I do not enjoy whiskey. Zhang Lei was momentarily taken aback. In his effort to entertain Shen Jianxin, he had splurged significantly, securing a luxurious private room at Xinfeng Huang and ordering a bottle of 980 yuan whiskey. He had anticipated that such an extravagant choice would be met with disfavor. Shall we switch to Matai then? I prefer brandy. Brandy? Zhang Lei looked bewildered at the waiter. Do they serve that here? The waiter, accustomed to the high standards of the Xinfeng Huang establishment, would surely have a deeper knowledge of the beverages than Zhang Lei. Unfortunately, she only recognized the brand and was unaware that Black Label was whiskey, merely knowing it as foreign liquor. Given the year, 1991, such unfamiliarity was understandable, as the country had only recently embarked on an era of economic growth. Though the waiter had not heard of this particular brandy, she adeptly responded, Please hold on. I will inquire with the supervisor. The waiter soon found Cui, the supervisor who had made the reservation. After considering for a moment, Cui remarked, Brandy? It doesn't sound like a brand. Wait, I believe Jean Pie is a type of brandy. Let me check. She hurried down to the liquor cabinet in the lobby and retrieved a bottle of Martel VSOP, but the label was in English, which she couldn't comprehend. Holding the bottle, she approached her colleague. Ting Ting, can you read English? The cashier cast a glance at the wine bottle's label, her expression turning awkward. Sister, your expectations are rather high, she remarked. In Chapter 5, Caught in the Net, Cui ultimately had to seek confirmation from the hotel manager regarding the wine. The dappled neon light filtered through the blinds of the manager's office, and the ashes from Wang Rukin's cigarette fell into a silver-gray metal ashtray. Guests of 888? Lazy ordered a bottle of Black Label, but the newcomer expressed a preference for brandy over whiskey. Is this Gold Label brandy? Wang Rukin nodded, explaining. Gold Label is a brand under Martel, which is one of the world's top 3 brandy producers. Cui sighed in relief. That's good. I almost made a fool of myself. I'll take it over now. Wait, the manager interjected. Is there anything else? Wang Rukin inquired. It seems that 888 has already been reserved by Jean Jing. You might want to ask her to make some adjustments. This is a matter between you two, and I prefer not to meddle. However, I am curious about the taste of your friend's companions. It seems unlikely that someone from Huanghe Road has such discerning taste. Could you enlighten me? Lazy is my childhood friend from the same alley, but I'm not quite sure who he invited, Cui replied. Wang Rukin nodded. All right. That is sufficient. You may go. Cui turned to leave with the bottle of Martel, unaware of the subtle smile that graced Wang Rukin's lips behind her. As Cui entered the 888 private room with the bottle of Gold Label, Zheng Lei and Lu Yong scrutinized the entirely English label, apprehensive about the wine's price. Cui approached Shen Jianxin and asked, Brother Xian, do you think this brandy is acceptable? It's Gold Label. I usually drink Blue Label, but I suppose this will suffice. He replied nonchalantly. The gateway to a new world lay before Zheng Lei, who had assumed that Black Label was already a symbol of prestige. Yet, Shen Jianxin's casual remark made him acutely aware of the disparities in people's experiences. Nevertheless, his pride would not allow him to back down. So he turned to Cui and asked, Do you have Blue Label? Cui shot him a pointed glance. That's enough. I don't even know what Blue Label is, do you? Stop pretending to be something you're not, or I might just quit. Zheng Lei feigned ignorance to her warning, continuing to act nonchalant. So, do you have it or not? Cui felt an urge to smash the wine bottle over her childhood friend's head. Yet she understood the significance of this meal. Despite Zheng Lei's bluster, his eyes were filled with an eagerness to please. With a glare that could pierce through steel, she said softly, I'm sorry, Brother Lei, but it seems we don't have it. Shen Jianxin interjected, Gold Label will do. Don't make it difficult for the head waitress. Zheng Lei escalated the sarcasm. Not even a bottle of Blue Label? This new Phoenix establishment is quite underwhelming. Cui rolled her eyes at his pretentiousness. Just then, the door to the private room swung open. This is indeed a shortcoming on our part at New Phoenix. However, it would have been courteous for General Manager Shen to inform us of his visit. Now the import store is closed, and it seems we genuinely cannot provide Martell Blue Label today. Everyone turned to see Wang Rukin, the hotel manager, enter in a black embroidered qipao, accompanied by another head waitress. She approached Shen Jianxin directly, presenting an oval-shaped bottle of liquor. This bottle of Martell is from our boss's private collection. Consider it an apology to you, General Manager Shen. The chandelier above the private room refracted a spectrum of colors onto the wine bottles. Zheng lay fixated on the English letters, suddenly recalling the film A Better Tomorrow he had watched last month in the video hall, where the protagonist, played by Chow Yun-fat, seemed to indulge in the same drink. Zheng Lei felt a wave of confusion wash over him, as if his very soul trembled. He recognized the absurdity of his earlier pretensions. This was the experience he had long yearned for, the kind of sophistication he would risk his life for. His subordinate, Liu Yong, was even more bewildered, furtively retracting his mud-stained shoes beneath the tablecloth. Memories of pilfering apples and pineapples from his mother's fruit stand flooded Liu Yong's mind, and in that moment, he genuinely grasped the gravity of his misstep. How could he dare to place a rotten apple in the fruit basket meant for a distinguished individual? All eyes turned towards Shen Jianxin, for reasons unknown. Even at the entrance of the private room, a few intrigued onlookers had gathered, drawn by the presence of the hotel manager. With a gentle smile, Shen Jianxin addressed the manager. Manager Wang, you are too kind. Please convey my regards to Boss Huang. Now, please take this back, leaving the gold medal behind. Personally, I find the gold medal more palatable than these two varieties of Martell. Wang Rukin did not press further, but simply replied, very well, but rest assured, Mr. Shen. Next time you visit, we will have the blue label prepared for you. Thank you, she instructed. Open the gold medal. I'll toast to Mr. Shen. The head waiter, Jin Jing, personally uncorked the bottle. Once opened, Wang Rukin took the wine and poured it for Shen Jianxin, then for herself, bowing slightly as she offered the toast. Mr. Shen, I raise my glass to you. Shen Jianxin remained seated, clinking his glass with Wang Rukin's and responding, Manager Wang, you are too gracious. Wang Rukin downed her drink in one go, then added, enjoy your drink, Mr. Shen. I shall not disturb you further. Cui, attend to him. Call for me if needed. Cui was already in a state of disbelief, not astonished by Shen Jianxin's status, but rather by how Manager Wang had come to know of it. She realized that her unreliable childhood friend had indeed managed to invite a formidable figure this time. Shen Jianxin spoke, Manager Wang, please attend to your duties. Do not mind me. Also, have the waiter bring some ice. This brandy is best enjoyed chilled. Certainly. I'll arrange that immediately. Enjoy your drink, Mr. Shen. As Wang Rukin exited the private room, the corridor was already teeming with no fewer than 10 curious onlookers, all impeccably dressed. This was to be expected, as those dining in the Golden Phoenix private rooms were either affluent or engaged in significant business dealings. Manager Wang. Who is that? Such an imposing presence. Which illustrious family does he belong to? It's a rare demeanor indeed, remarked one. I've never heard of such intricacies surrounding foreign liquor. This is quite enlightening. Manager Wang, do enlighten us. Several acquaintances of Wang Rukin approached, eager for information. However, she merely smiled and replied, I'm afraid I cannot disclose that. Yet, the more she refrained from revealing details, the more enigmatic the identity of the guest in room 888 became, sparking greater curiosity among the crowd. This intrigue proved to be the finest of conversation starters, quickly spreading throughout the various private rooms in the New Phoenix establishment. Of course, many were unwilling to miss the opportunity to forge connections in this era, where those capable of conducting business were exceptionally savvy. Some began to loiter near the entrance of room 888, while others sought out the manager's office to inquire further. Wang Rukin concealed herself within the confines of her office, engaged in a telephonic report to her employer. Well, the performance has concluded. By tomorrow, the entire Huanghe Road will be abuzz with news. Have you finalized the arrangements with Martell? That's splendid. My office is teeming with people. I shall discreetly let slip some information shortly, and soon everyone will be aware that our esteemed guest, Xiao Gu Xian, has dined here, specifically requesting to savor Blue Label. I understand, a 20 kickback, but this time it was arranged by Chui's childhood friend, and we've already offered an internal price with a 30 discount. Understood. You are correct. I shall provide the rebate at the original price. For now, the incessant knocking on my office door is overwhelming. I must attend to it. Outside, eager individuals yearned to uncover the identity of those in Box 888, unaware that they were merely fish ensnared in a net. Moreover, no one sought to apprehend them. It was their own impatience that drove them to leap into the trap. Chapter 6. The news worth 2,000 Wang Rukin opened the office door to find several familiar patrons awaiting her. Before she could utter a word, one gentleman, clad in a Montclair shirt and brandishing a large mobile phone, stepped forward. Manager Wang, our company's annual meeting is booked at the New Phoenix. I've reserved 10 tables and am ready to pay the deposit. Wang Rukin, taken aback, replied, Zhang, there are still 5 months until year-end. No matter. I wish to secure it now. Another middle-aged gentleman, adorned with a gaudy gold chain and also wielding a mobile phone, chimed in, next month is my mother's birthday. I'll book 20 tables at the New Phoenix right away. Manager Wang, let us discuss this inside. Inside Box 888, a sumptuous array of hot dishes adorned the table. Shen Jianxin added a few ice cubes to his glass and gently swirled the contents. At this moment, Zheng Lei felt utterly diminished. Manager Wang's recent interactions had starkly illuminated the disparities among individuals. While Wang Rukin accorded Shen Jianxin ample respect, she scarcely acknowledged Zheng Lei. Even though he sensed that Shen Jianxin was unlikely to extend assistance, the mere opportunity to forge a connection with such an individual made the meal worthwhile in his eyes. Brother Xian, I raise my glass to you. Zheng Lei downed his drink in one gulp, whereas Shen Jianxin savored a sip before advising, Lazy. This foreign liquor should be appreciated slowly. Do not consume it so hastily. I apologize for my lack of sophistication. I am but an unrefined brute. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Xian. Shen Jianxin waved his hand dismissively. Do not belittle yourself. Everyone possesses their own brilliance. To speak frankly, I have been approached by many recently. Do you know why I chose to dine with you? Why? Zheng Lei inquired, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Because you are the first rogue to seek me out. Zheng Lei's face flushed with discomfort. Yet Shen Jianxin continued with a smile, do not misconstrue my words. I harbor no disdain for you. In this era, everyone is vying for something. It is merely the methods of competition that differ. Some use brawn, while others employ intellect. Zheng Lei lifted his gaze, a flicker of understanding dawning upon him, though confusion still lingered in his eyes. Shen Jianxin turned to his subordinate, Lu Yong, and asked, what do you think of your brother? Lu Yong, caught off guard, felt the weight of his words, fearing a misstep would provoke his elder brother's wrath. Very good. He stammered. Do not be anxious. Speak candidly to me. Is Lazy a man of loyalty? Zheng Lei felt a surge of anxiety, but made a concerted effort not to glance at Lu Yong. Lu Yong furrowed his brow, feigning contemplation, and then nodded resolutely. Brother Lei is truly loyal. He always leads the charge when it comes to confronting adversaries. Inwardly, Zheng Lei wrestled with an unexpressed expletive, unsure of whether to voice it. Shen Jianxin, with a cheerful demeanor, turned to Zheng Lei. Do you now comprehend why I chose to dine with you? What do I know? I know nothing, Zheng Lei replied, confusion etched on his face as he probed. Is it because I embody loyalty? No. I remain uncertain about the authenticity of your loyalty. What I do know is that your situation is rather dismal, yet this brother willingly stands by your side. I surmise he even contributed to this meal, Shen Jianxin remarked. Zheng Lei, feeling a flush of embarrassment, began to redden even without intoxication. Shen Jianxin concluded, this indicates that you possess redeeming qualities, distinguishing you fundamentally from others. Those individuals, despite their wealth, strike me as rather materialistic, and I prefer to avoid dealings with such characters. Under Shen Jianxin's guidance, Zheng Lei finally recognized the virtues for which he was acknowledged. Indeed, I am unlike those pretentious individuals. I am a man of my word. Once again, I assert, as long as Brother Xian is willing to guide me, I shall comply with any request without hesitation or ulterior motives. Shen Jianxin chuckled. Actions speak louder than words. A mature individual does not make declarations lightly. You must understand that I place immense value on integrity. Should you ever betray my trust, there shall be no future. Zheng Lei's heart swelled with joy as he promptly assured, rest assured, Brother Xian, I hold integrity in higher regard than life itself. Meanwhile, as business discussions were underway, Cui stood outside the door, though she had been drawn into the adjacent room earlier. Before her lay a plate adorned with 5 blue 100-yuan bills. Cui, if you reveal the true identity of that general manager Shen sitting beside Lei, this money shall be yours. Moreover, you need not worry. I will keep it confidential. Boss Lu, I truly do not know, Cui replied. Lu Tianrui retrieved an additional 500 from his bag and placed it on the plate. Leaning over Cui's chair, Cui, I came to New Phoenix expressly to secure your private room. You wouldn't deny me this small favor, would you? A companion chimed in. Indeed, one must act with conscience. You should be well aware of how Lu Xiao treats you, Cui. Although Cui had promised Zheng Lei to maintain confidentiality, the weighty cash before her and the presence of this affluent client were temptations she found difficult to resist. With inner turmoil, she said, Boss Lu, Lei has cared for me since childhood. I made a promise to him. I truly cannot disclose this information. Otherwise, he would be furious. Lu Tianrui laughed, opening his wallet to reveal over 1,000 yuan, tossing it onto the plate. The sheer volume of cash left Cui feeling overwhelmed, suffocated by the thin paper notes. Over 2,000 yuan, an immense sum in this era. Cui, if you merely whisper the secret to me, I promise not to divulge it to anyone else. Furthermore, I assure you that I will always book your room and introduce other friends to you. Could you possibly assist me just this once? After all, no one acquires wealth effortlessly. Even in the most extravagant settings, the majority of gatherings serve an economic purpose. Today, Zheng Lei unexpectedly hosted a gathering at the New Phoenix, piquing the curiosity of those in the know, though their interest remained superficial, merely that of spectators. No one would pay heed to a piece of information devoid of value. However, the hotel manager, Wang Rukin, graciously presented the treasured collection of the proprietress, speaking with marked politeness, while the individual in question remained seated, responding calmly throughout. The poise of this person, along with their casual display of knowledge regarding fine spirits, was far beyond what the affluent patrons possessed. This created a palpable psychological disparity. The mere presence of such grandeur ignited a yearning within those truly capable of indulging in this establishment. Consequently, the identity of this enigmatic figure became significant, and the desire for connection only amplified their worth. For someone like Lu Tianrui, spending the equivalent of a meal to uncover the identity of an impressive individual seemed entirely justifiable. A stack of blue banknotes shattered Cui's psychological defenses. Today, the promise of Cui to keep the secret was valued at over 2,000. It is difficult to cast judgment upon her, as most would likely sell out for a mere 100. When Cui whispered those 3 words into Lu Tianrui's ear, his eyes widened in astonishment. Really? Cui nodded vigorously. Isn't that just a rumor? Does this person truly exist? Cui shook her head, responding, I don't know. All I know is that Lazy told me this. Now that I've shared it with you, here is the money. Lu Tianrui waved his hand dismissively. Keep it. Cui eagerly grabbed it, exclaiming, Thank you, Boss Lu. Observing Lu Tianrui's solemn expression, those nearby quickly leaned in to inquire, Lu Xiao, who is this person? Chapter 7. The Overlord Turtle Chicken Knock, knock, knock. The door to the 888 private room was rapped upon. Zheng Lei assumed it was Cui and casually called out. Come in. The door swung open, revealing Lu Tianrui with a wine glass in hand, smiling as he said, Lazy, I heard you were dining here, so I came to propose a toast. Zheng Lei promptly rose, exclaiming, Boss Lu, what a coincidence. To the younger generation, a rogue like Zheng Lei may seem glamorous, especially one with a reputation like his. However, many, including Zheng Lei himself, understood that individuals like him were often viewed as inconsequential by others. Lu Tianrui, on the other hand, was an esteemed figure far beyond Zheng Lei's reach. The term acquaintance was merely Lu's way of elevating him. Yet now, with Lu Tianrui specifically coming to toast him, even Zheng Lei could discern the underlying reason. Lu Tianrui approached Zheng Lei to clink glasses, took a sip, and then turned to Shen Jianxin. Lazy, I believe you haven't met this friend? Zheng Lei felt a surge of anxiety. He wished to avoid offending Lu Tianrui and did not want to reveal the identity of the obscure individual. Compared to such a boss, he had no leverage whatsoever. If Lu Tianrui were to favor Shen Jianxin, he could very well find himself sidelined. This is, just as Zheng Lei grappled with how to introduce them. Shen Jianxin politely interjected, Hello, I am Xian. Ah, the esteemed General Xian, a pleasure. Shall we share a drink? Certainly. Shen Jianxin stood to clink glasses with Lu Tianrui, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. He had heard that just moments ago, Manager Wang had approached, and that individual hadn't even budged an inch. Initially, in the arrangement of seats, Zheng Lei invited Lu Yong to sit beside him. as he deemed his subordinate unworthy of occupying a place next to Xian Go. Consequently, the seat to the right of Shen Jianxin remained vacant. At that moment, Lu Tianrui glanced at the empty spot and inquired with a smile, "What good fortune has brought you here for a meal today?" "Nothing much, just gathering for a meal," Zheng Lei replied. "You must have something worthwhile to share. Do enlighten me," Lu Tianrui insisted. Zheng Lei felt uncomfortable with Lu Tianrui's demeanor. Though he was accustomed to such exchanges, he feared that Shen Jianxin might look down upon him because of it. "Mr. Lu, which private room are you in?" "I'll come over later to raise a toast," Lu Tianrui continued. Zheng Lei, not entirely devoid of wit, subtly issued a dismissal. "I'm in the adjacent room 777. Dining with them lacks excitement. Fortuitously, I encountered you today. It's been a while since I've heard your tales of the underworld," he said, turning to Shen Jianxin with a smile. "Mr. Xian, would you mind if I join for a chat?" Zheng Lei's brow twitched as he suppressed his anger. "Mr. Lu, perhaps you should return to 777 for now. I have matters to discuss with Mr. Xian, and I will come to apologize later." Zheng Lei had already lowered his stance considerably, yet this request only caused Lu Tianrui's smile to falter, leaving him in a difficult position. Grinding his teeth, he responded with a stern face, "Zheng, is it all right? You've really gone too far. If today I let you off the hook, will you dare to cross me tomorrow?" As Zheng Lei faced Lu Tianrui's predatory gaze, his patience reached its limit, revealing his true nature. With a relaxed expression, he said, "Boss Lu, if you grant me this favor, I shall reciprocate. Today, I am treating Mr. Xian. I cannot invite guests he isn't invited. Therefore, I kindly ask you to leave for now, and whatever you wish to discuss later, I will gladly accept." At this moment, Lu Tianrui found himself truly at a loss. He had come to forge connections with the minor factions, believing that someone like Zheng Lei, who had risen from petty tasks, ought to show him respect. He never anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. The dilemma was that he could neither express his anger nor suppress it. To remain silent would cost him his dignity. To react with fury risked offending the minor factions. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Shen Jianxin interjected, "All right, since we are all friends here, let us not spoil the camaraderie. Mr. Lu, why not join us over here?" Lu Tianrui quickly seized the opportunity to save face. Giving Zheng Lei a hearty pat on the shoulder, "Look at how gracious Mr. Xian is. You should learn from him." Zheng Lei fell silent, having resolved to endure the forthcoming indignities from Lu Tianrui, yet hoping to avoid conflict altogether. However, just as Lu Tianrui settled beside Shen Jianxin, ready to charm his way into their good graces, the door was knocked upon and then swung open. It was not just one individual who entered, but a throng of people. As Zheng Lei was about to lose his temper, he took a closer look and realized that the room was filled with familiar faces from Huanghe Road, bosses he could not afford to offend. A line of individuals entered, wine glasses in hand, their faces beaming with smiles. "Zheng, I heard you were here. Let me raise a toast." "Ah, Boss Lu is also here. Let us share a drink." The same old routine, except this time, Lu Tianrui had joined the ranks as a facilitator. There were others who approached directly. "Mr. Shen, I run a clothing factory. Here is my business card. No other intentions, just heard you were dining here. Thought I'd come over for a toast and to introduce myself." As Shen Jianxin took the first card and examined it, others quickly pulled out their cards, creating a flurry of them that piled up like snowflakes before him. When he looked up, he noticed a crowd of onlookers outside, all eager to witness the three words that had never been uttered by these bosses. "Little stock fairy." He understood that the situation had escalated further. Raising his glass, Shen Jianxin stood up, prompting Zheng Lei and Lu Yong to hastily follow suit. With a gentle smile, he addressed the crowd. "Meeting is a fateful encounter. However, my tolerance for alcohol is limited. Zheng, please pour me a generous glass as I toast to all the esteemed bosses." The mention of Zheng jolted Zheng Lei's heart, who quickly grabbed a bottle of liquor to pour for Shen Jianxin, though he only filled it halfway. Zheng Lei had his own strengths. While he might not match the prowess of these bosses, he possessed emotional intelligence and discretion, evident in the half glass of liquor he poured. Shen Jianxin raised his glass towards the bosses. "Cheers to everyone." The bosses responded with smiles and encouragement. "Mr. Shen, take it easy on the drinks." "Yes, drink less. I'm finished." Shen Jianxin downed his drink in one go and called out towards the entrance. "Chui Chui." Chui Chui, already squeezed by the crowd, quickly raised her hand. "Mr. Shen, here I am. Please make way." Shen Jianxin turned to the bosses and said, "I must take my leave. Let us gather again when fate allows." The crowd hastily protested. Don't go yet. It's still early. Mr. Shen, have a few more drinks. We just met. No. Let us have the server brew some tea. Let us sit and chat. Yes, tea sounds good. Shen Jianxin raised his hand to interject. I really must leave. I have all your business cards. We can arrange another meeting. Cui. Yes, Mr. Shen, I'm here. Please settle the bill. Cui's face turned awkward. Boss Lu has already taken care of the room. The others immediately looked at Lu Tianrui. Realizing that was why he had mentioned it had already been purchased, he was quick on the draw. Zhang Lei became agitated and shouted at Cui. What is going on? I invited everyone. Why did you let someone else pay? Can't I afford it? Cui lowered her head in silence. Shen Jianxin turned to reprimand. What are you saying? Boss Lu is just being courteous. Zhang Lei immediately fell silent, like a cat caught by its owner, biting his lip to suppress his words. Shen Jianxin then addressed Lu Tianrui. You are too gracious. Lu laughed. It's just a small matter. Please don't hold it against me for taking the initiative. Cui quickly looked up. Mr. Shen? It would be rude not to reciprocate. Please inform Manager Wang to arrange a serving of Overlord Turtle Chicken for each table. Oh, by the way, I came to enjoy a complimentary meal and didn't bring any money. Just put it on my tab. Upon finishing his words, Shen Jianxin was the first to exit. Chapter 8. Opportunity? The exhaust pipe of the second-hand Cadillac belched out a plume of blue smoke, and Zhang Lei's knuckles turned white as he gripped the steering wheel. In the rearview mirror, the gilded sign of the New Phoenix Hotel gradually shrank into a blood red, akin to a snuffed cigarette. This extravagant display of ostentation had reached a perfect conclusion. The only mystery for these business magnates was why the elusive Jianxin would choose to dine with the unremarkable Lei. Even though some among them had already made their way to the door, Jianxin still politely declined to join them. Some harbored doubts, yet many were filled with curiosity, believing that such a celestial figure could not be comprehended by mere mortals, thus elevating their intrigue towards Zhang Lei. Inside the Cadillac, Zhang Lei was aflame with excitement. Yet he suppressed his curiosity, refraining from uttering a word. The passenger, Lu Yong, was equally awestruck at this moment. He would have readily bowed to Shen Jianxin at a mere command, even without contemplating the future. The mere sight of those powerful businessmen gathering to see them off was an experience Lu Yong had never encountered. Lei, he began hesitantly. Hey, Xinjia, you should return the car tomorrow. There's no need to waste money. It's fine. I borrowed it from a friend, so there's no cost involved. Shen Jianxin smiled, opting to shift the conversation. Are you interested in stock trading? Zhang Lei's enthusiasm was palpable as he nodded vigorously. Indeed. To be honest, I had heard that investing in stocks could be lucrative, and I tried my hand at it recently, but I lost 20,000. It's exceedingly difficult. Shen Jianxin felt a sense of resignation. Even someone from my time struggles to recall which stocks steadily increase. Why bother casting nets to catch fish? Especially when one possesses such a lack of knowledge. Nevertheless, in this bullish market, it was indeed peculiar for someone to incur a loss of 20,000. Currently, the Shanghai Stock Exchange had merely 8 stocks available, leading to a scarcity of sellers. This year's domestic stock market crash had seen stocks in Pengqing plummet, while those in Modu continued to rise. In such circumstances, the only way to lose money would be through high buying and low selling, coupled with frequent transactions. If one managed to hit every downturn perfectly, that would be nothing short of extraordinary. How much can you gather in half a day? Zhang Lei had already exhausted his funds in the stock market, with his possessions still resting in a pawn shop. The 3,000 yuan he planned to use for the treat had been cobbled together through a frantic afternoon of begging and scaring up funds with Lu Yong. Thus, he hesitated and uncertainly proposed, maybe 10,000? This amount fell within the range Shen Jianxin wished to hear. All right, let's settle on 10,000. If you can't manage it, it's no trouble. I'll cover the difference. Bring the money to me tomorrow at noon, and I shall assist you in purchasing a stock with a 1-week time frame. How much you earn will depend on your luck. Zhang Lei quickly replied. I will definitely gather it. If I incur a loss, it will be on me. If I profit, just divide it as you see fit. Shen Jianxin nodded. That will suffice. After dropping Shen Jianxin off at Shuin Alley, Zhang Lei hurriedly exited the car to open the door for him. Having traversed Huanghe Road, his perception of Jianxin had evolved from mere skepticism to a profound respect etched deep within his being. As Shen Jianxin disembarked, he remarked, Return now. There's no need to see me off. Remember my words. Trust is your only opportunity. Yes, I will certainly keep that in mind. With a wave, Shen Jianxin vanished at the alley's entrance. It was only then that Zheng Lei pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Lu Yong took a cigarette from his boss, lit it, and exclaimed, "Today I've truly gained insight. What a remarkable individual. But why does this extraordinary being dwell in such a dilapidated alley? You understand nothing. Enough of that. You heard what I said. I am merely 7,000 short. Think of a way when you get home. Come on, 2,000 of that 3,000 I gathered, and you leave the rest to me? You might as well butcher me for meat." Zheng Lei replied irritably, "My only family is my grandmother, and my home is barren. I have no choice but to succeed. You are my dear little brother. If you do not assist me, who will?" Lu Yong was rendered speechless. "But I have already scoured my home. It's impossible for me to gather that much money. How about this? We each contribute half, 5,000 each. I have no way to come up with 5,000. Then it's settled. Our brotherhood's chance to rise hinges on this gamble. Look at the owners of the new Phoenix. They are eager to treat Exine good to a meal. And what about us? We have to scrape together just enough for a single meal, begging for scraps. Do you wish to spend your life on Huanghe Road, bowing and scraping to those bosses for a cigarette?" Lu Yong stood there, lost in thought, no longer refuting his boss's words. Unbeknownst to him, the same wildfire that flickered in Zheng Lei's eyes earlier now danced in his own. They were but two crickets in a game, mistakenly believing they had drawn the favor of fate, oblivious to the fact that they were merely pitiable pawns. In the secluded alley, a flickering flame appeared and vanished. After the Cadillac drove away, Shen Jianxin emerged from within. He stood at the roadside and hailed a taxi. "Where to, sir?" "Ningdong Road, Shuani Residence." "All right." 15 minutes later, Shen Jianxin entered a roadside restaurant and ascended to the second floor. At a table by the window, 2 bowls of noodles awaited him, and a lady dressed in a sleeveless cheap house sipped tea, smiling as she said, "You've arrived?" This lady was Huang Mei, the proprietress of the New Phoenix Hotel. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Miss Huang." Shen Jianxin took a seat opposite her, picked up a pair of bamboo chopsticks, and began to eat. "Do you know how much 18 servings of the supreme soft-shelled turtle chicken costs?" Shen Jianxin, calmly eating his noodles, replied softly, "No need to thank me." Huang Mei raised an elegant eyebrow. "Thank you? That table of food and drink only totaled 3,000. Without a discount. I'd be charging you 600. However, 18 servings of the supreme soft-shelled turtle chicken cost 288 each, totaling 5184. Huang Mei laughed in exasperation, extending her palm. "So good at calculations, you should know how much you owe me. Hand it over." Shen Jianxin glanced at her fair palm, shook his head in resignation, and said, "Indeed, those who engage in business possess fair hands but dark hearts. I pushed a new dish for you. What about the promotional fee? Starting tomorrow, the supreme soft-shelled turtle chicken will be sold for 488. What do you say?" Huang Mei furrowed her brow, mulling over the concepts Shen Jianxin had introduced. She realized that within the simplicity of his words lay an impressive commercial strategy. With a resounding slap, her outstretched hand received a harsh rebuke instead of the expected payment. Before she could unleash her wrath, Shen Jianxin gently remarked, "Additionally, I presume you have already negotiated with the Martel agent? I can only guess that not only have they offered you a reduced purchase price, but they are also providing you with exclusive supply along the blue ribbon on Huanghe Road. Without me, would you dare to guarantee the sales on the contract?" Huang Mei retracted her hand, forming it into a fist, astonished that a mere youth could see through her completely. She gazed at Shen Jianxin, who continued to lower his head and eat his noodles, and exclaimed, "What sort of creature are you?" "Huh, did I not mention it? My uncle introduced me. He said if I encountered any difficulties, I should seek out Sister Mei. I have never heard President Shen mention you. Is that so? If you do not believe me, then why assist me?" "Oh, I see. It's because you are the one benefiting, haha." Huang Mei feigned a strike. "You little rascal. My uncle does not speak to me so flippantly." Shen Jianxin sidestepped, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. "There is something I need you to prepare, 70,000 yuan, to be used tomorrow." Huang Mei's hand froze midair, incredulously asking, "What did you say? 70,000? Do you think it's just 7 yuan? Shen Jianxin smiled gently. "Actually, it's 80,000, as there are 8 stocks in the exchange, and I will return 10,000 to you tomorrow night." Huang Mei, puzzled, inquired, "What nonsense is this? Clarify, what is your scheme this time?" Chapter 9. Fundraising. The dim glow of the street lamp spilled onto the windowsill, illuminating Shen Jianxin's youthful visage. Only the light in his eyes shone with wisdom that belied his years. 80,000 yuan, with each stock purchased for 10,000. And then provide me with the purchase orders. A week later, the one with the greatest increase will return the principal and interest to me. The profits from the other stocks will be yours. Huang Mei challenged. But what if there are losses? Shen Jianxin replied calmly. Should you incur an overall loss, I will compensate you double. Huang Mei frowned. Do you truly know how to trade stocks? Have you forgotten why my uncle got involved? If you were skilled, why buy them all? Wouldn't it suffice to purchase just one stock? Shen Jianxin chuckled, countering. Half a month ago, you lent me 1,000. Partly out of pity for my uncle who endures hardship. Today, you are willing to lend me several tens of thousands. What do you think has changed? Huang Mei maintained a stern expression. When I lent you that 1,000, it was out of sympathy. Had I known you were President Shen's nephew, I would not have hesitated to gift you 10,000. Well, now I shall answer your question. As of today, you still would not be inclined to lend me 1 million. That is why I insist on purchasing all 8 stocks. Huang Mei's brow furrowed deeper, struggling to comprehend the connection for quite some time. At that moment, Shen Jianxin had finished his noodles and rose, saying, in due time, you will understand. I must take my leave now. Tomorrow morning, ensure you have purchased the stocks, and we shall meet here at 8 in the evening, where I will return the 10,000 to you. There's no need for that. I have already bought the 70,000 worth. What do I need your 10,000 for? Huang Mei stood up and grasped Shen Jianxin's arm, saying, it's still early. Sit down for a moment. I grasped the concept of the 488. But could you elaborate on the specifics of how to operate it? Shen Jianxin pointed with a finger. You don't mention the commission at all. Truly a shrewd merchant. Alas, you may call me Sister Mei, for we are akin, and I would never treat you poorly. Have I ever failed to arrange things for you whenever you visited the new Phoenix? Speak up. How much do you wish to propose? As long as the sales are thriving, I shall acquiesce. Very well then. Should you choose not to offer, I find myself indifferent. In light of your assistance, my dear nephew shall provide Aunt Huang with some guidance. Little rascal, whom do you address as Auntie? A half-hour later, Huang Mei's car halted at the entrance of Shuin Lane, watching as Shun Jin vanished into the alley. She seized her mobile phone and dialed her hotel manager, Wang Rukin. Xiao Chan, this is Huang Mei. Madam Boss, what is it? Immediately arrange for someone to redo the menu page for the bawang biaji dish, pricing it at 488. Is that not rather expensive? No matter. This is a dish gifted to the bosses. When they return, they shall not be able to boast without it. During the morning meeting tomorrow, ensure all staff are trained to introduce this dish, emphasizing tonight's tale. This is the essence of culture. It is a dish with a story. Do you understand? Wang Rukin, somewhat bewildered, exclaimed, Madam Boss, you are truly remarkable. Where have you honed your skills? Haha, let it be known. I did not open this restaurant by mere chance. It is through my competence. Indeed, being by your side, I feel I have grown immensely. All right. I appreciate your hard work lately. Rest assured, I shall present you with a generous red envelope by year's end. However, you must remain diligent. Especially with the upcoming full series of Martel. You need to train them well and weave tonight's story beautifully. Understood. The following morning, a third-hand Cadillac came to a halt at the intersection of Anqing Road. Not far from the rear of the car, Lu Yong sprinted with a box in his arms, pursued desperately by a middle-aged woman. That is your inheritance. Come back to me. Upon hearing the commotion, Zheng Lei turned just in time for the car door to be flung open. Lu Yong, clutching the box, hastily entered the vehicle, gasping, hurry drive. Zheng Lei promptly pressed the accelerator, fleeing with Lu Yong. Observing her son escape, the woman, unable to catch up, plopped down onto the street. What a calamity! How did I end up with such a son? Cursed be this fate. I can't go on. Inside the car, as Zheng Lei drove while glancing back, he asked with concern, what happened? Did your mother discover something? Who has to say otherwise? It is the first time she has seen me rise so early. She caught a whiff of it. Lu Yong opened the box to reveal his parents' lifelong savings, cash, savings books, and a few pieces of gold jewelry. As he handed over the box, he clutched it tightly, saying, Boss, this 1T result in a loss, right? If it does, I truly cannot return home. Zheng Lei opened his mouth, then withdrew his hand, saying, This is too significant a matter. I cannot bear the risk. You should decide for yourself. If not, I shall consider other options. Recalling his experience at the New Phoenix the previous day, Lu Yong gritted his teeth, declaring, I'll gamble on it. If I succeed, I shall earn a share, thus providing my mother with an explanation. Zheng Lei nodded, saying, regardless of how much Brother Xian decides to share with me, I shall give it all to you. Lu Yong was taken aback. How can that be? No matter how much I make, what can it possibly amount to? Let us gather 3,000 yuan to treat him to a meal, not merely to gain a trifling profit, but with an eye on the future. Indeed, if we manage to secure a profit this time, you shall take it all home to your mother. Your mother is well connected in business. If she believes in your potential, she might just solve our capital dilemma. Lu Yong's eyes lit up. How come I didn't think of that? It's you, the boss, who has the sharp mind. My mother, being a bit of a money grubber, would lend me any amount if I could truly earn some. As they spoke, the small car arrived at the gates of Moda University, where a female student had been waiting eagerly and rushed forward. Zheng Lei rolled down the car window and inquired, Qianqian, how did it go? Lei Gu. I told my dad that money could secure a job, and he handed me 2,000. As she spoke, an envelope was passed through the window. Zheng Lei opened it, and puzzled, asked, why is there an odd amount? It's a total of 2,365 yuan, my living expenses, plus a little extra from my classmates. Zheng Lei took out the 365 yuan and handed it back. Repay your classmates. Keep your living expenses. I will return this money to you in a week. The long-haired Qianqian did not accept it. It's fine, Lei Gu, you said a week, and I can share meals with my classmates. It will be over soon. Zheng Lei glared with intensity. Am I not being heard? No, I just worry you might not have enough. Quickly take it. I will come to pick you up on Saturday to go ice skating. All right. 15 minutes later, a Cadillac pulled up at the entrance of Fuhua College. Yao Yao, here you go. Why so much? Hee, my mother is abroad and fears I won't have enough, so she gives me living expenses by the year. All right. I will return it in a week. It's nothing. By the way, it's my birthday on Sunday. Are you free? Even if I am busy, I will make time for your birthday. Let us invite your classmates and go karaoke. Really? Lei Gu, you are so kind. Lu Yong, holding a box, fell into bitter contemplation, lamenting why he could only steal from home and be chased by his mother with a broom. Look at others. Alas, no wonder they are the leaders. Chapter 10, Credit after arranging their finances. Zheng Lei and Lu Yong went to the bank and exchanged everything for 2 bundles of 100 yuan notes. Under the scorching midday sun, as they walked through the cicada-singing alleys, their shirts were already soaked with dark sweat. Passing by Zhang Chuanhua's small shop, Zheng Lei suddenly stopped and placed 50 yuan on the scale. A pack of Hongtao Mountain. Please. The young girl, with salt grains from roasted seeds stuck in her fingernails, looked up, recognizing him as the customer from the previous day. She picked one of the packs up. 50 yuan cigarettes are only sold once. That's all right. I simply love this 50 yuan Hongtao Mountain. Zheng Lei smiled, tapping his fingers lightly on the glass counter. Zhang Chunhua looked at him in surprise, wondering if he was a bit odd. However, since he insisted, it shouldn't break AXING's rules. All right, thank you, big brother. Originally, they had agreed on 10,000. But Zheng Lei and Lu Yong had not even noticed that after confirming the prowess of the small stock, they were willing to steal or borrow any amount of money. In this era, 20,000 was already a significant sum for the common people, were it not for the limited financing methods. Zheng Lei speculated he could borrow as much as he desired. Upon returning to the entrance of the quaint brick courtyard, it became evident that the number of people had multiplied several-fold overnight. Witnessing this bustling scene, Zheng Lei's confidence surged anew. He boldly cut to the front of the line, slipping 50 yuan worth of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes into the pocket of a young boy, grinning as he declared, Brother Exin asked me to come find him at noon. Wang Tao, who had already received prior instructions, nodded and replied, All right, you're next. What is the meaning of this? Who is he to cut in line? Is there no decorum? A voice protested amidst the crowd. You, boy, are clearly engaging in favoritism. I've seen it with my own eyes. The atmosphere grew tumultuous as Wang Tao, hands on his hips, shouted, What is all this noise? No one invited you here. Are you here to seek guidance or to throw a tantrum? I say he is first in line, and so he is. Who is in favor, who is against? His piercing gaze swept over the assembled crowd, silencing those who met his eyes. Desire, it seemed, had become a shackle, and the role of gatekeeper had transformed into an exercise of power. Whoever wielded authority would inevitably bend desire to their will, even if it rested with an insolent 15-year-old. The more disrespectful he became, the more others believed he had some backing, naturally inferring that the figure beyond the door held considerable influence. Human nature, as it is, remains base and predictable. During the day, Shen Jianxin lounged in a rocking chair, donned in practice attire, embodying an ethereal minor deity. Zheng Lei entered alone. For the rules of the minor deity dictated that only one person could be seen at a time. It was a simple rationale. One could be accountable for a solitary matter, so why should two bear the burden? In other words, should a victim arise from a troublesome situation, it would be easier for one to cope than for two or three. When Zheng Lei presented 20,000 yuan, Shen Jianxin waved his hand, saying, "Take back the other 10,000. Zheng Lei explained, "I feared that if I spoke too much, I wouldn't gather enough. We agreed on 10,000. So it should be 10,000. It seems I misjudged you. You don't appear to be as trustworthy as I had imagined." This remark provoked Zheng Lei's immediate distress, and he hastily apologized. "Brother Exine, please don't misunderstand. Any amount is acceptable. I merely thought you might dismiss 10,000. Shen Jianxin chuckled and asked, "So, would 20,000 be more appealing?" Zheng Lei's face flushed crimson as he awkwardly replied, "That's not what I meant. Enough. Let me remind you once more, whatever we agree upon, that is what it shall be, understood?" "Understood. I shall not err again." "Very well. Depart now and return in a week." Having barely spent 2 minutes inside, with 1,000 left behind and no receipt, Zheng Lei had hoped to linger longer, hoping to hear the minor deity's insights on the stock market, such as which stocks to buy, the rationale behind it, and expected gains. However, he was met with an abrupt dismissal. The issue was that Zheng Lei felt hesitant to inquire further, fearing that he might provoke the minor deity's ire, which might result in the return of his 1,000, rendering him utterly inept. Thus, he could only respectfully acquiesce and depart. As he emerged, Lu Yong, still with half a cigarette unburned, hurriedly approached and inquired, "Why are you out so soon?" Zheng Lei, noticing the many eyes upon him, whispered, "Let us discuss it outside." Lu Yong hurriedly quickened his pace to keep up with Zheng Lei. It was understandable that he was anxious. He had now been reduced to a homeless wanderer, and until he retrieved his money, he dared not return home. To his surprise, after taking just a few steps, Zheng Lei pulled out 10,000 yuan and handed it to him. "Take this money home first," he said. Lu Yong was taken aback. "What is going on? Did Xiao Guxian back out?" Zheng Lei sighed. "It's my fault for underselling it last night. I mentioned 10,000, and he only accepted that amount. Goodness, it's truly a matter of one's word being their bond." Zheng Lei nodded. "Indeed, this has served as a reminder for me, in future dealings with him. I must think carefully before speaking. Once the words are out, they cannot be retracted, or the path may indeed be severed. Absolutely, we must proceed with caution. Just a few days ago, someone called him a fraud. Isn't that foolish? Which scammer would refuse money and even return it?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Lei's furrowed brows immediately relaxed, and he chuckled. "It seems we have made the right gamble this time. We are not after the money. We just want to see if he truly has the capability to make profits in the stock market. Quickly, take the money and return it to your mother. We can discuss the rest in a week." Lu Yong hesitated, contemplating, "Perhaps you should keep it for now. I have already stolen, whether it's 1,000 or 10,000. It's still theft. If I can't repay it, I'll face the consequences regardless. I might as well wait a week and return it with interest." Zheng Lei pondered this logic for a moment and decided to put the money back into his pocket. As they were conversing, the tinted window of a crown sedan slowly descended at the alley's entrance. A man with a slicked-back hairstyle in the back seat flicked away the ash from his cigarette. "Lazy, what a coincidence," he remarked. Zheng Lei's muscles tensed instantly, yet a smile spread across his face. "Boss Lu, please come up and have a seat. Enjoy a smoke." Zheng Lei gestured for Lu Yong to leave first, and then crouched to enter the car. Lu Tianrui handed him a cigarette with a smile. "So, now you're mingling with Xiao Guxian?" Zheng Lei accepted the cigarette, smiling lightly. "Not really. I just want to make a little fortune as well." Lu Tianrui cautioned. "Everyone desires wealth, but there are many frauds in this world. It's hard to discern." "Indeed, it's quite challenging to navigate," Zheng Lei replied. Avoiding further engagement on the topic, Lu Tianrui continued. "Has Xiao Guxian not given you any tips on stock purchases?" "What stocks? I don't even have the capital right now. I've lost everything previously. To be honest, this watch and chain are both fake. The real ones are still at the pawn shop." With a snap, Lu Tianrui picked up a lighter and brought it close to Zheng Lei. "Why didn't you mention you were in such dire straits?" Zheng Lei leaned forward to light his cigarette, taking a puff before waving his hand dismissively. "With my situation being this dire, how could I possibly have the face to discuss it with Boss Lu? That's rather distant. Here's the deal. I'll give you 50,000 as capital. Let Xiao Guxian guide you. If you lose, it's on me. If you profit, it's all yours. What do you say?" Zheng Lei paused. his hand holding the cigarette momentarily still, narrowing his eyes at the throng of people at the alley's entrance. The sunlight stung his eyes, and his throat felt constricted, as if blocked by a lump of oily cotton. Chapter 11. Mutual clashes. Lu Tianrui snapped his fingers, and a subordinate in the front passenger seat retrieved a bulging yellow envelope from a briefcase and handed it over. Lu Tianrui casually handed over the money to Zheng Lei, saying, "Lazy, everyone encounters difficult times. Let this be my helping hand to you. As long as the stocks are selected by the little stockmaster, this 50,000 will all be invested, and any profits will be yours." The scent of freshly printed banknotes filled the air. Had Lu approached him just a day ago, Zheng would have rushed in, knife poised at Shen Jianxin's throat, demanding stock recommendations. However, the situation had irrevocably changed. The more Lu insisted, the more Zheng realized the significance of the little stockmaster. There is no love without reason in this world. Zheng had already discerned Lu's intention to test the little stockmaster's capabilities with this money. This was evident, and he pondered why Lu himself had not sought out the little stockmaster. Had he already approached him, only to be turned down? If so, why would the little stockmaster be willing to guide him instead? Memories from the previous day flooded back. The opportunistic demeanor of Lu Tianrui was unmistakable. He feigned altruism while clearly harboring ulterior motives. Coming to this realization, Zheng smiled and said, "Boss Lu, I am indeed in a tough spot. Would it be possible for me to borrow this money for now?" Lu furrowed his brow, replying, "Did I not say that I could help you turn things around? Money will eventually run out, but investing in stocks can yield profits, and it is those earnings that bring true enjoyment. I wish I could, but the little stock master refuses to assist me." "What? He won't help you, yet you still invited him to dinner at New Phoenix?" Zheng, embracing his dramatic side, replied irritably, "Don't mention it. I exhausted all my resources to scrape together the money for that meal, thinking that one must be willing to sacrifice to reap rewards. Yet, he consumed everything without offering any help. Look, I managed to gather 10,000 today, and within minutes, I was kicked out. They say teaching stock trading is akin to killing one's parents." Lu Tianrui stared in disbelief at the 10,000 Zheng had produced, his mind racing with suspicion. Could the little stock master truly be a con artist, merely seeking free meals? No, that couldn't be. Just yesterday, he had gifted 18 servings of the exquisite, far more valuable than that meal. Sighing, Lu thought, since Boss Lu is unwilling to lend me the money, so be it. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Before Lu could fully comprehend the situation, Zheng had already excused himself and slipped away. Lu glanced down at the 50,000 in his hands, then looked up at the dilapidated Cadillac that was about to drive off. Suddenly, he frowned and inquired, "What is the name of that lad following Zheng?" The subordinate in the passenger seat replied, "What was it again? I think it was something like Xiaoyong. He hangs around with Lazy, typically occupying parking spots along Huanghe Road or helping others park to earn some tips. Are you acquainted with him? How could I possibly associate with such a brat? However, the local rascals around Huanghe Road should know him." Lu waved his hand, instructing, in that case, "Arrange to find out." In a quaint courtyard, the incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air. Feng Yuanshan, in his 30s, lounged confidently in a rocking chair, shaking the heavy gold chain around his wrist, and said with bravado, "Xiao Shun, I currently have 1 million in my stock account. If you could manage it for me, I would share the profits. Whatever the amount, we shall split it 5 ways. How does that sound?" Shen Jianxin was neither angered by the casual mention of little Shun nor moved by the prospect of 1 million. He continued to recline languidly, shaking his head gently. Feng Yuanshan raised an eyebrow. Was it too little, or did he lack the courage to accept? Shen Jianxin smiled lightly. "It is neither a matter of it being insufficient, nor of fear. Rather, it is simply a matter of disinterest." "What do you mean by that? If it were guaranteed profit, what significance would there be in accepting? And if it were certain profit, what would be its meaning then?" Shen Jianxin spoke softly. "Just leave. Our fates do not intertwine." Feng Yuanshan frowned. "Are you truly offering no face at all?" Shen Jianxin waved a hand lightly, startling a dragonfly that had mistakenly wandered in. "Boss Feng, your wealth comes merely from reaping the benefits of reform. Do not attribute all your success to your own abilities. Since you have sought me out, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Your cup is too full. One must understand that an overflowing vessel serves no purpose. 1 million is indeed a considerable sum. Rather than engaging in stock trading, invest in several properties, and I assure you, You shall never want for food or clothing throughout your life. Feng Yuanshan scoffed. You may be young, but your tone is quite audacious. I see that your reputation as a little stock sage is merely hot air. Shen Jianxin smiled gently. Be it boasting or deceit, at least I owe nothing to Boss Feng. Since our conversation bears no fruit, please take your leave. I have many guests awaiting my attention. Oh, and do take these 2 bottles of Blue Label with you. I do not accept gifts. Feng Yuanshan left, carrying the box of wine, and upon exiting, several familiar business owners approached him to inquire about the encounter. Don't wait for anything. He's just a little con artist. One remarked. What did he con you out of? Another asked. Feng Yuanshan pondered for a moment, realizing he had not actually been deceived, and could only mutter in frustration. In any case, he's unreliable. I offered him 1 million to trade, and he wouldn't even dare accept. What does that signify? It signifies that you are quite impressive, came a sarcastic voice from the side. Feng Yuanshan, already in a foul mood, turned to see the speaker and retorted angrily. Qianjun, what business is it of yours? Qianjun, with a thick wallet in hand, stood in line, flanked by a subordinate holding an umbrella and another bearing a teacup, making quite an impression. He looked at Feng Yuanshan with amusement. You don't like being called impressive? Does the little stock sage owe you something? Your ego is quite grand. When he refuses to assist you, you speak ill of him upon leaving. Oh, Boss Feng, you are truly magnanimous, leaving empty-handed yet not willing to suffer even a minor loss. Impressive indeed. Feng Yuanshan's face flushed with anger as he cursed. Damn it. Are you deliberately seeking trouble? Huh. I've never found pleasure in your presence. Qianjun shot back. Others in the vicinity watched the exchange with hushed whispers. What is going on between them? Both are prominent figures. You wouldn't understand. Old Feng and Old Qian have been rivals for ages, both dealing in electronics and having made their fortunes. How could they not clash? Is that so? But Old Feng indeed has the means to handle 1 million. Does that mean this little stock sage would refuse such an offer? Have we come here for nothing? Who knows? Perhaps you should step back and let me take your place. Since we are here, we might as well see it through. Due to the crowd, the queuing rules had changed to a registration and calling system to prevent disputes. Just then, as Qianjun and Feng Yuanshan were in the midst of their heated exchange, a young voice at the entrance called out, Qianjun, Boss Qian. Qianjun quickly raised his hand. Yes, I am here. As he finished speaking, he disregarded Feng Yuanshan and gestured for his subordinates to bring in a large box. The cardboard was inscribed entirely in Japanese. Yet those acquainted with the brand would recognize it as a Panasonic 21-inch imported color television. Its price far exceeded that of any domestic brand, soaring to over 3,600 yuan, and it was in high demand. However, at the entrance, he was halted by a young boy. Boss Qian, I apologize, but our courtyard has a rule. Only one person can enter at a time. Qianjun paused momentarily, only to hear Feng Yuanshan's mocking laughter from behind. Haha. Boss Qian is delivering a television and has to carry it in himself. How rare. Chapter 12. A word of guidance for Qianjun idiot. Qianjun retorted, then took the television from his subordinate, flicked his bangs with an air of arrogance, and strode into the quaint courtyard. Mr. Shun, this is Panasonic's new model for the year. I thought you might find it useful. Seeing Qianjun struggling to carry the cumbersome item inside, Shen Jianxin felt embarrassed to remain reclined and promptly rose to assist him in setting it down. You are too courteous. I cannot accept gifts. Qianjun, wiping the sweat from his brow, smiled and extended his hand, saying, I am Qianjun. I usually deal in electronics. This television was not a special purchase. I just happened to have an excess this time and thought I would bring it along to save you the trouble of buying one. The recent encounter with Feng Yuanshan, who had proclaimed himself the king of electronics in Magic City, instantly improved Qianjun's standing in Shen Jianxin's eyes. For the first time, he shook hands with a guest, stating, You are too kind. Please take a seat. All right. Shen Jianxin then retrieved a bottle of North Ice Ocean from the cabinet and handed it to Qianjun, saying, Boss Qian, it's quite warm. Have a soda to cool off. Thank you. But you don't have a refrigerator yet? I will have someone deliver one tomorrow. No need. You should take this television back with you as I truly cannot accept gifts. Qianjun took a sip of the soda, smiling as he said, Mr. Shun, please don't be like this. It's our first meeting, and you won't even accept a television. I truly feel embarrassed to ask. Shen Jianxin returned to his lounge chair and waved dismissively. That's a different matter. Since you have entered my door, I will answer any questions you have. Are you also here to inquire about stocks? Qianjun candidly replied, I initially intended to ask about that. But those who exited while I was waiting informed me that you neither recommend stocks nor trade on behalf of others. Is that correct? Shen Jianxin's response mirrored what he had told Lu Tianrui earlier. The timing is not right. Qianjun was taken aback and pressed further. Do you mean that the market is not yet favorable? Shen Jianxin smiled. Boss Qian, it seems your potential for wealth is not merely a matter of luck. Haha, it's just a bit of small-scale trading. Hardly qualifies as wealth. When do you believe the right moment will arrive? Shen Jianxin shook his fan and replied ambiguously. Soon, perhaps. Then, at that time, could you provide me with some guidance? I cannot answer that now. We shall discuss it when the winds change. At this point, Qianjun recognized that he should not dwell further on this topic. He casually shifted the conversation. Aside from that, there is another matter I would like to consult with you about, Mr. Shen. Do tell. I have been dealing in electronics for 7 or 8 years. There were times when I was genuinely desperate and resorted to clandestine means. The current policies have indeed relaxed. I have long relied on established channels, ensuring a stable supply of goods. As you are aware, in this world, as long as one can procure goods, profit is attainable. However, I cannot help but ponder the uncertainties of the future. It is merely a reflection of Qianjun's foresight, embodying the notion that those without immediate worries will inevitably have distant concerns. His inquiry, however, was not a genuine request for guidance from Shen Jianxin, but rather a mere conversation starter. This reflects a communication strategy. Engaging in discussions within one's area of expertise allows for subtle demonstrations of one's capabilities. Once familiarity is established, the conversation can seamlessly shift back to stock trading. From this, it is evident that Qianjun possesses a higher level of acumen than Feng Yuanshan. Shen Jianxin's earlier remark about the era's dividends was not a disdainful comment towards Feng Yuanshan, but rather an authentic assessment. In the words of the future Lei Jun, Feng Yuanshan is but a pig riding the wave of opportunity. Once the winds cease, the distinction between him and Qianjun will become apparent. Observing Shen Jianxin deep in thought, Qianjun, concerned that he might not grasp the nuances of the electrical appliance industry, ventured to say, I'm merely worrying unnecessarily. There will undoubtedly be opportunities in the coming years. Within the next 5 years, there should be no problems. However, after 5 years, the channels will face a reshuffle. Even if not, the competition will intensify, making it increasingly challenging. The barriers to entry in this industry are lowering, and your competitive moat is insufficient. A competitive moat? Shen Jianxin queried. Yes, a competitive moat. Your greatest advantage in earning profits now lies in your procurement channels. A benefit of entering the industry early and building rapport with manufacturers. But have you considered that as electrical appliances sell well, more manufacturers will emerge? With an increase in manufacturers, the dynamics of supply and demand will shift. When the market changes, selling appliances will transform from a worry-free endeavor to a struggle for sales. From the manufacturer's perspective, they will seek distributors capable of guaranteeing sales. Do you understand? The question evoked a sensation in Qianjun akin to being queried by a teacher, leaving him uncertain about who the true expert in electrical appliances is. Although this logic was new to him, Qianjun's intelligence led him to contemplate seriously, fostering a sense of urgency alongside understanding. Are you suggesting that in the future, when I send vehicles to the factory, they may not supply me with goods? Perhaps only favoring old foam? Indeed, they may only supply you, or perhaps neither of you, but rather someone else who can sell even better. The beads of sweat on Qianjun's forehead dried, yet a cold sweat trickled down his spine. The electrical appliance industry is his pathway to prosperity. If one day the manufacturers ceased to supply him, his livelihood would vanish. Mr. Shen, what should I do? Shen Jianxin chuckled lightly. Do not fret. It is still early days. For at least the next 2 years, these electrical manufacturers will remain formidable, with no shortage of sales, as trucks queue outside their gates for shipments. During this period, they are unlikely to seek exclusive agents. However, your realization comes ahead of others, granting you a significant advantage. Strategize early, negotiate for agency rights based on sales, and engage in discussions with manufacturers. When they consider changing their business model, you will be the first they think of. If you secure first-level agency rights in Shanghai or even East China, you could sustain yourself for a lifetime. Qianjun comprehended the essence of the conversation, yet a lingering apprehension clouded his thoughts. You are indeed correct, he remarked, but how much volume must I secure for the entire metropolis? Or even the whole of East China? Shen Jianxin gently tapped Qianjun with his fan and replied with a smile. Ah, you perceive the matter rather superficially. When the time comes, do not confine your vision to your own small territory. Rather, you must adopt a perspective that encompasses the entirety of the metropolis or East China. Forget about the likes of Old Feng and Old Zhang. Everyone will be sourcing from you. The total volume that can be sold in the region is what truly matters. The metropolis and the greater East China are the wealthiest areas in the nation. If you conquer this market, it is akin to seizing a treasure trove. Upon hearing this, Qianjun felt a sudden clarity wash over him, his spirits soaring. Mr. Shen, no, Master Shen, your words are more enlightening than a decade's worth of study. After 8 years in the appliance industry, I had never considered this perspective. Shen Jianxin waved his fan lightly and said, do not underestimate yourself. It is not that you lack insight, but rather that most people in this world fail to grasp such concepts. This is not merely about appliances. It is an inevitable evolution of business philosophy. As the afternoon sun streamed through the intricately carved window, Qianjun was roused from his reverie by the sound of cicadas. He gazed at his own slanted shadow on the ground and stood up to bow deeply. Thank you for your guidance. You must accept this television. Shen Jianxin reluctantly agreed. Very well, but in the future, you will come to realize that what I just said is worth at least 1,000 televisions. Chapter 13. Qianjun's performance. As Qianjun emerged from the quaint courtyard, onlookers observed him bow deeply towards it, yet he did not carry the television with him. Familiar business owners quickly gathered around, eager to inquire about the situation, sensing that he had received valuable advice. Mr. Qian, pray tell, did the little stock deity advise you on which stocks to purchase? Indeed, do share with me in confidence. I shall tell no one. Mr. Qian, let's have dinner at the New Phoenix tonight. I've already reserved a table. We shall go as soon as you're done. Qianjun chose not to engage in conversation and turned to instruct his subordinates. Tomorrow, bring over all the best appliances. By the way, didn't Gree release that window air conditioner this year? Find a technician to install one for Mr. Shen. No, do two, one downstairs and one upstairs. We must ensure Mr. Shen is comfortable. At this moment, clarity dawned upon Qianjun, and his mood lifted. After issuing these directives, he surveyed the line of waiting patrons and instructed another subordinate. Since everyone is waiting idly, go to the little shop up front and inform them to round up all the ice-cold sodas and popsicles from their freezer. Also, fetch 2 packs of Hometown Mountain cigarettes to offer our esteemed guests some relief from the heat. The business owners, waiting in line, expressed their gratitude with playful banter. Come on, Boss Qian, you must have struck a lucrative deal. Spill the beans. Some even pulled him into the alleyway, determined to extract some information. However, even with the pressure mounting, a clever mind like Qianjun's would never divulge a hint about such a treasure trove of insights. As Qianjun departed, satisfied and resolute, the crowd outside the courtyard buzzed with excitement, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Everything was part of Shen Jianxin's grand design. Though he was a reincarnate, it was impossible for an ordinary person to recall which stocks would soar after more than 30 years. In the grand scheme of things, all stocks were currently at rock-bottom prices. At this moment, he yearns for swift fame, necessitating absolute precision. He cannot afford to befriend time, allowing it to validate his judgments. If he were to proceed in such a manner, he would surely miss the opportunity. It is precisely for this reason that the scheme of the little stock immortal has emerged. If one could indeed achieve flawless success, the concept of strategic planning would become irrelevant. However, as the tale of the New Phoenix Hotel on Huanghe Road began to circulate last night, his notoriety surged once more, accompanied by an increase in skepticism and scrutiny. There are also some overly self-assured proprietors, like Feng Yuanshan, who, despite a long queue outside, can provide no stock recommendations. This approach is untenable, hence the advice directed at Qianjun guidance is essential, but it need not be exclusively aimed at Qianjun. Rather, he was chosen for his amiable demeanor and his status as a rival of Feng Yuanshan. While one may struggle to recall which stock will rise, the understanding of commerce in future times serves as a potent tool for strategic direction. As anticipated, Qianjun proved to be astute, and his demeanor upon exiting was sufficient to dispel all doubts, propelling the little stock immortal further into the limelight. One might wonder why commercial consulting was not pursued from the outset. Without the renown of the little stock immortal, even if Shen Jianxin were to seek out Qianjun, would he even entertain the notion? Even if he did, upon concluding their conversation, He might merely pat Qianjun on the shoulder and say, "Young man, you are quite exceptional. Why not come work for me?" The same words, when uttered from different identities and in disparate contexts, carry entirely different values. Earlier that morning, he had visited Shen Jianxin, only to receive a dismissive "the timing is not right" from Lu Tianrui, leaving him quite dissatisfied. His ambitions were thwarted. Not only did he linger outside the secluded alley, but he also stationed an associate, equipped with a mobile phone, to keep watch at the entrance of the quaint courtyard. Upon learning of Qianjun's upbeat demeanor upon his exit, he promptly positioned himself at the alleyway, awaiting Qianjun's emergence. Once Qianjun appeared, he swiftly ushered him into a vehicle. "What the hell, Lao Lu? I don't owe you any money, so why are you kidnapping me?" Qianjun exclaimed. Lu Tianrui ignored him and instead instructed, "You all get out first." After his subordinates had departed the vehicle, he solemnly inquired, "Brother Jun, are we not brothers?" The term Brother Jun nearly rendered Qianjun speechless. He rolled his eyes and skeptically replied, "Brother, if you're in trouble, how much do you need to borrow? Stop pretending. You know exactly who I am. A full set of imported appliances, plus 2 window units. Now, which stock will you buy first? I'll help elevate your status, and afterward, we'll split the profits 3 ways." Qianjun retorted, "Damn, are you broadcasting to the world right in front of their door? Are you a spy or something?" Lu Tianrui lamented, "Do you think I want this? Why would he help you just because you bring a $3,000 television? I not only proactively placed a 3,000 yuan order yesterday, but also brought in 2 bottles of Blue Label today. This stuff is hard to come by. I had to enlist someone to pay a premium to acquire it. Yet, after merely 3 minutes inside, I was met with the same "the timing is not right" response. Well, we are in the same boat regarding stocks. He told me the timing was not right as well." Infuriated, Lu Tianrui exclaimed, "Nonsense. Who are you trying to fool? If the timing were truly not right, how could you deliver such an abundance of appliances? And why distribute ice pops to everyone? I see your intentions are rather evident. While your heart is warm, mine feels as though it is chilled to the bone. Whether you believe it or not, I shall take my leave, and you can continue your espionage at your leisure." As Qianjun made to open the door and exit the vehicle, Lu Tianrui seized him, declaring, "You shall not depart until we have clarified this matter. Look at you, full of bravado. What? Do you dare to restrain me?" Qianjun was visibly agitated, prompting Lu Tianrui to devise a cunning scheme and ask, "Do you swear that he has not revealed any stock information to you?" "Damn it, I assure you, he has not. Lying is for the weak." "Very well, then let me ask you. Do you wish to know whether he possesses any skill in stock trading?" Qianjun shook his head dismissively, not interested. This caught Lu Tianrui off guard, to which Qianjun retorted, "Let me offer you a piece of advice. Do not question Mr. Shen. He is indeed extraordinary. If you truly wish to ingratiate yourself, cease your constant scheming. Earlier, Feng Yuanshan mentioned investing 1 million for him to trade. I suspect that fool merely put on a show and was promptly dismissed." Lu Tianrui narrowed his eyes. "What makes you think he is extraordinary?" Their gazes locked, and Qianjun quickly withdrew his statement. "It's just a feeling. I sense his brilliance. Is that not enough?" Lu Tianrui remained skeptical, yet with Qianjun's silence, he felt an insatiable curiosity. He suspected that the small stock sage had imparted some invaluable knowledge to Qianjun, for such an attitude could not be unfounded. This indirectly affirmed the sage's capabilities. With a glimmer of inspiration, he whispered, "I have a method to discern whether he truly is a stock savant. Do you wish to know?" "What method?" "Brother, we are allies. I can share this with you. But you must not betray me. Am I the type to do such a thing? Then I trust you. But first, could you tell me what the small stock sage revealed to you?" Without hesitation, Qianjun shook his head vigorously. Lu Tianrui, exasperated, exclaimed, "You are truly lacking in loyalty. Are we not meant to share information? Well, if you don't wish to know, then I shall not press further. After all, I do not doubt his abilities." As Lu Tianrui grappled with Qianjun's obstinacy, he was further distracted by a knock on the window. He turned to open it, inquiring, "What is it?" One of his subordinates glanced at Qianjun before leaning in to whisper a few words in Lu Tianrui's ear. "Really?" Lu Tianrui responded, to which his subordinate nodded. "Yes. Someone saw this young man's mother chasing after him down the street this morning. And where is he now?" "At the arcade, playing games. Zheng Lei is not present." Lu Tianrui pondered for a moment, then gestured for his subordinate to approach closer, whispering further instructions. Qianjun, feeling somewhat perplexed, questioned, "Why are you two whispering in front of me? Who are you trying to keep secrets from?" His curiosity piqued. He awaited Lu Tianrui's next move. Once Lu Tianrui had finished instructing his subordinate, he feigned surprise, asking, "Why are you still here? Are you playing your mother?" "I'm leaving. This is absurd." With that, Qianjun reached for the door handle. Noticing Lu Tianrui's lack of restraint, he casually turned back. "By the way, where are you headed?" Lu Tianrui replied candidly. "I suspect that the lay who dined with the small stock sage yesterday has received some guidance. I have someone keeping an eye on his younger brother, preparing to extract some information. Now, I plan to grab a bite and await news." Qianjun stroked the stubble on his chin and remarked, "I see. It's not so much that I wish to hear any news. Primarily, it's been ages since we last gathered. How about we share a drink?" Lu Tianrui scoffed. What a character. The newly opened gaming hall on Huanghe Road is precisely the trendy entertainment hub favored by the youth of today. The joystick clicked and clacked as Lu Yong's palms turned red from excitement. On the electronic screen, the wildly popular Street Fighter II was engaged in a fierce battle with a truant student. Suddenly, a long-haired youth with golden locks slapped the student on the back of the head, exclaiming, "Step aside, let me have a turn." The student, upon turning around, promptly vacated his spot. Such occurrences have become commonplace now and are likely to continue for the next decade. Forceful seat-taking has become the most civilized behavior in gaming halls. Most unfamiliar children entering these establishments are akin to sheep, either being extorted or lured into alleyways, where they are relieved of their money. "Xiaoyong, it's been several days since I last saw you." The flamboyant youth tossed a cigarette his way, and Lu Yong deftly caught it and placed it between his lips. "Oh, Xingu, living large, are we? Smoking fine cigarettes now? Yesterday, I assisted the boss in settling some matters. The dance hall owner offered me free entry anytime I want to play." "Really? Such good fortune exists? Damn. I dragged that troublemaker out yesterday and gave him a piece of my mind. He didn't even bother to inquire who was backing that place and still wanted to collect protection fees. Truly asking for trouble. So, when will you take me out for some fun?" "That's nothing. I happen to have 2 girls lined up for tonight. Shall I bring you along?" Upon hearing about the girls, Lu Yong's eyes began to glimmer. "Xingu, whenever you have plans, I always show up. Speaking of which, when have I ever not gone when you needed me?" "Haha, good brother, then arrange tonight." "Absolutely. By the way, where's Lei Gu?" "Don't mention it. He off fooling around with some girls. We probably won't find him for days." "Damn, I'm not speaking ill of Lei Zi, but as the elder brother. He has plenty of women to spare. He could at least set you up with one. The girls I have lined up for tonight are definitely top-notch. Whether you can win them over depends on you." Fueled by the allure of the evening's escapades, Lu Yong held great anticipation for their night at the dance hall. The saying that beautiful women are drawn to rogues seems to have originated during this era. Essentially, it reflects the scarcity of public entertainment and the onset of economic development, coinciding with the rise of the entertainment industry. However, the income levels of the general populace had not seen significant improvements, making entertainment consumption relatively costly. In various entertainment venues, aside from the owners, rogues were the predominant figures. Despite lacking wealth, these rogues could attach themselves to influential figures, enjoy free access to venues, or resort to intimidation and coercion to accumulate debts. Regardless of the method, rogues formed a group that, though financially challenged, frequently engaged in leisure activities. For the young women of this era, they too yearned for fresh entertainment experiences, yet found themselves constrained by financial limitations. Then a young man with bleached hair appeared, capable of assisting the beautiful women in dealing with troublemakers, as well as inviting them to sing, dance, and skate. The combination of security and entertainment was perfectly fulfilled. Moreover, the contemporary young girls have limited exposure to the world, leading to such phenomena. For instance, someone like Zheng Lei, who had a bit of a reputation, could easily attract numerous admirers. This is an unimaginable scenario for future generations, yet it was commonplace in 1991. One can only say that the girls of 91 were truly remarkable. They appeared to be indifferent to wealth. At 8 in the evening, in the Oriental Charm Dance Hall, one might be surprised to find that, contrary to its later perception as a gathering place for the elderly, the majority of patrons were young people. The once outdated ballroom dancing now consisted mostly of the youth swaying together in a slow embrace. Beneath the dim lighting, in a corner booth, Lu Yong inhaled the sweet fragrance of the hair of the girl beside him, his heart racing with excitement. He summoned his courage and nudged her, saying, "Xiaolon, shall we have a drink?" Xiaolon glanced at him and replied with a smile, "Maybe later. I can't drink right now." However, within 3 minutes, Xiaolon began to drink with the young man. Lu Yong felt a pang of discomfort as he realized why the girls were reluctant to engage with him. When the young man removed his shirt, revealing tattoos and a flashy belt, Xiaolon flattered him, saying, "Brother Huang, you have a machine." Brother Huang replied with a sense of pride, "My big brother got it for me. This thing is expensive, costs 2,000. Wow, that's impressive. Can I see it?" Xiaolon asked eagerly. Brother Huang swatted her hand away, saying, "Don't touch. This is precious." Seeing Xiaolan's disappointment, Lu Yong quickly leaned over and inquired, "Do you want a machine?" Xiaolon shot him a sideways glance. "Do you have one?" Lu Yong boasted, "What is so fun about machines? I'll buy a big brother phone soon." Xiaolon blinked and laughed. "Have you had too much to drink? Don't believe me?" Lu Yong challenged. Xiaolon, uninterested, turned to Brother Huang. Upon hearing this, Brother Huang laughed and leaned in, asking, "Xiao Yong, your bragging is quite unbelievable. If you said you'd buy a machine, I might believe you. Do you know how much a big brother phone costs?" Lu Yong was aware he had exaggerated, but, faced with Xiaolan's skeptical gaze, he insisted, "Isn't it just 20,000? Once I sell my stocks, I'll definitely get one." Brother Huang subtly nudged Xiaolan with his knee, and she wrapped her arm around Lu Yong's, exclaiming, "Xiao Yong, you can trade stocks?" The softness of her touch made Lu Yong feel euphoric. "Of course. And how much have you invested in stocks?" Coughing, he replied, "The amount isn't important. What matters is that I have a master guiding me, guaranteed profits." "Is that true?" "What master? He wouldn't be a fraud, would he?" "Impossible. This master is quite renowned." "Who is it?" "That I cannot disclose." Xiaolon leaned closer, swaying slightly. "Just tell me secretly, good brother." "Well, it's not impossible, but you must drink with me first, and then I'll tell you." "Oh, you're so naughty. Trying to get me drunk. What if I become intoxicated?" Chapter 15. 100,000. The neon lights outside the Blue Castle karaoke hall flickered in serpentine patterns, and Lu Tianrui's big brother phone vibrated, heating the leather case at his waist. He noticed Qianjun peeking through the door crack and swiftly slipped into the fire escape, questioning whether he was merely spouting drunken nonsense. It should not be the case. This fellow is already intoxicated and is spilling everything. He and Lei Zi managed to gather over 20,000, but since they had agreed upon 10,000 the night before, the person only accepted that amount. Lei Zi even gave the extra 10,000 to Lu Yong, advising him to return it to his family first. This fellow intends to pay back the principal along with interest, which is why he declined. For the past few days, he has been too fearful to return home, afraid of a beating. "All right, for the next few days, let that Huang Mao take him in and treat him, and I will cover the expenses. But he must keep a close watch on him. I need to know what stocks he purchases and how much profit he makes. Rest assured, boss, I will ensure that Huang Mao keeps an eye on him." "Very well, let's leave it at that." After hanging up the phone, Lu Tianrui pondered with his large mobile phone in hand. Why does this little stock genius refuse to engage with me or any other bosses, yet is willing to assist Zheng Lei with trading? In terms of wealth, anyone randomly struck by a brick outside the courtyard is wealthier than Zheng Lei. I heard that Feng Yuanshan offered $1 million with a 50-50 profit split, but was turned down. That scoundrel Qianjun, despite not receiving help, still sent a complete set of appliances. What could be the underlying reason for all this? It remains a mystery. Just then, the door swung open, and Qianjun leaned against the door handle, inquiring, "What are you contemplating out there? Are we continuing to drink?" Lu Tianrui temporarily set aside his doubts and replied with a smile, "Yes, let us keep going." Qianjun, suspicious, asked, "Whose call was that? You were avoiding me." "Nothing significant, just business matters." "Didn't you say you would have answers tonight?" Lu Tianrui replied cheerfully, "There will definitely be answers. But first, tell me what the little stock genius mentioned to you today." "Ah, so it's a matter of dining and singing, just trying to extract information from me, is it?" Lu Tianrui wrapped an arm around Qianjun and whispered, "Here is the deal. I have already gathered some information, and I'll share a bit with you. But you must tell me what I want to know in return. How does that sound?" Qianjun blinked and agreed. "All right, you go first." The little stock genius has already taken steps to guide Zheng Lei in trading stocks. I don't know which specific stock, but this matter seems genuine. Just be careful not to sell me out later. Is that true? Of course. I had someone gather information from Zheng Lei's underlings. Now it's your turn to share. Qianjun pondered for a moment, sensing sincerity in Lu Tianrui's words, and then said, "I'm not deceiving you. The little stock genius did not discuss stocks with me, but he did provide insights regarding my business, which I can only describe as enlightening." Lu Tianrui was taken aback, questioning, "You're not pulling my leg, are you? If you don't believe it, then so be it." "Wait, he understands your business? How old is he?" Qianjun reminisced about his conversation with Shen Jianxin and remarked, "A master is indeed a master. I can only say that beneath great renown lies no falsehood." "What specifically did he tell you?" Qianjun shot him a glance and smirked. "Brother, I don't wish to deceive you, but the details? Even if you were to kill me today, I could not disclose them." Qianjun patted Lu Tianrui on the shoulder and said, "All right, since I'm aware of the situation now, I'll take my leave. Don't worry, this matter remains between us." Lu Tianrui pulled him in close. "No, let us drink a little longer. Brother, I trust your character completely, otherwise I wouldn't have confided in you about this. What I mean is that in the matter of the minor stock sage, we shall mutually share our resources and progress together, sharing in the wealth." Qianjun nodded and said, "Let me be frank with you. I truly believe in this master. He is certainly no charlatan. As long as he is willing to guide me, I will wholeheartedly pursue it." Lu Tianrui wholeheartedly agreed, stating, "I share the same sentiment. From the very first glance, I could tell this individual is extraordinary. I have invested heavily, having already spent 10,000. Yet I have not seen even a ripple of return." Qianjun raised his thumb in admiration, saying, "Brother, you possess courage. Sincerity brings about results. You will surely recover everything in due time." After indulging in a hearty drink with Qianjun, Lu Tianrui's confidence in the minor stock sage grew immensely. Such is human nature. One's opinions often seek validation, and when an esteemed individual concurs with a belief, it fortifies that conviction even further. In the days that followed, Lu Tianrui visited the quaint courtyard each morning, bringing different gifts each time, with each gift valued at over 1,000. True to the saying, sincerity yields results. He finally touched the heart of the minor stock sage. One morning, upon entering the courtyard, he found Shen Jianxin practicing Tai Chi. "Mr. Shen, a friend from Fujian brought me some Dahong Pao. I noticed you enjoy tea, so I brought you some," Lu Tianrui said. Shen Jianxin paused his practice, glanced at the tea Lu Tianrui was holding, and replied, "Boss Lu, have you had breakfast? If not, join me for a bite." Lu Tianrui's face lit up with joy. Even though he had already eaten, he eagerly nodded, "Absolutely." In this era, such a term did not yet exist, and thus these businessmen were unaware that they had already been enchanted by Shen Jianxin. Even sharing a simple meal of congee and pickles brought them great delight. Lu Tianrui thought to himself, with so many waiting outside, who is worthy of being invited to breakfast? It seems that showing up every morning was indeed the right move. His sincerity had indeed moved the minor stock sage. It was indeed just 2 bowls of congee and 2 plates of pickles. As they ate, Shen Jianxin inquired, "Boss Lu, coming here every day, does it not interfere with your business?" Lu Tianrui explained, "Most of the time, I am quite free. There are others overseeing the company. I mainly just handle calls." "What kind of business do you run?" Shen Jianxin asked. "Previously, I dealt with document processing, but that business has dried up since last year. Now, I haven't found a new direction. I rely on old connections to assist with procedures and occasionally deal with transportation resources." "Do you operate by land or by sea?" Shen Jianxin inquired. "Both, if I may confess. I am merely a middleman, earning a modest profit." Shen Jianxin nodded. "Boss Lu, you are too modest. Any endeavor that yields profit is commendable. Moreover, resources themselves are a scarce productive force. To possess what others do not is valuable." "Indeed, Mr. Shen speaks wisely." Lu Tianrui's humility was not necessarily sincere, yet Shen Jianxin's recognition brought him considerable satisfaction. "Boss Lu, your daily visits make me feel somewhat embarrassed," Shen Jianxin remarked. Lu Tianrui chuckled. "There is no need for embarrassment. I simply wish to forge a friendship with you, Mr. Shen." Shen Jianxin smiled gently. "As for friendship, that may not be the case. Whether it be money or favors, I am not one who enjoys being indebted to others. The last time I spoke to you about the timing not being right was no mere pretense. I have observed the celestial signs, and it seems the moment is drawing near. If Boss Lu trusts my judgment, he should prepare the funds in the coming days." Lu Tianrui's hand trembled slightly, causing ripples to form in the bowl of congee. "How much capital do you require?" Shen Jianxin slowly shook his head and replied, "It's not about how much I want, but rather how much you wish to earn. To ensure the safety of your funds, I shall not handle the money. You will manage it yourself, and I will merely advise you on what to purchase." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianrui's doubts were somewhat assuaged, and he promptly declared, "I will do my utmost to gather the funds, regardless of the profits. The distribution shall be at your discretion. No, I shall not partake in the division. In matters such as this, the quantities involved may lead to misunderstandings. Moreover, this time the winds are favorable, and I am not solely assisting you. Thus, I require a sum of 100,000 for the code. Shen Jianxin's composed offer startled the swallows perched above. Lu Tianrui suddenly lifted his gaze, the white kanji turning bitter in his throat as he was taken aback by this exorbitant figure. Chapter 16. Zheng Lei's gains. Lu Tianrui's crocodile leather shoes left scorched marks on the blue brick floor. The figure of 100,000 weighed heavily upon him, like an iron weight, suspending him precariously between speculation and fear. After a moment's reflection, he thought that although 100,000 was an astronomical sum in 1991, as long as there was profit to be made, it might not be unfeasible. However, he did not anticipate Shen Jianxin's next words. The 100,000 must be paid up front to receive the code. Shen Jianxin smiled calmly. No rush. This is merely a matter of mutual consent, and you may take your time to consider it. Lu Tianrui found himself in turmoil. Although he wished to leave a favorable impression on Shen Jianxin, that sum was indeed excessive. If Shen Jianxin were to reap a profit and then vanish, he would have nowhere to express his despair. Mr. Shen, 100,000 is not an issue, but I will need 2 days to gather the funds. I cannot ascertain how much I can raise at this moment. Shen Jianxin nodded. There is no hurry. I anticipated your daily visits, and now I inform you to give you a head start. Thank you. I shall excuse myself now to seek means of raising the money. Very well, go ahead. While Lu Tianrui was genuinely intent on gathering the funds, deep within, he yearned to observe the stock market returns from Zheng Lei's investment of 10,000 from a week prior. At noon, Zheng Lei arrived as promised. Upon entering the small courtyard, he noticed a pile of cash on the tea table beside the rocking chair, weighed down by a settlement slip. Brother Xian is here. Please, have a seat. Indeed. Shen Jianxin gestured with a fan towards the cash on the table. Take it. This is yours. Zheng Lei glanced at the settlement slip and gasped. So much. Shen Jianxin replied nonchalantly. You were fortunate. Zheng Lei examined the records on the slip, which indicated that he had sold Jinkong Electronics during the morning session for a total of 34,842 yuan. Within a week, with an initial capital of 10,000, he had earned 24,842 yuan. Zheng Lei swallowed hard, contemplating that had he invested 20,000, he could have made 50,000 in just a week. What if he had invested 50 or even 100,000? Good heavens, I must not dwell on this. At that moment, he looked up at Shen Jianxin, reclining in the chair, wishing to bow in reverence. He suppressed his excitement and said, Brother Xian, I only wish to reclaim my principal. As for the remaining profits, you may handle it as you see fit. Shen Jianxin did not even glance at the money. He merely shook the fan and said, Take it all. I do not wish to impoverish the less fortunate. However, do remember not to squander it. Zheng Lei, filled with excitement, exclaimed, How can that be? You must not labor in vain. Why not take 20,000, and you can give me the remaining change? Unable to articulate his thoughts for fear of inciting Shen Jianxin's ire, Zheng Lei hesitated. Shen Jianxin shifted his tone. Since you are so considerate, please assist me by booking a suite at the Peace Hotel, and you shall cover the expenses. I have lain here for too long. It is time to venture out. Zheng Lei promptly replied, Of course, I will take care of it immediately. Very well, off you go. As Zheng Lei exited the courtyard, his pockets were filled to the brim. Noticing Lu Yong's eager gaze, he subtly nodded and hurried towards the outside, with Lu Yong quickly following suit. This scene had not gone unnoticed by those with keen eyes. Once the two turned into a secluded alley, Lu Yong impatiently inquired, So, how did it go? Did we profit? Finally unburdened, Zheng Lei exclaimed with enthusiasm, Xiao Yong, we have struck it rich. How much exactly? Over 20,000. Lu Yong felt lightheaded, nearly losing his balance, and quickly confirmed, Is that true? Zheng Lei showed him the settlement slip. See for yourself. Lu Yong took a glance and gasped, Goodness, that is an astonishing amount. Subsequently, the two stealthily exited the alley, with Zheng Lei starting the car and speeding towards the Peace Hotel. Throughout the journey, Lu Yong was in a state of disbelief. Boss, this small stock ferry is simply miraculous. It has doubled in a week. Incredible. It's all your fault. Why did you say 1,000 that day? We lost out on so much. This was precisely the source of Zheng Lei's own frustration. Slapping his forehead in annoyance, he muttered, Damn it. I truly have a pig's brain. Though Lu Yong felt regret, seeing his boss in such a state, he refrained from further reproach and encouraged, Never mind. As long as we continue to follow the small stock fairy, any time is a good time for fortune. Zheng Lei gritted his teeth and declared, indeed. Damn it. I am committed to following Brother Exine. Not even the heavens can deter me. Lu Yong wholeheartedly agreed, asserting absolutely. If Brother Exine commanded me to commit murder, I would do so without hesitation. Zheng Lei withdrew the money, handing Lu Yong 30,000 yuan, advising him, give this entire sum to your mother. And take this settlement slip back to show her. Explain everything in detail. Tell her that we are indeed following a deity now. What did Brother Exine say just now? He mentioned that he does not take from the poor, not even a dime. Good heavens, he is truly a godsend. Boss, you should visit the mountain later. Our ancestors must be thrilled. I suspect so. I know one thing for sure. Brother Exine places great importance on trust. In all our future endeavors, we must ensure nothing goes awry in that regard. Understood. This was Zheng Lei's first visit to the Peace Hotel. Upon inquiring about the suite's price, he was nearly taken aback. A suite cost $100, equivalent to 550 yuan. In 1991, that price represented half a year's salary for many. Though it pained him to part with that sum, Zheng Lei gritted his teeth and paid for a week's accommodation, then emerged with the room key. First escorting Lu Yong home before hastily heading to Shuyin Alley to deliver the room key. Lu Yong arrived at his mother's fruit stall, placing a bundle of 30,000 yuan wrapped in oiled paper on the table before she could lift her broom. Go on, hit me if you dare. Zhang Zuifan, bewildered, hurriedly approached to unwrap the package. Upon catching a glimpse of a corner of the banknotes, she quickly closed it, glancing around to ensure no one was nearby. Once satisfied, she pulled her son inside. You debt collector, how much is this? Where have you been these past few days? Just 30,000, no need to make a fuss. He replied nonchalantly. 30,000. The items you took before didn't even amount to 15,000. Where did you get this much money? From stock trading. You scoundrel. You're even dabbling in stocks now? I ought to beat you senseless. Seeing his mother was serious, Lu Yong dodged while hastily explaining, it's not me trading. It's a master trader handling it for me. I suspect you've been swindled. You never learn, and soon our home will be ruined because of you. What kind of scammer makes money for you? Just take a look at the settlement statement, will you? Zhang Zuifan picked up the statement, furrowing her brows as she studied it. 30,000. How much did you buy? 10,000. Over the course of a week. Zhang Zuifan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this for real? You're not deceiving me, are you? My dear mother, why would I lie to you? Have you ever seen me bring money home? This time, I truly found a master. Zhang Zuifan, still skeptical, rummaged through her son's pockets. Is there more? Hurry, show me. I swear it's all gone. I partnered with Lei Gu to find this master. He didn't take a dime. Lei Gu suggested I bring the money home first, keeping the change for himself. I genuinely have nothing left. And where is Lei Zi? He went to see the master. Zhang Zuifan's eyes darted with suspicion. You better call him over. I don't trust a word you say. I need to ask him. If this master is so amazing, why not bring the money back? How did I end up with such a foolish son? The electronic sound of Hungry Wolf Legend drifted from the arcade at the end of the alley. Huang Mao was playing with a newly acquired machine, the blue light illuminating a tiny tape recorder hidden in the dark. Lu Tianrui's crown sedan slowly passed through the alley, the car's audio system playing a new song. You are like a fire in the winter. Chapter 17. Closing up amidst the cicadas chorus, the area outside the green brick courtyard was crowded with impatient leather and sandal-clad feet. Wang Jingwo gnawed on a red bean popsicle, syrup dripping onto his faded work trousers. Axian, outside is filled with wealth. Shen Jianxin waved a fan, shooing away a fly peering through the bamboo curtain. Uncle Jingwo, tomorrow this stall will close down. What? The popsicle stick snapped in his grasp. This lucrative business is bound to attract attention. The young man traced the copper coins on the table with his fingers. Please inform the neighbors. A new path to fortune will appear in due time. Where are you planning to go? To the Peace Hotel. Huh, that place is quite expensive. I've heard the nightly rate is 500. One must risk to gain. Let us not dwell on that. I will figure out a way to provide everyone with a means to earn. But I called you in mainly to discuss your son, Xiao Tao. This boy is clever. It would be a shame for him not to study, but he lacks the ambition. If he continues to drift aimlessly in society, trouble is inevitable. What I mean is, let him either pursue his studies, for which I can cover the tuition, or he can assist me in my endeavors. You are his father, so it's up to you to decide. Wang Jingwo is also troubled by his son's future. When encouraged to study, the boy dozes off. yet he is lively enough. In today's society, with so many delinquents around, should he venture outside this alley, one cannot guarantee he won't be led astray. The thought of the delinquents taken away in droves back in 83 sends a shiver down his spine. Ah, Xian, you are a sensible child, and I have faith in you. Since you are willing to guide him, it is a blessing for Xiao Tao, who is eager to follow you. Whether he earns money or not is of little consequence. What matters is that he learns a skill from you, for that is far better than wandering aimlessly outside. Shen Jianxin nodded in agreement. Very well, it is settled then. A few hours later, as twilight enveloped the intricately carved window panes, Zheng Lei clutched the Golden Room card from the Peace Hotel. His palm dampened with sweat that stained the gilded surface. The receptionist's crimson nails left a lasting impression on him. The deposit alone equated to the harvest from 3 acres of land in the countryside. Lazy, do you truly wish to follow me? Of course, Xian go. I speak with utmost sincerity. All right, let me ask you this. What if you earn nothing by following me? What if you incur losses? Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Lei replied, I would accept it. As long as you are willing to take me along, I will accept any outcome without complaint. Shen Jianxin understood that when no wrongdoing has occurred, any promise or words spoken hold little significance. Only in action can one discern true character. Thus, he nodded and said, remember this statement you have made. And let me reiterate, trustworthiness is your sole opportunity. Do you comprehend? I do. Now, go and gather your funds. I present you with 2 options. Option 1. Regardless of how much you bring, I promise to ensure your principal and interest with a monthly interest rate of 3%. Option 2. I will manage the operations, and you will bear any losses, with a 70 share of the profits going to me. From a rational perspective, Zheng Lei should undoubtedly choose the first option, representing an annual return of 36. The second option would require a staggering 120 annual return just to match the first. Furthermore, the first option guarantees returns, while the second entails a risk of loss. Zheng Lei focused on the shadow of Shen Jianxin cast on the wall, suddenly recalling a line from a Hong Kong film he had seen in a video hall last night. If you are to gamble, wager your life. The 248 increase on the statement surged through his veins. I choose the second option. Shen Jianxin was not surprised and nodded. Very well, however. I grant you the right to switch options. Should you later decide that the first option is preferable, just let me know. Thank you, Xian go. In truth, Zheng Lei felt a tinge of discontent. He believed the 70 cut was somewhat excessive. This is a common sentiment. Who wouldn't he think it high? Yet, there exists a relativity to consider. He could only hope that Shen Jianxin would take a smaller portion, provided he assists with the operations. Thus, in this matter, even Zheng Lei recognized he had no bargaining power, nor even the opportunity to voice his concerns. He knew that simply being in Shen Jianxin's company was already a significant stroke of luck. After concluding the discussion with Zheng Lei, he left his contact number and was sent off to gather funds. As evening fell, a sign was hung at the small courtyard indicating it was closed to guests, and patrons began to depart in succession. The actors now dare not enter through the front door. Instead, they sneak in through the back, for times have changed, and walls have ears. 2 pieces of news. First, the unfortunate tidings. The courtyard will cease operations effective immediately, thus rendering everyone's side job obsolete. As Shen Jianxin finished speaking, the actors below were left bewildered, soon engaging in hushed conversations. After all, their careers were flourishing, and the prospect of a halt had not crossed their minds. Shen Jianxin raised his hand, urging everyone to listen. The good news is that today, completion bonuses will be distributed, each person receiving 50 yuan. Upon hearing this, the mood of the crowd instantly brightened. Although there was still some regret over the loss of their side gig, 50 yuan was indeed a substantial amount, enough to lift their spirits. This illustrates the importance of delivering news with finesse. Presenting good tidings after the bad enhances the overall effect. Xiao Tao, please distribute the money to our uncles and aunts. Sure. As everyone gathered around Xiao Gu to register for their payments, Zhang Daqian leaned closer to Shen Jianxin and inquired, Xian, are you really quitting? Yes. Don't. I see business is thriving now. We truly don't need to be mere pawns anymore. Rest assured. You carry on with your endeavors. We shall not interfere. Another neighbor chimed in, exactly. With such a lucrative opportunity, why not continue? We won team medal. We only wish you well. Indeed, indeed, the crowd echoed. Shen Jianxin then distributed cigarettes to everyone, saying, thank you, uncles and aunts, for your concern. I am not entirely quitting, merely upgrading my business. Huh, what do you mean by upgrading? Shen Jianxin smiled, explaining, previously, I enlisted everyone's help primarily to build my reputation. I have now acquired skills from the big boss, and with my name established, I plan to officially step into the limelight. Starting tomorrow, I will be residing at the Peace Hotel. From now on, Xin will truly become General Shen. The actor's murky eyes sparkled with the sheen of cash as Zhang Daqian mused, Xin is about to transform. I've always believed Xin would achieve greatness. Wow, that's the Peace Hotel, our grandest establishment in this city. I hear even a cup of coffee there is exorbitantly priced. Xin, can we come to visit you later? The crowd buzzed with excitement, and Shen Jianxin, overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, could only reply, as I mentioned before, even if this endeavor ends, I will seek new opportunities for everyone. However, I must stress one point. The stock market carries risks, and for ordinary folks like you, the risks are even greater. Therefore, I will not involve you in stock trading. Frankly, I do not wish for our neighborly ties to be strained due to stock market dealings, which could lead to animosity in the future. Of course, regardless of what rumors may circulate about my success in trading or how much I earn, do not let envy cloud your judgment. Previously, I was merely packaging. That may continue, so keep this in mind. Upon hearing this, regardless of their internal thoughts, the crowd nodded in agreement. Chapter 18. Zhang Cuifin's decision. The ivy on the blue brick wall trembled in the twilight. Shen Jianxin leaned against the 8 Immortals table. The crisp sound of copper coins falling on the bluestone slab startled the sparrows perched on the eaves. My proposal for everyone is quite straightforward. I will soon establish a company, which will engage in financing activities. The interest I offer to others will not exceed 2, but I can provide you all with 3. This translates to a fixed annual return of 36, ensuring both principal and interest. Zhang Daqian gently caressed the chipped enamel jar, while Wang Zhangwo suddenly coughed, droplets from his popsicle staining his liberation shoes. The neighbors instinctively began exchanging glances, as they now possessed an understanding of Shen Jianxin's true capabilities. In terms of trust in his strength, they were far less assured than those outside who were swayed by rumors. Shen Jianxin disregarded the hesitant looks and continued. Your only risk is that Xin, may completely go bankrupt and never recover. Otherwise, you will receive every penny of your principal and interest. As for whether to invest and how much, that is entirely up to you. After all, this is a small benefit I wish to extend to you, my uncles and elders. However, I must emphasize, I only acknowledge you. Do not bring me any relatives or distant acquaintances, for I will not recognize them. The crowd began to murmur. Xin, will there be a promissory note? What do you intend to do with this money? How much do you need? If you're starting a business, we'll all support you. 3 seems too much. I think 1 would suffice. Xin, since you are just opening the company, it would be wise to proceed cautiously. Shen Jianxin smiled and waved his hand, saying, I appreciate your good intentions, but you have misunderstood my purpose. I am not borrowing money from you. I am not in need of funds at the moment. There are plenty of business owners outside who are eager to provide me with money for my ventures. I reiterate, this is a benefit for you. Whether you wish to earn this interest is for you to contemplate. There will indeed be a promissory note. I merely wish to inform you that in due time, you will see that those wanting to invest in my company will likely have to queue and seek connections. If you have an interest, please contact Xiao Tao, and he will bring you to the Peace Hotel to find me. I will accept any amount you wish to invest. I certainly will not entertain anyone outside without at least 50,000, and they will not receive this interest rate. Well then, that concludes today's discussion. Please take your time to consider. As the crowd gradually dispersed, some wished to linger and ask further questions, but Shen Jianxin was no longer inclined to discuss the matter. His genuine intention was to offer these neighbors a benefit, but others might not perceive it that way. Thus, further elaboration would be futile and might even cast doubts on his integrity. In life and work, it suffices to act with a clear conscience. At this stage of his endeavors, he truly did not depend on the financing from these neighbors. Offering them this benefit was both a gesture of goodwill and a safeguard against future resentment should he thrive, without sharing any fortune with those from his neighborhood. Of course, when one reaches a certain height, such matters may often be overlooked. Yet, it is a simple act to foster goodwill. Why not embrace it? Inside Lu Yang's weathered wooden door, Zhang Cuifin's nails left white marks on the bundles of cash. Lu Dachuan squatted on the threshold, the cigarette but scorching a ring into the cement floor, while the red tower cigarette clamped between his ear had long succumbed to perspiration. On the table lay 30,000 that Lu Yong had brought back and a little over 10,000 that Zheng Lei had extracted from his pocket. Both Zheng Lei and Lu Yong sat upon stools, awaiting Zhang Cuifin's decision. The matter at hand was of considerable magnitude, leaving Zhang Cuifin momentarily indecisive. She turned to Lu Yong's father and reprimanded. "Are you mute? All you do is smoke. Such a significant matter, and you have nothing to say?" Lu Dachuan replied in a muffled tone. "Aren't you the one who decides everything at home? I find it all rather confusing and incomprehensible. You handle it as you see fit." Zhang Cuifin's anger intensified as she scolded, "Useless. What good are you?" Lu Dachuan chose to remain silent, continuing to smoke the cheap cigarettes, while Zheng Lei handed him a red tower cigarette, which he also tucked behind his ear. Zhang Cuifin then turned to Zheng Lei and inquired, "Lazy, does he truly promise a 3% interest, ensuring both capital and returns? Can we really depend on that? Is it reliable?" Lu Yong interjected, "Mom, do you even know who we're dealing with? The bosses outside are worth millions, lining up in droves. Who would care about your meager sum?" Zhang Cuifin promptly silenced him. "Be quiet. Did I ask you?" "I asked Lazy." Lu Yong opened his mouth to retort, then huffed and turned his head away. Zheng Lei responded politely, "Auntie, I assure you, he is indeed trustworthy. My perspective is this, regardless of how it unfolds. The decision ultimately rests with you. You are aware of my circumstances. I have squandered years without saving a penny, and my family lacks a foundation. Little Yong has been following my lead in this aimlessness. This rare opportunity is one we both wish to seize. How about this? If losses occur, I will bear the cost. As long as I am alive, I will certainly repay that debt." Lu Yong immediately countered, "How can that be? We agreed to undertake this together. If losses arise, we will shoulder the burden together." Zhang Cuifin looked at her son with disdain. "You shoulder it? With what will you bear it? Useless. If losses occur, won't it still be your father and me who help you repay?" Lu Yong's face flushed as he held his head high, declaring, "I can manage on my own. At worst, I will jump into the Huangpu River, and 18 years later, I will emerge a better man." Zhang Cuifin shook her head in exasperation, unwilling to engage further with her foolish son, and turned back to Zheng Lei, saying, "Lazy. Auntie, please go on. You cannot continue in this aimless manner. We have only one son, and my heart is heavy with worry. I cannot sleep at night, fearing the police will come knocking in the middle of the night, informing us of some calamity that has befallen you. I truly hope you can find a proper path. I know Xiao Yong has never been reliable, but I believe you respect both me and his father, and I trust you would not deceive us. Therefore, regarding this matter." Zhang Cuifin clenched her teeth and asserted, "I can step in to borrow the money, but I still advise that we only take the interest. It is a safer option." "What do you think?" Zheng Lei explained, "Auntie, my thoughts align with yours. I too believe that taking interest is prudent. However, here is how I perceive the situation. If I and those prominent figures in Modu are mistaken, then even the small investment will prove unreliable. Regardless of whether we take interest or share profits, neither will be secure. However, should the circumstances mirror the current stock trading situation, where they are truly exceptional, I believe that while the profit share may be lesser in percentage, it will certainly surpass the interest. Moreover, I believe that since he has presented me with two options, I must also demonstrate my resolve alongside Xiaoyong." Zhang Cuifin furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before proposing, "How about this? The total here amounts to 50,000. I can contribute an additional 10,000, bringing the sum to 50,000 for stock investment. Furthermore, I will borrow 100,000 at a minimal interest rate, which you can invest to earn interest. In this way, you will have essentially put forth 150,000, preserving your dignity while also securing a monthly interest of around 2,000, which is quite substantial. If he indeed possesses the skill, 5,000 in stock could yield impressive returns." The neon lights flickered at the alley entrance, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on the stacks of cash. Lu Dachuan suddenly removed the cigarette from his ear, igniting it, as the pungent aroma of low-quality tobacco mingled with the river breeze that wafted into the room. Though he remained silent, he understood that the fate of this family rested precariously upon this gamble. Chapter 19. The guarantor Zheng Lei certainly wished to invest fully in stocks, but all the money was borrowed by Zhang Cuifin, who had already wagered her family's well-being to assist him. He felt it inappropriate to voice any objections, merely nodding in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Aunt." Zhang Cuifin sighed, lamenting, "What a disappointing son I have. If only he could secure a stable livelihood. Both his father and I might finally rest easy. However, you must assure me that the interest will be paid monthly without fail, and that the profits will be divided equally between you. Zhonglei promptly reassured her, Aunt, you need not worry. Without discussing the division, Xiaoyong and I will set aside a portion for living expenses each month and give the remainder to you until all debts are settled. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cuifan felt a bit more at ease, nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall arrange this tomorrow. We are all in the business world, and should this money truly vanish, my reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. I understand. I will keep a vigilant watch. In 1991, even among ordinary citizens, those capable of borrowing 100,000 at interest were exceedingly rare. Only in a prosperous city like Shanghai, aided by Zhang Cuifan's years of business experience and the accumulation of her good character and trustworthiness, could one secure such a loan of 100,000. In truth, only 60,000 of this amount required interest, as the remaining 40,000 was sourced from relatives without any interest obligations. However, she did not disclose this to her son or Zhonglei. In fact, she could have borrowed even more. But 100,000 already represented a considerable strain for this family. It was the maximum wager Zhang Cuifan could place for her son. She had even resigned herself to the prospect of repaying this debt for the rest of her life. Yet, she remained unaware that, in a month's time, her perspective would undergo a profound transformation. That evening at 8 o'clock, Shen Jianxin ventured out alone to meet Huang Mei, the proprietor of the New Phoenix restaurant, in secret. According to their prior agreement, Huang Mei would invest 10,000 in each stock, purchasing all 8 stocks currently available on the Shanghai Stock Exchange. She did not collect the initial 10,000 principal from Shen Jianxin. Hence, she had previously allocated the most significant profits from the vacuum electronics stock to him. They met again on the second floor of Shuani District. Shen Jianxin glanced at the plate of pork ribs and rice cakes on the table, scoffing, with such profits. Is this all you offer me? Huang Mei rolled her eyes, retorting, how dare you complain? If you knew the market was so favorable, why didn't you ask me to buy more? Particularly that vacuum electronics. I now feel as though I have missed out on $1 million. In the course of this week, among the 8 stocks in the bustling metropolis, astonishingly only one has plummeted by 10 points, while the rest have all risen, with the least among them surging by several points. Shen Jianxin chuckled and shook his head, saying, even when you profit, you never share with me. Yet when you incur losses, you not only scold me, but also expect compensation from me. Such a losing venture is something I cannot allow you to engage in. Huang Mei retrieved a yellow paper package from her bag and placed it on the table, sarcastically retorting, do you truly think I am Huang Shen? If you incur losses, I will certainly demand compensation from you, as you have promised. However, if you profit, we shall split it evenly. I, Huang Mei, have always conducted my affairs with integrity. Ha. I knew Aunt Huang had a fondness for me. Shen Jianxin laughed heartily, yet he did not cast a glance at the yellow package. Huang Mei scolded, if you call me Aunt one more time, you shall receive nothing. As she pressed her hand on the yellow package, Shen Jianxin remained utterly unfazed. Huang Mei squinted and asked, aren't you curious how much has been earned? Shen Jianxin picked up a piece of rice cake with his chopsticks and mumbled, this trifling sum cannot sway your heart, nor can it mine. You certainly are no ordinary individual. It seems you have indeed learned much from your uncle. Not too shabby. Your reputation has already spread like wildfire along Huanghe Road. Thanks to you, the Bawang Biaji and Blue Ribbon have been selling splendidly, with restaurant private rooms fully booked every day. Speak up. How shall I express my gratitude? Shen Jianxin looked up at Huang Mei and inquired, are you speaking of genuine gratitude or mere pretense? Huang Mei scoffed, of course it is genuine. Name a figure. As long as I have enough in my trunk, you may take it all. Shen Jianxin gently shook his head. That is your hard-earned money. I have no intention of coveting it. Huang Mei, somewhat taken aback, found his response pleasing and smiled as she said, not bad. You are indeed considerate. However, you need not worry about this. You have provided significant assistance. What you deserve will not cause me distress. As for money, I am not in need at the moment. Yet, I do wish to ask you for a favor. What kind of favor? To act as a guarantor. The situation is thus. Upon hearing, Huang Mei was astonished. Are you engaging in such a risky endeavor? Should you incur losses, those bosses might very well cast you into the Huangpu River. Shen Jianxin shrugged. That is my concern. At least the money resides in your hands. So you certainly will not incur any losses. Huang Mei pondered for a moment, fixing her gaze upon Shen Jianxin's eyes. You possess such confidence? Shen Jianxin smiled nonchalantly. It should be quite stable. Huang Mei then declared, in that case, I shall invest as well. Which stock do you recommend? 100,000. Huang Mei raised an eyebrow. Do I also require 100,000? Will you not grant me a discount? Shen Jianxin chuckled. I was merely jesting. I had no intention of accepting your money. However, if you wish to participate, then assist me by investing this margin as well. Huang Mei frowned. What if we incur losses? When those bosses come seeking reimbursement, will you expect me to compensate you? Shen Jianxin picked up a toothpick, casually picking his teeth as he replied, that's a valid point. In that case, you need not assist me, but do not inquire further. Should you wish to ask, there will be a consultation fee of 100,000, not a cent less. You withdraw and ponder it yourself. As Shen Jianxin stood, he did not forget to take the yellow paper package, leaving without uttering a single word of thanks, swiftly departing. This serves as a subtle hint. I am not truly indifferent to money. We share a bond. You assist me, and I shall assist you, allowing you to earn a little more. However, if you are unwilling to shoulder even a modicum of risk for me, then we must part ways, each to their own, with everything clearly delineated. Furthermore, any assistance I previously offered to enhance your restaurant's performance is now forfeit. Such opportunities may not present themselves again in the future. After reaching an agreement, Lu Yong escorted Zheng Lei outside. Once Zheng Lei entered his vehicle, Lu Yong, with a glint in his eye, muttered, Brother, do you have any money left? I am completely broke. He had just witnessed his mother return the excess change to Zheng Lei. Zheng Lei fished out 100 from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yong, saying, You are aware of the current circumstances. We must be frugal. Once we navigate through this initial phase, wealth will surely come to us, brothers. Lu Yong accepted the money with a nod, responding, Understood. Drive carefully, and I'll contact you first thing tomorrow morning. After waving goodbye as the Cadillac departed, Lu Yong did not return home, but instead hailed a taxi. Minutes later, at the entrance of the Longshan skating rink, Xiaolan complained, Why did it take you so long? I've been waiting for half an hour. Lu Yong scratched his head, apologizing. I'm sorry, I was delayed by some matters today. Xiaolan turned away. What could be more important than me? Lu Yong quickly reassured her, Of course you are my priority, but I also need to pursue my career. You have no idea. I finally convinced my mother to invest 150,000 for me to trade stocks. Really? That much money for stocks? What if you lose it all? Xiaolan inquired anxiously. How could I lose? Didn't I tell you? The renowned stock wizard is handling it for me. Is he reliable? Why wouldn't he be? Do you know how much I made last week? How much? Hee, give me a kiss, and I'll tell you. The disco ball at the Longshan skating rink cast a kaleidoscope of colors. Suddenly, Xiaolan playfully bit Lu Yong's earlobe. What if you lose everything? The white lines etched by ice skates meandered across the rink like an unhealed scar. Chapter 20. The unreasonable barriers to entry recently. Qianjun often found himself drinking with Lu Tianrui. Their discussions occasionally touched upon collaboration, with Qianjun occasionally asking Lu Tianrui to arrange for a few trucks. However, his scale of operations was minimal, and vehicles could be found readily. Lu Tianrui, therefore, regarded Qianjun's business volume as insignificant. In the freight business, Lu Tianrui's real profits came from chartering entire train cars and shipping via cargo vessels. If the goods were not particularly clean, the profits soared even higher. In this chaotic era, very few who amassed significant wealth were entirely innocent of wrongdoing. Both men were affluent, prominent business owners of similar standing. Thus they could comfortably dine together. That evening at the ballroom, after receiving a phone call, Lu Tianrui never returned. Although they had agreed to share information, Lu Tianrui, having obtained a lead, abruptly left Qianjun behind. From the report of a subordinate, he learned of Lu Yong and Zheng Lei's audacious endeavor to raise 150,000. Their audacity stemmed from the astonishing fact that these two had transformed 10,000 into nearly 35,000 in just a week. At the entrance of the Longshan ice rink, Lu Tianrui sat in the back seat of a crown car, his gaze fervently fixed on a slightly wrinkled settlement slip in his hands. In a bid to prove his prowess to Xiaolan, Lu Yong had audaciously pilfered this slip from home, carrying it with him solely to boast before Xiaolan. In a moment of intimacy, Xiaolan had cleverly swiped the settlement slip from him. As Lu Tianrui's mind raced, he pondered how 10,000 could transform into 35,000, how 100,000 could swell to 350,000, and he wondered How much could 1 million become? Faced with such staggering figures, was a consulting fee of 100,000 truly exorbitant? The brilliance of Shen Jianxin's scheme lay in his disregard for whether Zhang Lei could keep the secret or how these businessmen might uncover Zhang Lei's profits. He understood that interests and desires would inevitably drive the course of events, impervious to human will. Such is human nature, whether Lu Tianrui discovered it or Zhang Tianrui did. The outcome would remain unchanged. Moreover, as long as one person unearthed the truth, regardless of whether they chose to conceal or divulge the secret, their actions would trigger a chain reaction. Lu Tianrui remained silent for over 10 minutes, his eyes glued to the settlement slip. Finally, he glanced at the slip once more before handing it to his subordinate, instructing, "Have that Xiaolan discreetly return it to that fellow's pocket." Understood. Once his subordinate departed, Lu Tianrui began dialing on his mobile phone, the first call directed to his finance department. "Check how much cash I have available right now." His second call was to borrow money. "Old Zhang, I've recently landed a substantial order. Can you transfer some funds my way? How about 200,000? I want to take it for free. 2% interest, sound fair? Legal. I need some funds for turnover. How about 100,000? All right, that works." The next morning, Lu Tianrui arrived early at Shuyin Alley, only to find the door of the quaint brick courtyard firmly shut, a notice affixed to it, with 2 individuals already gathered to read it. Due to the influx of visitors and to avoid disturbing the neighbors, the author has relocated to room 888 at the Peace Hotel. A few reminders. It's merely a name. Do not be easily deceived. The stock market carries risks. No one can guarantee profits. Additionally, due to the overwhelming number of inquiries, henceforth, anyone seeking my counsel regarding stocks must verify assets exceeding 1 million. Consulting fees start at 100,000. This regulation may indeed be burdensome, but it is intended to dissuade those unaware of the challenges, allowing me some peace. The first individual to finish reading the notice erupted in outrage. What is this nonsense? 1 million for asset verification is one thing, but a consulting fee starting at 100,000? What a joke. Can he guarantee a profit of that amount? This is absurd. I wonder who would be foolish enough to fall for this. Indeed, the conditions are excessively harsh. I doubt any fool would fork out that 100,000. The crowd continued to swell, with most comments veering toward the negative. After listening for a while, Lu Tianrui quietly withdrew from the throng and made his way out. Once in his car, he instructed the driver, "Hurry, to the Peace Hotel. No, first to the bank." Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" The voice on the other end belonged to Qian Jun. "When did you sneak away last night?" "Ah, Boss Qian. I had a bit too much to drink last night and couldn't hold on, so I left early." "Where are you now?" "Lying at home for days. I find myself feeling quite unwell." Suddenly, the car door swings open, and Qian Jun, with a mischievous grin and a large mobile phone in hand, exclaims, feeling miserable. "Are we?" Lu Tianrui awkwardly sets down the phone. Qian Jun hops into the car beside him, smiling as he asks, "Boss Lu, are you hiding something from me?" "Of course not. Oh, by the way, I've just come from inside. Xiao Guxian has moved to the Heping Hotel. There's a notice at the entrance stating that anyone wishing to see him must present a capital verification of 1 million. Furthermore, for inquiries about stocks, the consultation fee starts at 100,000. Qian Jun was already aware of this from a friend's call. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over to check. However, upon seeing Lu Tianrui's car at the entrance, he recalled how the fellow had stealthily slipped away last night, raising his suspicions. The information he received from Lu only confirmed his doubts. Realizing he had already acquired the same information as his friend, he deemed it unnecessary to venture further into the alley. "I'm already aware of this. Since I have nothing to do today, I might as well stick with you." "Boss Lu, you wouldn't throw me out of the car, would you?" "Of course not. Just make yourself comfortable," came the reply. At that moment, the driver hesitated and turned back, asking, "Mr. Lu?" "Drive to the bank," Lu Tianrui replied irritably. "What do you need to go to the bank for?" Qian Jun inquired. "Isn't Mr. Shun requiring a capital verification? I need to gather some funds in my account. Otherwise, I won't even be allowed in." Isn't it a bit excessive for him to impose such stringent regulations? Qian Jun nodded in agreement. It is indeed a bit harsh, but he has the means. There are countless people wanting to meet him, so such rules are unavoidable. I can understand. After all, a master can't meet just anyone. Lu Tianrui scoffed. "You seem to be speaking from a position of comfort. Your boss easily has 1 million. It's us common folk who suffer. Stop flattering me." The reason is that my business operates on cash transactions, and all the funds are tied up in accounts. In truth, it's all borrowed. And the interest nearly crushes me every month. The two exchanged banter, each lacking sincerity, until they arrived at the bank. Since Lu Tianrui was reluctant to speak the truth, Qianjun resolved to keep a close watch on him. At the bank, Lu Tianrui found himself in a heated argument at the counter. What is going on? I can't withdraw $1 million? What is your bank even doing? Apologies, sir, but to withdraw such a large sum of cash, you need to make an appointment 3 days in advance. Damn it, I'll make an appointment now. And in the meantime, please withdraw 100,000 for me. Let me check. 100,000 is feasible. However, for future withdrawals exceeding 50,000, it's advisable to make an appointment in advance. Standing nearby, Qianjun observed the exchange with interest. He then opened his bag and retrieved a passbook, approaching another counter. I'd like to withdraw 100,000 as well. Unlike Lu Tianrui, who was gambling his entire fortune based on insider information, Qianjun was merely willing to part with 100,000 thanks to earlier insights. Observing Lu Tianrui's shrewd maneuvers, he felt certain that this clever fellow was privy to some insider information worth betting on. Without further ado, he decided to follow Lu Tianrui. It could only lead to something worthwhile. Chapter 21. Top-level design in the elevator of the Peace Hotel. Huabao sensed an unusual influx of guests today. As the display flickered to the 8th floor, he detected a distinct scent of copper, reminiscent of the nouveau riche of the 1990s, mingling with the aroma of leather briefcases and cigars. The elevator was crowded with proprietors clad in tailored suits, their belts clinking in the confined space. What piqued his curiosity further was that these individuals appeared to be notable business figures from the city. Was there an exhibition taking place at the Peace Hotel? He had not heard of any. However, Abeo recognized these individuals, even if few knew him, and he hesitated to inquire. Upon reaching the 8th floor, the elevator attendant opened the doors, and the crowd surged out, leaving Abeo peering out from within. Once he arrived at his room on the 9th floor, an elderly man greeted him, asking, "You're back? How did things go?" "Quite well," Abeo replied. "This batch of foreign trade orders has been promised to me. By the way, uncle, I just saw many business owners heading to the 8th floor. Is there a conference happening?" The old man removed his reading glasses and wiped them clean, chuckling. "Have you heard of the little stock immortal?" "I have," Abeo replied. "Recently, I've been dining on Huanghe Road, and I hear people discussing it daily. The tales are quite remarkable." The old man turned to him and asked, "What is your take on it?" Abeo shook his head, saying, "As you mentioned, there's no such thing as a stock god. I suspect this little stock immortal is likely a fraud." The old man chuckled softly. "There may be no stock god, but not every claim is unfounded. Take a look at this." He handed Abeo a flyer, which he glanced at in astonishment. An investment verification of 1 million? Consulting fees starting at 100,000? This is utterly absurd. I toil away at the foreign trade building, and a completed order seldom yields a profit of 50,000, yet he demands 100,000 up front? You share my skepticism. But have you considered that, given such outrageous conditions, why are there so many business owners in the elevator? Abeo regarded the elderly man with surprise. The old man turned his gaze to the window, murmuring, "I heard his name earlier today, but dismissed it. However, there's one thing I wonder if it's mere coincidence. Why has he suddenly emerged today, relocating here?" Abeo's eyes widened in realization. "Are you implying that matter? It can't be that coincidental, can it? Let us observe if it is indeed a coincidence. In due time, we shall know. If it truly aligns, then he is certainly not seeking fame or fortune." Shifting perspective to the 8th floor, room 888, the ever-vigilant Xiao Haizi stood guard. Now clad in a new outfit, tailored trousers and polished shoes, complemented by a crisp white shirt adorned with a bow tie. "Verification of funds is required," he announced, as he scrutinized the passbook. Only with an investment of 1 million could one gain entry. Inside, the elusive little stock immortal remained unseen, while Zheng Lei and Lu Yong had taken on the role of servers, pouring tea for the arriving guests. The glossy flyers on the gilded coffee table emitted the scent of fresh ink. Only those who had verified investments of 1 million could peruse the gilded covered collaboration details. On the genuine leather sofa, Zheng Lei held a fine English porcelain cup, noticing the cold sweat trickling down Lu Yong's neck, soaking into his newly purchased shirt. As long as the topic of stocks is avoided, one may leave a business card and arrange a complimentary meeting after some time. Should stock investment be discussed, Mr. Shen can recommend a particular stock, with a consultation fee amounting to 100,000. Mr. Shen guarantees that if the stock declines by the agreed time frame, the consultation fee will be fully refunded. Conversely, should the stock appreciate, all profits, regardless of their magnitude, will belong to the client, while the consultation fee remains non-refundable. If the earnings do not suffice to cover the consultation fee, Mr. Shen will not be held accountable, as that pertains to one's own capital and fortune. A consulting contract shall be established, with the fee entrusted to Ms. Huang Mei, the owner of the New Phoenix Hotel, who will issue a receipt for the consultation fee. Ms. Huang is responsible for verifying the initiation of the consulting contract, marking the client's initial investment point, and assessing the fluctuations until the agreed termination date. Should the stock depreciate by 100,000, it will be returned to the consulting client. If it appreciates, the gains will be allocated to Mr. Shen. As the proprietor of the largest establishment on Huanghe Road, Ms. Huang is a suitable guarantor, instilling trust in both parties. After all, investing in such a substantial hotel solidifies its permanence. One may escape a monk, but not the temple. The value of 1 million in 1991 is unequivocally greater than a modest target in subsequent years. In 3 decades, a mere brick from the Peace Hotel might inadvertently crush a billionaire. Currently, those possessing a million are significantly fewer than those projected to possess 100 million in the future. In the bustling metropolis, the ability to borrow 100,000 may be exceedingly rare in other cities. Yet in this progressive environment, countless individuals and funds are in search of opportunities. Here, many proprietors may only have a few 100,000 in personal assets, yet there are indeed numerous individuals capable of borrowing 1 million. Consequently, the stipulation of possessing 1 million has become Mr. Shen's newly established threshold, effectively filtering out the majority and allowing precisely targeted clients to occupy the living room sofas. The final selection criterion lies within the flyers on the table. Acceptance signifies a client valued at 100,000. Rejection, on the other hand, means Mr. Shen incurs no costs in this sales endeavor, not even the expenditure of time, and thus bids farewell to the individual, moving on to the next. This sales process is designed not only to conserve time and energy, but also to elevate one's prestige while maintaining an aura of intrigue. Of course, such top-level design is not easily comprehensible to all. Perhaps only the elder on the 9th floor can grasp its intricacies, while others, even those qualified to enter, may find themselves entangled in indecision upon receiving the flyers. As the clock strikes 11 in the morning, the corridor becomes bustling with individuals. Those who can still access this venue after perusing the notices are, by all accounts, capable business owners. Yet, the truly influential individuals are already seated in the living room. The sofas gradually fill, and soon the waiting crowd outside realizes, after just a few hours, that their previous perceptions were limited, unaware that the metropolis is home to so many millionaires. Among the most prepared is Lu Tianrui, who is the first to arrive with 10,000 in hand. Had it not been for banking restrictions, he would have brought 100,000. He is astute, understanding that, regardless of whether he ultimately collaborates with the small stock fairy, merely entering this space with 100,000 in cash would significantly enhance his reputation within the business circle. He is engaged in a business akin to that of a high-end intermediary, and his reputation significantly benefits his enterprise. He is also the quickest to finalize agreements and make payments, as he possesses the most profound understanding of the underlying circumstances, which he has uncovered through his own ingenuity and meticulous investigation. This is what they call, a skilled swimmer perishes in water. The presence of the yellow rose as a guarantee, despite the loss of consultation fees, indicates that he is not attempting to deceive you for a mere consultation fee. Rather, he is brimming with confidence. With insider information combined with these assured collaborative conditions, Lu Tianrui, who dares to navigate the commercial seas early on, finds himself devoid of any reason to abstain from gambling. He promptly picks up the file, opens it, and spills 100,000 in cash onto the coffee table. This is not an act of ostentation. He is astute enough to recognize that the proprietors here are hesitating and deliberating. And he understands precisely what the small shareholders require at this moment. Lazy, do you have enough for 100,000? I am purchasing this consultation. The million-level entrepreneurs in the living room all turn to glance, and as some hesitant and contemplative owners pivot, their long ash trails are extinguished, scattering ash over themselves. Yet they remain oblivious. Instantly, many minds conjure a singular thought. Could this fellow be a plant? Although Lu Tianrui is a well-known figure himself, many are acquainted with him. Yet such subconscious thoughts arise primarily due to the substantial sum involved. Soon after, everyone hears another voice. Count me in, I'll also buy. Whether it's profitable or not is irrelevant. My main intention is to befriend Mr. Shen, thus I must support his endeavors. Everyone turns to see Qianjun also opening the file and then handing it to Zheng. This chap can't possibly be a plant. Where could there be so many prominent figures acting as decoys? In an instant, though no words are spoken, the eyes of all present ignite with fervor. Zheng, however, does not reach for the cash on the coffee table. Instead, he states, Mr. Shen has instructed that we do not accept payment here. Mr. Lu will hand the money to General Huang at the New Phoenix and simply bring the receipt to sign the contract. Lu Tianrui dismissively responds, There's no need for such complications. I trust Mr. Shen, so I can simply hand it over here, right? Zheng smiles and replies, This is Mr. Shen's stipulation. I hope Mr. Lu will not put me in a difficult position. Lu Tianrui is about to argue further when he notices Qianjun has already collected the cash. Lu Tianrui's Jiangyin accent slices through the smoky air. I want the first prize. Qianjun's gold-plated lighter sparks against the file's zipper. And in the fleeting moment, their gazes collide. The horn of a cargo ship on the Huangpu River pierces through the glass FAOD. Qianjun departs first, with Lu Tianrui closely in tow. Make way. Get the hell out of my way. As he loses sight of Qianjun's figure, Lu's eyes redden, shoving through the crowd at the door. The elevator cables groan under the strain, and Lu Tianrui's crocodile leather shoes crush an abandoned cigar stub. With both individuals set to make payments having exited, the owners in the living room comprehend the rules, promptly rising to head towards Huanghe Road to assess the situation. Some already stirred entrepreneurs begin making calls as they get into their vehicles, arranging to mobilize funds while simultaneously ensuring that 10,000 in cash is retrieved. The door to the 888 suite was ajar, with Wang Tao stationed at the entrance, so the gathered crowd outside had a fair understanding of the happenings within. Particularly after the prominent business figures emerged, many acquaintances approached to inquire about the situation, leading to a widespread awareness of the events that had transpired. Consequently, the majority of those who arrived in the morning flocked to the New Phoenix on Huanghe Road to witness the spectacle. Most of these entrepreneurs possessed vehicles, while those without shamelessly hitched rides with friends, resulting in a swift reduction of parked cars outside the Peace Hotel by half. Soon after, the entrance of the New Phoenix buzzed with activity. The doorman scarcely had time to assist with car doors, let alone manage the parking situation. Some impatient business leaders abandoned their vehicles, rushing into the hotel without properly parking. Huanghe Road primarily catered to evening banquets, and even at the New Phoenix, the lunch crowd was typically modest. Yet today, patrons dining in the hall were taken aback as wave after wave of owners charged in, eager to ascend to the upper floors. In the general manager's office, Huang Mei was already on high alert. She had summoned the finance team, along with manager Wang Rukin and several other supervisors, who busily attended to the bosses with tea and cigarettes, providing impeccable service. At the Peace Hotel, the majority were unable to enter, relegated to standing outside in neat rows. However, Huang Mei recognized this as an exceptional opportunity to attract clients. These distinguished entrepreneurs represented the CR de la CR of potential clientele along Huanghe Road. Even if Huang Mei acted as an informal guarantor, managing to draw some of these bosses as new patrons would be a significant win for her. Thus, the corridor outside her office was lined with stools, and charming ladies in kipeos greeted each boss with radiant smiles, offering cigarettes and refreshments, creating a lively atmosphere. The intentions of the New Phoenix were not lost on these astute business leaders, yet one could not deny the comfort of the situation. This was a calculated strategy, and the goodwill generated would not diminish simply because one perceived the underlying motives. Lu Tianrui nearly compelled his driver at gunpoint to speed relentlessly, ultimately arriving first at Huang Mei's office to settle his payment and obtain an invoice. The safe in Huang Mei's office was busy swallowing cash, the sound of the bill counter merging with the distant chimes of the Bund customs clock. As Lu Tianrui snatched the receipt, the pressure of his fingernails left crescent marks upon it, reminiscent of clandestine casino chips bearing the New Phoenix emblem. Huang Mei was efficient in her dealings. The finance team swiftly counted the bills, and within 5 minutes, Lu Tianrui grasped his receipt and turned to leave. Regardless of anyone who attempted to engage him for an interview about his experience, he had no time to spare. Unless it was an exceptionally close friend, he would retort. Did you forget your brain and your eyes? I've settled my payment. What more do you wish to know? After hastily arriving at the Peace Hotel, he found numerous bosses who had just raced over from Shuin Alley standing in the corridor. Holding his receipt aloft, he proclaimed, "Make way. I am the first." At last, he achieved his goal, being the first to return with the receipt, the first to sign the contract, and the first to enter the bedroom with it. Inside, Shen Jianxin stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the river view. The door behind him was closed, and Lu Tianrui hurriedly suppressed his restless heart, softly calling out, "Mr. Shen." Shen Jianxin turned around with a smile, saying, "I was curious who the first visitor would be. It turns out to be Boss Lu." Holding the contract in his hand, Lu Tianrui respectfully replied, "I have complete faith in Mr. Shen's expertise." Upon receiving the news, "I didn't need to deliberate at all." Shen Jianxin inquired, "Have you reviewed the contract?" Lu Tianrui admitted, "I haven't examined it closely. Regardless, I've already made the payment, so it doesn't matter." Shen Jianxin shook his head. "You ought to take a moment to sit down and read it. It won't take much time." Lu Tianrui settled at the desk and carefully scrutinized the contract. It stipulated that the average purchase price of the stock would serve as the standard for determining gains or losses within a specified period, from 1 month to 3 months post-purchase. If the consultant experienced an overall loss after selling all shares at any point during these 2 months, it would be deemed a failure of consultation and all fees would be refunded. Conversely, even a profit of $1 would render the contract valid, and the initial payment of 100,000 would not be refunded. There was only one section left blank, the chosen stock column. Additionally, a confidentiality clause was included. Notably, there were no penalties for breach of contract, as such matters in this era are often ambiguous, and legal frameworks are insufficiently defined. Therefore, the only enforceable clause, as determined by Shen Jianxin, was that if he unilaterally believed the consultant had disclosed contract details, particularly the identity of the purchased stock, he would subsequently refuse all collaboration with that individual. The weight of this matter would depend on Shen Jianxin's perceived value among these business owners. Ultimately, the decision to collaborate rested solely with him. This clause served more as a reminder and warning. After finishing his review, Lu Tianrui looked at Shen Jianxin and said, "I've read through it. There are no issues." Shen Jianxin responded, "Good, then let us proceed with the drawing." He retrieved a round, iron cookie tin from the drawer. Lu Tianrui was momentarily taken aback. Shen Jianxin clarified, "Inside are several stocks I've selected, all of which are expected to rise. However, I cannot predict which ones will rise the most or the least. Therefore, I can only assure you of a profit. The extent of that profit depends on your luck." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianrui felt even more bewildered. Who among the good-hearted would spend 100,000 in 1991 to draw lots? He hesitated for a long moment before finally withdrawing his hand. Realizing this was a one-time lottery of 100,000, he turned to Shen Jianxin, uncertain, "Mr. Shen, perhaps you should choose one for me. I'm quite anxious about this." Shen Jianxin shook his head. "Luck is yours alone. Even if I were to select for you, it would still be influenced by your fortune. Thus, the rule here is that everyone draws for themselves. Your presence in this room today signifies that you are a person of great fortune in this era. If the stock you draw is not the one that performs best, it merely indicates that good fortune does not always accompany a single individual. This is also a reminder for you to be more cautious in your future endeavors." After hearing this, Lu Tianrui found it to be quite reasonable and, no longer hesitating, reached into the tin to retrieve a piece of paper. 30 years hence, some might reflect on Shen Jianxin's words as, however, today, this is referred to as the words of a master, embodying Zen, an essence that provokes deep resonance and insight. Chapter 23. The perfect arrangement. The brass chandelier cast a web-like pattern of light upon the contract paper as Lu Tianrui fixated on Onping Corporation's elegant cursive. His Adam's apple bobbed in synchronization with the pendulum of the securities building. The rustling sound of Shen Jianxin's pen gliding across the paper evoked memories of the grain ticket black market in '83. As Lu Tianrui unfurled the crumpled paper and pronounced the name, Shen Jianxin had already seized the 2 contracts on the table, swiftly inscribing Onping Corporation's name in the designated spaces. He then raised his head and declared, "I will hold onto the contracts for now. You must set off immediately to Pingcheng to purchase this stock. I grant you 3 days. Upon your return, inform me of your average buying price." As long as it does not exceed the highest price within these 3 days, I shall accept it. I will include the buying price in the contract, and you may retrieve it from me after 3 days. Remember, do not mention this to anyone, nor let anyone know of your journey to Pengcheng. This is not merely a matter of confidentiality. You are the first to trust me, and I shall divulge a bit more. An upheaval is imminent. If this triggers a chain reaction prematurely, the stock will rise before you can seize the opportunity. Do you understand? Understood. I shall depart at once. Very well. I shall refrain from inquiring about your intended investment. I wish you great fortune. Shen Jianxin rose and extended his hand. Lu Tianrui, invigorated, stood and firmly grasped Shen Jianxin's hand, shaking it vigorously. I appreciate your kind words. Shen Jianxin patted the back of his hand reassuringly. Go forth, and be cautious on your journey. Indeed. Lu Tianrui strode out, head held high, exuding an aura of confidence and determination. Even the glint in his eyes resembled a wildfire spreading rapidly. The individuals in the living room, as well as those in the corridor, were taken aback by his commanding presence. Everyone understood that while the master's stock trading prowess remained uncertain, the level of this endeavor was undeniably exceptional. Look at old Lu. He had transformed completely after just a brief encounter. When Qian Jun entered second, Shen Jianxin had just crumpled the note about Omping Corporation and discarded it into a tin can. The same procedure unfolded once more, and Qian Jun drew the slip for Peng Development. Unfolding the paper, he inquired, Mr. Shen, how do you perceive my luck? As Shen Jianxin filled out the contract, he shook his head, replying, I am no oracle. I cannot predict the future. However, I can assure you that investing in this stock will not lead to losses. Whether you can recoup your consulting fee of 100,000 depends on your principal and your fortune. Qian Jun nodded affirmatively. Understood. I will promptly arrange the funds. Having completed the contract, Shen Jianxin remarked, You are a clever man. I shall say no more. It is imperative to maintain confidentiality. Do not disclose your trip to Pengcheng to anyone. Be wary of attracting unwanted attention. As for your finances, I can only advise you to gather as much as possible. After purchasing the stock, do not delay. Return immediately to inform me of your average buying price, and I will document it in the contract, which you may retain a copy of. Understood. Shen Jianxin rose and extended his hand. I wish you swift success. Qian Jun quickly grasped his hand in gratitude. Thank you so much. Go now. For you, time is of the essence. Indeed, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Mr. Shen. After Qian Jun stepped out, he did not stride with vigor. Instead, he kept his head down and moved swiftly. As a familiar face on the sofa called out old Qian, he had already reached the doorway. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished. Was he really in such a hurry? I recall when his son was born, he did not exhibit such eagerness. Up to this point, Shen Jianxin had amassed 200,000, and it was entirely risk-free. Essentially, whether it was Lu Tianrui or Qian Jun who had forked over the money, or those who had not yet paid or were unqualified to enter, they all understood that this little stock venture bore no risk whatsoever. Even if the stocks plummeted, the worst that could happen was that one would not profit. The losses would fall upon those who purchased the stocks. It seemed as though anyone could profit. Even those utterly ignorant of the stock market, with a random click, they might just stumble upon a few rising stocks. The outsiders remained oblivious to the secrets contained within the iron can. Imagine this. Our little stock venture thrived on sheer luck. But deep down, one must question whether they would dare to heed the unsolicited advice from stock analysts loitering at the exchange's entrance. Would they have the audacity to purchase based on their recommendations? Therein lies the true value of the term little stock venture. Reputation breeds credibility and the influence of leadership. Thus, it is only natural that someone would be willing to pay 10,000 for a chance. Have you not seen the throngs of business owners at the Peace Hotel, clutching their brick-sized mobile phones, scrambling to raise funds just to muster 1 million for verification? All to inch closer and uncover more truths? From the outset, in front of the quaint courtyard, among 10 individuals, there were 11 posing as extras, each costing 5 yuan. Shen Jianxin indeed experienced several days of losses in succession. He even spent a full 500 yuan to ensure that Afong from the restaurant memorized and kept secret a particular story, borrowing the money from Huang Mei. Furthermore, he employed individuals to disseminate first-hand information at the exchange and various gathering spots for stock enthusiasts, all at a cost. It was only through relentless perseverance over the past fortnight, coupled with strategic marketing, that he managed to secure today's deal worth 100,000. Had the favorable winds not already begun to blow, he could have endured a while longer. What do we mean by favorable winds? It signifies the impending end of the protracted stock market crisis in Pengcheng, which had lasted 10 months. Shen Jianxin indeed could not recall which stocks would rise in which month, but having perused rebirth novels and indulged in period dramas, he retained some memory of significant historical events. Naturally, he had not anticipated his own reincarnation and thus had not taken notes. Ahem, esteemed readers. Should you wish to traverse back in time to amass wealth, it would be prudent to make records. Returning to the main point, he was aware that due to a series of policy stimuli, the stock market crisis in Pengcheng would conclude in early September, heralding a significant rebound. Presently, among the 6 stocks being issued, only one was not on the rise. Hence, within that iron can, there resided 5 crumpled papers. This was not an act of pretentiousness. He truly did not know which stock would rise the most. Those protagonists who appeared to remember better than a computer were merely fabricating tales. To maintain the impeccable image of the little stock venture, he certainly could not personally endorse any of the stocks. Thus, he allowed these individuals to draw lots themselves. Regardless of what they purchased, it would ultimately be attributed to their own luck. In any case, the outcome was bound to be an increase. One could not claim Shen Jianxin had erred. By the end, the lottery process will undoubtedly circulate, resulting in a surge of all the stocks involved. Can one truly claim that the small stock deity is not divine? No, this will once again forge a myth experienced firsthand by a group of prominent figures. In the face of such a miracle, even if some individuals fail to recoup their consulting fees of 100,000, who would dare to question the divine from a mortal perspective? Mortals would merely conclude that their luck is at fault, as others have indeed profited handsomely. With some even acquiring stocks that have skyrocketed, if one does not profit, it can only be attributed to one's own misfortune. Meanwhile, the small stock deity, while amassing great wealth, is once again elevated to a higher pedestal by the masses. Thus, from the moment this 100,000 lottery was conceived, it was devoid of any loopholes. The outcome had already been foreseen by Shen Jianxin. As for why the sum was fixed at 100,000 rather than adopting a profit-sharing model, this was the first substantial collaboration. A profit-sharing approach would likely lead many investors to adopt a trial-and-error mentality. Securing an investment of 100,000 is already commendable. But how much profit could be shared among many? Moreover, with so many voices, chaos would ensue. Despite Feng Yuanshan initially proposing 1,000,000, 90 of that was merely a test. Without actual capital being committed, it held no weight. This arrangement not only preemptively locks in profits, but also limits the number of participants, ensuring tranquility. Furthermore, he need not personally handle this portion of the profits. He has Huang may facilitate the purchase of these 5 stocks, allowing him to reap substantial rewards. I ask you, isn't that delightful? Tonight, the sound of every cargo ship's horn along the bund will serve as the backdrop for this capital game. Chapter 24. A nap earned 1,000,000 by afternoon. The entrance of room 888 at the Peace Hotel and the office of the general manager at the New Phoenix Grand Hotel were crowded with onlookers. When yet another prominent figure rushed back to room 888 with a receipt, he was intercepted by Zheng Lei at the bedroom door. Mr. Lin, I apologize, but from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. is Mr. Shun's designated nap time. What? I've already paid. Zheng Lei had never felt such exhilaration in his life. Not even during his ultimate showdown against a notorious thug, or when he first secured a victory at the prestigious university, did he experience such delight. Witnessing a top-tier mogul from Shanghai suppressing his frustration, surrounded by many similar figures, it was now Zheng Lei who called the shots. With a smile, Zheng Lei addressed the once unapproachable magnate. Mr. Shen's rules cannot be broken. If Mr. Lin does not wish to wait, you may take your receipt to New Phoenix for a refund. As long as no contract is signed, it can be refunded at any time. Then remember this. Once Mr. Shen is rested, I must be the first to enter. Zheng Lei nodded. Certainly, Mr. Lin, please provide me with a business card, and I shall ensure your place in line. All right. Lin Jinghui promptly retrieved a business card from his briefcase and handed it over, then courteously offered Zheng Lei a cigarette. Brother, you seem somewhat familiar. Where have I seen you before? Zheng Lei accepted the cigarette with a smile. Mr. Lin. The affluent often forget faces. I am Lei Zi, previously seen wandering along Huanghe Road. Oh, as I recollect, it strikes me as familiar. Indeed, we have crossed paths before. Zheng Lei thought to himself, what nonsense. I have never given him a second glance. Lin Jinghui, too, found himself pondering why Xiao Guxian, having garnered such significant momentum, would choose to employ a mere ne'er-do-well for such an important role. Was this not beneath him? Shen Jianxin had his own considerations. Zhang Lei may not have been the optimal choice, yet among those he had encountered recently, he deemed him the most manageable. A rogue, in contrast to these business people, might not necessarily be worse, yet at least the rogues of this era are often bound by a sense of loyalty, particularly towards their leaders. Many of these rogues display unwavering fidelity. Conversely, business people are different. Often, the first to betray is the partner, driven by self-interest. From this perspective, the likelihood of a rogue's betrayal is significantly lower. Furthermore, Shen Jianxin had initially categorized Zhang Lei as a mere tool, whether Zhang Lei or another. Their impact on the situation was negligible, thus excessive cleverness could prove detrimental. The duration of Zhang Lei's utility as a tool and whether he might evolve into a subordinate would depend entirely on his performance. As Shen Jianxin took his midday respite behind closed doors, the proprietors in the living room and the onlookers outside hastened to descend for their meals. The Xian Phoenix Hotel on Huanghe Road was no exception. Business during the afternoon was remarkably prosperous, and the owners showed little inclination to occupy private rooms. The first floor was filled to capacity, with patrons eagerly inquiring and exchanging information. Today, a spectacle, characterized by its highbrow and intriguing content, rapidly spread throughout the metropolis. The tales of Xiao Guxian were relentless, each more captivating than the last. With a consultation fee of 100,000, astonishingly, there were indeed owners willing to pay. And not just one. Those who had parted with their 100,000 were required to wait 2 hours for their turn post-lunch. These collective pieces of information had transcended mere gossip, morphing into a legendary narrative. The listeners' values were instantaneously shattered, giving rise to feelings of awe and aspiration. This transition marked a shift from the abstract to the tangible. Previously, astute individuals who heard the tales of Xiao Guxian would instinctively question their veracity, as they had not witnessed it firsthand. However, the situation had changed. An abundance of credible witnesses, all reputable business owners, had emerged. Should any listener voice skepticism, the propagators would swiftly retort, "Doubt it? Go to the Peace Hotel right now and see for yourself, or perhaps wager a bet. Fraud. Come. Tell me who Xiao Guxian has deceived. Find me a single victim. You're simply sour grapes." From this day forth, Xiao Guxian, as a fabricated concept, took a tangible step into reality. Shen Jianxin was well aware of the deceit he was orchestrating. He had remained vigilant of the implications of such trickery from the outset. If the deception were to yield adverse consequences, he was acutely aware that he would eventually face retribution. The rules of this world are thus: borrow excessively without repayment, and one finds themselves accused of illegal fundraising or fraud. Yet if one repays, recommending stocks that lead to catastrophic losses could result in a multitude of complaints of fraud. Conversely, if one profits, at this juncture, even the regulatory bodies overseeing the stock market had yet to be established, rendering the necessity for qualifications to recommend stocks moot. He is acutely aware that a lie is not the original sin. Rather, it is the consequences of failure that bear that weight. As long as achievements can be verified, even if the neighbors in the alley ultimately betray him, he remains blameless, surrounded by a throng of devoted followers. This phenomenon gives rise to the notion that heroes are not questioned about their origins. Once one ascends to the status of a true hero, their past becomes inconsequential. When Liu Bang proclaimed himself emperor, who still cared whether he had previously dined without paying or had callously discarded his son while fleeing? In the lavish confines of his 888-room estate, Shen Jianxin chose not to indulge in a midday respite. Instead, he busily scribbled on a sheet of paper, refining his forthcoming strategies. In truth, he was brimming with excitement, unable to succumb to slumber. This was indeed the year 91, during which he had amassed several 100,000 in a single sweep, transforming him into a tycoon overnight by contemporary standards. With this wealth, he envisioned acquiring land in Pudong, thereafter reclining comfortably, confident that time would further elevate his fortune. However, when one attains such a starting point, a grand vista of possibilities unfurls before them, and the desire to remain idle is quickly extinguished. Moreover, the ensuing decade represented a golden age for adventurers. The so-called midday break was merely a fade designed for an outside audience, a ploy of hunger marketing. A consultation priced at a staggering 100,000 unfolded with an air of nonchalance, deeply affecting the anxious business owners outside. Those who had already paid waited impatiently, while those yet to commit gazed at the closed doors, observing the line of patrons who had already secured their places. The mentality of the crowd shifted moment by moment, culminating in an unbearable tension. They pondered whether, today, all held equal worth. Would a single choice result in someone else becoming a more prominent magnate, leaving them to rue their decision for eternity? This protracted midday interlude transformed many minds from a willingness to gamble 100,000 into a question of whether they could endure the regret of missing this opportunity. When, during the midday break, a business owner decisively slapped his thigh and ventured toward Huanghe Road, a chain reaction ensued. An increasing number of entrepreneurs relinquished their apartments, returning 20 minutes later with receipts in hand to register. Under the influences of hunger marketing and the herd mentality, those who usually wielded absolute control in their factories found themselves no more than sheep, perpetually swayed by their surroundings. The effects of those who had paid rippled through to those who had not, while the bustling energy from the Peace Hotel and Huanghe Road began to permeate the entirety of Shanghai. On the 9th floor, an elderly gentleman stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the throngs of cars and people below, exclaiming in awe, "What a marvel!" Huabao, putting down his phone, remarked, "My goodness, this is astonishing." While they have yet to awaken from their midday slumber, these business owners have already contributed $1 million. Chapter 25, 3 days of work at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the bedroom door swung open and the brass wall sconces flickered to life. Shen Jianxin's silhouette cast an elongated shadow on the Persian carpet. In the living room, a dozen pairs of Italian leather shoes rose simultaneously, while the genuine leather sofa emitted a stifled groan. Shen Jianxin nodded towards the assembly, softly stating, "I apologize for the wait." Outside, a cacophony erupted as everyone pressed towards the door, eager to catch a glimpse of the esteemed figure. Without waiting for a courteous response from the others, Shen Jianxin turned to Zheng Lei and instructed, "Continue." After speaking, he closed the door. The smiles on the faces of the entrepreneurs remained intact. These business owners did not perceive Shen Jianxin's behavior as impolite. Rather, they believed that a master should possess such an air of superiority. Zheng Lei began calling names. Lin Jinghui, "Mr. Lin, please." Next, Zhao Penyuan, "Mr. Zhao, prepare." It was not much different from calling names in a hospital. Yet no one felt out of place. The first to rise, Mr. Lin, could hardly conceal his excitement. When only one person in the living room had contributed 100,000, that individual would undoubtedly feel a sense of trepidation, for such a sum was astronomical in this era. However, upon realizing that 6 or 7 others behind him had also contributed the same amount, what was there to worry about? Having procured the information early, entered the stock market ahead of others, and thus poised to accumulate wealth. The mere thought that Lu Tianrui and Qian Jun might already be profiting from their stock purchases made the waiting entrepreneurs even more impatient. Outside the door, 3 business owners nervously presented a $1,000,000 deposit book to Wang Tao for inspection. Xiao Hage took a glance and said, "The deposit book is fine, but only one may enter." "But we are together. All our money is in there," they protested. Xiao Hage shook his head, returning the deposit book and stating, "I'm sorry, the rule is 1 verification per person. Mr. Shin sees only 1 client at a time." "What do we do then?" "We managed to gather this money with great difficulty. Can you make an exception?" The young man shook his head again, replying, "I am only responsible for adhering to Mr. Shin's rules. The rest is your concern. I cannot assist you." Pooling their funds was not an isolated incident, for even in the bustling metropolis, it was exceedingly rare to find individuals capable of amassing $1 million. Most could gather several 100,000, which already marked them as exceptionally skilled businessmen. Yet, entrusting that amount to another's deposit book posed a significant risk, akin to holding one's breath while navigating a precarious path. However, the small stock expert was indifferent to their plight. Each individual was subject to verification, and the names on the identification and deposit book had to match. Only the designated person could enter the living room. Essentially, Shen Jianxin preferred to exclude those without $1 million in funds, for with such a high entry fee, one would need at least a 10% increase to break even, not accounting for transaction costs and capital expenses. In such circumstances, individuals with lesser amounts would likely be unable to recoup their consultation fees. Although he had established stringent rules in the contract, a high rate of losses would tarnish his reputation and lead to subsequent complications. In this age, money held significant value, while human life seemed inexpensive. Even a few thousand could represent a substantial sum, let alone tens of thousands. If one were to lose hard-earned money, some might resort to violent retribution. And hiring thugs was both convenient and inexpensive, with numerous rogues and desperate individuals on the streets ready to commit heinous acts for a mere few thousand. Thus, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks, which was one of the reasons he had set a 1,000,000 yuan entry threshold. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the young boy announced the closure of the doors and informed everyone outside that Mr. Shen would only be available for consultations for 3 days, with today marking the first. Naturally, this was also a part of the hunger marketing strategy. Moreover, considering the impending winds of change, the longer one waits, the higher the entry cost becomes, thereby diminishing the likelihood of recouping the consultation fees. On another note, the scale of his operation had grown significantly, undoubtedly attracting the attention of the relevant authorities. It was quite possible that someone had already reported him today, and the officials were meticulously reviewing the pertinent legal statutes. Although Shen Jianxin had anticipated this, it was preferable to avoid complications, as his current standing was precarious and not easily concealed. Thus, it was unwise to conduct overt operations continuously. Sooner or later, one would be summoned for a chat. Concluding operations after 3 days, before anyone had the chance to summon him, was a prudent choice. The young boy announced the closure for the day, while Zhang Lei distributed cigarettes among the bosses in the living room, courteously stating, "Mr. Shen has mentioned that those who have completed payment today should wait a moment. He will meet with all of you. Those who have not paid may return to rest. The new Phoenix will not be collecting fees today. We will begin tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Mr. Shen will accept consultations for a total of 3 days. So there is no need for concern about not being seen." Many had sat there for the better part of the day without uttering a word to Shen Jianxin. Although discomfort lingered in their hearts, such sentiments were universally shared, making it difficult to voice any displeasure. To do so would surely invite disdain, as others had invested substantial sums to speak with him, and those lacking the means had no right to complain. Those who rose to the status of significant business figures possessed a modicum of capability, and the embarrassment of voicing such grievances was an unspoken consensus. Nevertheless, this did not imply that these individuals were inherently good-natured. Rather, the threshold had been elevated significantly, raising their status far beyond that of their previous encounters in the hidden alleys of literature. Even if Feng Yuanshan had come here for the first time today, he would likely have refrained from making a fool of himself. This illustrates the power of thresholds. Initially, a mere 50 yuan for a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes had led many bosses to believe themselves quite formidable. Yet, in the face of a 100,000 yuan consultation fee, even those with fortunes in the millions found themselves rendered mute. Shen Jianxin's tasks for the day were relatively effortless, following the same procedures of payment, drawing lots, signing contracts, and exchanging pleasantries before sending each one on their way. Once all the bosses had been politely escorted out by Zhang Lei, he knocked on the door and said, "Xinggu, the premises have been cleared." Shen Jianxin nodded. "You've worked hard today." "Not at all. It is my honor," Zhang Lei replied. Shen Jianxin rose. "I will remain indoors. There are likely many watching outside. I've asked New Phoenix to prepare some food. Please go fetch it shortly." "Certainly." Noticing Zhang Lei lingering, seemingly with something to say, Shen Jianxin inquired, "Is there something on your mind?" Zhang Lei candidly responded, "Indeed. As per your instructions, I conferred with Xiao Yong. His mother helped him gather some money. In total, we have managed to secure 150,000. His mother wishes for 100,000 to be placed with you for interest, while the remaining 50,000 would be given to you for stock trading. Would that be acceptable?" After listening, Shen Jianxin furrowed his brows and said, "Do not inquire about the source of money in the future. I have no interest in knowing, nor will I take responsibility for its origins." Zhang Lei quickly bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Understood. I spoke too much. Well, where's the money?" "Please wait a moment." Zhang Lei went to the living room, retrieved the bag from Lu Yong, and then returned to the bedroom, placing the bag on the table. 150,000? "Yes, please count it." As dusk enveloped the Huangpu River, Shen Jianxin meticulously used the tip of his Parker pen to sift through the last stack of bills. The scar on the back of Zhang Lei's neck glimmered red under the wall lamp, a remnant from 3 years ago when he fought for territory over a video hall. At that moment, the scar seemed to pulsate with his movements, resembling a writhing centipede. "I trust you." Shen Jianxin produced a bundle of cash, counted out 3,000, and handed it over, saying, "This is the monthly interest for 100,000. Zhang Lei hesitated, unsure whether to accept it. Shen Jianxin tossed the 3,000 onto the table and admonished, "Am I mistaken about you? Why are you so slow in your actions?" Chapter 26. A clear distinction. The wall lamp cast a warm glow against the gilded wallpaper, while Zheng Lei absent-mindedly rubbed the edges of the bills. He explained, "I just feel a bit embarrassed. Brother Exine, you brought me along, and I'm taking this interest." Shen Jianxin coldly replied, "Money is money. Feelings are feelings." Indeed. Subsequently, Shen Jianxin counted out 5,000, stating, "This is for a week's rent. Anything extra is for water, cigarettes, or meals. Let me know when it runs out. Remember, when working with me, you need not advance any money." Reluctant to incur his ire, Zheng Lei cautiously accepted the cash. Shen Jianxin then inquired, "Do you have a lead on acquiring a better quality mobile phone?" "Yes." Shen Jianxin promptly took out 50,000 and said, "A good mobile should cost around 20,000 each. Buy two. The extra 10,000 is for your expenses. I do not concern myself with how much you spend. I want to buy tomorrow." "Understood." Zheng Lei wasted no time and took the 50,000 as well. "That's all for now. Go to New Phoenix and fetch some food, and let Xiao Tao in." "Yes." After Zheng Lei left, Wang Tao rushed in, closed the door behind him, and turned excitedly, "Brother Exine, today's scene was truly grand." "Haha, quickly sit down. Are you tired?" Shen Jianxin pulled out a pack of Marlboro from the drawer, lit one, and asked with a smile. Wang Tao sprawled on the bed, sighing, "What is so tiring? It's no different from standing in front of the courtyard. This bed is so soft. Brother Exine, can I sleep here tonight?" Shen Jianxin shook his head, "Not today. I haven't informed your parents. Here's the deal. If you tell them tonight and they agree, you can sleep here tomorrow." "All right then." Shen Jianxin then magically produced a box of chocolates from the drawer. "Here, this is for you." "What is this?" "Chocolate, imported treats. Do not eat too much. They can be overwhelming and are not good for your teeth." Wang Tao opened the box, unwrapped a piece, and remarked, "The taste isn't that great. It's too rich." "Haha, perhaps girls would prefer it more." Wang Tao's eyes sparkled as he asked, "Brother Exine, can I take this whole box home?" Shen Jianxin laughed. "Why? Are you planning to give it to some young lady?" Wang Tao's face flushed slightly as he stammered, "Of course not. Haha, I don't concern myself with that. It's your parents who should worry about such matters. By the way, since your parents entrusted you to me, I must take responsibility for you and discuss the rules." Wang Tao quickly straightened up, saying, "Brother Exine, just tell me. I will listen to you no matter what." "Well, there's really not much to it. The main point is this. Whatever you see or hear here, including what I tell you, you must not disclose to anyone without my express permission, not even to our neighbors or your parents. Can you manage that?" Wang Tao nodded vigorously. "I definitely want to say a word. Although I haven't studied much, I know that loyalty is paramount in this world." Shen Jianxin shook his head and chuckled, saying, "It's not exactly about loyalty. What I do attracts many curious souls who can't afford the price of information. If you were to misstate a single word, and someone loses thousands, that would bring trouble, wouldn't it? You know your father's temperament. Once he starts drinking, he can't hold his tongue. If your slip causes our neighbors or outsiders to suffer losses, you'd be putting your parents in jeopardy." This frightened the young boy, who quickly swore, "That sounds terrifying. I wouldn't utter a single word, even if it kills me." "Right. Generally speaking, aside from the necessary duties of guarding, you should observe and reflect more while speaking less. If you have questions, feel free to ask me, but do so when we are alone. My words are valuable and must not be shared carelessly, understood?" "I completely understand. Just look at those anxious business owners outside." "Haha, Brother Exine, you're incredible. I want to discuss wages with you. I'll simply give you 20 yuan. Once you've spent it, let me know, but you must not ask anyone for anything. From now on, you are not to accept gifts from any clients. This is no longer a place for idle gossip. Our rules have changed. You are under my guidance now, and you must keep your hands clean." Wang Tao promptly nodded, saying, "I understand. I am your eyes, ready to report any situation." "Haha, little clever one. There's nothing more to discuss. Go wait outside for the meal." "Okay." Wang Tao exited with a chocolate bar in hand, while Shen Jianxin picked up the telephone on his desk and dialed Huang Mei. In fact, the two had been in communication throughout the day. Huang Mei would notify Shen Jianxin upon receiving a sum of 100,000. This was to prevent anyone from fabricating receipts in order to obtain stock information without payment. "Kid, not bad. Over 1 million in just one day. How much commission are you planning to give me?" "Don't start. Has the money been deposited?" "Of course it has. With that much money in the shop, someone is bound to come with explosives tonight." "Haha, It's through the Industrial and Commercial Bank, right? Yes. And I've already inquired and made an appointment to withdraw funds from the branch in Pengcheng. They have also communicated with the branch here. In 1991, the banks had yet to be interconnected, making inter-branch withdrawals quite cumbersome. Even large banks with numerous branches required a fair amount of procedures for such transactions. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. It was likely Zheng Lei returning with the takeout. Shen Jianxin spoke into the phone, "Come by at 9 tonight. I'll give you a free tip on a financial opportunity." After hanging up, he walked over to open the door. Zheng Lei stood at the doorway and said, "The new Phoenix mentioned that the proprietress instructed not to charge." Shen Jianxin nodded and replied, "All right, let us dine." The feast was lavish, yet during the meal, both Zheng Lei and Lu Yong remained rather reserved, in stark contrast to the boisterous Wang Tao, who gnawed on a chicken leg with grease dripping from his mouth. Zheng Lei hesitated and said, "Brother Xian, there are still many people loitering outside and downstairs. Perhaps Lu Yong and I should sleep in the living room tonight, to avoid any unwelcome disturbances while you rest." Shen Jianxin nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, I appreciate your efforts. No trouble at all. Ensuring your safety is our responsibility," they replied. Shen Jianxin then turned to Lu Yong and asked, "You are called Lu Yong?" Lu Yong immediately set down his chopsticks, feeling a bit awkward, and replied, "Yes." Shen Jianxin nodded again. "All right, let us continue our meal." This time, it seemed that Shen Jianxin acknowledged Lu Yong, an event that stirred tumultuous waves of excitement within Lu Yong, who thought to himself that he had finally caught the attention of a significant figure. He resolved to perform admirably to earn the recognition of this influential individual. After Zheng Lei and Lu Yong drove Wang Tao home, they headed towards their own residence. "Lu Yong, we must take some equipment with us, just in case," Zheng Lei suggested. "Should we inform Mr. Shen?" Lu Yong asked, perplexed. "Are you foolish? We can handle this dirty business, but we must never mention it to Brother Xian. Do you understand the rules of the underworld?" "All right, you are right. Without some means of defense, I won't be able to sleep soundly tonight. Too many eyes are watching." They were indeed correct. Many were watching Shen Jianxin, but not solely him. Some individuals seeking stock information but unable or unwilling to part with 10,000 had already set their sights on the paying users. Such cunning individuals were not few, and they quickly discovered that the first action of these paying users was to purchase tickets at the sales point. Chapter 27. Refusal of Feng Yuanshan. All the bosses who had already paid were fiercely guarding their secrets. It was not merely due to confidentiality agreements, but primarily because they had yet to invest. If information leaked and the stocks surged prematurely, their losses would be substantial. Upon receiving the news, these bosses simultaneously purchased tickets and frantically called to borrow money, causing a spike in interest rates for private loans in the bustling metropolis. At 9 p.m., Huang Mei knocked on the door of Suite 888, accompanied by a man younger than 30. Upon seeing her through the peephole, Zheng Lei opened the door and greeted politely. "Hello, Director Huang. Mr. Shen is waiting for you." Huang Mei smiled and remarked, "Not bad. Lazy, you've made a name for yourself, working alongside the small stock fairy." Zheng Lei quickly responded with humility, "It's all thanks to Mr. Shen for the opportunity." "Indeed, make the most of it," she advised, before leading her companion into the bedroom. Upon noticing the unfamiliar guest Huang Mei had brought, Shen Jianxin furrowed his brow slightly. Huang Mei casually seated herself at the foot of the bed, crossing her legs, and introduced, "This is my younger brother, Huang Qiming. Since I cannot leave, I intend for him to run errands in Pengcheng." Huang Qiming greeted with a smile, "Mr. Shen." Shen Jianxin's expression relaxed, and he nodded. "Since he is Sister Mei's brother, he is one of us. Please, have a seat." "Thank you." Huang Qiming set down his suitcase and took a seat on the stool, then remarked, "I previously conducted business in Pengcheng and have an account at the local bank. My sister has also made arrangements with the bank today. Therefore, the substantial sum deposited into my account can be accessed within half a day at the quickest." Huang Mei then spoke up. "Today, I have collected a total of 1.2 million for you, which has all been deposited. Since you exhibit such confidence and are willing to entrust everything to me, I shall join you in this venture. Together with Qiming, we have raised 3 million, and we shall follow your lead. As your elder sister, I shall not be without compensation for the information I provide, should we profit. I propose a share of 30% for you. When it comes to cash flow, few in the bustling metropolis rival Huang Mei. The new Phoenix is currently the most successful establishment on Huanghe Road, boasting a large venue and a peak daily turnover exceeding 80,000. accumulating 2 million in monthly revenue. This surpasses the performance of most factories today. Moreover, as a grand hotel like New Phoenix, the most stable suppliers offer a billing period of 1 month at best. Most extend to 3 months. Thus, the 3 million is far from Huang Mei's limits. However, it should be noted that Huang Mei is among the few who truly comprehend Shen Jianxin strategies. The primary reason she and her brother are willing to invest 3 million in the stock market is not merely due to the term small stock fairy, but rather Shen Jianxin's remarkable techniques and his audacity to invest such a significant amount, which emboldens Huang Mei to participate on such a grand scale. Shen Jianxin, without reservation, nodded and said, "Very well, if Sister Mei is willing to give, I shall accept the 30% share." Qiming, upon arriving in Pengcheng, should refrain from engaging with those businessmen who have come from Shanghai. Understood. Currently, there are 6 stocks in Pengcheng. Aside from Pudong, we will distribute all our funds evenly across the remaining 5 stocks. Both Huang Qiming and Huang Mei were taken aback. Distribute evenly? Indeed, distribute evenly. With your 3 million in funds, each stock will receive an investment of 600,000. My funds will be allocated in the same manner. Huang Mei hesitated. I thought you knew which stock would rise. Shen Jianxin chuckled. I do not know which will rise the most. I observe the trends. If index futures were available now, I would have already invested in the index. What are index futures? It pertains to the overall market index. This detail is inconsequential. Simply follow my directions, and all 5 stocks will appreciate. However, I cannot predict which will rise the most. An even distribution is the safest approach, guaranteeing profit without loss. So that's how it is. Very well. We shall proceed as you advise. Oh, by the way, I have some cash remaining. Please assist me in purchasing stocks with it as well. Zheng Lei had brought a bag containing over 90,000. Shen Jianxin extracted 80,000 to hand to Huang Qiming, retaining a little over 10,000 for personal expenses. The two spent approximately 10 minutes before departing. Once in the car leaving the Pingyi Hotel, Huang Mei, seated in the back, inquired, "Have the plane tickets been secured?" "Yes, they have. Let us take a couple more people along. The world is not entirely safe, and it's wise to be cautious." "Sister, rest assured, I am well aware. This small stock fairy seems exceptionally young. Is he even 20? "Roughly so. How did you come to know him?" "We are placing quite the bet here." Huang Mei gazed out at the neon lights lining the street and softly responded, "What you don't know is that his uncle once dealt with sums in the tens of millions." "Really? How formidable." The following morning, starting from 8 o'clock, the entrance of room 888 in the Peace Hotel was thronged with people. Even those lacking sufficient means were drawn to the lively atmosphere, eager to partake. A stroll through this scene could easily turn anyone into the star of the evening's discourse. Likewise, the New Phoenix Hotel on Huanghe Road did not serve breakfast. Yet individuals loitered around its entrance from dawn. By 9 o'clock, the doors of room 888 and the New Phoenix Hotel opened simultaneously, signaling the resumption of business inquiries. Surprisingly, the first to pay at Huang Mei's place today was Feng Yuanshan. The transaction was remarkably smooth. Huang Mei accepted the payment and issued a receipt, prompting Feng Yuanshan to hasten to room 888 at the Peace Hotel with the receipt in hand. He had not attended the previous day due to an unpleasant altercation with Shen Jianxin, but that did not imply he was indifferent. Upon learning that numerous prominent business figures had settled their payments and were seeking funds elsewhere, he could no longer remain idle. Human nature often dictates that while losses are painful, the dread of missing out is even more agonizing. This is why so many investors cling to high positions, only to be left exposed to the winds atop the mountain, unwilling to miss opportunities. However, when Feng Yuanshan excitedly entered the bedroom clutching the contract, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. "Good day, Mr. Shen," he greeted with a forced smile. Noticing him, Shen Jianxin displayed little emotion, merely inquiring, "What brings you here?" "Boss Feng, I come to apologize for my previous ignorance and to extend my support for your consulting business," Feng replied. "I accept your apology, but as for the consultation, I must decline. Please leave," Shen Jianxin stated firmly. "Zheng Lei," he called out, prompting Zheng Lei to rush in. "Return Boss Feng's receipt to him." "Boss Feng, you may take your receipt and seek a refund from the New Phoenix." As Zheng Lei was summoned inside, the bedroom door remained ajar for the first time, piquing the curiosity of the onlookers in the living room. Following Shen Jianxin's instructions, Zheng Lei quickly retrieved Feng Yuanshan's receipt from his bag and handed it back. This left Feng Yuanshan in an awkward position, With a serious demeanor, he remarked, "Mr. Shen, this seems unnecessary. I have already apologized." With a smile, Shen Jianxin responded, "Boss Feng, I have acknowledged your apology. However, since you once doubted me, I no longer require your trust. Let us maintain our distance. I have no intention of profiting from you, which should be agreeable, correct? Please leave." Whispers began to circulate outside the door, and Feng Yuanshan's composure visibly faltered. He opened his briefcase and placed 2 stacks of cash on the table. "Mr. Shen, I will add an extra 20,000 as a gesture of goodwill. Would that suffice?" Shen Jianxin turned away, stating, "Please leave." Zhang Lei's crocodile skin shoes left scorched impressions on the carpet as he felt the handle of a spring knife at his lower back. The corridor echoed with gasps, and Wang Tao, straining to glimpse through the crowd, observed Feng Yuanshan's face turn a shade reminiscent of liver. Chapter 28. The Recovery Squad. If it can be said that wealth allows one to act with impunity within a relative sphere, then during the early 1990s, this concept of privilege was considerably more pronounced. As the majority were impoverished, the power of money became a formidable driving force. In the tangible realm, individuals like Feng Yuanshan, a wealthy businessman, command respect wherever they go, facilitating their endeavors with ease. The capacity to target or harm another is far simpler than in later times. Shen Jianxin, well aware of the proverb that enemies should be resolved rather than created, finds himself inexplicably determined to offend Feng Yuanshan gravely today. The root of this conflict lies solely in the pursuit of profit. The process of idolization requires not only exemplary figures, but also cautionary tales. Those who disregard divine will shall find themselves shrouded in darkness. Wealth does not guarantee favor. Despite one's riches, disdain may still prevail. By expelling Feng Yuanshan, Shen Jianxin aims to send a clear message to the onlookers in the lobby and beyond, particularly to the elite circles of the metropolis. As Feng Yuanshan, furious and red-faced, is escorted out by Zhang Lei, the legend of Xiao Guxian gains even greater credibility. Onlookers, unaware of the specifics, crowd around Feng Yuanshan, inquiring about the unfolding drama. "Mr. Feng, what transpired? Was Xiao Guxian's stock recommendation unreliable? Why have you returned this receipt? Did you have a change of heart?" They press him for answers. But Feng, in a fit of rage, barks, "I have no time for this. Get away from me." He pushes through the crowd and strides away. Yet, in his silence, others begin to speak. A few familiar figures emerge from within, their hurried demeanor revealing their concern. Upon inquiry, they learn that Feng Yuanshan had previously insulted the Xiao Guxian at Qingzhuan Courtyard, and now, even with a price increase of 20,000, Xiao Guxian refuses to entertain him, effectively casting him out. Witnessing Feng's downfall only strengthens the resolve of these affluent individuals to seek counsel, with many now rushing to Xian Feng Huang to make their investments. Shen Jianxin had no intention of offending anyone. The risks to personal safety in this era are significant. However, when the potential for profit becomes substantial, one must act. As news of Feng Yuanshan's expulsion spreads, even the most skeptical begin to waver. If this were merely a con artist, who would dare to offend a major player while forsaking a lucrative sum of 12,000, regardless of the circumstances in the metropolis? Skepticism about such fraudsters wanes. The consensus is that Xiao Guxian possesses genuine skill, as evidenced by the influx of prominent business figures seeking to invest. At the metropolis airport, an announcement calls for passengers heading to Pengcheng to queue for boarding. Huabao, gripping his luggage tightly, feels perspiration slicking his palms. Following the elder's guidance and armed with his earnings from years in foreign trade, he heads to Pengcheng to invest in stocks. While in line, he spots numerous familiar faces, well-known business leaders, many of whom, to his knowledge, lack endeavors in Pengcheng. "Mr. Wang, are you also going to Pengcheng?" he asks. "Ah, Bao. What a coincidence. I'm here to check on a factory. I've secured a foreign trade order with a factory in Pengcheng," Wang replies. "Is that so? I'm also heading there to negotiate a deal," Abeo responds, pondering the curious coincidences shared amongst them as unease settles in their hearts. Many of these individuals had been seated together on the plush sofa of Suite 888 at the Peace Hotel just yesterday afternoon. Could it be that they had all drawn the same stock as I? While these business magnates harbored questions within, none were inclined to voice their inquiries. They refrained, mindful of Shen Jianxin's admonitions. Besides, if you were to ask someone else, what would happen then? Subsequently, this group of entrepreneurs, who had ventured from the bustling metropolis to Pengcheng to engage in stock trading, became known as the corpse collecting team. Huabao gazed out at the aircraft soaring beyond the glass curtain wall and was suddenly reminded of what his uncle had referred to as the iron birds of the era. Realizing that their ascension indeed stirs a tempest, the stock market in Pengcheng had been in a downward spiral for nearly a year. Even with temporary interventions and the establishment of a limit on declines, it had plummeted for 5 consecutive months, rendering any attempts to sell futile. This prolonged downturn had turned the market into a realm of lament, with casualties strewn across the landscape. Almost everyone was incurring losses, with countless individuals losing their fortunes entirely. As time progressed, more and more could not endure the strain. Those who had engaged in leveraged trading had already faced liquidation, while others, who had managed to stay afloat, were forced to cut their losses day after day. And now, the entrepreneurs from the metropolis arrived at the 11th hour, ready to scoop up the bloodied chips. The moniker corpse collecting team was indeed a apartment. There are certainly astute individuals in the world. Shen Jianxin, having been reborn, is now aware of the trends, while some are genuinely skilled at seizing pivotal moments. However, individuals like Huabao merely sought to raise funds, placing their bets. Shen Jianxin, on the other hand, would first reap the rewards, using the consulting fees provided by the magnates to re-enter the fray, a strategy that could be termed as profit without investment. As news spread, today saw even more participants, both those eager to join the fray and those willing to pay, than yesterday. Many, lacking sufficient resources yet determined to gamble, began pooling their funds to acquire tickets, selecting a representative to enter. The prominent figures adhered to the rules, leaving the smaller investors even more cautious than usual, their boisterous demeanor replaced by prudence. In this collective gamble, there was one individual who felt most aggrieved and furious, Feng Yuanshan. He possessed both the means and qualifications to enter the arena, yet he was heartlessly turned away by Shen Jianxin. To make matters worse, this humiliation became widely known. His phone rang incessantly throughout the day, as countless individuals called to inquire about the situation. Each call felt like a slap to his face, igniting his ire. Damn it. If I'm not allowed to play, I will surely make you pay. He first dialed a well-known thug from the metropolis, Old Xiao. Help me teach someone a lesson. Oh, who has dared to cross boss phone? Old Xiao inquired. What kind of lesson are we talking about? Just say the word. Have you heard of Little Stock Fairy? How could I not? He is the rising star in the metropolis right now. I've heard that just to meet him costs 100,000. What? Does he have a vendetta against Boss Feng? A flicker of intensity crossed Feng Yuanshan's gaze. Indeed. Can you take care of him for me? Old Xiao chuckled heartily. Let us get to the bottom of this. We're all prominent figures here. How about I organize a gathering to help you two reconcile? Not necessary. My pride has taken a significant hit today. It's imperative that you deal with him. Just tell me if you can assist. Boss Feng. It is not that I lack the desire to assist you, but presently, he is flourishing and has drawn the attention of numerous influential figures eager to meet him. Should I proceed to disrupt his endeavors, I would undoubtedly offend a multitude of individuals. Let us dispense with further pleasantries. The cost is 20,000 for a hand and 30,000 for a leg. Once this is settled, I shall receive my payment. My dear Boss Feng, are you not placing me in a difficult position? Given our relationship, discussing monetary matters seems rather trivial. I shall first inquire among my associates to see if anyone is in need of funds. If I receive confirmation, I will contact you. Meanwhile, a meeting convenes at the police station in the bustling metropolis, attended by both economic investigation and criminal investigation units, along with legal experts summoned from the courts. The conference room is shrouded in smoke as the head of the economic investigation team circles the name Shen Jianxin with a red and blue pencil. Suddenly, the neon lights outside shift to green, startling the drowsy legal expert, who hazily perceives the fading text of the illegal business charges on the judgment document. Washed away by the rain. Chapter 29. The storm approaches in the police conference room. The deputy director, presiding over the meeting, states, "We have received reports from the public, and a wave of rumors regarding minor deities has surfaced in our city. This individual is currently at the Peace Hotel, allegedly collecting over 1 million daily. According to our information, he has amassed nearly 3 million in just 2 days. Should any issues arise, this case will undoubtedly escalate to the Ministry of Public Security. The primary dilemma is that, while it may be classified as fraud, there are currently no identified victims. Furthermore, whether it involves recommending stocks or charging for consultations, we have yet to pinpoint any legal violations. However, if we do not intervene, the amount involved will continue to escalate. If it reaches tens of millions before we act, both you and I will face dire consequences. You must urgently devise a strategy to halt this matter in a reasonable manner. The so-called public reports may stem from Feng Yuanshan or perhaps from lesser business owners who feel inadequate. Such individuals are often unable to tolerate the success of others. If they cannot partake, they will resent seeing major players potentially profiting and small-time deities earning substantial daily sums. Who would not feel envious? If they cannot possess it, they will seek to destroy it, or at the very least, cause you trouble. Thus, the reports have not come from one or two callers, but rather a multitude. In this modern age, many systems remain imperfect. In remote and underdeveloped regions, a mere suspicion could lead to immediate action without the need for meetings. However, in a major city like ours, amidst this tempestuous climate, it is imperative to exercise caution in handling cases due to their potential impact. Without evidence or applicable legal statutes, apprehending someone of such prominence, surrounded by numerous supporters, is fraught with complications. While apprehending him may be feasible, releasing him could prove challenging. The ramifications of this incident are significant and unpredictable. Thus, we must proceed with certainty before taking action. The foremost challenge for the police lies in the absence of victims. When inquiring of the reporters whether they have suffered losses due to deception, all they provide are vague and unrelated responses. Moreover, all reports have come via telephone, with no one appearing in person to provide a statement. During the meeting, a member of the criminal investigation team proposed, "What is there to discuss? If the Bureau believes this individual poses a problem, I can simply go and bring him back." His suggestion garnered considerable support, as many still adhere to a rather rudimentary approach to their work. The deputy director inquired, "What justification do you have?" "To assist in the investigation, of course. It is the duty of every citizen." "What if he claims he has no time and asks to reschedule? Would he dare?" "Nonsense. Just last month, port investors withdrew from the Pudong development zone, and the city has been emphasizing the importance of a favorable business environment daily." The deputy director shook his head, realizing that his subordinates merely acted according to their habitual behaviors, believing that everyone feared the police. However, he contemplated the matter more deeply. Firstly, there were the implications involved. Secondly, how could one expect a person who had amassed millions in a single day back in 91 to be intimidated into compliance by just one officer? If the individual refused cooperation and was not brought in, the police department would lose face. Forcing him to come in without substantial findings would lead to considerable trouble due to the individual's influence. After much discussion, they deemed the charge of illegal business operations to be the most prudent option at present. Yet, there remained a concern. All the money was collected by Huang Mei of the New Phoenix. If a conviction were to be pursued, would that necessitate Huang Mei's arrest as well? She was, after all, the owner of the finest restaurant on Huanghe Road, a renowned businesswoman and a significant taxpayer. In a city like Shanghai that encourages economic growth, apprehending such a prominent figure without concrete evidence, or in a highly contentious situation, would yield considerable ramifications. Ultimately, the leadership was primarily worried about the potential fallout from this case due to the substantial sums involved, fearing they would be unable to manage the repercussions. However, given that no adverse effects had manifested thus far, they were reluctant to instigate any controversial issues. The underlying reason was that both the notoriety of the minor stock player and Huang Mei's stature were not entities to be trifled with. After gathering opinions from various parties, the deputy director made the following decision. This minor stock player would be closely monitored from this point onward, ensuring that there was no possibility of him absconding with funds. Additionally, that very night, elite members of the economic investigation team would be dispatched in plain clothes to make contact with this individual to ascertain what he was truly up to, and subsequent actions would be determined based on their feedback. The timing of the evening was also quite strategic, avoiding any visibility that could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. After the meeting concluded, many privately felt that the deputy director was being overly cautious. After all, he was merely an inconsequential bluffer, so why the convoluted approach? This highlighted the distinction between grassroots operations and leadership. At a time that promotes economic development and stock investments, many matters are highly sensitive, and any negative repercussions could lead to criticism. However, certain sentiments were not appropriate for the deputy director to voice in the meeting. At 5 o'clock, the 888 suites announced their closure once more, and as the crowd gradually dispersed, a group of Westerners stepped onto the ascending elevator. A relaxed young man stood at the center, flanked by a lawyer on his left and a secretary carrying a bag on his right, followed by a silent short-haired bodyguard. This arrangement exuded an aura of authority, and upon reaching the 8th floor, those waiting to enter the elevator instinctively stepped aside. Upon arriving at the entrance, they found the door to the 888 suites already closed. Wang Tao was in the living room assisting Zheng Lei with tidying up the clutter on the coffee table. Hearing the doorbell, Wang Tao rushed over, opening the door while complaining. "Didn't we say we would close at 5? Boss, please do come earlier tomorrow." Standing at the forefront, the lawyer knocked on the door and retrieved a business card from his inner pocket, extending it courteously while stating, "I am a friend of Mr. Shen, and I drafted your contract. Kindly inform him." "Thank you." Wang Tao glanced outside. Having encountered numerous business magnates in recent days, he still sensed an unusual aura emanating from this particular guest. Accepting the card and casting a brief look, he nodded and replied, "Very well. Please wait a moment while I inquire with Mr. Shen." Wang Tao swiftly made his way to the bedroom and knocked on the door. "Xinga, there's a lawyer named Sun Xija here to see you." "Come in," Shen Jianxin replied. Upon entering, Wang Tao presented the business card and explained the situation regarding the visitor outside. Shen Jianxin examined the card, recognizing it as the lawyer he had consulted twice before. A faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "The hook has been set." Wang Tao, bewildered, inquired, "What?" Shen Jianxin offered no response. Stepping out of the bedroom to take a quick glance before instructing, "Lazy, we have esteemed guests. Call the hotel and request 5 cups of the finest coffee." "Understood." Subsequently, Shen Jianxin directed Wang Tao to open the door and usher the guests inside, while he positioned himself by the bedroom door, awaiting their arrival. When Wang Tao led the group into the living room, Shen Jianxin approached with a smile. "Lawyer's son, why didn't you call ahead? It would have made it easier for someone to greet you." Zheng Lei and Lu Yong were taken aback. When had the usually aloof Xiaogu Xian ever displayed such courtesy? Who was this lawyer? With Xiaogu Xian's current reputation, a mere meeting demanded a 10,000 yuan fee. And it was no exaggeration to say that even a casual remark could be as impactful as a storm passing through. Sun Xija felt a twinge of anxiety as he had arrived unannounced. Being turned away would be quite an embarrassment. However, not only was he welcomed inside, but he was also personally greeted in the living room with polite words, instantly enveloping him in a refreshing aura and enhancing his favorable impression of Shen Jianxin. With a beaming smile, Sun Xija introduced, "Mr. Shen, allow me to present this esteemed individual, Mr. Su Yifeng from Orange Red Trading Company." As Shen Jianxin turned to regard him, Su Yifeng offered a restrained smile and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Mr. Shen." Shen Jianxin reciprocated the handshake. "Ah, fish. You have finally arrived," he remarked. As the clock at the Bund Customs chimed the 7th hour, both men exchanged knowing smiles. The dynamic of hunter and prey had shifted the moment the knock resounded at the door. Chapter 30. The anticipated guest as a cunning strategist. Shen Jianxin was not one to choose his lawyer carelessly. Such a straightforward contract could easily be drafted by himself, as an ordinary individual devoid of power or influence. Merely possessing a name does not guarantee fortune. Even in the absence of calamity, trouble could easily arise. Thus, he had 2 considerations in seeking legal counsel. Should he be summoned for a team meeting, he would need a reliable advocate to assist him. In this era, mere legal jargon held little weight. Relationships were the true cornerstone of success. After conducting thorough inquiries, he had identified Sun Xija, a lawyer with both connections and a solid background. With this individual by his side, should any definitive evidence fail to materialize, Sun Xija could adeptly navigate him out of trouble. The cost of such services would be minimal, yet Shen Jianxin had long since ceased to lack for funds. The aforementioned is the first consideration, followed by the pivotal second consideration. Sun Xija, not yet 30, has managed to secure a position in one of the finest law firms and has garnered a certain level of renown in the bustling metropolis of Mo. This speaks volumes about his connections, which undoubtedly extend beyond mere legal circles. It implies that he is likely part of an elusive network. With this premise established, today's visit can be viewed as a calculated move by Shen Jianxin. As his reputation burgeons and the exorbitant consulting fee of 100,000 is willingly paid by numerous entrepreneurs, it is inevitable that Sun Xija's name will arise in casual conversations, perhaps even as a topic he himself willingly introduces within his circle. His choice to practice law rather than venture into lucrative business endeavors suggests that his background may not be of the highest echelon. Thus, within this sphere, he surely harbors aspirations to elevate his status and influence. Xiao Guxian, my friend. All his contracts are drafted by me. 100,000? A jest. I've never seen him spend a dime. The narrative broadly unfolds in this manner. Sooner or later, he will undoubtedly play the part he has meticulously crafted within this circle. Neither he nor the companion he brought, Su Yifeng, are aware that today's visit had been orchestrated since Shen Jianxin first sought Sun Xija's counsel at the law firm. The only uncertainty lies in whether Sun Xija brought Su Yifeng or Zhu Yifeng. Furthermore, Shen Jianxin is acutely aware that Sun Xija will not squander this opportunity. The individuals he chooses to introduce will certainly be among the most formidable he can access. This individual should be capable of providing substantial support in the forthcoming period. The sole challenge lies in establishing an equal footing in this engagement. Mr. Su, lawyer's son, along with 2 other friends, please have a seat and let us converse. Lazy, please have the hotel send up a few cups of coffee. Both Sun Xija and Su Yifeng express satisfaction with Shen Jianxin's demeanor. Apart from the bodyguard standing sentinel, the remaining 3 take their seats. Su Yifeng, clad in an imported shirt with 2 buttons undone at the collar, reclines casually with one leg crossed over the other, a hand resting on the back of the sofa. His hairstyle, neither long nor short, is tastefully styled, reminiscent of the suave looks of later generations. His attire strikes a balance between formal and casual, exuding a distinct attitude and affluence, largely derived from an innate sense of strength and confidence. Su Yifeng speaks, Mr. Shen. I run a modest business and have been friends with lawyer's son for many years. We happened to discuss you over lunch today. I learned that you are acquainted, so I asked him to facilitate this rather presumptuous visit. I hope you don't mind. Shen Jianxin responds courteously, not at all. I consider lawyer's son a friend, and it is a pleasure to meet Mr. Su. Good. Su Yifeng nods at his secretary, who opens the briefcase on the coffee table. However, we must adhere to Mr. Shen's protocols. This 100,000 will serve as my consulting fee. At this moment, a knock resounds at the door. Lu Yong, waiting outside, confirms through the peephole that it is the coffee delivery. He opens the door, takes the cart from the server, instructing them to wait outside, and wheels the cart into the room. Shen Jianxin greeted, let us first enjoy some coffee. I have yet to sample the offerings here, and I am uncertain if they will suit everyone's palate. Zheng Lei and Wang Tao approached to assist, placing cups of coffee before the group. Yet the bodyguard standing behind the sofa declined. Su Yifeng took a sip of his coffee and remarked, it is quite satisfactory. This must be the finest coffee at the Peace Hotel. Shen Jianxin followed suit, taking a sip before inquiring, are you also interested in discussing stocks, Mr. Su? Su Yifeng nodded, stating, indeed, I have heard that many seeking your counsel have ventured to Pengcheng. From the information I have gathered, it seems a rebound in Pengcheng is imminent. Shen Jianxin chuckled, since you are already aware, why come to ask me? Su Yifeng smiled, previously. I never placed faith in so-called experts, yet I have done some research on you. Your rise to prominence has been swift, though not merely recent. Many visited your small courtyard before, yet it seemed you did not encourage them to invest in stocks. Now, at this juncture, you suddenly set the stage and boldly charge 100,000. Thus, I believe you possess genuine skill. Shen Jianxin nodded, you flatter me, Mr. Su. In truth, I am no master, but I do feel quite confident this time. How so? The market rescue policies have been emerging, particularly the significant one from the 22nd of last month. Although Pengcheng is still declining, it is merely a result of emotional inertia. Given the resolute determination from above to stabilize the market, more robust policies will undoubtedly follow, persisting until the stock market experiences a comprehensive reversal. Current stock prices have plummeted excessively, having strayed far from their intrinsic value. The decision to buy now requires only one consideration. Su Yifeng, leaning forward, squinted and asked, what is that? All eyes turned to Shen Jianxin, who savored another sip of coffee and smiled. Unless our vast nation entirely abandons the stock market, the possibility of incurring losses upon purchasing now is negligible. Mr. Su, do you believe the nation would forsake it? A flicker of a smile crossed Su Yifeng's lips as he queried, is this your logical deduction? I have already outlined several logical points, yet this one is paramount. Grasping this insight is essential for holding long positions without being swayed by market fluctuations. Su Yifeng's expression grew serious. How long do you believe one can hold? At least until the end of this year. Very well, One last question. Why not invest in the Shanghai composite? Why direct them to Pengcheng? Do you anticipate a decline in the Shanghai index? Shen Jianxin shook his head. I do not believe it will fall. However, for a consulting fee of 100,000, I must ensure that clients have ample profit margins to recoup their investment. Pengcheng has dropped significantly, thus the probability of a rebound should be more favorable. Su Yifeng raised his coffee in salute. Thank you, Mr. Shen, for your enlightening insights. You are the first true master I have encountered. I am in admiration. Shen Jianxin, with a modest smile, replied, You overstate my abilities, Mr. Su. I wish you great success in your endeavors. Haha, thank you. Oh, please take this money back. Pardon? Su Yifeng's smile faltered as he looked at Shen Jianxin in confusion. Shen Jianxin remained steadfast, slowly articulating. Those who previously paid 100,000 do not qualify to ask questions. They may only draw a stock code from the jar. However, Mr. Su, you have posed too many inquiries. Su Yifeng tilted his head in contemplation, then smiled gently, acknowledging, indeed, today has yielded considerable rewards. As he spoke, he produced a checkbook and swiftly pinned a check for 200,000, tearing it off and handing it to Shen Jianxin, saying, Consider this additional 200,000 as my consultation fee, a token of my respect. I hope Mr. Shen will graciously accept it. Chapter 31. The police arrived. Shen Jianxin did not accept the check. Instead, he replied, Mr. Su has misunderstood. I do not find 10,000 insufficient. Rather, I never charge my friends for consultations. If Mr. Su is not inclined to maintain this friendship, let our previous conversation merely serve as a favor to Lawyer Sunday. Sun Sijia, who had remained silent, felt a jolt of surprise, his chest swelling with pride. He could hardly suppress a smile, and quickly interjected, Oh, why am I being dragged into your affairs? Besides, this is 30,000, which I cannot afford. Mr. Shen, please do not jest with me. Su Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Sun Sijia before turning to Shen Jianxin, stating, I certainly wish to befriend Mr. Shen. It is not in my nature to take advantage of friends. Your earlier words were immensely beneficial to me, so I insist you accept this money. Shen Jianxin chuckled. Since Mr. Su is so courteous, let us wait until your success is assured, and then you may distribute some bonuses. Su Yifeng did not press further, pocketing the check and remarking, Well, today has indeed broadened my horizons. It is rare to encounter someone who would forego 30,000. Mr. Shen, you are truly an extraordinary individual. Haha, I hope I have not caused you any amusement, Mr. Su. Su Yifeng then glanced at the time and proposed, Since you refuse the money, shall we at least share a meal together? Certainly, I happen to be quite hungry as well. Su Yifeng turned to his secretary and instructed, Please reserve a quiet table. Yes. The female secretary, Jiang Milan, retrieved a mobile phone and a notebook from her bag, preparing to step outside to make a reservation. However, just as she reached the door, a knock echoed through the room. Wang Tao hurried to open the door, only to find two unfamiliar individuals standing outside, a man and a woman. He frowned and inquired, Whom are you looking for? The man, dressed in a casual shirt with a leather bag tucked under his arm, appeared to be in his 30s, while the woman was considerably younger, likely in her 20s. With a neat ponytail, the man spoke, May I ask if Mr. Shen is available? I'm sorry, but Mr. Shen does not meet with guests after 5 o'clock. Wang Tao replied. The woman promptly retrieved her identification from her pocket, flashing it briefly and stating, We are from the Municipal Bureau and would like to inquire about some matters with Mr. Shen. Wang Tao was momentarily taken aback. No matter how he tried to play it cool, he was merely a 15-year-old boy, and having accompanied Shen Jianxin, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him upon seeing the national emblem on the credentials. Although Jiang Milan was surprised by this turn of events, she quickly understood. The operations of the small underworld faction had drawn considerable attention, and it was only natural for the police to intervene, given the daily intake of millions. Zheng Lei, noticing the commotion at the door, approached with curiosity and asked, What's going on, Xiao Tao? Brother Lei, 2 police officers have arrived, Wang Tao replied. Zheng Lei furrowed his brow, apprehensive as a thug, yet he knew he had to confront the situation regardless of his fears. He arrived at the door, pushing aside Wang Tao while casting a glance at him, and took a moment to glance at the identification in his hand, blocking the entrance as he inquired, Officers, how may I assist you? Lu Jianyu, having already presented her credentials, was vexed by the presence of this rather unrefined individual obstructing her way. With a stern expression, she declared, Do not impede official duties, step aside. Zheng Lei remained resolute, responding politely. Officer, we live in a society governed by law. Surely the police must adhere to procedure when conducting investigations? If you wish to enter, you ought to present your documentation. At this juncture, the man furrowed his brow and muttered, Zhenglei, is it? There are indeed a couple of assault cases we could discuss. Half a year ago, at the Oriental Charm Dance Hall, you led an attack resulting in 2 individuals sustaining minor injuries. Furthermore, 2 years ago on Huanghe Road, you incited a disturbance, leaving a certain fatty Huang with 2 stab wounds. Would you care to accompany me to the station for a chat? Zhenglei was taken aback, rendered speechless, as he had not anticipated that the first officer he encountered would possess such intimate knowledge of his past misdeeds. A few words from the officer sent chills down his spine, and he awkwardly stammered, well, officer. At that moment, Wang Tao intervened, alleviating the tension. Officers, Mr. Shen invites you inside. Zhenglei promptly stepped aside, relieved by the sudden easing of pressure. Inside the living room, Jiang Milan had already whispered to Su Yifeng about the situation outside. Although Shen Jianxin had anticipated that he would eventually be approached, he had not expected it to occur so swiftly, especially since his consultancy had only opened the day before. He turned to Su Yifeng and said, Mr. Su, my apologies. It appears our dinner plans must be postponed. Perhaps you and Attorney Sun could leave first, and we can reschedule. Su Yifeng remained seated, shrugging nonchalantly. It's quite all right. I would like to understand the situation. As he spoke, he turned to see the 2 officers had already been ushered in. Is that not Captain Li? He exclaimed, somewhat surprised to encounter Li Ling here. Li Ling, taken aback himself, had not anticipated running into Su Yifeng. He then shifted his attention to Lu Jianyu, who took the initiative, her expression stern. What brings you here? She demanded. Hey, the Peace Hotel is not an illegal establishment. My presence here is of no concern to you, Lu Jianyu retorted, crossing her arms and rolling her eyes skyward. Su Yifeng then directed his gaze back to Li Ling, inquiring, Captain Li, what brings you, the head of the economic investigation team, here personally? What is the matter? Li Ling smiled. Nothing serious. I'm just here to gather some information from Mr. Shen. Really nothing at all? Su Yifeng pressed. Li Ling nodded, affirming, indeed, nothing at all. Lu Jianyu interjected. Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry and leave. Do not obstruct our work. Oh, I quite enjoy sitting here. Is that a crime? Perhaps you would like to handcuff me? With that, Su Yifeng raised his hands in mock surrender. Lu Jianyu, incensed, clenched her teeth in frustration, while Li Ling gently tugged at her arm, whispering, focus on the matter at hand. He then approached Shen Jianxin, addressing him. Mr. Shen Jianxin, may I? Yes, Shen replied. I am from the Economic Investigation Team of the Municipal Bureau. Here is my identification. I would like to inquire about a few matters. Would it be possible for us to speak privately? Shen Jianxin glanced at the identification and nodded, asking, shall we do so here? Certainly, Li Ling affirmed. Shen Jianxin cast a glance at Su Yifeng, who was lounging with his legs crossed. Su Yifeng extended 2 fingers towards Secretary Wang Milan, who promptly offered him a cigarette and lit it. After taking a deep drag, he exhaled the smoke in Shen Jianxin's direction, saying, you all carry on with your conversation. Why are you looking at me? I'm merely resting here. Shen Jianxin smiled, turning to return the documents to Li Ling. Then, I would appreciate it if you both could join me inside. Rising, he instructed Zhenglei, please bring 2 cups of coffee for our officers, and also prepare some fruits and desserts for our guests. Understood. After giving his orders, he walked towards the bedroom, ready to face the inquiries of the 2 police officers. Just as they were about to follow him into the bedroom, Su Yifeng's peculiar shout rang out from behind. Cousin, Mr. Shen is my friend. Do show some courtesy. Shen Jianxin paused momentarily, while Lu Jianyu flicked her ponytail and glared back at him, silently cursing, scoundrel. Su Yifeng wore a mischievous grin, leisurely exhaling a puff of smoke. Chapter 32. The impulsive Lu Jianyu in the bedroom of the suite at the Peace Hotel. Shen Jianxin sat at the desk by the window, with the 2 police officers opposite him, their notebooks spread open in front of them. Li Ling got straight to the point. Mr. Shen Jianxin, I want to beat around the bush. Based on reports from the public and our preliminary investigation, it has come to our attention that during this period, you have received a substantial number of gifts at 31 Shuin Alley, and within these mere 2 days, you collected over 2 million in consultation fees. Is there any truth to this matter? Shen Jianxin nodded. Indeed, but I am quite curious. What law have I violated? What basis does the informant have for their claims? Li Ling smiled. We chose to come by in the evening to minimize any impact on you. although we have yet to uncover any illegal evidence. Your influence and the amounts involved are particularly significant. As the police, we must prevent any potential substantial losses to the public. Shen Jianxin nodded again. I comprehend this. Feel free to ask your questions. Very well, Li Ling replied, reviewing the prepared questions in his notebook before inquiring. According to our investigation, you do not have any trading account at the stock exchange. How can you confidently charge exorbitant consultation fees for stock recommendations? The first question was quite incisive, and Shen Jianxin understood that they had conducted their homework before arriving. He replied slowly, I believe that in the realm of stock trading, no theory or practice can definitively establish expertise. Results alone serve as the solitary standard for truth. Li Ling smiled. Mr. Shen, your statement holds merit. However, you still haven't directly answered my question. If you have never achieved any results, how can you substantiate the correctness of your consultations? Shen Jianxin responded. The absence of actual trading records does not imply a lack of stock research. Ever since the stock market was established in the Magic City, I have been attentively studying and have made numerous accurate predictions. Lu Jianyu interjected. If you have made accurate predictions, why didn't you invest? Shen Jianxin glanced at her and smiled slightly. A strategist does not enter the battlefield. Observing this cunning man, Lu Jianyu felt a surge of irritation. Li Ling maintained a composed demeanor as he recorded Shen Jianxin's responses, continuing to inquire. Very well, let's set that question aside for now. I have reviewed your testimony at Talankio. You have no familial ties to Shenhongba, correct? Indeed, Shen Jianxin replied. My cousin's daughter was in confinement, and she went to her in-laws to assist. I was asked to temporarily help out at the Shen residence. Who would have known that something would happen to Mr. Shen? I am at a loss as to how to tell my cousin that she is now without a patron. Li Ling narrowed his eyes and asked, Then why do rumors circulate that you are Shen Hongba's nephew? Shen Jianxin asserted, that is pure fabrication. How can they spread such nonsense? My uncle would be furious if he found out. He added, by the way, my uncle's name is Shen Danyu, and he cultivates vegetables in Pudong. Unmoved, Li Ling continued to scrutinize Shen Jianxin. So, Shen Hongba did not teach you stock trading? Well, it's not quite accurate to say he taught me, Shen Jianxin replied. I found the subject intriguing, so whenever he discussed stocks at home, I would attentively learn from the sidelines. Are you suggesting that you acquired stock trading skills from Shen Hongba? Shen Jianxin hesitated. I can't claim to have learned extensively, but I do possess a rudimentary understanding. Lu Jianyu could not contain herself, interjecting, with such limited knowledge, you dare charge clients tens of thousands? Shen Jianxin smiled slightly. Officer, I am a humble individual. The little knowledge I possess is worth the price to those clients. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, and it is not illegal, is it? Oh, and I have signed consultation contracts with all my clients. However, due to confidentiality clauses, if you wish to review them, please present an investigation order from the Municipal Bureau. Lu Jianyu felt a surge of distaste at his smile and retorted, Don't get too pleased with yourself. Do you think we won't expose your identity? Those clients will come flocking to demand refunds. Shen Jianxin's smile faded as he gravely warned, as a law enforcement officer, you should be aware that disclosing a citizen's personal information is unlawful. Moreover, if you accuse me of spreading rumors, please provide evidence. Playing tough, are we? I can uncover everything you've done within 3 days. Then we'll see what you have to say. Shen Jianxin furrowed his brow and retorted bluntly, if that is the case, I believe there is no longer any necessity for me to cooperate with you. If I have committed a crime, present your evidence and arrest me. But I must caution you, should any public incidents arise or if I incur significant financial losses due to this, the police will be held accountable. Lu Jianyu raised her eyebrows in indignation. Are you threatening the police? Do you think I wouldn't dare to arrest you? Shen Jianxin smirked dismissively and muttered something under his breath. Lu Jianyu, infuriated, demanded, What did you say? Repeat that. Shen Jianxin simply fiddled with his ear and shifted his body slightly, uninterested in engaging further. Lu Jianyu stood up, retrieving handcuffs. You will be handcuffed today. Li Ling quickly restrained her, advising, Xiao Lu, this is unnecessary. Lu Jianyu protested. Captain Li, you heard him. He insulted me, calling me a little girl. I am older than him by a year. What right does he have to demean me? Li Ling frowned. I did not hear that. Perhaps you misinterpreted. Shen Jianxin nonchalantly added, Officer Lu, it is inappropriate to slander the common people in front of our superiors. Lu Jianyu, infuriated, questioned, Do you dare swear to that? Shen Jianxin lowered his gaze. Captain Li, could this be a case of favoritism? As an officer of the municipal bureau, isn't it a bit naive? You, Li Ling interjected, raising his voice towards Lu Jianyu. Enough, Xiao Lu, stop causing a scene. Have you forgotten what Director Wang instructed us before we came out? Reflecting on the director's orders, Lu Jianyu regained some composure, yet felt a sense of injustice as her captain did not support her. She bit her lip and sat down, turning to glare at the wall. Internally, Li Ling was also somewhat uncomfortable. Based on his experience, he believed Lu Jianyu's analysis was correct. This individual seemed to be a deliberately crafted fraud. A 20-year-old with a middle school education, whose ancestors had been farmers for 5 generations, could suddenly become a stock market guru in less than a month? The reason he had not been taken in for questioning was due to Deputy Director Wang's instructions. As the head of the economic investigation team, Li Ling possessed a certain level of discernment and political awareness. Mr. Shun, Xiao Lu has just been assigned to the municipal bureau and is still unfamiliar with the procedures. If he has misspoken, I can offer an apology on his behalf. As soon as Lu Jianyu turned her head, she received a sharp glare from Li Ling, compelling her to face the wall once more. Shen Jianxin chuckled, no worries. It's understandable for young people to be a bit hot-headed. Lu Jianyu clenched her hands tightly around her clothing, muttering, bastard. Li Ling returned to the main topic. All right. Let us continue. According to our investigation, the clients who have consulted with you in recent days are involved in significant financial movements. And it appears that those we have investigated have all gone to Pengcheng. Are the stocks you recommend all listed in Pengcheng? Shen Jianxin squinted. I apologize. But that is a trade secret and a paid service. Lu Jianyu could no longer contain her frustration, this time not for herself, but because she felt the captain was being overly polite to someone so arrogant. Captain Li, this person is simply taking advantage of our courtesy. Hand him over to me. And within 3 days, I guarantee I will uncover evidence that he is a fraud. Chapter 33. Shen Jianxin's explanation had it not been for Su Yifeng's appearance. Shen Jianxin would have likely adopted a more low-key demeanor, speaking softly and avoiding conflict with the police. Now, with reinforcements present in the living room and Captain Li's attitude indicating that the police had no evidence, Shen Jianxin's stance naturally became much more assertive. Please leave, Shen Jianxin stated with a stern expression. I will take you back to the bureau now. Lu Jianyu stood her ground, caught in the middle. Li Ling felt somewhat awkward and first reassured Lu Jianyu. Xiao Lu, don't be impulsive. His arguments are not without merit. Those business owners have paid a consultation fee of 100,000, which does indeed qualify as a trade secret. After speaking, he leaned closer to her and whispered, your cousin Su has also consulted him. Lu Jianyu opened her mouth, racking her brain to respond. My cousin must have been deceived by this person. Li Ling, momentarily speechless, then thought of a countermeasure and continued, then you should inquire with General Su to confirm the details of his deception. Lu Jianyu's eyes lit up. Exactly. As long as my cousin identifies him, we will have him red-handed, and let us see how he tries to wiggle out of this. After speaking, he glared at Shen Jianxin through clenched teeth and said, you just wait. Shen Jianxin chuckled, you are quite clever. The mocking gaze and smile completely flushed Lu Jianyu with embarrassment. After shooting a fierce glance at Shen Jianxin, she took her notebook and went out to find Su Yifeng to record a statement. Li Ling, on the other hand, appeared much more seasoned. Based on Su Yifeng's earlier attitude, it was evident that Lu Jianyu would never obtain any incriminating testimony against Shen Jianxin from him. It was merely an attempt to keep her away to prevent any escalation of emotions. Once Lu Jianyu left, Li Ling sat down again, pulled out a pack of Hongmei cigarettes from his pocket, and offered one. Care for a smoke? Observing that the captain was quite dependable in his demeanor, Shen Jianxin accepted the cigarette graciously. Li Ling lit one for himself and for Shen Jianxin as well. As they shared a smoke, the atmosphere began to ease. Li Ling remarked, there is no one else here, so let me be frank with you. Your situation is under considerable scrutiny from above. It would be prudent for you to cooperate with us. Otherwise, we might have to charge you with suspicion of illegal business operations, and it would certainly be justified. Shen Jianxin did not dispute this and nodded. Captain Li, I have indeed been cooperative. I have answered your questions truthfully. Well then, why don't you enlighten me? Is there any credibility to the stocks you've recommended? Shen Jianxin took a deep drag from his cigarette and replied with heartfelt sincerity, my dear Captain Li, you've all misunderstood me. I am merely contributing to economic development. How could one suspect me of unlawful activity? Shen Jianxin continued earnestly, you work in economic investigations. You must have some understanding of economic policies, right? Isn't the country vigorously promoting the development of the stock market? Yet, here in Pengcheng, we've witnessed nearly a year of continuous decline. Whose face is being slapped here? As a model citizen, I encourage the public to believe in national policies and invest heavily in the stock market. Am I in the wrong? Li Ling fell silent, for he understood that this was precisely why they could not simply take Shen Jianxin away. Noticing his silence, Shen Jianxin retrieved a stack of contracts from the drawer and slammed them onto the table before him, saying, "Take a look for yourself. The framework of the agreements I provide to each client is identical. If the stocks I recommend fall and my clients incur losses, I refund my consulting fees entirely. To date, I have not collected a single cent. All funds are entrusted to Huang Mei, the owner of the Xinfeng Hotel, for supervision. Examine for yourself and see whether I am encouraging the public to invest in the stock market or swindling their money." Li Ling, with a grave expression, began to flip through the contracts. Although the names of the stocks varied, the terms of the contracts were consistent, confirming that Shen Jianxin had not lied. "The clients seeking my consultation are among the first batch to prosper since the reforms. They are influential business owners who initially ventured to invest heavily in the stock market. Once they reaped returns, did this not create a positive ripple effect? Currently, numerous favorable policies have been issued concerning Pengcheng. I am simply cooperating with the authorities to encourage business owners to respond to these policies and invest in Pengcheng's stock market. Yet you, the police from Modu, wish to label me as engaging in illegal business?" Li Ling hastily interjected, "Mr. Shen, please, do not be agitated. The Bureau remains exceedingly cautious regarding your matters. As you can see, I did not come to find you only at night. I merely wish to avoid causing you any negative repercussions." Outside the bedroom, Su Yifeng reclined on the sofa, indulging in a platter of fruits provided by the hotel. Lu Jianyu stood before him with her hands on her hips, her expression stern. "Will you speak or not?" Su Yifeng rolled his eyes. "How presumptuous! Who taught you to address your cousin in such a manner?" "I am currently on official duty, so do not bring up familial ties." "Oh, such bravado. Officer Lu seems rather impressive now. Do not jest with me. Confess the truth at once." "Confess what?" Su Yifeng retorted, bewildered. Lu Jianyu shifted the fruit platter aside, plopping down on the coffee table, and opened her notebook. Posing a serious inquiry, "Please recount how you were deceived by Shen Jianxin." Su Yifeng sat up in disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you serious? Stop wasting time." Rubbing his forehead in exasperation, Su Yifeng lamented, "I should have never let you enroll in the police academy. It has clearly muddled your mind. You, Su Yifeng, are pushing your luck. If you continue this way, I will inform Aunt about how you bully me." Su Yifeng, feeling exasperated, pleaded, "My dear little aunt, can you please behave? How have I bullied you? Your lack of cooperation in my work constitutes bullying." Fine, I concede. Just ask your questions." Lu Jianyu's spirits lifted as she inquired, "Now, tell me about your experience of being swindled." "I was not swindled. How can I recount something that did not happen?" "My foolish cousin, you still do not realize you were deceived. It appears I am your only savior. Now, explain how Shen Jianxin convinced you to pay him 100,000 yuan as a consulting fee." "I did not pay any money." Lu Jianyu paused, her brows furrowing as realization struck. Has the fraud not been completed? Did our arrival cause the crime to cease? Su Yifeng found her confusion amusing and chuckled. "I hardly understand what you are saying. If we are speaking of consultations, Mr. Shen indeed answered many of my questions. However, he did not take my money. I had intended to give him 300,000 because I had numerous inquiries, and I found his responses invaluable. Yet, he declined to accept it." Lu Jianyu's mind was utterly bewildered as she questioned, "Are you not lying? Why would I deceive you? Is he not mad? Why would he refuse 300,000? "Well, I cannot say. You should inquire with him yourself. Have a cup of tea first. Have you eaten dinner? If not, shall we share a meal together?" Lu Jianyu disdainfully pushed away the teacup her cousin offered and stated sternly, "Do not attempt to bribe a public servant." Chapter 34. Director Wang's decision. When the bedroom door swung open, Li Ling extended his hand. "Mr. Shen, thank you for your cooperation. I apologize for the disturbance today, but I may need to consult you further regarding pertinent matters." Shen Jianxin shook his hand. "No problem. Assisting the police investigation is my duty as a law-abiding citizen." "Very well, I shall not impose further. Goodbye." "Indeed, goodbye." Lu Jianyu was flabbergasted, rising to protest. "Captain Li." "This," Li Ling nodded at her. "Let us return first." But Li Ling tugged her towards the exit. "We shall discuss it outside." Su Lingfeng called out from behind. Cousin, will you not join me for a meal? Lu Jianyu turned her head and exclaimed in anger, Do not be so arrogant. I shall return. Laughing heartily, Su Lingfeng then turned to Shen Jianxin and inquired, Is there anything amiss? Nothing, just gathering some information, came the response. Su Lingfeng nodded, saying, If there's anything, do not hesitate to let me know. I still have some connections within the bureau. Thank you, Mr. Su, she replied. Do not mention it. Shall we proceed to dine now? Certainly. At the Peace Hotel. Li Ling hurriedly drove back to the bureau, where his superiors awaited his report. In the passenger seat, Lu Jianyu was indignant, feeling as though she had not extracted any useful information from her cousin, while the captain had already surrendered and retreated. Li, why are you being so courteous to that fraud? She questioned. Li Ling chuckled softly. Jianyu, you should not harbor such bias simply because he contradicted you. I cannot fathom how someone who was nobody just a month ago, someone who had never dabbled in stocks, suddenly transforms into a stock oracle. It is evident he is a fraud. Lu Jianyu retorted. Li Ling nodded gently. I once shared that sentiment, but after our recent conversation, my perspective has shifted somewhat. What perspective? She asked. I examined his contract and his own account of events. The situation may not be as dire as we initially presumed. How so? The contract stipulates that should the stocks he recommends decline rather than rise, he shall refund all consultation fees, and currently, all funds are held in trust by the proprietor of the new Phoenix Hotel on Huanghe Road. Huang Mei's establishment has invested millions and is renowned along Huanghe Road. Thus, based on this context, the likelihood of contractual fraud is considerably diminished. Lu Jianyu pondered this carefully before countering. That individual is exceedingly cunning. Even a novice could stumble upon success with such an agreement. As long as a stock appreciates, he stands to gain without risk. Li Ling conceded. That is indeed the case. Yet this scenario is undeniably lawful. He has clients who willingly trust him and have entered into a consulting agreement, with no illegal stipulations present in the contract. Therefore, from a legal standpoint, all his actions are compliant. Jianyu, as a police officer, you cannot merely define right and wrong based on moral grounds. I understand, but he is truly despicable. His tactics are unmistakably those of a con artist. Yet we find ourselves powerless against him. It is infuriating. Li Ling smiled. He has expressed a valid point. Which point? She inquired. Regardless of whether he is indeed committing a crime or whether he is a fraud, it ultimately hinges on the outcome. What if the majority of his consulting clients are profiting? How then can he be labeled a fraud? I cannot believe that. He is merely a lucky fool. Even if fortune favors him, there are surely many who have incurred losses. Li Ling shook his head. Not necessarily. If you can set aside your prejudices, you will find his discourse quite sophisticated. It is not merely a matter of junior high education. Many of his insights surpass those of university professors. Lu Jianyu reflected momentarily, then gritted her teeth. He must have undergone training as a con artist. Otherwise, those business owners would not have fallen for his tricks. Even my foolish cousin was left bewildered. I must inform my aunt about this matter. Upon returning to the bureau, Li Ling reported the findings of his inquiries to Deputy Director Wang, who oversees economic investigations. Deputy Director Wang, while perusing the inquiry records, listened attentively to Li Ling's assessment. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, What is your judgment? I firmly believe that Shen Jianxin's intention to profit from economic activities is evident. However, whether this involves fraud or illegal operations remains open to debate given the current circumstances. Both the content of the consultancy contract and the third-party fund custody are entirely compliant. Moreover, his emphasis on encouraging business owners to invest vigorously in the Pengqing stock market aligns with supportive economic policy. From our discussions, I discern that he possesses wisdom beyond his years, demonstrating a keen understanding of the law, the ability to create momentum, and a profound grasp of policy. If we were to arrest him without a complete chain of evidence, he might leverage his influence with those business owners, resulting in unpredictable negative repercussions. Deputy Director Wang nodded in agreement and further queried, What do you propose we do? After some thought, Li Ling responded, Since apprehending him is problematic, we must devise a strategy for close surveillance. Given the substantial sums involved, with consultancy fees alone amounting to several million, the funds he influences to enter the stock market could reach tens of millions. If anything were to go awry, the repercussions would be significant. Deputy Director Wang concurred. Indeed, we must take preventative measures. Not only should we closely monitor him, but we must also assign personnel to keep him under constant observation. Yes, he must remain within our sight 24 hours a day. You will return tomorrow to negotiate with him, and he must comply. Assign 2 experienced officers to follow him covertly around the clock. Li Ling acknowledged the order with a nod. Understood. I will take care of it. Both Director Wang and Team Leader Li turned in surprise to find Lu Jianyu, who had been silent, resolutely raising her hand. With righteous determination, Lu Jianyu declared, Director Wang, I firmly believe this individual harbors significant fraudulent suspicions. To protect the public from substantial financial losses, I request to undertake this surveillance task. I assure you I will gather evidence of his illegal activities. Deputy Director Wang's lips twitched, while Li Ling retorted sharply, This is absurd. You are a newly assigned female officer, still unfamiliar with the operations, and the subject of surveillance is male. This task is not suitable for you. Director Wang, rest assured. I will assign 2 experienced male colleagues. Just as Deputy Director Wang was about to acquiesce, Lu Jianyu countered, Team Leader Li, you underestimate female officers. I will not accept this. I am a graduate of Yinbei University of Political Science and Law, have undergone rigorous training, and am confident in my ability to accept and complete this task. Deputy Director Wang fell silent, and Li Ling maintained a stern demeanor. Comrade Lu Jianyu, I am your team leader. As a police officer, your foremost duty is to obey orders. Feeling overwhelmed by her superior, Lu Jianyu turned to Deputy Director Wang with a distressed expression. Director Wang, look, Team Leader Li is not giving me any opportunity for development. Attempting to defuse the tension, Deputy Director Wang awkwardly interjected, Ahem, Jianyu, Li Ling's point is not without merit. You are still new here and need to familiarize yourself with many procedures. It's not that I doubt your capabilities, but the surveillance subject is male, which indeed complicates matters. Lu Jianyu felt increasingly aggrieved, interrupting the director. All right. When I applied to join, I specifically requested to be part of the criminal police unit. Since Team Leader Li is not providing me with the opportunity to grow, I hereby formally request a transfer from the Economic Investigation Unit to the Criminal Police Team. Chapter 35. Zhang Guodong in a dilemma. Li Ling felt a sense of paralysis as he exchanged glances with Director Wang. Despite Wang's unspoken hints, he chose to remain silent. Damn it. If she were to take on a task, what if Shen Jianxin was a highly dangerous individual involved in a scam worth millions? The risk associated with such a mission would be exceedingly high. Yet, sending her to the criminal police team? The danger would escalate even further. Given the current situation, there were almost monthly homicides, and the number of violent crimes and fugitives was staggering. Cleverly, Li Ling opted for silence, allowing her to confront Director Wang. After all, he did not dare make this decision. Internally, Wang berated Li Ling but found himself powerless against him. He reluctantly took on the responsibility, saying, Jianyu, I must criticize you. How long have you been in the Economic Investigation Unit? Are you surrendering this quickly? How can I trust that you are a competent officer? I haven't. It's Captain Li who has given me the opportunity to grow. If you assign me this task, I will not fail in my mission. Wang turned to reprimand Li Ling. Do you see? Jianyu is an ambitious and promising officer. Since she is so confident, you must provide the new colleague with a chance to develop. Without training, how can one become skilled? Lu Jianyu exclaimed. Exactly. Li Ling stated. I have complete faith in Jianyu's abilities. I believe you can try this task. Lu Jianyu, filled with excitement, responded, Thank you, Director Wang. I will excel. However, Wang shifted his tone. I still need to reprimand you. Li Ling is only looking out for your best interests. He is your captain and responsible for you. How can you confront him so brazenly? And why do you so easily throw in the towel? Lu Jianyu quickly admitted her fault. I was anxious earlier. I apologize to Captain Li. That's more like it. The task can be entrusted to you, but you must ensure that all future actions follow orders. Can you commit to that? Yes, I promise to follow all directives. Wang nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you may step out to prepare. I will discuss the details with Li Ling. Yes, sir. Once Lu Jianyu exited, Wang glanced at the silent Li Ling and sighed helplessly, tossing him a cigarette from his drawer. You certainly have a knack for playing dead. Li Ling replied with a hint of grievance. What can I say? I never wanted her to come here in the first place. Keep your voice down. If she hears you, she will cause a scene again. Li Ling, feeling agitated, lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. So what now? Are we really sending her? What else can we do? Send her to the criminal police team? How will I explain that to Secretary Lu? Li Ling fell into silence. Wang pondered for a moment and then said, Let us request personnel from the criminal police team, the best among them. I'll authorize both to carry firearms. Li Ling scoffed. Is this a mission to surveil suspects or to protect the young lady? Wang slammed the table and scolded. Stop your bluster. If you're so bold, go tell Lu Jianyu and everyone else. Li Ling promptly backed down. Well, I'm not foolish. In a secluded courtyard of a modest house deep within a certain alley in the metropolis, a crowd swarmed. And the smoke was thick enough to obscure one's vision. A tablecloth, a deck of cards, and a pair of dice constituted a lucrative enterprise. Around a grand table, everyone was engrossed in a game of pai-gow gambling. Those unable to squeeze in from the outskirts stood on stools, using clips to toss banknotes into the fray. Each clip adorned with a numbered tag. The winnings, neatly secured within, were called out and handed to the gamblers. Zhang Guodong stood atop a stool, his undershirt thoroughly soaked with sweat, beads of perspiration glistening on his forehead, threatening to cascade down at any moment. The tension overwhelmed him, his hands trembling as he clutched the banknotes. Today, he had lost 2,000 yuan from the West, and after borrowing 3,000 from a loan shark, he was left with a mere 800. In a moment of desperation, he wagered it all, pinning every ounce of hope on this gamble. Fortune, however, did not abandon him entirely. From 800, it swelled to 1,600, which he bet again, only to see it double to 3,200. And once more he risked everything, watching it soar to 6,000. He had recouped his losses and even gained over 1,000. Yet, this was insufficient. His daughter's cleft palate surgery demanded over 10,000. This dire circumstance drove him to this underground casino, determined to stake everything on a final gamble. Drenched in sweat and anxiety, he resolved to go all in, silently vowing that if he won this last hand, he would repay the loan shark and scrounge for the remaining funds elsewhere. Heavenly Gate, he declared, securing all his money with clips and resolutely tossing it towards the dealer's position. Such a thick stack of banknotes drew the attention of many, for it was 1991. And even during the peak hours of the casino, the minimum bet was 5 yuan, with most players wagering 5 or 10. Zhang Guodong's 6,000 yuan bet was the highest single wager of the night. Bodhisattva, I implore you, grant me victory this final time. Save my daughter. Zhang Guodong closed his eyes, fervently beseeching the heavens. Yet, the deities did not favor him. He heard the dealer's harsh proclamation, 3 of a kind. All bets lost. In that instant, a wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to tumble from his perch. As he observed the thugs flanking the dealer, preparing to seize all the money on the table, his eyes reddened with despair. Just as he teetered on the brink of madness, ready to leap into the fray to reclaim his funds, a hand clasped his arm. Turning to see who it was, he found himself facing a figure known as Wolf, whose long hair cascaded over his shoulders. Come down, let us talk outside, he beckoned. Zhang Guodong hesitated, glancing at the 2 burly enforcers clad in black vests beside Wolf, but ultimately descended from the stool. Stepping outside into the courtyard, they were met with the ebb and flow of gamblers traversing the night, some exchanging nods with Wolf. Observing their positioning, it was evident they circled him. With a serious demeanor, he inquired, What do you want? I've already paid the interest for today. Wolf chuckled lightly. You earn only 160 yuan a month, losing 5,000 in one day. How do you plan to repay that tomorrow or the day after? That is my concern. I'll find a way to repay you, Zhang Guodong retorted, frustration bubbling within him. Stop with the nonsense. You've never been a gambler. Speak up. What is troubling you? Zhang Guodong hesitated, doubting the effectiveness of discussing his plight with these thuggish loan sharks. Wolf turned to his companions. You 2 go inside first. After the other 2 departed, the wolf seized Zhang Guodong with a fierce grip, hissing, Do you still wish to charge into the fray? Have you no regard for your life? Zhang Guodong protested, I did not. Do not speak so recklessly. The wolf retorted, Are you pretending? Do you think we are mere decorations? You dare harbor thieving intentions at Lord Xiao's venue? Even if you succeed, will you have a life to spend it? Releasing his grip, the wolf continued, Considering the time you took me to the hospital, I shall pretend I did not see this. Repay the money if you can. If not, just disappear. I no longer wish to see you. With that, the wolf turned to leave. Zhang Guodong found himself utterly destitute, unsure of how to exit this courtyard, let alone how to face his hopeful wife and ailing young daughter at home. The wolf halted him. Not leaving yet. I beg you, help me once more, lend me 5,000 to turn my fortunes around. You may set the interest. The wolf cursed, Damn it. You truly have lost your mind. What calamity has befallen you? I am at my wit's end. I have no other options. My daughter's surgery costs over 10,000. If we do not proceed with it now, her entire life will be ruined. Chapter 36. The Gathering of the Moguls in Pengcheng at a street-side stall. 2 bottles of Red Star Guo Tu and several small dishes lay upon a low table. The wolf inquired, Guodong. I hear you served as a soldier in the south for a decade? Indeed, Zhang Guodong replied. The wolf sighed. You have finally returned unscathed from the battlefield. Marrying at such an age, and only at 30 do you have a daughter, yet you find yourself in this predicament. Bitterness arose in Zhang Guodong's throat as he lifted his glass and drank deeply. I happen to have a job that could settle your debts and cover your daughter's surgical expenses. Will you take it? Zhang Guodong's eyes widened in desperation. I will. What if it involves taking a life? Would you still accept? A fierce struggle flickered in Zhang Guodong's gaze, like stars collapsing, shattering, and being reborn, ultimately culminating in resolute determination. I will. Very well. Your debts are settled as of now, and I will provide you with an additional 2,000 as a deposit. 5,000 for a severed hand, 10,000 for a leg. If you wish to avoid complications, a single job to extinguish a life will be 30,000. Complete the task and return to me for the remaining payment. I will provide the tools, but remember, if anything goes awry, you bear the consequences. Can you manage? From the moment Zhang Guodong made his decision, his expression shifted to one of calm detachment. In a hoarse voice, he asked, Whom shall I kill? The wolf smiled slightly. We shall meet here tomorrow night. I will furnish you with the tools and reveal your target. The war in the south had concluded after a month of direct combat. However, for over the next decade, sporadic skirmishes persisted. Zhang Guodong was among those who returned daily, fully armed and intact from that place. The wolf, who had once been gravely injured and left for dead on the roadside, had received a life-saving favor from Zhang Guodong, yet what he offered in return was a hunt. With 10 years of military service, armed for a decade, and having taken many lives on the battlefield, Zhang Guodong possessed a clean background, ensuring that if anything went wrong, no one could be implicated. Lord Xiao regarded him as the most suitable candidate for this task. The following morning, at the entrance of the Pengcheng Stock Exchange Hall, the atmosphere here is far less congested than at the bustling exchange in the metropolis, as the market has been persistently declining for nearly a year, leaving many investors in dire straits. Those who remain are hesitant to plunge into the fray. Amidst this backdrop, a considerable influx of affluent traders has arrived from the metropolis in recent days. Lu Tianrui arrived the night before last and expended all his resources by yesterday morning. His decision to stay was twofold: to observe the situation and to await the arrival of additional borrowed funds destined for the stock market. Having already risked his entire fortune, he felt that any minor gains or losses were inconsequential. As he approached the stock exchange with the funds hastily delivered from the metropolis, he encountered a familiar face ahead. It was Lao Qian. Accompanied by 2 imposing subordinates, Qianjun turned and, upon spotting Lu Tianrui, broke into a grin. Ah, Lao Lu, what a coincidence. Lu Tianrui thought to himself that this was no mere coincidence, but managed a cheerful facade. Why didn't I see you yesterday? I just arrived today. I was busy borrowing money yesterday. What about you? Qian replied, I just got here too. What are you planning to buy? Lu Tianrui shrugged. I haven't decided yet. I'm going to grab a couple of buns. I haven't had breakfast. Care to join? I've already eaten. You go ahead. With that, the 2 parted ways with forced smiles, each secretly cursing the other's duplicitous nature. However, by midday, as the market closed, a row of 20 bosses from the metropolis sat on the steps outside, each with a bun in hand, exchanging glances in silence, too fatigued to probe one another further. Behind them stood a line of burly bodyguards, each assigned to protect their interests. Qianjun called out, It's nearly 12:30. Which boss is treating us to lunch? Lu Tianrui chimed in. Anyone who has already made a profit should step up to treat. Don't think I can't see through your charade. Just then, a vehicle with a Metropolis license plate arrived at the entrance, followed by 2 Crown models. The driver exited and opened the rear door, from which Su Yifeng emerged, surveying the stock exchange sign and scanning the crowd with a smile. Removing his sunglasses, he exclaimed, What a delightful surprise to encounter familiar faces in this foreign land. Su Zong, the esteemed Su boss has arrived. The bosses on the steps rose in unison. In the corner, Huabeo stared intently at the emblem of the vehicle, vowing silently to earn enough in the stock market to own a similar car. Su Yifeng exchanged pleasantries with the group before glancing at his watch. It seems we'll have to wait until this afternoon to enter the market. Let us head out. Everyone, today, I'll treat you all to a modest meal. Haha, I was hoping to hear those words from you, Suzong. Such generosity from you. As Su Yifeng began to lead the group to a nearby restaurant, he noticed someone still seated on the steps and squinted, saying, "That person appears to be from the metropolis as well. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." Lu Tianrui turned to look, waved, and called out, "Abeo, come on. Su boss is treating us. Let us go together." Afterward, he quietly informed Su Yifeng, "This is Abeo, a trader in foreign trade. He is doing quite well and is a local talent from the metropolis." Hu Abeo rose and jogged over, politely greeting, "Hello, Mr. Su." Su Yifeng nodded. "There's no need for formality. We are all fellow townsfolk. We should stand together when away from home." "Indeed," came the reply. "Let us go have a bite together." "Sure." As time progressed, an increasing number of affluent entrepreneurs from the Magic City ventured into Pengcheng, recklessly investing millions in a frenzied buying spree. Conversely, Huang Mei's younger brother, Huang Qiming, typically maintained a low profile, leading many to be unaware of his existence. He operated independently with his own associates, and unbeknownst to others. This young man was acquiring stocks worth over 2 million daily, amassing a staggering 5 million within just 2 days. Unlike other businessmen from the Magic City who placed all their bets on a single stock, he diversified his investments, with all stocks aside from Pudong being uniformly distributed. Were it not for the substantial amounts involved, even those who observed his trading activities might remain oblivious to his intentions. As for Su Yifeng, he was even more enigmatic. He arrived from the Magic City with 3 vehicles laden with 8 large boxes, all filled with cash. Yet, he had not opened an account himself. Instead, he entrusted all this money to a local investment firm in Pengcheng. No one knew which stocks he had purchased or the quantities involved. On September 6th, due to the influx of numerous big shots from the Magic City, the Pengcheng stock market had already recorded over 10 million in transactions for 2 consecutive days. This afternoon, spurred by Su Yifeng's entry, the transaction volume even surpassed 20 million. It is noteworthy that, during a prolonged market slump, the daily trading volume in Pengcheng had been less than 2 million a month prior. Perhaps only by witnessing these figures can one truly grasp the weight of money in this era. However, it was peculiar that despite the surge in trading volume over 2 days, the stock market continued to decline. With the Pengcheng government releasing favorable policies almost daily since the beginning of September, coupled with the influx of wealthy entrepreneurs, how could the market still be falling? When Shen Jianxin, holding a mobile phone, heard Su Yifeng's concerns, he merely smiled faintly. "It's just a matter of matched orders to accumulate shares. But it will surely reach a turning point. The higher-ups will not permit certain individuals to continue suppressing the stock prices. A significant rebound will occur within 3 days." Chapter 37. 2 new employees. September 6th marked the last decline of the Pengcheng stock market in recent days and also the final day for Shen Jianxin's consulting business. On this day, an announcement was posted at the entrance of the Peace Hotel, stating that all consulting services would cease from around 5 p.m. This was the final wave of hunger marketing. Those entrepreneurs still hesitating after 3 days would have to make a decisive choice: either pay immediately or walk away. This last opportunity proved immensely profitable, as throughout the afternoon, the door to Shen Jianxin's room opened and closed repeatedly, with one eager client after another seeking to strike it rich. As dusk settled, Xiao Hage escorted the last client out and announced that they would now close the doors to new visitors, only receiving those who had already paid. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Li Ling, who had been waiting downstairs for some time, arrived at room 888 with Lu Jianyu and another officer, knocking on the door. Having visited the previous day, Wang Tao announced their arrival, opening the door to let the 3 in and guiding them to the bedroom. Upon discerning their intentions, Shen Jianxin furrowed his brow and cast a glance at the 2 individuals behind Li Ling. Lu Jianyu held her head high, almost suppressing a scoff. "Captain Li, I am willing to cooperate with the Municipal Bureau. However, could we possibly change the personnel? I fear that having a female colleague may not be convenient." Lu Jianyu immediately exploded. "What do you mean by that?" Shen Jianxin replied with a smile. "It is of no particular significance. But I would prefer the company of 2 male colleagues for the sake of my 24-hour personal protection." "You are discriminating against women," Lu Jianyu retorted. "You see, you are quick to incite gender conflict." "Captain Li, since I am not a criminal, I hope that the Bureau will assign someone who can respect and cooperate with my daily work. The temperament of Officer Lu might cause significant disruptions to my work and life, and I hope the Bureau can take my feelings into account and assign someone else. Li Ling, with a furrowed brow, thought to himself, do you think I want to assign her? My superiors are already at their wits' end with her. Lu Jianyu scoffed. Do you think this is up for discussion? The Bureau has already made a decision. I am here to monitor you. Should you dare to break the law, I will be the first to arrest you. Shen Jianxin smirked slightly, disinterested in further engagement, and turned to Li Ling with a serious demeanor. If that is the case, I must explicitly inform you that I refuse to cooperate and will not accept any form of surveillance. If the police believe I am problematic, then they should present evidence to apprehend me. However, I must emphasize that the stocks I recommended for purchase in the Pengqing stock market have already exceeded 30 million, with even more expected in the coming days. If I were to be taken into custody at this critical juncture, any ensuing consequences would necessitate accountability from your police force. You. Lu Jianyu was about to erupt, but Li Ling interrupted her sternly. You and Comrade Wang Wei should step outside. Observing Li Ling's grave expression, she could only glare angrily at Shen Jianxin before exiting the bedroom with the other officer. Once they were gone, Li Ling forced a smile and gently remarked, Mr. Shen, please do not take offense. The young lady is new to the police force and may not fully grasp social nuances, but she possesses a good heart. Shen Jianxin retorted. I fail to see what is so good about her. Ah, but isn't General Su your acquaintance? In light of his connections, it would be unseemly to dismiss her outright. Shen Jianxin shook his head. General Su himself informed me that his cousin is quite fierce, and I fear for my safety. What if she were to take offense and shoot me one day? You jest, Mr. Shen. That is highly unlikely. Regardless, I will not accept her presence here. Seeing Shen Jianxin's unwavering stance, Li Ling reluctantly produced a newspaper and handed it to him. Shen Jianxin, puzzled, accepted it and observed a report stating, yesterday, Secretary Liu of the Municipal Political and Legal Affairs Committee visited the Pudong branch to guide joint defense efforts. Attendees included. Shen Jianxin fell silent for a moment and muttered, the moment Officer Liu entered yesterday, I felt a breeze of righteousness wash over me. I swear she must be a commendable officer of the people. Li Ling retrieved the newspaper and tucked it back into his pocket. Patting Shen Jianxin on the shoulder, I will have a word with Officer Liu later, encouraging her to refrain from causing you any trouble. However, Shen Jianxin raised his head and declared in a resounding voice, please rest assured, Captain Li. I understand that Officer Liu is only looking out for my best interests. I will certainly cooperate with her efforts and embrace her guidance for my personal transformation, striving to become a valuable member of society as a youth of the new era. Li Ling's lips twitched slightly, thinking to herself, is he being a bit theatrical? All right, just wait for me a moment. I'll step outside to speak with her. Thank you for your trouble, Captain Li. As Shen Jianxin watched Li Ling depart from the bedroom, his brow gradually furrowed. He had initially assumed that Su Yifeng's younger cousin would possess some influence, but he was surprised by the extent of her significance. However, he was not overly concerned that this young lady would cause him any trouble, as he was not truly engaged in any illicit activities. A clean conscience fears no shadows. Yet, given her temperament, it seemed the days ahead might be somewhat troublesome. Li Ling genuinely took the time to persuade Lu Jianyu, informing her that Shen Jianxin was not a criminal suspect and should not be treated as such. Lu Jianyu accepted this entirely, though her internal thoughts remained unknown. Eventually, Li Ling brought the two into the bedroom to discuss matters with Shen Jianxin. From this moment on, Wang Wei would serve as Shen Jianxin's driver and bodyguard, while Lu Jianyu would become his personal secretary. When Li Ling made this arrangement, Shen Jianxin refrained from mocking her and merely glanced at Lu Jianyu. What are you looking at? Are you suggesting I am unworthy of being your secretary? Shen Jianxin protested. Officer Liu, I haven't said anything, all right? Humph. Your eyes betray you. Do you, a mere high school graduate, look down upon me, a university graduate? I do not. It's best you keep it that way. Just focus on your role as my boss, but be wary not to give me any incriminating evidence of your wrongdoing. Shen Jianxin retorted, Officer Liu, how about you take on the role of boss, and I'll be the secretary? With your aura, it's hard for anyone to see you as a secretary. Lu Jianyu countered, that's only because I haven't officially begun my duties yet. Just attend to your own matters, and I assure you, I will manage just fine. Very well, you may take your time to adjust. Should any issues arise, feel free to reach out to me. I'll take my leave now. Li Ling observed the situation with exasperation, greeted them, and swiftly departed. Shen Jianxin gazed in silence as Li Ling hurried away, then turned to the two uninvited new employees. Feeling a headache coming on, May I inquire how the two officers plan to proceed? I presume you want to be watching over me while I sleep? Lu Jinyu responded. That is not necessary. However, aside from sleeping, wherever you go and whomever you meet, both Wang Wei and I must accompany you. Shen Jianxin asked. And where do you intend to sleep? If you have no other arrangements, we can lay out bedding in the living room. Shen Jianxin felt a pang of anxiety. Could they truly expect the daughter of the political and legal committee secretary to sleep on the floor? How about this? There is another bedroom next door. Either of you can stay there, and I'll arrange for another room if needed. We can sort out the rest tomorrow. Chapter 38. When the money runs out. It naturally comes. On the same night, the executives of the Pingqing Stock Exchange were also engaged in a late-night meeting. The exchange has been operational for nearly a year. Yet the stock market continues its downward trajectory. Even with the recent announcement of numerous favorable policies, the market remains in decline. At this juncture, they have amassed 200 million in capital, poised to intervene and stabilize the market. However, this sum is modest, prompting them to refrain from publicizing their intentions. Of course, this is a retrospective analysis. There may also be an underlying strategy to accumulate shares discreetly. Throughout the annals of stock market history, it is evident that all support funds typically purchase shares before making any public announcements, securing their assets prior to disseminating positive news. Thus, from an objective standpoint, it is challenging to ascertain whether this is a protective measure or a tactical accumulation, or perhaps a combination of both. Currently, the management of the Pingqing Exchange is presented with a substantial boon. A significant number of affluent business owners from the metropolis have been persistently acquiring shares of Pingqing stock over several days. This has greatly bolstered the confidence of the exchange's management team. The general manager has resolved that once the 200 million enters the market, news of these affluent investors trading in Pingqing will be disseminated through newspapers to further uplift market sentiment. In truth, the recent surge in trading volume has already imparted a positive influence on the confidence surrounding the Pingqing stock market. This marks the inaugural flutter of the butterfly effect instigated by Shen Jianxin, though the future implications remain uncertain. At the entrance of the Peace Hotel's 888 suite, Lu Tianrui, who has expended all his ammunition, returns as per their agreement, only to encounter a notice affixed to the door stating that consultation services have been suspended. It is no wonder the previous queue of people has dissipated, though a number still arrive to seek information. Lu Tianrui glances at the door, where Wang Tao continues to greet visitors. Boss Lu, you're back. Please, come inside. After entering, Lu Tianrui inquires, is Mr. Shen in? He has stepped out. Where did he go? It seems he went shopping. He instructed the returning business owners to come back in the afternoon. Shopping. Nanjing Road, Fashion Building. Seated in a women's clothing store, Shen Jianxin adjusts his newly purchased gold-rimmed glasses, while Zheng Lei stands beside him, hands laden with shopping bags. Shortly, the fitting room door across from them swings open, revealing Lu Jianyu, her face flushed. Despite her earnest attempts to pull down the form-fitting dress, it fails to conceal her fair legs. Bastard! I refuse to wear such a garment. As she storms out, ready to reprimand Shen Jianxin and reject the so-called work attire, he preempts her, turning to Zheng Lei and remarking, I hadn't anticipated Miss Lu to possess such elegance. A mere change of attire transforms her into a metropolitan elite. Zheng Lei nods in agreement. Indeed, I encountered a Hong Kong businessman recently, and I felt that even his secretary paled in comparison to Miss Lu's fashion sense. As Lu Jianyu approaches, Shen Jianxin pivots to address the attendant standing nearby, asking, do you have stockings imported from Hong Kong? Such professional attire must be complemented with stockings for optimal appearance. Yes, we do. Then please bring a dozen for Miss Lu to try on. The attendant turns and inquires, Miss Lu, what is your shoe size? Lu Jianyu expressed, I merely wish to try and see how it looks. I have never worn stockings before. After her response, she momentarily set aside her retorts towards Shen Jianxin, curiosity piqued by their compliments. She turned and approached the mirror for a closer inspection. Oh dear, it does seem quite appealing. The desire for beauty is inherent in every woman. She found herself genuinely fond of this outfit and contemplated purchasing it. However, upon glancing at the price tag of the shirt, she was taken aback. $8.80 for a shirt? This little girl is dizzy. My internship salary is only 120. At that moment, the sales clerk approached Lu Jianyu with several pairs of stockings in hand, and she firmly stated, I won't try them on. I cannot afford them. Shen Jianxin began his persuasive tactics. Oh, come on. This is work attire, and the company will reimburse it. Lu Jianyu remained resolute. You shall not bribe me. But this is not a gift to you. When you leave the company, the work attire must be returned. Should it be damaged, you will have to compensate me. Lu Jianyu hesitated. Really? Of course. The clothes I purchase are my property, and they are only to be worn during your working hours. Be careful not to ruin them. Wang Wei will also have work attire. Not just you two. All my subordinates will have them. Just imagine. If everyone else appears presentable while you two look like country bumpkins, it will be obvious that something is amiss with you. Finally, Lu Jianyu was persuaded. Everything was for the sake of work coordination. After she entered the changing room to don the stockings, she was presented with an additional outfit, high heels, earrings, a handbag, and perfume. Initially, Lu Jianyu rejected the offer, but Shen Jianxin gradually convinced her with the same rationale, even using Wang Wei, who was taken by Lu Yong to shop. As an example, everyone knows that once a boundary is crossed, the distinction between once and countless times becomes blurred. After a morning of shopping, Shen Jianxin had nearly exhausted all his funds. The remaining amount of over 10,000, along with the 8,000 left from Zheng Lei's purchase of a mobile phone, was spent entirely. The 2 mobile phones and the current shopping expenses were all drawn from the 150,000 Zheng Lei had provided. What is this called? It is akin to spending your money while you remain utterly devoted to me. In essence and behavior, Shen Jianxin's actions were not dissimilar to those of a swindler. The only difference perhaps lies in the outcome, which remains uncertain. The vehicle was still the second-hand Cadillac borrowed from Zheng Lei. Due to the prolonged borrowing period, the friend had complained several times, leading Zheng Lei to reluctantly give 1,000 from the 3,000 Shen Jianxin had provided as interest to the friend as rental fees. The remaining 2,000 were also given to Lu Yong's family. Thus, although he and Lu Yong were both adorned in new, spirited clothing, their pockets were alarmingly empty. Wang Wei had taken the driver's seat, and to avoid crowding Shen Jianxin, he and Lu Yong opted to take a taxi behind. He pondered in his mind when Boss Shen would purchase a car, as this second-hand Cadillac was evidently not befitting Boss Shen's stature. Unbeknownst to him, in the Cadillac ahead, Boss Shen's pocket was similarly scant, with only a few coins remaining. However, Shen Jianxin remained entirely unperturbed. Acquiring money was a task far too simple for him at this juncture. Thus, he instructed Huang Mei to invest all the funds received into the stock market, fully aware that with a mere flick of his wrist, countless individuals would flock to offer him money. Yet, he miscalculated. It was unnecessary for him to beckon, as the influx of money was overwhelming. Rumor had it that the small stock ferry ceased operations after merely 3 days, leaving those who had not entered the market restless throughout the night. Visions of those who had made their entrance filling their minds as they imagined boxes of cash being collected. Zheng Lei's mobile phone rang. Hello? Lazy. It's your Aunt Chui Fun. Auntie, are you looking for Lu Yong? He's right beside me. I'll have him take the call. No need. Auntie is looking for you. What is it? Zhang Cuifan stood at the entrance of a convenience store, holding the phone, and upon glancing up, she saw neighbors from all around displaying identical obsequious smiles. Never in her life had she felt so significant. She instinctively straightened her posture, her tone becoming a touch firmer. Auntie simply wishes to inquire if you could assist her with some investment in the small stock ferry. At the same time, a knock echoed at the door of room 888 in the Peace Hotel. Wang Tao, guarding the home, shouted from the living room, "Who is it?" "It's your father." When Wang Tao opened the door, his astonishment caused the apple in his mouth to fall to the ground. Outside stood a multitude of neighbors from Shuin Alley, a crowd far exceeding expectations, mixed with distant relatives and friends. Much like the scene with Zhang Cuifan, the faces of those outside unconsciously bore flattering smiles. Wang Zhangwo pulled his son aside and whispered, "Is AXI in here?" Chapter 39. Registering the company. After completing his shopping, Shen Jianxin intended to register his company. With Sun Sijia already paving the way for him, all he needed to do was show up. At that moment, his mobile phone rang, revealing a call from Wang Tao at the Peace Hotel. Upon learning of the situation, Shen Jianxin pondered briefly before responding. "Have your father and Xuanhua's father wait for me in the living room. Ask the others to return home and await news, as I cannot converse with such a large crowd." For the first time, Wang Tao displayed a hint of vulnerability. "AXI, what if they refuse to leave? I am at a loss." Naturally, Shen Jianxin understood Wang Tao's predicament. These were indeed his uncles and aunts, and he felt powerless. "In that case, have your father come in to listen to the call." "All right, please hold on." Before long, Wang Zhangwo's voice came through the line. "AXIN, it's your uncle Zhangwo. Uncle Jangwo, please inform everyone that having so many people here is detrimental. Today I allowed them all to enter, but tomorrow the Peace Hotel will be besieged by crowds. I am aware of their needs and will not forget anyone. You and Uncle Dakian shall remain as representatives. Ask the others to return home and await news. After our discussion, you can convey the information to them. Otherwise, I will find it impossible to leave. Understood, I will speak to them right away. After hanging up, Shen Jianxin instructed, Wang Wei, head to Huanghe Road. We shall dine. Understood. Shen Jianxin then dialed another number. Sun Lu, it's me. Mr. Shen, how can I assist you? This afternoon, I have some matters to attend to regarding the registration of a company, and I may need to delegate these tasks to someone else. Jing Wu Xiao inquired if Gang Xian was available for lunch. Perhaps we could invite friends from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to join us for a casual meal? Sun Xija, unable to contain his excitement, immediately responded affirmatively, asking, where shall we go? It is well known that the most sought-after topic in the bustling metropolis is the small stock deity. Merely meeting them often costs 10,000. Just imagine the value of a meal hosted by such a figure. This would certainly elevate one's social standing immensely. Let us meet at the New Phoenix on Huanghe Road. Simply mention that you are my guest upon arrival, and the staff will escort you upstairs. Sounds good. But what if my pockets are empty? In that case, we shall simply charge it to New Phoenix. Not only can we sign the bill there, but we can also enjoy a delightful meal. Why not? A quick call was made to New Phoenix to reserve a table. Huang Mei had already instructed that whenever Shen Jianxin dined there, a private room would always be available, and the cost of the meal was never a concern. Originally, Sun Xija's acquaintance at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau was a mere section chief. Upon hearing that the small stock deity was treating to a meal, he promptly had an idea and knocked on the door of the stock-loving deputy director's office. The deputy director, without even bringing along a secretary, discreetly took a cab with the section chief to New Phoenix. Wang Rukin personally greeted Shen Jianxin at the entrance. Recognizing the deputy director from a previous encounter when she had assisted Huang Mei at the Industrial Bureau, she kept this recognition to herself and courteously led the deputy director to the top-floor private room. Sun Xija, who had arrived earlier, was engaged in pleasant conversation with Shen Jianxin. Upon seeing his friend accompanied by the deputy director, he was momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped the underlying significance. It turned out that his small favor had inadvertently allowed this clever individual to gain a favor in return. He chose to remain discreet about it and stood to welcome them, saying, Director Zhao, what brings you here personally? Zhao Sipin responded with a warm smile. Haha. Xiao Zhang mentioned that your friend needs assistance with company registration and insisted that I come over to provide some guidance. Section Chief Zhang added, Indeed. I am not very familiar with how to proceed with a consulting firm, so I could only invite Director Zhao for his expertise. After a round of pleasantries, Sun Xija introduced Shen Jianxin, but refrained from mentioning his identity as the small stock deity, and the officials from the bureau did not reveal it either. Both parties were aware, but chose to remain taciturn. During the meal, Director Zhao amiably discussed the various types of companies Shen Jianxin intended to register, genuinely offering business advice. However, after a few drinks, he could not resist inquiring about the stock market. Shen Jianxin, maintaining an air of mystery, only cryptically replied with 2 words, bull market. In the eyes of someone like Zhao Sipin, the more enigmatic one appeared, the more profound they seemed. One must understand that in this day and age, even masters of Qigong can be esteemed guests, let alone the genuine stock deities. After mentioning the term bull market, Shen Jianxin refrained from further discussing stocks, and Zhao Sipin picked up on this signal, choosing not to press further. The atmosphere during the meal was amicable. They became acquainted with one another, yielding a fruitful encounter. Shen Jianxin had established a connection with a deputy-level official, which would undoubtedly assist in future compliance matters for his company. Meanwhile, Zhao Sipin had made the acquaintance of a small stock deity, which served as a valuable asset, whether for personal investment or as a topic of conversation. After finishing his meal, Shen Jianxin casually signed his name on the document before slipping away. He instructed Zheng Lei to follow the personnel from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register 3 companies in his name, 1 for consulting, 1 for finance, and 1 for trade. Meanwhile, he returned to the Peace Hotel. Once in the car, Shen Jianxin curiously inquired, Secretary Liu, why did you seem somewhat unhappy during dinner? Was the food not to your liking? The words collusion between officials and businessmen, corrupt elements, coldly uttered made him instantly lose interest in further conversation. Upon returning to the Peace Hotel, he noticed a considerable number of people in the corridor. Upon seeing Shen Jianxin, they quickly gathered around. Mr. Shen, you're back. Mr. Shen, I just returned from out of town today. May I consult you? Money is no object. Xian, do you remember me? I held you when you were little. With such a diverse crowd, Shen Jianxin could only respond with a smile as Wang Wei adeptly shielded him from the throngs. They squeezed their way into the suite, where Wang Wei stood at the door, pushing the people away before closing it. Lu Jianyu finally managed to enter and remarked, "You are rather unfeeling, aren't you? That old lady claimed to be your relative, and you kept her outside?" Shen Jianxin's lips twitched slightly. "Do you believe that in this city, my relatives have multiplied by dozens?" Lu Jianyu's mind momentarily froze at the thought. Shen Jianxin sighed, shaking his head. "Human relationships aren't that simple. While I can allow a few people in now, tomorrow there will be hundreds more downstairs. How could I possibly attend to them all?" After pondering, Lu Jianyu refrained from further argument but displayed her displeasure by turning away, using the back of her head as a response. Xian is back. In the living room, Wang Zhangwo and Zhang Daqian both stood up. Shen Jianxin smiled and approached them, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Secretary Lu, please call the hotel and have something sent up." He spoke nonchalantly, but it seemed Lu Jianyu was momentarily taken aback, standing there in a daze. Shen Jianxin immediately adopted a stern expression. "What are you daydreaming about? Did you not hear me ask you to order food?" Zhang Daqian quickly interjected, "No need. We've already had the biscuits on the table. We're not hungry." Only then did Lu Jianyu realize she had truly become a secretary. She glanced at Wang Wei, determined to fulfill her duties without showing weakness to her colleagues. Regardless of how disagreeable he was, she resolved to complete her task first and settle the score later. Thus, she gently nodded, "Yes, I will call right away." Satisfied, Shen Jianxin nodded and turned to the two gentlemen, saying, "Uncles, please have a seat. What brings so many of you to me?" Wang Zhangwo and Zhang Daqian exchanged glances before speaking. "We all discussed it and would like to invest our money with you for interest. How does that sound?" Shen Jianxin nodded. "Of course, that sounds fine." "Absolutely not." The crowd was taken aback, turning to see the righteous Lu Jianyu. Realizing her current role as a secretary, she cleverly switched tactics and pouted, "Boss, what you're proposing is illegal fundraising. It's against the law." Wang Wei, who had been standing confidently, suddenly trembled. Shen Jianxin also shivered at her words. The young girl seems to possess some talent for development. Chapter 40. Illegal fundraising? Little girl, one may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. What illegal fundraising? This is clearly voluntary investment on our part. Before Shen Jianxin could utter a word, Wang Zhangwo had already become agitated. Zhang Daqian hurriedly chastised, "Xian, where did you find this secretary? She seems quite unreliable. You should dismiss her at once. If not, let my Chunhua assist you. After all, serving tea and water is no trouble, and Chunhua is quite diligent." Lu Jianyu genuinely believed she was cautioning them against being deceived, yet instead, she faced a barrage of criticism, causing her charming face to darken instantly. However, as she was the secretary and there were outsiders present, she refrained from speaking too harshly. Feeling quite stifled, Shen Jianxin reassured, "In fact, Secretary Lu does have a point. A few individuals may not pose a problem, but when the numbers swell, it indeed ventures into illegal territory." Lu Jianyu promptly nodded in agreement. At that moment, Wang Zhangwo and Zhang Daqian realized that this little secretary was clearly in cahoots with the boss. Zhang Daqian exclaimed, "Xian, you've truly made it big now. Does that mean what was said before no longer holds weight?" Wang Zhangwo immediately followed, "Xian, one must not forget one's roots. As for others, I don't care. But you must accept my family's funds." Shen Jianxin smiled and replied, "Of course it still counts. However, as you both are aware, there are many seeking my attention outside. So we must establish some rules. Otherwise, it would descend into chaos. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Daqian nodded. "That is indeed true. What sort of regulations do you have in mind?" Shen Jianxin's lips curved into a smile. "Well, that depends on whether you two gentlemen wish to take charge of the proceedings." Curious glances were exchanged between Zhang Daqian and Wang Zhangwo, and Shen Jianxin continued nonchalantly. "I previously stated that once I succeeded, I would ensure that the street interviewers prosper alongside me. I mentioned sharing 3 points of profit. And though I am no longer in need of money, I have not forgotten my promise to the street interviewers. However, given that my consulting fee is now 100,000, would it be appropriate for me to issue a few hundred or thousand in IOUs to everyone?" Although the two men found Shen Jianxin's reasoning sound, they were aware that everyone was preparing to invest their entire fortunes in him, without any IOUs. How could any family sleep soundly at night? Yet, they hesitated to voice this concern, for they were the ones seeking Shen Jianxin's assistance, not the other way around. Thus, Shen Jianxin declared, I plan to select 2 individuals from Shuin Alley to establish a company. I will sign a loan agreement with this company in its name, with interest remaining at 3 points. This company will then accept investments from the street interviewers, and I will require that the interest given to them not fall below 2 points. As for whether you accept investments from others, that is no concern of mine. Turning to Lu Jianyu, he inquired, May I ask, Secretary Lu, is it illegal for one company to borrow from another? Lu Jianyu, feeling a twinge of irritation, flicked her ponytail and revealed a defiant expression. This fellow is truly a natural-born deceiver. The scheme is far too intricate. Our nation's legal system must expedite its development. We cannot allow such cunning rogues to roam free. Lu Jianyu graduated from a police academy with a bachelor's degree and possesses a profound understanding of the law. Thus, she comprehends the maneuvers of Shen Jianxin quite well. He will undoubtedly emerge unscathed, as any debts incurred will belong solely to a company. The real risk lies with the company that accepts public fundraising. At worst, Shen Jianxin's company will only face civil disputes, which may not even escalate to criminal liability, unless evidence emerges to suggest that the company is also under his control. For Zhang Daqian and Wang Zhengwo, the prospect of dire consequences has become trivial. The mere interest differential from the neighborhood's investments is sufficient to compel them to embrace any risk. Moreover, various relatives and friends are eager to invest, with even more outsiders expressing interest. In summary, the current economic climate has rendered earning a living exceedingly challenging. Take, for instance, the man who, in desperate need of funds for his daughter's surgery, now grips a Black Star pistol, prepared to take drastic measures against Shen Jianxin. Zhang Daqian, with calloused hands, draws on his cigarette, inhaling deeply to dispel his worries. In contrast, Wang Zhengwo exhibits greater impatience. Xian, count me in. I'm willing to undertake this, but I am unfamiliar with the registration process for the company. I'll introduce you to someone in the Business Administration Bureau who can guide you through it, he adds. However, let me clarify, the money must be earned passively, and the more one possesses, the greater the interest accrued, but the risks are not something you can bear. If I were to falter, your company would inevitably follow suit, and the neighbors would not hesitate to tear you apart. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. While Shen Jianxin can offer opportunities, if one seeks profit without the willingness to shoulder risk, he will not entertain them. He may assist the neighbors, but aiding them is not an act of charity. Each person must rely on their own efforts. For there are no saviors in this world. Shen Jianxin does not aspire to be a savior. Wang Zhengwo nodded in understanding. I comprehend. We are all in the same boat. If you profit, we all profit. If you falter and can't retrieve the funds, we will share your misfortune. Exactly. Shen Jianxin affirmed. So Uncle Zhengwo, think carefully. I have thought it through. The timid perish, while the bold thrive. Wang Zhengwo remarked with disdain. Casting a glance at Zhang Daqian, he pounded his chest and declared, Xian, let me handle this. My son is already with you, and regardless of your plans, the Wang family will undoubtedly support you. At this point, Zhang Daqian found himself devoid of hesitation, exclaiming, Wait, Xian said 2 people. Why do you want to take it all for yourself? I am definitely in. Damn it. Were you just pretending? I was merely contemplating how to explain it to the neighbors. Last time, Xian mentioned 3 points of interest. If we propose 2, wouldn't that invite ridicule? Wang Zhengwo waved dismissively. Ridicule? The risks are ours to bear. If the money disappears, they could seize our homes. Business is devoid of sentiment. If they find the interest insufficient, they need not invest. With Xian's current reputation, are we to fear a lack of investors? I've resolved it. For those not registered in the neighborhood, the maximum will be 1.5 points. Zhang Daqian thought for a moment. At 1.5 points, he would earn half upon turnover. His brows furrowed deeply, resembling a Chinese character. He leaned towards Wang Zhengwo and whispered, I think giving them a single point would suffice. Wang Zhengwo paused, astonished at Zhang Daqian's words. You old rascal, you truly are devious. But I admire that. With this thought, Wang Zhengwo revealed a rustic and honest smile. In their shared gaze, these 2 men who had known each other for decades exchanged a knowing laughter. This scene struck a profound impact on the young Lu Jianyu. Shouldn't the common people be simple and unadorned? How could they wear such cunning smiles? For a mere profit margin, were they willing to take such substantial risks? They were all aware of the dangers involved. Did this mean that Shen Jianxin's actions could be deemed fraudulent? It seemed not. But then wouldn't that make me an unwitting witness to his innocence? No, what was my purpose here? Chapter 41. A total quota of 2 million to register several companies. Zheng Lei and Lu Yong spent several hours at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. After completing all the necessary procedures, they would receive their licenses in a few days. As for Zhang Cuifan's phone call, he had no intention of addressing it and dared not mention it to Shen Jianxin. He possessed ambition, yet he understood the limits. Although he was just in his early 20s, he had navigated the complexities of society since he was 15 or 16, gaining considerable experience and insight. His current resolve was to cling to Shen Jianxin's coattails, fully aware that as long as he held on, success would eventually follow, even without any explicit ambitions. However, should he recklessly meddle and provoke Shen Jianxin's displeasure, he risked losing that connection, leaving him with nowhere to lament. Thus, despite the allure of Zhang Cuifan's suggestion, he buried the temptation deep within. Yet, upon returning to the Peace Hotel, while descending the stairs to buy fruits with Wang Tao, the latter brought up the events of the afternoon. For Wang Tao, his caution was not unfounded, but rather distinctly defined, with a clear line separating outsiders from insiders. He regarded Zheng Lei as one of their own, and at his age, he inherently admired Zheng Lei's audacity. Consequently, without any instruction from Shen Jianxin to keep things confidential, he willingly shared information. Upon hearing that a company was to be established in Shuyin Alley to profit from the margin, and that Shen Jianxin had consented, Zheng Lei's interest was piqued. After purchasing the fruits, he discovered Lu Tianrui, Qian Jun, and other business owners lined up to finalize the last contractual formalities with Shen Jianxin, compelling him to assist with the tasks at hand. Once the last batch of clients departed, he seized the opportunity to knock on the door under the pretense of delivering a message. New brother, there are no more clients at the back. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Zheng Lei hesitated. I heard there was quite a crowd at the entrance this afternoon. I should have sent Xiao Yong back to keep an eye on things. Shen Jianxin glanced at him, and Zheng Lei, feeling guilty, bit his lip, his gaze evasive. Zheng, since you are assisting me, I certainly trust you. Therefore, if there is anything to say, please speak frankly. I dislike beating around the bush. Indeed, it transpired that during midday, Xiaoyong's mother called me, her incessant chatter revealing too much. Now, over at the market, everyone is aware that Xiaoyong and I are working under your auspices, and they express a desire to invest their money. I overheard Zheng Lei speaking cautiously, casting a side glance at Shen Jianxin, who remained composed, causing me to breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. Do you wish to profit from the interest spread? Zheng Lei nodded earnestly, bracing himself for reprimand. Did I not instruct you to register that financial company? Alarmed, Zheng Lei's gaze shifted towards Shen Jianxin. Could it be that? Shen Jianxin affirmed. Since you are working for me, I shall ensure that you earn your share. However, with the gains come risks. Should I falter, those debts will fall upon you. Zheng Lei relaxed, chuckling. In this line of work, who fears debt? As long as there is potential for profit, it is inconsequential. This attitude was, in fact, one of the reasons Shen Jianxin had chosen him initially. The same benefits offered to others might not yield the same level of responsibility as Zheng Lei exhibited. Shen Jianxin nodded, then proceed with it. Let us set a limit of 1 million, with a minimum investment of 10,000, and withdrawals in increments of 1,000. Next time, the starting point will be 50,000. What about the interest? Zheng Lei quickly added, what would be appropriate for external parties? I don't mind if I do not earn myself. Shen Jianxin pondered briefly, then replied, currently, the annual fixed deposit rate at banks hovers around 7.5. You may charge 1.5 points. I shall provide you with 2.5. Thus, on 1 million, you will earn a fixed monthly income of 10,000. How you divide it with Lu Yong's family is your prerogative. I will merely sign a loan contract with your company for the total sum. Your creditors are of no concern to me. Zheng Lei nodded with a smile. I understand. In truth, 2 points suffice. It matters little, as you do not pay me a salary. If it is your due, let us settle on that. Very well. Xiaoyong and I shall return briefly. Go ahead. According to Shen Jianxin's plan, the 1 million limit at Shiyingxiang would likely not be met by the neighbors alone. But with the addition of relatives and friends, the total would exceed that limit. Zhang Cuifan's associates, engaged in market commerce, would likely gather the 1 million swiftly. This 2 million would incur a monthly interest payment of 55,000, a staggering burden in 1991. The mere thought of such a hefty interest payment would leave anyone weak-kneed. This illustrates the constraints of both era and wealth. Many, even with 2 million in hand, lack the confidence to generate 55,000 in a month. Yet Shen Jianxin was different. Even without earning a single cent at present, he remained unperturbed. The concept of liquidity, which many today might not grasp, suggests that as long as the money flows, with funds consistently arriving, one could indulge extravagantly, and the interest would still be paid, with any calamity postponed for 2 or 3 years. Although Shen Jianxin was uncertain whether profits would materialize soon, the notion of not earning anything for 2 or 3 years seemed intolerable. It would be better to perish than to endure such a fate. In truth, if one were to truly pursue wealth, countless entrepreneurs would readily invest in him. Yet the street interview at Xiangxiang was a commitment to secure that interest for them. Zheng Lei, in a display of leadership, tasked his subordinate with shouldering a portion of the responsibility, thereby providing him with an opportunity to earn a little money, an astute method of managing those beneath him. Consequently, this arrangement addressed 2 immediate needs. It sent a subtle signal to the market regarding financing while alleviating the current predicament of empty pockets. After all, a little pocket money, whether borrowed or earned, was necessary. That evening, in the small shop of Shuin Alley, moths danced around the incandescent light, and the area was bustling with people. Zhang Chunhua, sitting by the threshold, cracked sunflower seeds while observing the throngs both inside and outside the door, shaking his head in resignation. I've conveyed Xian's intentions to you all, a 2% interest, starting from 10,000. How you gather the funds is your business. I will only acknowledge the promissory note I write with Wang Fuguei. I only recognize the street residents. We will not accept money from others. How can you be so unscrupulous, De Quan? Xian clearly stated 3%, yet it has morphed into 2% in your hands. Someone interjected. Indeed, Zhangwo, what say you? Is it 2% or 3%? We are all neighbors. How can you both profit at our expense? This is outrageous. Such disgraceful behavior. Another voice echoed. When interests are placed before integrity, the hearts of the people reveal themselves. This is precisely why Shen Jianxin does not confront us directly. Were he to write the promissory note himself, he would inevitably be besieged by creditors demanding repayment. Such a life would be unbearable. Bang! Zhang Dequan exclaimed in anger. What are you shouting about? Are you begging to borrow? The promissory note is between Zhang Wo and me. If something goes awry, you would strip us of our homes. This is a considerable risk. Why should Zhang Wo and I work for you without compensation? Enough of this nonsense. If you are dissatisfied, go save your money in the bank and refrain from making a scene here. Wang Zhangwo added quietly. Let me make this clear. The 2% interest applies only to the residents of Shuin Alley. For outsiders, it's a mere 1%. Borrow if you wish. Xian's consultation fee is already 100,000. Do you think he lacks money? This is merely a benefit for you. Those who do not appreciate it will find themselves excluded from future advantages. Exactly, De Quan. Here is the 10,000 I've gathered. Please provide a promissory note for 2%. Just make it secure. A woman, beaming with delight, squeezed to the front, opened her cloth bag, and presented the money to Zhang De Quan. The interest on 10,000 for a month amounts to 200, surpassing the monthly income of most present. Once one person stepped forward, others ceased their complaints and eagerly scrambled to produce their funds. No shoving. Form a line, one at a time. Who are you? From the neighboring alley? Out. Today, we only accept residents of Shuin Alley. Chapter 42. Knowing when to withdraw. Zheng Lei and Lu Yong returned briefly, conveying Shen Jianxin's intentions to Zhang Cuifan in detail. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cuifan could hardly contain her amusement, confirming, Are you saying that Xiao Guxian is offering us 2.5% interest? Lu Yong, displeased, retorted, Goodness, last time they granted us 3%, which was already generous. Now, on 1 million, 0.5% a month amounts to 5,000. Their money does not fall from the sky. Zhang Cuifan scolded, Be quiet. When have I complained of it being insufficient? Zheng Lei intervened diplomatically. Aunt, this is the situation. I will assume the risk, and I will draft all the promissory notes. The interest earned will be split between Xiao Yong and me. Once again, Lu Yong protested, How can it be this way? Either we bear the burden together, or I shall not take that half. Zhang Cuifan was nearly driven to the brink by her son's words. Yet she could not express her frustration in front of Zheng Lei. Instead, she forced a smile and remarked, "Lei, we are not acquainted, and even if we were, people might be apprehensive about your borrowing." Zheng Lei nodded in understanding. "I comprehend, but this is Brother Xian's directive. All loans must be processed through me. And do not worry about whether they will lend. Everyone knows I am working with Brother Xian. And numerous individuals have approached me privately with business cards and invitations to dine. Hence, you need not fret. Furthermore, whether I shoulder this alone or you assist, it remains an insurmountable task. Thus, it is I who shall take the lead. You merely need to facilitate introductions. They may choose to lend or not, without any expectation from them." Lu Yong attempted to interject, but Zhang Zuifan promptly interrupted. "Do not meddle. All you do is chatter. Quickly fetch a pack of cigarettes for your brother Lei." With that, she tossed a 50 yuan note at him, to which Lu Yong hesitantly inquired, "No change?" Zhang Zuifan replied, "Hurry and get lost." Once her foolish son departed, Zhang Zuifan gathered her thoughts and began, "Lei, regarding this matter." Zheng Lei cut her off. "Auntie, do not say more. Let us settle it this way. I will draft the agreement, and we shall split the interest equally. To be candid, Brother Xian has earned at least this amount in 3 days." Zhang Zuifan stared at the outstretched palm of Zheng Lei, her eyes widening in disbelief. "How much?" 500,000. 5 million. She gasped, then quickly covered her mouth in shock. Her body trembled as she confirmed through her fingers, "Is this truly the case?" Zheng Lei solemnly nodded, whispering, "Every receipt from the bosses passes through my hands. I keep track of the numbers daily. 5 million is the bare minimum." "Goodness, this is utterly astonishing," Zheng Lei affirmed. "Thus, Brother Xian is not in want of money. I suspect this is a way for him to provide us, including Xiao Yong, with an opportunity." Zhang Zuifan gazed deeply at Zheng Lei. "Xiao Yong has chosen well to follow you. Lei, you are a man of integrity. There is no need for such sentiments. What is mine is also Xiao Yong's. Auntie, you shall spread the word tomorrow. I will arrive with the agreement by nightfall. Let it be known that we will not entertain loans less than 10,000, as too many would complicate matters." "Understood. I will inform them tonight." "Very well. I shall take my leave now. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call. This mobile phone was provided by Brother Xian." Zhang Zuifan gazed at the mobile phone with admiration. "You must work diligently with Xiao Yong. Encounters with such a significant benefactor are rare." Meanwhile, across the alley opposite the Peace Hotel, a pair of bloodshot eyes glimmered. Zhang Guodong had gone without sleep for 24 hours. Silently, he took a bite of a cold bun, his gaze never straying from the 888 housing complex. He was indifferent to the reputation of the minor stock deity and whether he was a good or bad person. All he knew was that his daughter required money for surgery, and a decade of risking life and limb had only earned him a meager monthly salary of 160 yuan at the machinery factory. He understood that despite his martial prowess, the current state of affairs left him incapable of earning 10,000 through sheer effort in a short span. From Zhang Guodong's perspective, he had no choice. Questioning the morality of a man with no alternatives is, in truth, utterly futile. Each individual possesses their own standpoint, viewed through his lens. He is merely a father desperate to gather funds for his daughter's surgery. He yearns to discreetly eliminate his target, eschewing any notion of quid pro quo. Thus, throughout the span of 24 hours, he meticulously observes and surveys, confirming the target's appearance, the surrounding environment, and the defenses encircling the target. In his scrutiny, he stumbles upon an alarming revelation. Wang Wei, a criminal investigator, is in close proximity to Shen Jianxin. Not only does he recognize Wang Wei as a police officer, but he also realizes that they both transitioned from military service around the same time. However, while Wang Wei was assigned to the municipal bureau, he himself was relegated to a mechanical factory, despite having 5 more years of military service than Wang Wei. Without hesitation, he seeks out a public telephone to contact the Wild Wolf. Upon receiving the call, Zhang Guodong immediately informs him there's a cop nearby. This operation is untenable. The Wild Wolf, taken aback, inquires, "How could there be a cop? How would I know? Regardless, I'm certain that person is a criminal investigator. You expect me to confront the police for 20,000 yuan? Hang on, brother. Let me inquire further. Let us meet at our usual spot tonight." Zhang Guodong refrains from elaborating. If this plan falters, he would be the most anxious of all. Not only would he lack funds for his daughter's medical expenses, but he would also be unable to repay the money he had borrowed. The wild wolf promptly reports the situation to their leader, Master Qiao. Upon hearing the news, Master Qiao is equally astonished and exclaims, "Damn that Feng Yuanshan. Is he pushing me into the furnace?" There is no extensive surveillance. Ordinary homicides occur regularly, and many unresolved cases linger for decades. However, if a police officer is accompanying the target, the nature of this case transforms entirely. Whether in terms of the probability of success or the risk of inadvertently harming an officer, Master Qiao hastily calls Feng Yuanshan, unleashing a torrent of reproach. After listening, Feng Yuanshan is gripped by a sense of dread. His intent for vengeance stemmed from a matter of pride, not a desire to jeopardize himself. He quickly retorts, "How could there be a police officer? Surely this fellow hasn't anticipated my intentions." Master Qiao is momentarily taken aback. "Damn, is this little rascal truly that cunning? I don't know. In that case, let us abandon the plan. As for the deposit," Master Qiao immediately objects. "I've already allocated the deposit to the assassin. In this line of work, refunds are non-existent. The only thing I can return is the bullet. I haven't touched a single cent. If you doubt me, I can provide you with his contact to retrieve it yourself." Feng Yuanshan finds himself at a loss. Yet he is acutely aware that once a morsel is in the wolf's jaws, it cannot be regurgitated. Consequently, after concluding the call, Feng Yuanshan's frustration deepens. The mere thought of Shen Jianxin incites a vexation that gnaws at him. He ponders that since a direct confrontation is unfeasible, perhaps he can devise a subtler approach. The thought of leaving this vendetta unresolved would deprive him of sleep that night. As night falls, the wild wolf and Zhang Guodong rendezvous at a roadside stall. The wild wolf straightforwardly states, "Since this job is unfeasible, please refund my deposit. I'll forego the interest." Zhang Guodong lowers his head in silence. At this moment, money holds more significance than his own life. Upon noticing Zhang Guodong's silence, the wild wolf furrows his brow and asks, "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Guodong spoke quietly. "Wolf, you are aware of my circumstances. My daughter requires funds for surgery, and I have lost all the money I borrowed at the casino. I have no means to repay. I can still take on this job, but I must demand a higher fee." Wolf, rendered speechless, replied, "Your daughter does not have a terminal illness, so why the urgency?" Zhang Guodong whispered, "While it is true my daughter is not terminally ill, my family is engulfed in despair. Since her birth, my wife has not smiled. She often hides from me, weeping. If my daughter does not undergo this surgery, she will face ridicule and bullying at school, and as she grows, she may struggle to find a husband. She will live her life in suffering. As a man, witnessing my wife and child in such torment, what hope remains for me?" Although Wolf intended to exploit Zhang Guodong for his own purposes, he felt a pang of empathy at that moment. He sighed, "Guodong, the employer has withdrawn. He no longer wishes to proceed. If he has withdrawn, why must I forfeit the deposit?" Zhang Guodong inquired. Wolf explained, "The deposit belongs to Master Qiao. He instructed me to retrieve it from you." Zhang Guodong placed his Black Star pistol gently on the table. "I truly have no money. I have but one life. If you wish to take it, then do so." Wolf's brow furrowed deeply. "Guodong, you are being unreasonable. No one dares to touch Master Qiao's money." Zhang Guodong smirked slightly. "Has Master Qiao ever taken a life?" "I have. And not just one. It is akin to slaughtering a chicken." Zhang Guodong's gaze turned icy, startling Wolf. Nevertheless, he persisted, "Zhang Guodong, consider your position. No matter how formidable you may be, you are but one man. You have a wife and child. If Master Qiao truly seeks retribution, your family will suffer." Zhang Guodong fell silent, contemplating for a long while before suddenly asking, "Is that small-time wealthy individual truly affluent? Isn't that obvious? They collect over 1 million a day. Why do you ask?" Zhang Guodong closed his eyes, sitting upright, his eyes rolling beneath his eyelids, then abruptly opening them, a spark igniting within. "Wolf, do you wish to strike it rich?" Wolf blinked in confusion. "You cannot be suggesting. I have no funds to return the deposit, and you cannot fulfill your obligations. If that is the case, why not join forces to seize a fortune?" Wolf hesitated. "You intend to kidnap him? But he is surrounded by police. That is precisely why I require your assistance. Gather a few reliable individuals to divert the police before we act." Wolf pondered but ultimately shook his head. To kidnap someone in the presence of police is akin to inviting disaster. A single operation could yield millions, ensuring we never have to worry again. Though tempted by the prospect of profit, Wolf felt it unnecessary and shook his head. "Brother, I truly cannot engage in this matter. Zhang Guodong nodded. Very well, I shall not press you. I will undertake it myself, but if I am apprehended, I will certainly disclose your involvement, along with Master Chao's role in hiring me to commit murder. Wolf was taken aback, rising in anger. What do you mean by that? Zhang Guodong smiled softly, leaving everything unsaid. Enraged, Wolf slammed his hands on the table, leaning in to glare at Zhang Guodong. Are you threatening me? Zhang Guodong glanced at the gun he had pressed down, softly stating, either you kill me now, or you join me in prosperity. Choose one. Shen Jianxin was preparing to move out of the Peace Hotel, but returning to Shuxiang Lane did not seem a wise choice. The multitude of neighbors has become quite bothersome, whether they come alone or bring others along. He has no intention of relinquishing the suite at the Peace Hotel, as it serves as a FAAD for Zheng Lei's business dealings, while he himself plans to remain in the shadows. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he impulsively called upon Wang Wei to drive him to a certain location. The three-hand Cadillac halted in front of the villa at number 18, Xiaofei Road, a sprawling residence of over 300 square meters, accompanied by a garden of 150 square meters. Shen Jianxin glanced at the seal on the iron gate before turning to Wang Wei, inquiring, as you are from the municipal bureau, could you assist me in finding out how this villa is currently being handled? Certainly, I will make a call to inquire, Wang Wei responded. Taking the mobile phone Shen Jianxin offered him to make the necessary inquiries. Meanwhile, Shen Jianxin alighted from the vehicle and approached the villa, surveying the former residence of the Shen family. Shen Hongba was once the general manager of a state-owned asset management company in the bustling metropolis, managing funds exceeding 100 million. Utilizing his financial acumen, he thrived in the stock market, amassing considerable wealth. However, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable, and fortune can swiftly turn. Though he had never misappropriated public funds, he was nonetheless apprehended for embezzlement, leading to the seizure of all his personal assets, including this villa. The reasons behind such severe penalties remained a mystery to Shen Jianxin, yet he understood the situation was undoubtedly intricate. Shen Hongba had drawn the attention of formidable adversaries, and it was likely that someone from within had betrayed him. Logically, Shen Hongba's ascent to such a position would suggest a robust backing, coupled with the absence of any financial mismanagement that would warrant such a downfall. Shen Jianxin had no intention of delving deeper into these matters, as Shen Hongba was not his true uncle, and he surmised he would be ill-equipped to confront the individuals involved. Suddenly, he noticed the mailbox at the entrance slightly ajar, revealing several letters within. Approaching, he retrieved and perused them. While most held little interest for him, one letter, sent from across the ocean, caught his attention. The elegant handwriting bore the signature of Shen Ningchang. Frowning, Shen Jianxin recalled that name from his limited interactions with Shen Hongba, who always spoke of her with pride and affection. Shen Hongba's wife had passed away from illness 8 years ago, and he had not remarried, leaving him with a single daughter, Shen Ningchang. Her academic excellence, coupled with the Shen family's affluence, led to her being sent abroad for studies 3 years prior. This particular letter originated from the University of Pennsylvania. Though Shen Jianxin had no inclination to invade another's privacy, the current predicament of Shen Hongba, with his only daughter unaware of her father's plight, compelled him to act. Thus, he opened the letter. As anticipated, the contents revealed that Shen Ningchang was indeed oblivious to her father's troubles. His phone was unreachable, and the villa's phone had been disconnected due to unpaid bills. Despite having received some scholarships over the years, Shen Ningchang had relied on her father's monthly remittances, which meant she had not practiced frugality or saving, though she was not in dire straits. However, a week into the new school term, she had yet to receive her tuition for the year. If the payment continued to be delayed, she might find herself facing expulsion. After reading the letter, Shen Jianxin swiftly reached a decision, sighing. It seems that fate has guided me to repay this karmic debt. He retrieved paper and pen from the car to transcribe the address and contact number from the envelope. Chapter 44. Long-distance call. Wang Wei, having concluded his call with the bureau, informed Shen Jianxin. This villa has now been confiscated. It may be auctioned off soon. Confiscated? Can I purchase it? I'm not certain. You might want to call Captain Li yourself to inquire. Contemplating the situation, Shen Jianxin concluded that such a fine villa was unlikely to wait for auction. Even if it were to be auctioned, the public would probably remain unaware of this information. He rummaged through his bag for Sun Xija's business card and dialed using his old mobile phone. Is this lawyer Sun? This is Shen Jianxin. Are you free? Mr. Shen. Not yet. What's the matter? The villa at 18, Xiafei Road has been sealed and confiscated. Could you help me find out if it can be purchased at market price? It belongs to a deceased friend of mine. I'll inquire for you and get back with any news. Thank you. You're welcome. Shen Jianxin recalled another matter regarding Shen Jianxin and asked, by the way, I have a friend studying abroad, and I wish to send her some money. Is the process cumbersome? That could be tricky. An overseas student can only exchange $200 to $300 a year. Shen Jianxin was taken aback. So little? That can't be right. Her family used to send her money regularly, but now they are facing difficulties. Sun Seizure explained, that must not have been through the official exchange. They likely concealed some funds through foreign trade contracts or used underground money transfer services. It certainly wasn't via legitimate means. Is that so? Do you have any connections for this? I want to send my friend some money. How much do you need to send? Not much, probably under $10,000. For $10,000, just contact Mr. Su. He has many friends abroad. Wouldn't it be troublesome for him? Not at all. It's a trivial matter. I can handle it for you. Tomorrow, I'll check on the villa situation at the city bureau. Later, I'll come to see you. Just prepare the recipient's details and the cash. Thank you, Lawyer Sunday. Not a problem. Let's discuss it further tomorrow. Goodbye. Upon returning to his room at the Peace Hotel, Shen Jianxin glanced at the time. It should be morning in America. He recalled his rudimentary English before picking up the hotel phone to make an overseas call. After a few rings, the call connected, and the university dormitory supervisor answered in English. Hello, who is this? Shen Jianxin looked at his notes and, in broken English, replied, I am a relative of the resident in room 802. Could you please help me reach her? Please hold. After approximately 5 minutes, Shen Jianxin heard hurried footsteps, followed by the phone being picked up. Dad, why did you take so long to call? Shen Jianxin was nearly struck dumb by the word dad. He hastily replied, Miss Shen, you misunderstand. I am not your father. Oh, who are you? I am Shen Jianxin. You likely do not know me. We are distant relatives. In the management office of the International Student Dormitory at the University of Pennsylvania, Shen Jianxin, dressed in a shirt and jeans, furrowed her delicate brows. Her lovely face etched with concern. Shen Jianxin, why are you the one calling me? Has something happened to my father? Please, do not panic. Listen to me calmly. All right. Your father is currently under investigation due to some financial issues, and as such, he cannot make calls at the moment. He asked me to convey that he is not in serious trouble, merely cooperating with the investigation, and should be released soon. However, he is worried about you studying abroad and instructed me to contact you for your peace of mind. As the words lingered in the air, Shen Jianxin found himself straying from his initial intention of absolute honesty, inadvertently weaving a benevolent falsehood. Shen Jianxin grew anxious. How could this happen? What exactly is wrong with my father? Is it serious? Will he go to jail? Shen Jianxin calmly articulated, I understand your distress. But what you need most now is composure, for anxiety will not alter the circumstances. Your focus should be on your studies. Do not let your father's expectations of you go unfulfilled. Moreover, even if he were to serve time, it is not for a grave crime, at most. It would be a few years. How can you say that? What do you mean at most a few years? Isn't that serious? Shen Jianxin remained unflappable. As I said, emotions are futile. Regardless of your father's situation, you cannot resolve anything. If your father is indeed facing imprisonment, you must strive even harder in your studies, so that upon graduation, you can secure a good job. With the family's pillar now fallen, if you do not step up, your father will be unable to afford even the simplest sustenance while incarcerated. You, Shen Jianxin, was infuriated, never having heard such callous words from a relative. I have no obligation to respect you, but you are not entitled to direct your anger at me. I am making this call because I have a connection with your father, since he has entrusted me. I wish to ensure that your education does not falter or lead you to the streets. Now, please inform me of your tuition fees and the average living expenses for students at your school. Did my father not inform you? Has he not provided you with any funds? I must remind you that all of your family's assets are currently frozen. I cannot predict whether they will be released in the future. You must understand that you are no longer a wealthy heiress. You cannot afford to live extravagantly. You should be aware of the living conditions back home. My support for your education already requires me to seek loans. Thus, I can only cover your tuition and basic living expenses. For anything beyond that, you must rely on your own efforts. Shen Jianxin fell silent, finally grasping the harsh reality and understanding the cold demeanor of the person on the other end of the line. So their family's assets were indeed frozen. To say frozen was but a kind lie. In truth, they had been completely seized. Shen Jianxin's tone softened considerably. I wish to return home. Could you assist me in purchasing a plane ticket? Shen Jianxin coldly stated, no, the loan I provided can only support your academic pursuits. I have already mentioned that your return will not resolve any issues, and you will not be able to see your father. However, there was no buts. If you manage to secure a full scholarship this year or place in the top 10 of your class, I can agree to lend you the round-trip airfare to return home during the winter break. Suddenly, there was silence on the other end, and as Shen Jianxin pondered, he began to hear faint sobs. Shen Jianxin was crying. A girl who had been cherished since childhood, now bereft of her mother and with her father imprisoned. Alone in a foreign land, her future was uncertain. At that moment, overwhelming sorrow engulfed her, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. Shen Jianxin empathized with Shen Jianxin's plight and felt a shared sorrow within himself. Yet, he could only assert firmly, stop crying. Tears will not solve your problems. Shen Jianxin, you must face this with strength. Your father is most concerned about you right now. He is nearing 50, and if something were to happen to you, what hope would he have to endure? Wiping her tears and sniffling, Shen Jianxin softly inquired, tell me the truth. Is my dad going to be sentenced for a long time? Chapter 45. Crisis approaches. Shen Jianxin lit a cigarette and spoke into the phone. I truly do not know the specifics of your father's case. You should first tell me how much you need to continue your studies. Shen Jianxin estimated and replied, my tuition is $12,000 a year. Wait, are you referring to US dollars? Yes. Goodness. That's extortionate. $66,000 a year? Do you realize the average salary in our country is less than 200? A person would have to work their entire life to afford just 1 year of your tuition. No wonder your father turned to stock trading. Shen Jianxin pursed her lips and quietly remarked, I also think it's too expensive. No other universities charge this much. This is a private institution. Perhaps I should just withdraw and return home. Although it pained him, Shen Jianxin knew he could not retract his words and gritted his teeth. You have worked hard to gain admission to an Ivy League school. It would be a shame to quit. I will lend you $150,000 US dollars, and the remaining $3,000 can cover your living expenses for a year. Whether it is sufficient or not is up to you. If it falls short, you will have to take a job serving tables. Shen Jianxin nodded. Thank you, that will suffice. I currently have over $1,000, and I will strive for this year's scholarship and study grants. Do not rush to thank me. Although I have no extra conditions, this money is a loan. When you return home next time, remember to write me an IOU. All right, once I graduate, I will certainly work to repay you. As for your father, you need not worry. I will help you inquire about any news. If there are any developments, I will inform you. Also, jot down my phone number for easier contact. Sure, go ahead. 138-383-8438. After hanging up, Shen Jianxin lamented the harshness of the American system, astonished that a year's tuition could amount to $12,000. He had believed that with the current state of affairs, a few $1,000s would suffice. However, the seductive allure of capitalism is formidable, though the money appears substantial. Should Shen Jianxin graduate smoothly, with this qualification, it would be quite effortless for her to secure a well-paying job there, likely recouping all tuition fees within 2 years. It seems one must refrain from naively nurturing benevolent thoughts. A mere 10,000 has vanished in a blink. The following morning, upon the arrival of Sun Sijia, he recalibrated his understanding of their current worth. Astonishingly, the average price of villas in the Magic City is merely around 1,000. He had already inquired with Shen Jianxin about that 350 square meter villa, which is appraised at no more than 500,000. As the garden was included gratis at the time of purchase, this implies that I could acquire it for 500,000? No, 35,000 would suffice. Observing Shen Jianxin's astonished expression, Sun Sijia felt a surge of satisfaction within, smiling gently as he remarked, they would not sell it to me for 500,000. I can only purchase it for 35. Shen Jianxin, perplexed, inquired, why is that? If I have leveraged connections, then purchasing at the appraised price would negate the purpose of the favor. Rebirth merely grants foresight, not omniscience. In that moment, as Shen Jianxin beheld Sun Sijia's composed smile, he realized he had acquired new insights. Consider me enlightened. It appears there are intricacies I was unaware of. Sun Sijia, seizing the moment, humbly responded, Mr. Shen, you are too modest. You are the true sage, while such social intricacies are beneath my concern. By chance, I happen to know the individual at the court managing this asset case. Last night, I made a call, scheduled a morning tea, and concluded our discussion swiftly. We merely need to adjust the appraisal value, and the matter will be settled. Shen Jianxin further queried, will there be any need for a bribe? The court official requires none. Since I have called in a favor, they will not accept any payment. However, I will need to treat the appraisal company. Perhaps a few thousand would suffice. Having squandered 100,000 last night, he had not anticipated recouping it here. This is indeed a garden villa in the Magic City. Centrally located, if evaluated 20 years hence, its appreciation would be at least several times over. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Jianxin nodded, very well. I will trouble lawyer Sun to handle this. Additionally, regarding currency exchange, I require $150,000. How much would that entail? Using underground channels incurs a 20% fee. I estimate around 100,000. This aligns closely with Shen Jianxin's calculations. He opened a drawer and produced precisely 111,000. The excess 1,000 is for treating the appraisal company, and I appreciate your assistance, Lawyer Sunday. This is my friend's overseas account. Please have the funds transferred there. This amount is part of the 300,000 that Zheng Lei freshly delivered that morning. Lu Yong's mother has a solid reputation, and with a business-savvy circle, raising funds is remarkably swift. Sun Sijia opened his briefcase, placed all the cash inside, and then stood to depart. I shall take my leave now. I will call you once the matter is resolved. All right, allow me to see you out. Shen Jianxin rose to escort him, accompanying him to the doorway. He held a favorable impression of Sun Sijia. He possesses connections, is efficient in his dealings, and seems quite astute. Today, he has even received a valuable lesson from him. After sending off Sun Sijia, Shen Jianxin returned to his bedroom and noticed a portion of cash missing from the drawer. He couldn't help but frown, lamenting, this situation appears unsustainable. Not only do I have to pay interest every month, but now I must expend 500,000 in one go. If I do not devise a way to earn some money soon, I fear the risks may escalate. Unfortunately, the risks he worried about paled in comparison to those that loomed ominously ahead. In a dilapidated row house on the outskirts of the magical city, Zhang Guodong sat at a table, polishing a handgun, while his companion, the wolf, sat across from him, brooding in silence. They were preparing for a kidnapping. Yet the wolf felt as though he was the one being coerced into this venture. Truth be told, he had contemplated ending Zhang Guodong's life more than once. However, upon reflection, he realized that killing Zhang would yield him no profit, but rather burden him with a crime. In light of this, it seemed far more prudent to kidnap a small-time player, potentially reaping substantial rewards. From his recent investigations, the wolf had learned that the small-time player had made at least 5 million in just 3 days, and he had also heard whispers of fundraising activities underway. He pondered deeply, analyzing from a professional perspective that the small-time player was indeed a rare and lucrative target within the magical city. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. The wolf growled, "Who is it?" "It's me, boss." The wolf rose to open the door, revealing 2 of his capable subordinates. "Did you bring the goods?" The subordinates, their eyes betraying a mix of fear, concern, yet also greed and determination, entered the room. One of them poured a burlap sack onto the table, revealing several handguns and 2 boxes of ammunition. The other added, "Boss, I personally witnessed that over at Shuin Alley and Lu Yong's mother's place, they have been collecting money in large sums, queuing up all day." Then, both sides sent the cash to the Peace Hotel. The wolf, exhilarated, inquired, "How much?" "Altogether, I estimate at least over 1 million. Upon hearing this figure, the wolf completely forgot about his coerced involvement in the kidnapping and turned to Zhang Guodong, saying, "We must devise a plan to act swiftly. We can secure at least over 1 million if we move now. If we let it sit in the bank, even if we manage to kidnap the small-time player, we cannot guarantee a safe acquisition of those funds." Zhang Guodong closed his eyes and contemplated, gently responding, "Do not rush. Let us wait until nightfall." Chapter 46. Surveillance. When night finally fell, however, Zhang Guodong refrained from taking action. His reconnaissance revealed that the Peace Hotel was equipped with surveillance cameras. Moreover, it was undoubtedly a high-priority security site. Should an incident occur, the police would respond with utmost expediency. Thus, he abandoned the notion of a brazen kidnapping, choosing instead to wait for Shen Jianxin to leave before making their move. During this interval, all the business owners who had ventured to Pengcheng to invest in stocks had returned. However, due to their considerable investments, they had lost interest in managing their enterprises and instead spent their days calling to inquire about the stock market's fluctuations in Pengcheng. Since their investments, the market had neither surged nor plummeted, settling into a state of fluctuation. A small profit today could easily turn into a small loss tomorrow, leaving many feeling restless and anxious. This turmoil was primarily due to the hefty consultation fees, which had compelled nearly everyone to exhaust their borrowing options, going all in. Should there be a loss, it is likely that many business owners would line up at Huangpu to leap into the river. In such circumstances, these proprietors instinctively began to gather, sharing daily inquiries about their situations, seeking solace in one another's company. During one such dinner gathering, someone proposed inviting Shen Jianxin to join them, ostensibly because they were all his clients. Yet in reality, it was due to their unease over stagnant stock prices. This suggestion eventually reached Huang Mei, given that all the funds were handled by her. And it was evident to even the dimmest that her relationship with Shen Jianxin was quite profound. In truth, Huang Mei was likely to bet even more than they had. However, she understood that Shen Jianxin had invested over 5 million himself, thus her composure was steadier than that of the other business owners. Nevertheless, having invested such a substantial amount, she sought to hear Shen Jianxin's perspective. With a reason to call, she dialed his number. "Boss Shen, what are you up to?" "Oh, General Huang, please refrain from addressing me so formally. What is the matter? Are you feeling anxious about your stock investments?" Huang Mei, nervously biting her nails, retorted through the phone, "What do I have to be anxious about? You have invested even more. If I incur losses, you can sell your stocks to cover it." "Goodness, are you that ruthless? But it seems you've forgotten that you are my guarantor. Should the stocks fail, those business owners will come to you for a refund." Through gritted teeth, Huang Mei replied, "I shouldn't have fallen for your trick. Haha, remember your words today. In a few months, when you're swimming in profits, let us see what you say then." Huang Mei, with a serious tone, asked, "Is it really possible to make a profit?" "Absolutely." Feeling as if she had received a dose of tranquilizer, her anxiety began to dissipate. Finally, she addressed the matter at hand. "All right. The reason I called isn't solely about stocks. Recently, those business owners have been gathering at my place for dinner to discuss the stock market. Given the lack of growth, some have wagered their entire fortunes, and their emotional states are quite volatile. Some have asked me to convey a message, suggesting you come out for a meal to uplift their spirits." Shen Jianxin contemplated this and deemed it necessary, recognizing that he, too, was uncertain when the stocks would soar. It was imperative to stabilize the situation to prevent anyone from succumbing to despair. Moreover, it would serve as a precautionary measure, preparing everyone for the inevitable fluctuations. Thus, he responded over the phone, "Let us arrange dinner for tomorrow. Please book 5 private rooms. You have the guest list, so ensure everyone is present." "All right, it's settled. What is the standard for the banquet?" "Handle it as you see fit. It will be charged to the account." Huang Mei huffed, "You rascal. Hey, once the stocks are sold, I'll settle the bill for you, noted?" And so, another day passed. Shen Jianxin, under the company's name, signed loan agreements with Zheng Lei's company and Wang Fuguei and Zhang Daqian's partnership, each for 1 million, with monthly interest rates of 3 and 25, respectively. He even prepaid 2 months' interest, showcasing his generous demeanor, further indicating he was handing out money for these individuals to profit. The business people near Shuxin Street and Zhang Zuifen's fruit shop, having received 2 months' interest in advance, were all smiles, as if they had ingested a calming pill. This matter will soon spread like wildfire. The irony lies in the fact that once the limit is reached, no further contributions are accepted, leaving those with funds in a state of anxious frustration, while those who have invested begrudge their meager contributions. If this were indeed a Ponzi scheme, the game has already been set in motion, with the prospect of interest consuming everyone's thoughts, leaving little concern for the safety of their principal investments. After all, one could earn a fortune daily, and what is a mere few thousand in comparison? This sentiment likely serves as the most resolute retort from all lenders to their skeptics. A call was made to the bank, and an armored vehicle was dispatched to transport the majority of the cash away. Shen Jianxin retained only a few thousand for personal use, after which several individuals proceeded to the bank to complete their deposit procedures. Outside the hotel, by the roadside, a white van sat idling, where a figure known as Wolf slammed the dashboard in frustration, exclaiming, "I told you that Scarface must be carrying a fortune. We should have intercepted him midway. Now the bank has undoubtedly taken all the money." In this era, armed cash transport is not merely a matter of carrying firearms. Given the frequency of robberies, such substantial transfers involve not only rifles, but also active-duty armed police, who are on high alert. Under these circumstances, Even if Zhang Guodong and his associates had the intent, they lacked the firepower to brazenly rob an armored vehicle in broad daylight in the city center. Zhang Guodong felt a pang of despair. It appeared the plan would have to be altered. Seizing a large sum of cash was out of reach, and they would revert to the simpler method of kidnapping. The van trailed the bank, parking by the roadside to observe. In these times, there were no surveillance cameras on the streets, as technology had yet to advance that far, and even the internet was in its infancy. Only within some commercial buildings was closed-circuit monitoring achieved through videotapes. The absence of a comprehensive surveillance system meant that numerous unsolved homicides occurred, with many individuals vanishing without a trace, their final resting places remaining unknown. After completing their business at the bank, it was nearing dusk. Upon exiting, Shen Jianxin remarked, "Lazy. Accompany me to Huanghe Road. There's a dinner engagement tonight. The rest of you may arrange your own plans." His implication was clear. He did not wish to bring Wang Wei and Lu Jianyu along, lest it draw undue attention from the police, leading to unnecessary suspicion. Lu Jianyu was the first to protest. "I insist on accompanying the boss." Shen Jianxin chuckled and inquired, "Can you even drink?" "I cannot. So what purpose would it serve for you to tag along? It's just a gathering of middle-aged men. If they were to make advances, it would be a minor inconvenience, but if your identity were to be compromised, it could lead to serious misunderstandings with those in power." Wang Wei, being more level-headed, suggested, "How about this? Lu and I will wait for you downstairs." After some contemplation, Shen Jianxin opted for compromise. "Very well then." The Cadillac glided towards Huanghe Road. While in the white van, Wolf urged, "Hurry up. People have already left." Zhang Guodong replied calmly, "What's the rush? We want to lose them. Don't underestimate Wang Wei. Getting too close could reveal us." Chapter 47. The Appreciation Banquet. Zhang Guodong drove the van, following closely until they reached the new Phoenix Hotel on Huanghe Road. The wild wolf gazed at Shen Jianxin, who was surrounded by a throng of bosses as he disembarked from the car, frowning as he remarked, "That fellow's got a whole entourage. It makes our task quite challenging." Zhang Guodong silently scrutinized the confident and carefree demeanor of the young man, a surge of indignation swelling within him. Why should it be that this youth, barely of age, could amass over $1 million in a single day? Meanwhile, he had risked his life for a decade, only to secure a meager job with a monthly salary of 160, unable to even afford his daughter's medical expenses. It was unjust. From that moment on, Zhang Guodong assuaged his internal guilt regarding malevolence, finding a self-justifying rationale for his actions. It was from this instant that his intentions shifted from a mere desire for wealth without harm to prioritizing his own safety. Thus, in his eyes, Shen Jianxin transformed into a villain. This notion was perilous for Shen Jianxin, as most individuals who faced dire consequences were often criminals seeking to preserve their anonymity. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Jianxin was blissfully ascending the stairs, buoyed by the praise of his employers. Upon reaching the banquet hall on the third floor, Huang Mei had arranged 5 spacious tables and hung a banner proclaiming, "Thank you banquet for Xinyue Consulting." This fashionable term, "Thank you banquet," was indeed a creation of Shen Jianxin. The display of Xinyue Consulting served to signify the formalization of Xiao Gu Xian's financial dealings, distinguishing them from mere charlatans. Having secured his first pot of gold, Shen Jianxin consciously sought to shed the label of Xiao Gu Xian, ensuring that neither he nor his team would mention it voluntarily. Naturally, Shen Jianxin was invited to the prominent seat, with Huang Mei at his right hand. Now bound together in this venture, Huang Mei resolved to bolster Shen Jianxin's standing. To his left, the bosses had nearly come to blows over seating, ultimately resulting in Lu Tianrui claiming the coveted position as he was the first to pay. Others, seeing his determination, graciously conceded. The remaining seats were filled based on merit, ultimately seating the wealthiest individuals at Shen Jianxin's table. As everyone settled, Shen Jianxin surveyed the scene, noting the embryonic formation of a private board meeting. Zheng Lei busied himself, adorned with a red flower given by manager Wang Rukin, warmly greeting the bosses. Huang Mei had also arranged for 10 elegantly dressed women in kipeos to serve drinks, while manager Wang Rukin personally attended to Shen Jianxin and the boss's wife. Once all were seated, Huang Mei took on the role of host, microphone in hand, proclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed bosses, to the thank you banquet of Xinyue Consulting, and our gratitude to Mr. Shen for choosing the new Phoenix venue. Now, let us extend our warmest applause as we invite Mr. Shen to address us." Applause erupted, fervent and unrelenting, for this was a choice made with their entire fortunes. Thus, they clapped with all their might. Amidst the continuous applause from numerous entrepreneurs, Shen Jianxin rose to accept the microphone from Huang Mei. With a casual gesture, he silenced the crowd. "Good evening, esteemed colleagues. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence at this dinner tonight. However, the purpose of this gathering extends beyond mere appreciation. I have heard that many of you have borrowed considerable sums and have plunged wholeheartedly into the stock market. While I do not advocate such reckless endeavors, I must express my gratitude for your trust in me. Nevertheless, this approach can easily lead to an unbalanced mindset, fostering anxiety and disinterest in both professional and personal pursuits. I suspect many of you have not engaged with your partners for days, am I right?" Laughter erupted in response to his jest. "Mr. Shen, are you truly able to predict such things? Quite remarkable." The atmosphere lightened, and through this humor, the entrepreneurs realized that Shen Jianxin was not merely indifferent to their struggles. He possessed a keen understanding of their current mental state, thereby reinforcing their fragile sense of security. Shen Jianxin continued, "Thus, this dinner also serves to alleviate your concerns. Of course, there is no charge for this evening's meal. Regardless of your internal worries and inquiries, feel free to voice them. However, the rules remain. My sharing is confined to this banquet hall, and confidentiality is paramount once we step outside. Now, please raise your hands, and I shall call upon those who wish to ask questions." In a flurry, dozens of hands shot up. Many entrepreneurs, eager to pose their queries, raised both hands in a bid not to miss the opportunity. With a smile, Shen Jianxin scanned the room, locking eyes with over 10 individuals before selecting Lu Tianrui. The choice of the first questioner held significance, allowing Shen to establish his position within the group while also signaling a reward to Lu Tianrui. "See, you are the most attentive. The teacher has appointed you as the class representative." Lu Tianrui's eagerness to please Shen Jianxin was palpable. As this preferential treatment became evident to all, those wishing to cultivate a closer relationship with Shen would naturally strive to be more compliant. Lu Tianrui, with a sense of pride, rose and accepted another microphone brought by Wang Rukin. As he turned to face Shen Jianxin, his demeanor shifted to one of humility. "Mr. Shen, my question is on behalf of everyone. Currently, the stocks we have purchased are experiencing only slight increases, just a few points, and some are even fluctuating around the purchase price, which has caused concern among us." At Lu Tianrui's words, the audience leaned in, for this was indeed the topic of utmost interest to all, including Huang Mei. Shen Jianxin listened attentively before responding with a smile. "I understand your apprehensions. This is precisely why I invited you all for dinner tonight. However, have you considered that if your investments were merely a few thousand, would you still be worried about the current stock prices?" A contemplative silence enveloped the room. Shen Jianxin continued, "The reason you find it difficult to sleep peacefully, despite minimal declines or slight increases, is that you have invested too heavily. This is a crucial point to remember in any future investments. Prioritize your capacity for risk over potential gains." Though there is some truth to this statement, many perceive it as mere sarcasm. Were it not for the exorbitant consultation fee you charge, who would dare to take such a gamble? After investing in stocks, individuals soon realize that this endeavor, although driven by greed, also carries an overwhelming sense of being cornered. Investing without risking financial ruin raises the question of whether one can truly earn more than 100,000. While many harbor feelings of indignation, none dare voice such sentiments. Chapter 48. The betting agreement. Shen Jianxin skillfully grasped the mindset of the investors and continued, "Of course, this is also related to my steep fees. Many hear of my reputation and mistakenly believe they have uncovered the secret to wealth, wagering everything they possess. In my view, this is sheer folly." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the audience. Many who had felt uneasy moments earlier averted their eyes in discomfort. "Hey, you earn your money and yet still criticize? What's the deal?" Shen Jianxin pivoted and dropped a bombshell. "Let me be clear. If you cannot handle the highs and lows of investing, it is best to refrain from trading stocks altogether, as you will inevitably face a breakdown." He continued, "For instance, I assure you that the stocks I have selected for you are intended for medium to long-term holding. I can guarantee that if you hold until the new year, you will reap profits without incurring losses. However, if you focus solely on short-term fluctuations, the current moment may not represent the bottom. There could be one final drop, although it is also possible that there will not be." His use of three maybes left the audience in stunned silence. Whispers began to circulate, particularly concerning the potential final drop, which filled many with trepidation. Shen Jianxin was uncertain whether there would indeed be further declines in the short term. Thus, he deemed it prudent to issue a precautionary warning rather than confront the situation after it had unfolded. This uncertainty stemmed from the recent stagnation in stock prices, which had eroded his confidence, prompting him to provide a safeguard. As murmurs intensified, the atmosphere grew anxious and tense, and the decorum of the gathering began to falter. Someone boldly interrupted, "Mr. Shan, didn't you say it was guaranteed to rise? How can it possibly fall?" Shen Jianxin maintained his smile as he responded. "Did you read the contract thoroughly? The stipulated period for price assessment is 1 month to 3 months post-purchase, allowing for fluctuations within that time frame. Thus, I do not guarantee an immediate rise upon your investment." "What? Then why not wait to purchase until the price hits rock bottom?" Shen Jianxin chuckled, looking at the individual as if they were naive. "Do you truly believe I possess the ability to predict the lowest price of stocks? If I could, do you think a mere 100,000 would grant you access to my services?" The individual fell silent, rendered speechless. Shen Jianxin gestured for him to take his seat. Despite Shen Jianxin's assertive rebuttal, the anxiety among the investors persisted, as most had staked their entire fortunes and could not afford any missteps. Some began to regret their decisions, contemplating selling off portions of their stocks, yet the hefty consultation fee had already been spent, creating an awkward predicament. A few even entertained thoughts of seeking a refund. But with so many present, it seemed unnecessary to create conflict. Moreover, if they did bring it up, there was no guarantee of receiving a refund. The stocks had already made it clear that requesting a refund at this juncture would be akin to acting unscrupulously. Originally, the atmosphere of the gratitude meeting was lively, but it soon turned turbulent beneath the surface. Attendees began to exchange glances, silently assessing who among them would dare to step forward as the villain. Each person looked at one another, and for a moment, no one had the courage to pose a question, despite the multitude of inquiries brewing within their minds. Shen Jianxin had come to administer a preventive measure, not to undermine his own credibility. At this moment, he inadvertently exposed his hidden scars, necessitating an antidote. He lifted his glass, and the steadfast Lu Tianrui and Qian Jun assumed he intended to toast everyone, promptly raising their own glasses. However, Shen Jianxin disregarded them, taking a generous sip for himself. With a slight smacking of his lips and a satisfied shake of his head, he savored the moment. To Qian Jun, this exuded an air of being sober amidst a world of inebriation. Qian Jun sat at the forefront, maintaining a low profile. He had not uttered a word while others around him engaged in discussion. He merely listened, opting not to interject. His admiration for Shen Jianxin stemmed more from a respect for his intellect rather than a reverence for divinity. This was due to the historical context. For 3 millennia, their people had been devoid of religious beliefs, with worshipping deities serving merely utilitarian purposes. They prayed when in need and neglected such practices when not. One might beseech Guanyin for children today, seek the blessings of Wenshu for academic success tomorrow, and turn to Zhao Gongming for wealth the day after. Thus, temples were filled with a multitude of deities, for the greater the number of idols, the broader the audience they could cater to. The varying needs of these worshippers at different times required the temple to satisfy their diverse faith demands, ensuring a continuous flow of offerings. When Shen Jianxin suggested a potential decline, the fervor of the attendees' worship began to dissipate. Yet, Qian Jun was different. He had been captivated by Shen Jianxin's intellect from day one. Even if Shen Jianxin were not a financial oracle, this admiration would persist. At this moment, he pondered why Shen Jianxin would willingly tarnish his own reputation. Observing Shen Jianxin's demeanor, he was certain that a countermeasure was imminent. Indeed, Shen Jianxin seized the microphone and, with a tone laced with mockery, remarked, "It seems that everyone's mindset has worsened, whether it's consulting or stock trading. This is no child's play. Frankly, I regret accepting your meager contributions, earning a pittance while having to manage your concerns. Next time, I shan't partake." Faced with this derision, many business leaders appeared visibly agitated. Their silence was not a testament to their composure. Rather, it seemed they were all under duress. The heavily invested stocks loomed like a blind box above them, shrouded in uncertainty. No one knew whether the outcome would be a treasure or a blade. In such a charged atmosphere, Shen Jianxin's taunts incited further ire. It was akin to having a knife at one's throat while being asked whether the fruit would ripen. Could one dare to respond with anger? No, they could not. Once emotions reached a boiling point, Shen Jianxin finally unveiled his grand strategy. There is no remedy for regret. What I have done must be seen through to the end. Given your current restlessness, I worry you might make impulsive decisions leading to lifelong regret. Therefore, I am prepared to offer you a reassurance. With a snap of his fingers, he signaled the commencement of his plan. Zheng Lei, adorned with a red flower, hurriedly approached, thrusting a contract into his hands. In my possession was a betting agreement, stipulating that should you purchase stocks through my consultation and incur losses by December 31st of this year, I would be deemed the loser. Conversely, should you profit, I would emerge victorious. The stakes were set at 10-1, with an initial wager of 100,000, leading to a potential payout of 1 million. Rest assured, this is not gambling. The contract is entirely legal and compliant. Your 100,000 remains in the form of a consultation fee, while my 1 million payout constitutes a penalty for breach of contract. Now, who among you wishes to sign this agreement? Silence enveloped the room. Not a single whisper was exchanged. All eyes were fixed on Shen Jianxin. He smiled faintly, remarking, "Oh, by the way, you need not prepay the 100,000. After all, your stocks are bound to yield profits, and I have no fear that you will be unable to produce that sum. We shall settle accounts when the betting period concludes." With such generous terms, 10-1, aren't you concerned about potential losses? Is 1 million sufficient to cover your potential downer? Come now, tell me, who among you fears loss? Step forward and sign. Shen Jianxin, usually calm and collected, now spoke with a commanding fervor that left the assembly of business leaders utterly awestruck. Their hearts felt as if they had been struck by a high-speed train, leaving their spirits in disarray. The faith that had recently waned was quietly rekindled, now surging more fervently than before. They were captivated by Shen Jianxin's unwavering confidence, none doubting his inevitable triumph. If he is guaranteed to win, why would I forfeit this 100,000? Oh, indeed, if he is assured of victory, does that not imply my purchased stocks are also bound to appreciate? Why should I harbor any concern? The gaze of the crowd converged into a fervent yet restrained resonance, each person fearful of being singled out by Shen Jianxin for the bet. Only Qianjun quietly lifted his glass, taking a sip. I was aware, but I did not anticipate such ruthlessness. Chapter 49. The tire is slashed. Observing the silent assembly, Shen Jianxin's lips curled into a slight smile. He gently shook his head, sighing with a tone as lonely as snow. Is there truly no one willing to take a bet? How utterly dull. Huang Mei's mindset transitioned from anxious to stable, mirroring that of the others, especially since she had invested 3 million in stocks. Regaining her composure and reassessing her role as the host, she stood and laughed. Who would dare to gamble with you? We are not foolish. It would be wiser to simply tuck our money into your pocket. Wouldn't you agree? Ha ha. Indeed, indeed. Ha ha. The atmosphere, once akin to a paused film, suddenly resumed its lively cadence, filled with laughter and chatter. As the ambience lightened, Huang Mei proposed, "All right, let us conclude the questioning here. I suggest we raise a glass to Mr. Shen. Cheers." The assembly collectively raised their glasses, acknowledging Mr. Shen for his promise of prosperity. I'm already eyeing a new car. I plan to sell my stocks next year and make the switch. Manager Wang, aren't you going to pour a drink for Mr. Shen? Lazy, where's your glass? Join us. Shen Jianxin appeared somewhat disappointed and less spirited. Yet he graciously accepted a drink with the group before returning to his seat. Observing his demeanor, those who intended to toast began to hesitate, watching to see who might approach first, lest they embarrass themselves by being rebuffed. Amidst this scrutiny, Qianjun was the first to rise and approach with a toast. He leaned in politely beside Shen Jianxin and said, "Mr. Shen, I raise a glass to you." Shen Jianxin turned his head and smiled. "Boss Qian, you are quite understated today." Qianjun chuckled lightly. "When in the company of Mr. Shen, merely bringing my ears is sufficient." The eloquence of a wise man is always pleasing to the ear, and Shen Jianxin's regard for Qianjun increased significantly as he lifted his glass to clink with his, saying, "Let us drink." With Qianjun leading the way, others soon followed suit, rising to offer their toasts, and before long, a throng gathered around Shen Jianxin. However, unlike Qianjun, Shen Jianxin mostly feigned sipping, sometimes merely moistening his lips. Many business owners chose to feign ignorance, for with 50 attendees present, drinking a toast with each would be overwhelming. Meanwhile, Shen Jianxin did not forget the two officers waiting in the car, particularly the young lady Lu, for he could not allow her to go hungry. He quietly instructed Zheng Lei to arrange dinner for them in the downstairs hall, prompting Lu Yong to summon them from the car to join the meal. As Wang Wei exited the vehicle and walked through the revolving door, Zhang Guodong, lurking by the van, began to formulate a plan. Wolf, puncture the tires. What does that mean? Hurry, no time for chatter. Be discreet, lest you be spotted. Understood. I'm on it. Wolf donned a cap and stepped out of the vehicle, striding along the roadside with his head lowered. Upon reaching the car, he lit a cigarette, observing the surroundings before gradually crouching down. After confirming he was unnoticed, he produced a spring-loaded knife and swiftly punctured 2 tires. Returning to the van, he inquired, "The tires are punctured, what next?" Zhang Guodong replied solemnly, "We need to acquire a taxi." Huh. Listen closely, he instructed as the others gathered closer. With the tires punctured, you will likely need to switch vehicles. At the onset of this discussion, Wolf interjected skeptically, "There are so many business owners here, at least dozens of cars. How would he take a taxi?" Zhang Guodong murmured, "I doubt he will, for with so many bosses present, taking anyone's car would offend the others." Just then, if a taxi appears, how do you think he would choose? Wolf's eyes brightened. "Ah, Guodong, I never expected you to have such insight. Please, continue. First, we acquire a taxi. I will handle the driving, and then..." Zhang Guodong elaborated on the complete plan. After Wolf pondered for a moment, he nodded decisively. "Let us do it. That's the plan." Thus, the van set off to procure a taxi. As for how to acquire it, that was simply a matter of theft. To prevent any premature leaks, both the vehicle and its driver would be taken, with the taxi driver bound and stowed in the van, to be dealt with later. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Shen Jianxin, with a slight intoxication evident from his tipsy demeanor, realized he could no longer indulge in further libations. He discreetly signaled to Zheng Lei, who promptly approached to mediate, supporting Shen Jianxin as he remarked, "Mr. Shen has been thoroughly imbibed by your generous hospitality. Let us conclude our gathering here. We shall reconvene another time, esteemed colleagues." Shen Jianxin waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Not at all, not at all. It is a rare occasion for us to gather, and I am delighted to share this moment with all of you. Indeed, it is a privilege to dine with Mr. Shen." Another voice chimed in. "What are you doing, Lei? Mr. Shen has yet to declare the evening over. Why are you so anxious? Come, come. Let us raise another glass. Mr. Shen, I toast to you." From the moment Zheng Lei spoke, Huang Mei discerned that this was certainly at Shen Jianxin's behest. She interjected, "All right now, we can drink another day. Mr. Shen has indeed had his fill this evening. Let us allow him to return home and rest." Yet, a number of attendees were reluctant to acquiesce. Shen Jianxin lifted his glass and proposed, "In that case, let us pour our drinks and finish what remains in our glasses. We shall gather again another day. Cheers." The crowd enthusiastically filled their glasses and rose to their feet. Shen Jianxin also stood, raising his glass in a distant salute to all present, exclaiming, "Cheers! Cheers! Let us drink." After consuming the final round of farewell drinks, Shen Jianxin was enveloped by a throng of business associates as they descended the stairs. Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered Lu Jianyu standing there, hands on her hips, vociferously cursing, while Wang Wei furrowed his brow, inspecting a tire. The trunk, which initially contained a spare tire, now found itself with 2 punctured tires, rendering the spare insufficient for replacement. Zheng Lei stepped forward to inquire, "What happened?" Wang Wei looked up and replied, "While we were dining, the tires were punctured. It appears they were slashed with a small knife." Fury ignited within Zheng Lei. "Damn! Which scoundrel dared to vandalize my tires on Huanghe Road?" He then turned to confront the doorman of the New Phoenix Hotel, shouting, "What kind of service is this? A car parked at the entrance gets slashed. Do you not wish to keep your job?" The doorman, feeling wronged, responded, "I just changed shifts. I truly did not see anything." Shen Jianxin raised his hand, saying, "Lei, let it go. It is merely 2 tires. It is not worth making things difficult for him." Though the boss had spoken, Zheng Lei, despite his simmering anger, had no choice but to restrain himself. This was Huanghe Road, his territory. To have his tires vandalized amidst such a grand gathering was undeniably humiliating. At that moment, Lu Tianrui, quick to seize the opportunity, proposed, "It is quite late, and repairing the tire will take time. Why don't I drive Mr. Shen home?" Once one suggestion arose, another followed suit, as someone else chimed in, "Mr. Shen, I live just behind the Peace Hotel. It is on your way. Come, travel with me." "You are mistaken. Your home is indeed to the south, while mine is by the riverside. It makes more sense for you to ride with me." Having indulged in a fair amount of drink, the atmosphere grew increasingly heated with banter. As Zhang Guodong had anticipated, Shen Jianxin found himself in a somewhat awkward predicament. In such circumstances, it was deemed inappropriate to ride with any one person, not out of concern for any potential repercussions, but simply due to the unnecessary nature of the situation. Just then, a taxi with a green light approached. Shen Jianxin intervened to quell the rising argument, clasping his hands together in gratitude, saying, "Thank you all for your generous intentions. It would be improper to favor one over another. I shall take a taxi home." Chapter 50. No escape from the jump. As Shen Jianxin prepared to take a taxi, the various bosses were eager to retain him, their invitations reflecting his resolute intent. Zheng Lei hurriedly jogged over to open the taxi's rear door. Surrounded by the crowd, Shen Jianxin leaned against the door, waving goodbye with a relaxed smile, radiating confidence as if he were a master of the world. Meanwhile, Zhang Guodong, an observer in the background, silently gazed through the rearview mirror, his heart heavy yet resolute in his choice. Typically, one would wait for the boss to enter the car before others followed suit. However, such decorum did not exist in Lu Jianyu's mind. Spotting Shen Jianxin about to enter the taxi, she naturally opened the front passenger door and took her seat. Some bosses exchanged glances, deeming the young secretary's behavior improper, speculating that her beauty was the reason for Shen Jianxin's selection. Her unorthodox entry disrupted Zhang Guodong's plan. He had intended to wait for Shen Jianxin to enter before speeding off. Nevertheless, he dismissed the minor disruption, attributing it to the innocence of a young girl. Just as Shen Jianxin leaned into the vehicle, a gunshot echoed in the distance. Bang! The glass on the upper floors of the New Phoenix Hotel shattered, startling everyone who looked up in alarm. Wang Wei instinctively pressed his hand against his lower back, turning toward the source of the gunfire. At that moment, the taxi roared to life, the rear door still ajar as it sped away. Lu Jianyu was momentarily distracted by the gunshot and was observing the outside when she realized something was amiss as the taxi surged forward. Instinctively, she reached for her waist and turned to question, "What are you doing?" Instead, she was met with the dark muzzle of a gun and a cold, hoarse voice. "I didn't expect you to be a cop too." With just a subconscious gesture of reaching for her weapon, Zhang Guodong discerned her identity, showcasing his sharpness and professionalism as a seasoned veteran. This was a meticulously orchestrated kidnapping. Sitting in the back seat, Shen Jianxin felt his throat tighten, adrenaline coursing through him as his mind raced, shaking off the remnants of intoxication. What troubled him most was not the gun in the assailant's hand, but the fact that the assailant's face was completely exposed. What did that signify? Despite the tension that caused his body to react involuntarily, Shen Jianxin remained composed, compelling his mind to analyze the situation. However, the conclusions he drew plunged him into despair. The assailants had no intention of letting him live. "Now, remove your holster. If you dare pull that gun, I will shoot you on the spot," Zhang Guodong said, steering with one hand while his gaze darted between the road and Lu Jianyu. For Lu Jianyu, this marked her first encounter with peril after her training. Though courageous, she realized she could not gamble with her life. She remained still, the barrel of the gun pressing against her forehead. "If you wish to die, I can grant you that right now. I will count to 3. 1, 2. Hand him the gun," Shen Jianxin shouted from the back seat. If the police were to be shot by the assailants, they would spiral into complete madness, leaving him with no chance of survival. Zhang Guodong glanced back, mocking, "It seems that Boss Shen is the one who knows the score. Please, Boss Shen, ensure the car door is tightly shut." Shen Jianxin reached out to pull the swaying door, and naturally, part of Zhang Guodong's attention was directed toward him. His concern was well-founded. At this moment, Shen Jianxin was calculating the speed of the vehicle. Should the speed exceed 50 miles per hour, the fatality rate for jumping from the car would escalate significantly, and if it surpassed 80 miles per hour, it would be akin to leaping from a height of 16 meters, with a near-certain fatality rate. As Shen Jianxin grasped the door handle and turned back, he suddenly shouted in alarm, "Be careful, we're going to crash." In reflex, Zhang Guodong slammed on the brakes. Confirming safety amidst the night would take at least a second, and that precious moment was Shen Jianxin's only chance. He understood now that if he allowed the assailants to take him to their destination, he would face certain death. Jumping from the vehicle at least afforded him a glimmer of hope. With the brakes engaged, he significantly reduced the risk of injury from jumping. And as the speed dwindled to around 20 miles per hour, he resolutely pushed open the inadequately closed door and leapt without hesitation. Zhang Guodong, realizing there were no obstacles ahead, immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Turning back, he caught sight of Shen Jianxin leaping from the vehicle. Damn, he truly is a tough one. At the entrance of the new Phoenix, as the taxi sped away, everyone became acutely aware that something was amiss. Wang Wei drew his gun at once, shouting at the taxi, but to no avail. The vehicle only accelerated further. Zheng Lei felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him. If something were to happen to Shen Jianxin, he, burdened with $1 million debt, would also be finished. Frantically, he dashed out in pursuit, but no mere legs could ever match the speed of the wheels. Wang Wei swiftly seized the mobile phone from an unprepared boss nearby and dialed the city bureau. Li team, this is Wang Wei. An incident has occurred. Shen Jianxin has been abducted, and I suspect it's a kidnapping. The taxi's license plate is HU-875, heading west on Huanghe Road. Please, mobilize police forces immediately for an interception. What on earth happened? How could he be abducted while you were right there? Where's Lu Jianyu? Little Lu is also in the car. What did you say? Are you out of your mind? Wang Wei, filled with urgency, replied, I request the Bureau to take action. But we must arrange for an interception as swiftly as possible. I will requisition civilian vehicles for the chase. On the other end of the line, Li Ling's mind exploded in chaos, struck as if by lightning. Lu Jianyu was part of his economic investigation team. If anything were to happen to her, his tenure as captain would come to a disastrous end. He immediately reported the situation to the bureau chief, causing a stir within the entire Shanghai police force as they began to mobilize comprehensively. The gravity of the situation could not be concealed. When the call reached the home of Secretary Liu of the Political and Legal Committee, the head of the Shanghai Municipal Bureau heard the sound of the receiver dropping onto the table in silence. The scene shifted back to Shen Jianxin, who had just jumped from the car. Not only was Zhang Guodong astonished, but even Lu Jianyu was taken aback. It was the first time she sensed Shen Jianxin's decisiveness. Under the threat of the assailant's firearms, he had acted without hesitation, demonstrating an extraordinary inner strength. The taxi halted merely 10 meters away, and after jumping from the vehicle, Shen Jianxin fell, having no time to register the pain in his body. He quickly stumbled to his feet and fled in a state of panic. This was his final chance, and indeed, his most fortuitous opportunity. Lu Jianyu had yet to be silenced, and Zhang Guodong could not possibly disregard her. He would first pursue Shen. In the face of life and death, Shen Jianxin had already forsaken any concern for Lu Jianyu's fate, opting instead for his own escape. His instincts proved correct, for at that moment, Zhang Guodong was tormented by the dilemma of whether to eliminate Lu Jianyu with a single shot before pursuing Shen. However, it seemed as if fate had ordained this calamity for Shen Jianxin. Just as he began to run, a white van blocked his path. Two individuals donned in hooded masks emerged from the vehicle, their guns aimed menacingly at his forehead. Shen Jianxin's mind went blank, and his legs, no longer able to bear the weight of his resolve, faltered. He was seized and dragged into the van, where his gaze fell upon a taxi driver, bound and gagged. Cursing under his breath, Shen Jianxin's vision darkened as he realized the gravity of his predicament. Chapter 51. Becoming a sacrifice. Shen Jianxin had always been aware of the perils that accompanied the wealth of this era. Since his recent rise to affluence, he had largely refrained from venturing out, and when he did, it was never alone. Yet, unexpectedly, he had still fallen into a trap. Thus, within the journey of life, even with vigilance, one can find that foresight is often insufficient against unforeseen calamities. Not everyone is afforded the luxury of regret. At this moment, Shen Jianxin sensed that once his value was extracted, he would be discarded in a desolate wilderness. Whether he would be killed first or buried alive seemed to matter little. To prevent any further attempts to escape, he was tightly secured between two masked assailants in the rear seat of the van. By estimation, Shen Jianxin's wealth had surpassed 5 million, placing him among the elite even in the bustling metropolis of 1991. The ramifications of such an individual being abducted on the streets would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the nation. The municipal police took this matter with utmost seriousness, mobilizing the entirety of their force, with armed police setting up checkpoints across the city. Complicating matters further was the involvement of a police officer's daughter, whose father held a prominent position in the Political and Legal Committee, intensifying the gravity of the case. Liu Changming arrived at the municipal police headquarters to oversee and coordinate the investigation, placing immense pressure on the officers. An hour post-incident, the abandoned taxi was discovered in the outskirts, with the driver found stuffed into the trunk, unharmed. This revelation offered a sigh of relief to the head of the criminal investigation team. Had a fatality occurred at that juncture, the fate of the two abducted individuals would have been dire. Upon examining the scene, the police determined that the taxi had been discarded by the assailants. The investigation faced significant challenges due to the absence of surveillance footage, leaving them reliant on interviews with potential witnesses. Given that the crime took place at night, identifying effective witnesses proved difficult. The taxi driver, in his panic, reported that his assailants were all masked, rendering their identities unknown. The police surmised that this was likely the reason for his survival. What remained unknown to all was that it was Zhang Guodong who had proposed the execution of the driver, only to be thwarted by a gang member. His intentions were solely to acquire money, with no desire to take a life. The characters undergo a subtle transformation. The once rogue wolf, who was brash and reckless, now hesitates, while Zhang Guodong, a warrior whose fervor had endured through years of hardship, finds his mindset sinking into the deepest abyss with each decision he makes. Naturally, he does not perceive himself as a harbinger of darkness. In the innermost recesses of his heart lies the innocent visage of his daughter. To save her, he believes that all his actions are justified and virtuous. In a suburban townhouse, Shen Jianxin and Lu Jianyu are tightly bound, their mouths silenced by tape. In another room, the wolf anxiously puffs on a cigarette, waiting for something. Upon hearing footsteps outside, he swiftly grabs his gun and positions himself by the door. After a timid knock, a voice from outside announces, "Boss, I'm back." The wolf exhales deeply and opens the door to let the newcomer in. What is the situation? The other two individuals in the room immediately lean in, and the anxious subordinate reports, "All highways leading in and out of the city are blocked, and the armed police have been deployed. I didn't dare enter the city, boss. It seems we've taken a huge risk this time." The wolf furrows his brow in concern, regretting his choices, especially upon realizing they have kidnapped a police officer. Zhang Guodong interjects, "What is the point of panicking? The deed is done, and we've successfully brought the person here. If you don't want to earn this money, you can leave now. I'll handle it myself. And I want to implicate you if anything goes wrong." The wolf and his two subordinates exchange skeptical glances, fully aware that retreat is not an option now that they have shouldered the risk. They can only forge ahead into the darkness, hoping that a fortune awaits them, which might allow them to disappear and live a life of wealth. After some deliberation, they decide that Zhang Guodong will lead the next phase of their plan. In the other room, Lu Jianyu's eyes blaze with fury as she struggles against her bindings. Yet, the ropes expertly tied by the seasoned soldier Zhang Guodong cannot be easily undone, rendering her efforts futile. Meanwhile, Shen Jianxin, despite a growing sense of foreboding, clings to the hope of survival, quietly devising a strategy to outmaneuver the kidnappers. The door creaks open, and Zhang Guodong enters without a mask, his presence unmistakably bold. He kneels before Shen Jianxin and speaks calmly. "Mr. Shen, we are merely seeking financial gain. As long as you cooperate willingly, we will not harm you. However, should you attempt any tricks, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Do you understand?" Shen Jianxin nods slightly. Zhang Guodong tears the tape from his mouth. But instead of crying out, Shen Jianxin remains silent, his gaze composed. This intrigues Zhang Guodong, prompting him to ask, "Aren't you afraid?" "Yes, but fear does not resolve any issues," Shen Jianxin replies. Zhang Guodong's eyes brighten with admiration. "No wonder you've amassed such wealth. You are indeed no ordinary person." "Just kill me," Shen Jianxin responds coldly, leaving Zhang Guodong momentarily bewildered. On the other side, Lu Jianyu was equally perplexed by this sudden turn of events, wondering why he had chosen to abandon his position so readily. Zhang Guodong furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" With a subtle smile gracing the corners of his mouth, Shen Jianxin replied softly, "When one engages in a life of transgression, one must eventually pay the price. From the very first day I stepped into this world, I prepared myself for this eventuality. However, I never anticipated that before I could savor the fruits of my labor, I would find myself ensnared in a web of betrayal. My fate is unfortunate, yet I must accept it. Let us proceed." At that moment, the gazes of the two other individuals present, the kidnapper and the hostage, converged in bewilderment upon Shen Jianxin. Zhang Guodong's frown deepened as he began to piece together the implications. Voicing his confusion, "Mr. Shen, you have me utterly perplexed. What do you mean by betrayal? Could it be that you—" "Indeed, I am involved in the realm of deception," Shen Jianxin admitted. "These two officers were dispatched to monitor my actions. What a predicament! I have been devising ways to negotiate with the authorities, only to be ambushed by you. Nevertheless, my friend, I am curious. It appears you were aware of the police presence beside me, yet you dared to abduct me? Do you have a death wish? From the outset, Lu Jianyu had deemed Shen Jianxin a consummate fraud. However, as the days unfolded, she began to suspect that he possessed genuine skills, leading her to reassess her initial judgment. Yet now, this man had brazenly confessed. In that instant, her expression morphed into one of complexity. Damn it, she had known all along that he was no good. Poor Lu Jianyu, who had yet to become a detective, found herself ensnared in a den of wolves while attempting to protect a charlatan. Heaven, open your eyes. Zhang Guodong was equally taken aback by Shen Jianxin's revelation and squinted as he pondered. Are you suggesting that the so-called small stock fairy is merely deceiving those businessmen? Isn't that self-evident? There are no such stock fairies in this world. If such abilities existed, why would I instruct others on trading stocks when I could profit myself? Yet, I underestimated the gullibility of those businessmen. Having deceived too many, I have now attracted the attention of the police. Zhang Guodong turned to Lu Jianyu and observed her seething glare directed at Shen Jianxin. Could it be that this man truly was a swindler? In Chapter 52, a battle of wits with the kidnapper, Zhang Guodong had little interest in whether Shen Jianxin was indeed a fraud, as long as the money was genuine. However, Shen Jianxin was not without purpose. He had crafted this fraudulent persona as a prelude to the negotiations at hand. Zhang Guodong bypassed the topic, stating, Mr. Shen, I am not interested in how you earned your money. What matters is that my associates have undertaken considerable risk for this endeavor. Surely you understand what we seek. Shen Jianxin nodded, acknowledging, I understand. You seek wealth. How much do you desire? I hear you have amassed 5 to 6 million? Shen Jianxin clarified. The previous funds have not passed through my hands. They are all invested in stocks in Pengcheng. If you require cash, I recently deposited a loan amounting to approximately 1.6 million into the bank this afternoon, which I can hand over to you entirely. Zhang Guodong scoffed. It seems Mr. Shen lacks sincerity. Shen Jianxin retorted. It appears this may be your first foray into this enterprise as well. For you, the quickest access to cash is paramount, while the extent of my assets holds little relevance to your needs. Moreover, you have committed a grave error. Action should have been taken in the afternoon, for by now, the funds have yet to be deposited into the bank. At this moment, you could have already secured that substantial sum of 1,600,000. With such wealth, you could revel in luxury for at least a decade. Zhang Guodong lamented this situation, and now, upon hearing Shen Jianxin's words, he felt an even greater sense of regret. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. How could a hostage critique the actions of their captors? Zhang Guodong retrieved 2 cigarettes from his pocket, igniting one and offering the other to Shen Jianxin. He then inquired, Very well, how do you intend to provide me with this 1,600,000? I can give you the password. You may escort me to retrieve it, Shen Jianxin replied. However, as soon as he took a drag from his cigarette, Zhang Guodong snatched it away and tossed it to the ground. Are you toying with me? Shen Jianxin shook his head. You misunderstand. At present, I have no authority to negotiate. I am merely making a suggestion. If you possess a more effective plan, please share it. The question was returned to Zhang Guodong, who, adhering to the preordained protocol, suggested, call your family and have them discreetly retrieve the funds. Shen Jianxin sighed. It appears you truly lack professionalism. Your background check was far too cursory. I became an orphan at the age of 12 and have no family. Furthermore, the bank book is in my pocket. Do you truly believe that outsiders could approach the bank and claim to be my relatives, and the bank would release such a vast sum? Zhang Guodong promptly searched Shen Jianxin and indeed discovered the bank book, which clearly indicated a deposit of 1,600,000. What is the password? He inquired. 383,838. Shen Jianxin answered without hesitation, prompting Zhang Guodong to look into his eyes intently. You must understand, if you deceive me, it will cost you your life. Firstly, I assure you I am not deceiving you. Secondly, I hope you will shoot me now. Zhang Guodong, bewildered, asked, if you are so compliant, why do you wish for me to kill you? Shen Jianxin replied calmly, because death is inevitable. I cannot escape this place. Zhang Guodong narrowed his eyes once more, not directly responding, but instead questioning, if you have resigned yourself to death, why then are you so cooperative? Primarily, I do not wish to endure humiliation before I die. I am not only afraid of death, I fear pain as well. Since death cannot be avoided, I have no choice but to surrender. Thus, My current cooperation is to spare myself physical torment. The logic was sound, yet one could not help but wonder, could a hostage, facing imminent death, truly articulate such sentiments with such composure? Zhang Guodong's envy towards Shen Jianxin gradually subsided, as he began to accept that a person of such temperament could indeed amass great wealth. It was a reasonable conclusion. This quality of mind and clarity was not something the average person could comprehend. He nodded solemnly. Very well, I promise you, as long as you do not deceive me, I shall not allow you to suffer before I release you. Thank you. However, my friend, I must caution you. You have entangled yourselves in a significant predicament. Whether you choose to send someone to the bank or escort me yourself, rest assured, you will not secure those funds, and it is perilous. Zhang Guodong harbored his own concerns regarding this, yet he pressed on. What do you mean? You have brazenly kidnapped me. A wealthy individual renowned in Shanghai for my fame and assets, and you have also taken a serving police officer as your captive. Now, it seems that the entire city is in pursuit, and my bank account is undoubtedly under strict surveillance. It is impossible for you to withdraw a single penny. Attempting to do so would be akin to walking into a trap. Zhang Guodong's face darkened completely, contemplating the audacity of risking his life for this venture, only to end up with nothing. As his gaze darted about in confusion, Shen Jianxin offered him a glimmer of hope. Oh, by the way, I do have around 100,000 in cash stashed in the drawer of my room at the Peace Hotel. However, that place is likely swarming with police as well, so you cannot go there. But I can make a call and have Lazy retrieve it for you. The initial sum of 5 million had dwindled to 1,600,000, and now it was reduced to a mere 100,000. Zhang Guodong's expectations were continually diminished, yet it was still better than having nothing. At that moment, Shen Jianxin suddenly posed a poignant question. If you manage to secure that 100,000, how will you divide it among yourselves? Each person would end up with 2 or 3,000. Would you really kill me for this paltry sum? Would you kill a police officer? Brother, is it truly worth it? With this setup, Shen Jianxin delivered a profound inquiry. If the sum were in the millions, such a question would be irrelevant. For any kidnapper, it would be worthwhile. However, when the figure is reduced to 2 or 3,000, unless one is a complete fool or caught in a dark, stormy night, the answer is likely to be not worth it. Zhang Guodong felt bitter in his mouth. Confronted with Shen Jianxin's soul-searching question, he articulated the rationale supporting all his unlawful actions. Mr. Shen, I have no choice. My daughter is ill and requires money for surgery. The cost exceeds 10,000, yet my salary is only 160. I truly have no alternative, otherwise. Who would choose to abandon a decent life to engage in such deeds? Shen Jianxin frowned, suddenly sighing. So, that's how it is, brother. Could you please pick up the cigarette for me? I would like to take a puff. At that moment, Zhang Guodong's psychological animosity towards Shen Jianxin virtually evaporated. Instead of retrieving the cigarette from the ground, he produced another one and lit it for him. Shen Jianxin took several deep drags, the glowing ember reflecting in Zhang Guodong's pupils. With the cigarette between his lips, Shen Jianxin suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm, Brother, I understand you. I used to work for wealthy families, earning a mere 120 a month while they resided in lavish garden villas. I truly found it intolerable. Why should we all be human, yet the wealthy command the winds and reside in grand villas while I suffer in poverty for a lifetime? Zhang Guodong wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, why should the world be this way? I risked my life for 10 years as a soldier on the border, and upon my return, the job market was dismal, leaving me unable to afford my daughter's surgery. I am indignant. The world is profoundly unjust. Shen Jianxin's interest piqued. Oh? You served for 10 years? How are your skills? Zhang Guodong, unsure of the reason behind the inquiry, replied, I'm an ordinary person. I can handle 3 or 5 without issue, but if firearms are involved. He glanced at Lu Jianyu nearby and continued. Someone like that little police officer is practically a free target. Chapter 53. What if we kill her? Brother, why not join forces with me? Huh? Zhang Guodong looked up in shock, only to find Shen Jianxin's eager gaze, hungry for allies. Beside him, Lu Jianyu struggled fiercely, her eyes filled with a ferocity that could devour. This deceiver actually intended to recruit the kidnapper to collaborate in his schemes? Clearly, there was not a single virtuous soul among them. Shen Jianxin continued, You see, my cunning has already been validated. In this world, there are many wealthy individuals, but even more fools, making them exceedingly easy to deceive. However, I am merely at the outset of my journey, lacking those who could safeguard me. Had it not been for your abduction today, I would have faced a similar fate at the hands of others in the future. Most importantly, I perceive you as a good man. Your actions, though desperate, stem from necessity. You are a commendable father, and I admire your fortitude. Therefore, I shall cover your daughter's surgical expenses and provide you with a monthly salary of 5,000, along with a year-end bonus. How about you assist me in driving? Zhang Guodong fell silent, though his silence did not indicate a lack of temptation. The ash on his cigarette grew increasingly long. Shen Jianxin emphasized his positive image, which also reflected his self-perception. Although his actions and recent thoughts had proven that his true self was descending into darkness, most people remained oblivious to this reality. The majority's self-image is merely a figment of their imagination. Thus, evildoers never consider themselves as such. Each individual, starting from their own perspective, inherently defines themselves as a good person. At this moment, Zhang Guodong's silence was largely spent evaluating the veracity of Shen Jianxin's words. He needed to ascertain whether Shen was merely attempting to deceive him for the sake of survival. However, he recalled every conversation since entering the room. His judgment led him to believe that Shen Jianxin was likely sincere, yet he still found it difficult to trust fully. A misjudgment could lead to his irrevocable downfall. He cautiously probed, "Boss Shen, please don't jest with me." Shen Jianxin earnestly replied, "I am serious. I have taken you hostage, and you wish to utilize me?" With a chuckle, he added, "Damn. You're robbing, and I'm robbing. We're simply employing different methods. What kind of deceiver looks down on a kidnapper? From now on, I will focus on making money while you protect me. Together as brothers, we shall grow strong and create a glorious future. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Zhang Guodong chuckled as well, yet this did not signify the complete dissolution of his reservations. He sought an excuse, but there are a few who are temporarily teamed up outside. If I release you, I want to be able to account for that. Shen Jianxin did not respond immediately, but furrowed his brow in contemplation before suggesting, "How about this? I'll have Lazy deliver 100,000 to them to share, as a means of dispersing fortune for safety. From now on, you will be with me. Forget about the ransom. I will cover your daughter's surgical fees and future tuition. How does that sound? Are you truly offering me 5,000 a month? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Zhang Guodong questioned. "Damn, what is excessive about it? No offense, brother, but your expectations are rather shallow. Just look at Lazy, who is currently with me. I've arranged for him to earn 10,000 in interest monthly, and I also guide him in stock trading. 5,000 is merely for your household expenses. With me, the small stock wizard, you need not fear financial struggles." Regarding this matter, the results were evident, and Zhang Guodong could not help but acknowledge it. His intrigue had reached an exceedingly high threshold, yet he still found it challenging to commit. From a rational perspective, a boss would never accept a kidnapper as their personal bodyguard. Wasn't there a fear that one day, in a fit of displeasure, they might be kidnapped again? However, Shen Jianxin's methodical persuasion was exceedingly flawless, compounded by the fact that the current opportunities for making a significant profit had been entirely thwarted. If he could truly reach an accord with Shen Jianxin, the funds for his daughter's surgery would be secured, and he could also enjoy a lucrative salary along with various benefits. Anyone in his position would find it impossible to resist such temptation. At that moment, Zhang Guodong's mind was a tumultuous blend of temptation and anxiety. He suddenly glanced at Lu Jianyu, realizing that even if he chose to align himself with Shen Jianxin, this female officer would pose a considerable complication. Kidnapping is a serious criminal offense, and once the act is committed, the case is already established. Even if Shen Jianxin chose not to pursue it, the police would undoubtedly follow through. Of course, Shen Jianxin could fabricate a false statement, claiming he was merely out socializing with a friend. However, this was contingent upon the absence of this female officer as a victim and eyewitness to the abduction. Noticing the shift in his expression, Shen Jianxin's heart sank. Zhang Guodong promptly inquired, "Mr. Shen, I am indeed inclined to work with you. However, I have already committed this act, and this officer witnessed everything. You may spare me, but I cannot count on the police to do the same." Shen Jianxin's face clouded with despair before hardening into a grim resolve as he suggested, "What if we eliminate her?" Zhang Guodong's eyes widened in shock. In that moment, he was utterly convinced that Shen Jianxin was indeed a ruthless character willing to engage in underhanded dealings. Meanwhile, Lu Jianyu could scarcely believe her ears. She glared at Shen Jianxin, her teeth nearly grinding to dust as she struggled violently against her restraints. Shen Jianxin cast a furtive glance, certain that if he were to release Lu Jianyu, she would undoubtedly seek to retaliate against him. Ironically, it was Shen Jianxin's merciless demeanor that made Zhang Guodong place greater trust in his proposition. After all, aligning with such a figure might ensure his survival while also providing an accomplice for illicit activities. What could be more advantageous? He rose, pressing his knee as he declared, "Allow me to consider this. I will fetch something for you to eat, Mr. Shen." Very well. As Zhang Guodong departed, he glanced at the duct tape on the floor, but ultimately decided against resealing Shen Jianxin's mouth. This indicated that although he had not yet made a firm decision, he was indeed contemplating leaving a favorable impression on Shen Jianxin. Once the door closed, darkness enveloped the room once more. "I know you are angry right now." Shen Jianxin's soft voice unexpectedly broke the silence, reaching Lu Jianyu's ears. Yet, with her mouth bound, she could not respond. Anger is futile. As a police officer, you must understand the perilous situation we find ourselves in. He has not concealed his identity and has never intended to let us go. Lu Jianyu's mind had been consumed with thoughts of two sets of wrongdoers colluding, fueling her outrage. However, Shen Jianxin's words prompted her to recognize the underlying truth. It dawned on her that perhaps this man had merely been feigning compliance. Yet, Shen Jianxin offered no further clarification, stating instead, "If you do not wish to become a martyr at such a young age, I implore you to abandon any futile resistance. Especially, do not mention your father unless absolutely necessary." Lu Jianyu stared blankly into the indistinct shadows ahead, her heart filled with suspicion. This man knew about her father? When had he learned this? "My father's identity has never been mentioned to his colleagues." After Zhang Guodong returned outside, the wild wolf and others swiftly surrounded him, inquiring about the discussion. Upon analyzing the amount of money that could be obtained, the group's spirits instantly plummeted. After all this commotion, there was only a meager sum of 100,000. The subordinate who had just returned from his inquiries immediately protested, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "This is utterly outrageous. I told you this matter was impossible to handle. We are maintaining order here, and for such a paltry sum, we risk our lives. I refuse to partake in this." Chapter 54. "I will exterminate your entire family." Wild wolf, with a darkened expression, reprimanded, "Silence. Do you think that simply refusing to participate will absolve you of the consequences?" The kidnappers were plunged into chaos due to diminishing expected profits, while the city descended further into disorder. Ever since Shen Jianxin was abducted, Zheng Lei's eyes had remained perpetually red. If Shen Jianxin did not return, he would be utterly incapable of bearing the burden of over 1 million in debts. He contemplated murder. He was truly capable of taking a life. However, what enraged him further was that the police had included him among the suspects. Due to his background as a thug and his proximity to Shen Jianxin, the police had ample reason to suspect him of possessing both motive and means. At that moment, he sat in the police interrogation room, facing 2 officers. One officer, with an impassive expression, inquired, "According to our information, you have been frequenting the area around Huanghe Road, particularly with the parking attendants there, who are almost all connected to you. Yet your own vehicle was vandalized on Huanghe Road. How do you account for this incongruity?" Zheng Lei was on the verge of exploding with anger. He discerned the police's suspicions. Bang! His fist slammed onto the table, causing the papers and pens to leap into the air. "What do you mean by wasting my time here instead of pursuing the real culprit? You suspect me of committing this crime?" The officer opposite him frowned and replied, "Calm down. Indeed, we suspect you, as you possess sufficient motive and capability. Shut your mouth. I borrowed over 1 million from Mr. Shen. If anything were to happen to him, I would jump into the Huangpu River tomorrow. How dare you suspect me? Have you lost your minds?" Zheng Lei's eyes blazed with fury, his neck bulging with the strain of his outburst. The 2 officers exchanged glances, and one of them asked, "Do you have any potential suspects? For instance, has Shen Jianxin had any recent conflicts with anyone?" Zheng Lei paused momentarily, suddenly recalling someone. The nearby interrogation rooms were filled with officers and witnesses, all engaged in 2-on-1 questioning, and nearly everyone had mentioned a particular name. The police swiftly mobilized and brought Feng Yuanshan to the city bureau. Upon arrival, he cursed vehemently and proclaimed his innocence. "What the hell does this have to do with me? I was out with clients tonight, singing until midnight before returning home. Shen Jianxin, that scoundrel deceives everyone, earning enmity from countless individuals. It is no surprise he finds himself in such a predicament. But I assure you, I had no part in this." Feng Yuanshan had sufficient alibi to establish his whereabouts, and the police currently possessed no evidence linking him to the case. Moreover, given his position and influence, the police were unable to detain him. In addition to gathering extensive inquiry records from numerous individuals associated with Shen Jianxin, the highest echelons of the municipal bureau convened an overnight meeting. It is no laughing matter. The daughter of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission has been kidnapped, and the internal implications of this case are far graver than those surrounding Shen Jianxin's abduction. The head of the criminal investigation team personally reported on the situation. Based on our preliminary investigations, Shen Jianxin recently amassed considerable wealth through stock consulting services, which may have attracted the attention of nefarious individuals. We surmise that the perpetrator's primary motive is financial gain. Thus, the victim should be temporarily safe. We have traced all his financial activities, including a consulting profit of 5.2 million, which was collected through Huang Mei, the owner of the New Phoenix Hotel, and subsequently used by her brother to purchase 5 shares of Pengqing stock. Furthermore, a recent loan of 1.6 million was deposited in the Industrial and Commercial Bank yesterday afternoon, while the whereabouts of other cash remains unclear. If the kidnappers are indeed after money, I believe they will soon reach out to those close to Shen Jianxin. Lu Changming, seated at the head of the table, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What of Shen Jianxin's family?" His parents perished in a traffic accident 8 years ago, leaving him largely solitary, with minimal contact with his relatives, all of whom are ordinary citizens lacking the means to pay a ransom. We assessed that if the kidnappers press him for funds, his most likely contacts would be Huang Mei, followed by Zheng Lei. We have already instructed these 2 individuals to inform us immediately should the abductors reach out. Lu Changming directed. Merely relying on this is insufficient. We cannot guarantee they will proactively notify us. Arrange for personnel to monitor their movements around the clock. Understood. Since arriving at the municipal bureau to oversee the case, Lu Changming has not returned home, unable to confirm his daughter's safety, and remains in a constant state of anxiety. The troubling aspect is that he has yet to figure out how to explain this situation to his wife, and has chosen to keep it from her for the time being. As dawn broke, a substantial contingent of armed police began a thorough search based on the leads available. While the witnesses who had spent the night providing testimonies were released and now gathered at the police station's entrance, exchanging anxious whispers, the atmosphere was rife with tension. Yet one individual stood apart, exuding a sense of glee. Feng Yuanshan, positioned at the entrance of the police station, proclaimed, "Justice prevails, good is rewarded, and evil is punished. Heaven has opened its eyes." In response to his mockery, the expressions of those present darkened. Qianjun could not help but retort, "Feng, is it really necessary to gloat over someone merely not collaborating with you?" Feng Yuanshan quickly shot back. "Qian, do you still have the energy to defend others? Consider this. If the so-called Master Shen does not return, where will you seek the refund of your consulting fees? I suggest you sell your stocks promptly. Minimizing your losses is the best course." Upon hearing this, a flicker of concern crossed the minds of several business owners called in for testimonies, and they involuntarily glanced at Huang Mei. At present, all consulting fees, along with Huang Mei's own 3 million, have been invested in the stock market. Should they demand refunds, she would be unable to produce such a sum. Observing her silence, one owner leaned in and quietly asked, "Huang, what do you think of this situation?" Huang Mei, with a stern expression, replied, "Mr. Shen is not dead yet. Furthermore, I am merely a guarantor. The approval period stipulated in the contract has yet to arrive. I have already provided you with the funds, and if Mr. Shen inquires about it later, what am I to do?" Many business owners found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. Qianjun declared, "I will certainly not refund. One must uphold their credibility. The contract has been signed, and until the due date, this money rightfully belongs in the hands of General Huang." Feng Yuanshan observed that many had been swayed by his words and quickly added, "Look, the commotion has grown so loud that the kidnappers have likely already disposed of the evidence and fled. It is highly probable that your Master Shen has already been buried. I advise General Huang to return the money to everyone, lest they suspect you of misappropriating it." As all eyes turned toward her, Huang Mei narrowed her eyes and spoke. "Gentlemen, I have been running a restaurant on Huanghe Road for quite some time now, generating a monthly revenue of 200,000. Although this sum is considerable, it is not enough to jeopardize my lifetime of business and credibility. As for you, Mr. Feng, it would be prudent for you to distance yourself from this matter. Otherwise, I assure you, I shall be the first to hold you accountable." Huang Mei's gaze was laced with menace. Although Feng Yuanshan felt a jolt of fear, He refused to be intimidated by a woman in public, retorting, "Am I to fear a mere restaurant owner?" At that moment, a voice emerged from the police station. "Feng Yuanshan, if I discover that you are behind this, I will ensure your entire family suffers the consequences." The crowd turned to see Zhang Lei stepping out with bloodshot eyes, flanked by police officers. The gravity of his words and the presence of law enforcement indicated his seriousness. Chapter 55. Zhang Lei fires a shot. Feng Yuanshan was unafraid of Huang Mei, believing that wealthy individuals would not risk their lives in conflict. However, Zhang Lei was a different story. A street thug who threatened your life meant it sincerely. Feng Yuanshan hastily addressed the police officer. "Officer, did you hear that? This man is so arrogant as to threaten my life within the precinct." The police officer, already troubled by the case at hand, had little patience for such matters and sternly reprimanded. "Zhang Lei, mind your attitude. Do not cause a scene in the police station." Zhang Lei ignored him and strode toward the exit, where Lu Yong awaited beside the repaired vehicle. Feng Yuanshan seized the officer, demanding, "Is that all? Are you not going to arrest him?" The officer glanced up and replied, "His threat hinges on your supposed kidnapping. So may I inquire, were you involved in that abduction?" Feng Yuanshan was left speechless, sensing the peculiar gazes of those around him. He shouted, "What are you staring at? Why didn't he do it? There's no deep-seated enmity. Why would I kidnap him?" No one responded, and feeling disheartened, he turned away toward his vehicle. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei sat in the driver's seat, glaring fiercely at him. Lu Yong, in a fluster, exclaimed, "Boss, what do we do now? If Mr. Shen is gone, we are finished. We can only fight for our lives now." Lu Yong added vehemently, "Damn it, if I find out who kidnapped Mr. Shen, I will ensure they are dealt with severely." Zhang Lei replied quietly, "Take a cab to my house and grab the gun. Mr. Shen has a grievance with that phone character. I suspect he hired someone for this." "What? Then how did the police let him go?" Lu Yong questioned. "The police require evidence. I do not." Lu Yong refrained from further inquiries and hailed a taxi by the roadside, while Zhang Lei followed closely behind Feng Yuanshan in his vehicle. However, two other private cars trailed both Feng Yuanshan and Zhang Lei. Having spent the night at the police station, Feng Yuanshan felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing about Shen Jianxin's troubles, yet fatigue overwhelmed him, and he longed to return home for rest. He dismissed any notion of his involvement in the matter, assuming that old Xiao had ceased operations, rendering the 2,000 yuan deposit a futile expense. Lu Yong arrived at Zhang Lei's residence, skillfully retrieving the key from beneath a flower pot at the entrance. He hurried inside, making his way to the bed where he pulled out a suitcase. Upon unzipping it, he confirmed the presence of two firearms, one long and one short. After securing the zipper, he swiftly exited. At a nearby convenience store, he used a public phone to contact Zhang Lei, who had parked in an alley close to Feng Yuanshan's home. Zhang Lei provided Lu Yong with the address, instructing him to bring the weapon. Meanwhile, a group of police officers monitoring the situation reported back to their superiors. They noted that Zhang Lei had followed Feng Yuanshan after leaving, now stationed outside Feng's residence, suspecting him of wrongdoing. The officers deliberated whether to intervene, with the criminal investigation team leader contemplating the situation. Casting a glance at Secretary Lu and the chief in the command hall, he spoke into the phone with a grave tone. "Do not intervene. We must pursue this lead to unearth new clues. Allow him to proceed." When Lu Yong arrived, Zhang Lei opened the suitcase and retrieved a firearm wrapped in newspaper, stating, "All right, you can head home now." Lu Yong, however, was undeterred. He pulled out another weapon, asserting, "If there's work to be done, I won't be a coward." Zhang Lei merely nodded in acknowledgement, and together they exited the vehicle, making their way briskly towards the stairwell of Feng Yuanshan's building. This scene did not escape the notice of the two groups of following officers. Though the firearms were concealed in newspaper, their shape was unmistakable to the trained eyes of the police. A young officer, anxious, exclaimed, "Captain, we haven't seen anything." The captain exhaled a plume of smoke, reflecting on the potential consequences should Lu Jianyu fail to return. Many would face disciplinary action. With no communication from the suspects and no progress in their search, the urgency for new leads was palpable. Even though Feng Yuanshan might not be directly involved, the officers found themselves powerless against him for the moment. With Zhang Lei willing to take the risk, some officers chose to turn a blind eye. Upon reaching Feng Yuanshan's door, Zhang Lei did not knock nor disguise his intent. Instead, he forcefully kicked it open. "Who is it?" "Ah." Feng Yuanshan's wife, busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, was startled by the sound of the door being kicked in. As she emerged, her eyes fell upon the two firearms. Silence. One more word, and you'll regret it. Where is Feng Yuanshan? The sight of the weapons drained the color from her face, and hesitantly, she pointed towards the closed bedroom door. Lu Yong pushed her towards the bedroom, where the sound of deep snoring filled the air. Feng Yuanshan had collapsed into slumber upon returning home, oblivious to the commotion. It was not until a series of sharp slaps disrupted his sleep that he awoke, only to find a firearm aimed at his forehead, instantly bringing clarity to his hazy senses. Upon recognizing Zheng Lei, a cold sweat instantly broke out. Lei, we have no grievances against each other. There is no need for this, is there? Zheng Lei, wielding a shotgun with a finger poised on the trigger, retorted defiantly. Spare me your words. I am burdened with debts exceeding 1 million. I have no way out. If you do not speak the truth today, I shall take you along with me. Feeling the chilling touch of the gun's muzzle, Feng Yuanshan was certain that this man possessed no lack of courage to pull the trigger. He stammered, Lei, I truly did not do it. If you are in need of money, I can assist you. I have over 100,000 in cash. Take it all, and if it is insufficient, I can retrieve more. We can discuss this amicably. Please do not act impulsively. Enough with your nonsense. Do you think I am here to rob you? If you do not comply, I will take out your wife first. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Yong pressed the gun against Feng Yuanshan's wife's face. Please do not kill me. Lu Yong swiftly slapped her, growling, silence. Scream again, and you will be shot immediately. The woman hastily covered her mouth, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Zheng Lei turned to Feng Yuanshan and demanded, Did you hire someone to kidnap Xiao Guxian? Truly not. Damn it. If you remain evasive, Xiao Yong. Shoot his wife first. Xiao Yong pressed harder, the gun's muzzle causing Feng Yuanshan's wife to collapse in terror, her pants dampening. Feng Yuanshan, equally frightened, shouted, Wait, do not fire. I will tell the truth. Speak. Zheng Lei barked, gripping his hair tightly. I merely intended to teach Xiao Guxian a lesson. I paid old Xiao 20,000 to have someone break one of his legs. However, I later learned there were police around him. And old Xiao refused to go through with it, keeping my 20,000. I swear, this kidnapping is not my doing. Zheng Lei squinted, pondering the veracity of his words. Which old Xiao? Old Xiao from Xiaobei. I swear I am telling the truth. You must believe me. I believe you. Feng Yuanshan exhaled a sigh of relief. Just then, Zheng Lei lowered his gun. Bang. Feng Yuanshan cried in pain, bewildered and slightly aggrieved as he looked at Zheng Lei. I have confessed. Why did you still shoot me? Zheng Lei, having just shot Feng Yuanshan in the leg, replied quietly, I believe you did not lie. But that does not absolve you of any ill intentions towards Mr. Shen. With that, he turned and swiftly walked outside. Xiao Yong, let us go. We must find old Xiao. Chapter 56. Breaking into old Xiao's house after Zheng Lei and Lu Yong departed. Feng Yuanshan howled in agony, while his wife hurriedly rose. Old Feng, are you all right? We must call the police. Damn it. Quickly call 120. Do not report to the police. That bastard is bloodthirsty. Outside. The police had indeed heard the gunfire, yet the officer in charge forbade immediate capture, instructing a team to follow Zheng Lei instead while sending others to assess the situation. If Zheng Lei had indeed committed murder, they could apprehend him later. If not, maintaining the overall balance was of utmost importance. This directive was personally communicated by the head of the criminal investigation team via phone. Two plainclothes officers, before ascending the stairs, were met with the resounding wails of Feng Yuanshan. They quietly approached and observed from the doorway, confirming that no one had been harmed, before retreating. Minutes later, Feng Yuanshan was taken away by an ambulance. The municipal bureau was also informed that Zheng Lei had shot Feng Yuanshan in the leg. When the chief of the criminal investigation team reported this to Secretary Liu and the director, neither provided any directives, and the chief understood that he had acted correctly. He continued to monitor Zheng Lei's movements closely, learning that he had gone to Xiaobei, inquiring about Lao Qiao's whereabouts, which indicated he had extracted some information from Feng Yuanshan. Meanwhile, in the emergency room, as Feng Yuanshan was still undergoing treatment for the steel ball lodged in him, two officers approached. On Zheng Lei's end, he was even more audacious, truly embodying a blood-soaked hero venturing into the dragon's lair. Through his connections with local ruffians, he discovered Lao Qiao's address. He promptly brought Lu Yong to an alley in Xiaobei. With a forceful kick, he breached the gate of Lao Qiao's courtyard, startling a low-ranking thug sleeping on the first floor, who bellowed in anger, "Who the hell are you?" Without uttering a word, Zheng Lei strode inward. Upon entering the main room, a bleary-eyed man with a buzz cut emerged from the side bedroom, cursing. Who the hell are you? Zheng Lei turned and inquired. Where's Lao Qiao? Deo Bailey? What are you doing here? I'm asking you a question. Who are you talking to? Bang. The gun fired, and the thug staggered back. The underworld figure fell as Zheng Lei showed no regard for any sense of loyalty or hierarchy. He had shed all semblance of face. Ignoring the thug bleeding profusely from a gunshot wound to his chest, he reloaded his firearm while ascending the stairs, with Lu Yong closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the second floor, he forcefully kicked open a bedroom door, discovering Lao Qiao clad in pajamas, holding a handgun pointed at the entrance. Don't move. Lazy. What are you doing here? I have no grudges against you. Why are you storming my house? Zheng Lei disregarded Lao Qiao's gun and aimed his weapon at him, stating, All I need is for you to tell me if my boss is the one you've kidnapped. Which boss? Lao Qiao retorted, attempting to feign ignorance. Stop pretending. Feng Yuanshan has already confessed, and he should be lying in a hospital right now. Let me make myself clear. If my boss does not return, I won't survive either. Therefore, your reputation means nothing to me. Today, you either provide me with answers, or I will ensure you receive yours. At that moment, footsteps echoed on the stairs. Zheng Lei glanced aside and instructed, Xiao Yong, guard the stairs, shoot anyone who comes up. Understood. Lu Yong had barely stepped outside when gunfire erupted, followed by frantic scuffling. Lao Qiao's heart sank. He realized these two were serious, with no rules to abide by. Gripping his firearm tightly, he declared, I'm not foolish, with two police officers following. I want to take on this job for Feng Yuanshan. I did not kidnap your boss. How do you expect me to explain? At this juncture, Zheng Lei pressed further. Are you still trying to deny it? Lao Qiao's frustration flared. Damn it. I said I didn't do it. If you insist on pinning this on me, then what else there to discuss? Zheng Lei narrowed his eyes and asked, Then let me inquire. You initially received 20,000 from Feng Yuanshan. Who were you planning to hire? Wolf, you know him as well. However, I instructed him to find a stranger to engage, and that fellow, after observing for 2 days and noticing the presence of police tailing him, promptly abandoned the task. What about the wolf? When Mr. Qiao frowned, Zheng Lei sensed something was amiss. Seeing Mr. Qiao's silence, Zheng Lei boldly approached him and pressed the muzzle of his gun against Mr. Qiao's forehead. Where is he? Mr. Qiao, both anxious and furious, retaliated by aiming his gun at Zheng Lei's head. Damn it. Do you think I'm easily intimidated? I've already stated it wasn't me. If you insist on this, then let us both perish together. Fine. Zheng Lei shouted in anger, raising his hand. Ready to pull the trigger. Stop. Ultimately, the affluent and influential old rogue valued his life. Hastily lowering his weapon. Let us not act impulsively, lazy. We bear no grudge against each other, and I assure you, I had nothing to do with this. If we both die here, wouldn't that be a tragedy? Zheng Lei secretly exhaled, for no one yearned for death. Had Mr. Qiao remained defiant, there would have been no way out, and the gun would have indeed fired. Then why did you suddenly stop talking when the wolf was mentioned? Damn, I am equally in the dark. He mentioned having the flu 2 days prior and needed some rest. I haven't seen him these past 2 days. Who knows where he has gone? Then call him now and make him return the call. All right, I shall do so immediately. In the suburban hideout, the group of robbers remained silent. With the police scouring the area, their anticipated gains were a meager 100,000, to be divided among the group. Additionally, there was the looming risk of immediate capture. The two subordinates of the wolf looked at him, hoping he would conjure a viable plan. Yet, the wolf was equally frazzled, unable to propose any solution. Boss, what if we turn ourselves in? Damn, have you lost your mind? Do you know how many years one spends behind bars for kidnapping? One subordinate exclaimed in panic. We haven't killed anyone, nor have we secured the money. If we confess, we'd probably serve only 5 to 6 years. It would pass in due time. But if we get caught for this pittance, it could lead to a life sentence. The wolf fell silent, his hesitation betraying a flicker of consideration. However, the thought of languishing in prison for many years without justification left him discontent. Zhang Guodong discerned his indecision. Among this group, he was adamant about not turning himself in. If he were imprisoned, what would happen to his wife and child? The family would be utterly ruined. Death seemed a more appealing option. No, we've gone this far. There is no such thing as surrender. I've already spoken with Shen Jianxin. He is far from innocent and is a notorious con man. Otherwise, the police wouldn't be on his tail. He seeks to save his own skin implying that I should follow him from now on. However, I am wary of being duped. My intention is to have his people deliver the 100,000 as a test. If it doesn't come through, the money is yours. You all should escape first. If I encounter any trouble, don't return to Shanghai. Upon hearing this, the two subordinates cast their gazes back to the wolf. The wolf narrowed his eyes. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? Zhang Guodong explained. I didn't believe his words, but given the dire circumstances, I hadn't anticipated such a large police presence. It has escalated too much. If we can blend in quietly, that would be ideal, as we all wish to survive. At this moment, the wild wolf's phone rang. Upon checking the message, he realized it was Mr. Qiao urging him to return the call, having dialed 3 times in succession. However, his mind was preoccupied. And after placing the phone back at his waist, he resolved, regardless of the circumstances, I must first secure that 100,000 yuan. Chapter 57. The escape route. When Shen Jianxin was abducted, his mobile phone was also taken along, though the battery was removed and set aside. The mobile phone, being a fashionable device of the time, lacked any sophisticated tracking capabilities. Thus, even if it were powered on, it would be challenging to accurately pinpoint the kidnapper's location through technology. Zhang Guodong ventured into the inner room again, exchanging a cigarette for Zheng Lei's phone number. Currently, Shen Jianxin was treated relatively well, lying on a bed with someone attending to his meals and hydration. Every 2 hours, Zhang Guodong personally lit a cigarette for him. In stark contrast, Lu Jianyou's plight was considerably dire. She was bound at the base of a pillar, forced to sit and sleep, with the tape on her mouth remaining intact except during her meager bites of steamed bread. The most embarrassing predicament she faced was the pressing need to relieve herself. She had been holding it for over 10 hours, but still dared not voice this necessity. At Mr. Qiao's residence, Zheng Lei sat anxiously beside Mr. Qiao's bed, clutching a gun while awaiting a phone call. Yet, instead of Mr. Qiao's call, the mobile phone in his pocket rang. He lifted the device and pressed the answer key. Hello? A hoarse and indistinct voice responded. Is this Zheng Lei? Instantly alert, Zheng Lei inquired. Who are you? Mr. Shen is currently in my possession. Zheng Lei sprang to his feet, exclaiming, I need to confirm that Mr. Shen is alive. Very well. Zhang Guodong held the mobile phone to Shen Jianxin's ear. Lazy, it's me. Zheng Lei, filled with emotion, asked, Mr. Shen, how are you? I'm fine. Please remain calm. Listen to me. Are there any police officers nearby? No. Good. You must not let the police know that I am calling you. Immediately go to the Peace Hotel. There is 100,000 yuan in my bedroom drawer. Retrieve it and hand it over to the men who have kidnapped me. Be extremely cautious. Do not allow the police to follow you. If those men discover that you are being followed, I am finished. Understood. I will go at once. Zhang Guodong was thoroughly pleased with Shen Jianxin's dialogue. It conveyed all his concerns perfectly. He took over the call, stating, after you secure the money, cross the river to the rural area of Pudong. I will contact you again in an hour. At that moment, Zheng Lei longed to question if he was indeed the wild wolf, but fearing for Shen Jianxin's safety, he refrained from asking. After hanging up, he pressed Mr. Qiao. Was that voice the wild wolf's? Mr. Qiao shook his head. Certainly not. Although it was a disguised voice, the wild wolf is from northern Jiangsu, and he does not speak Shanghai dialect as fluently. Meanwhile, outside the row house, the wild wolf and a henchman were engaged in discussion. Boss, we have truly been duped this time. The wild wolf retorted with irritation. Damn, who could argue otherwise? The henchman suddenly had an idea. Boss, what if we were to kidnap Zhang Guodong, rescue Xiaogu Xian and that cop? Would that absolve us of any wrongdoing? After a moment of contemplation, the wild wolf shook his head. That is impossible. Once a person is in our grasp, everything becomes negotiable. In the absence of control over the situation, we find ourselves akin to fish upon a chopping board, vulnerable to their whims. I suspect they will not spare us. The younger brother, wearing a troubled expression, lamented. What can we do? The wild wolf consoled him. The deed is done. Overthinking serves no purpose. I've contemplated this. If we can secure the 100,000, the 3 of us should head south to elude the storm, perhaps for a year or so, then reassess. However, these 2 hostages must remain untouched. As long as they are alive, even if we are apprehended, we may only face a few years behind bars. But should a murder occur, we would all face dire consequences. The younger brother nodded in agreement. Indeed, once we acquire the funds, we shall flee. Many have escaped in these times, and few have been caught. We'll surely rise again in the south. As their conversation grew animated, Zhang Guodong emerged from within, prompting an immediate cessation of their dialogue. He perceived this as a sign of their wariness towards him. The issue of their temporary alliance had quietly surfaced. In the face of profit or pressure, divisions could easily arise. At that moment, Zhang Guodong contemplated whether to betray these individuals, considering seeking Shen Jianxin's counsel. After all, the female officer was present. Should he express such intentions, it could potentially benefit him even if he were to be caught. While two groups, each weighing the possibility of betrayal, began to deliberate on how to collect the ransom, the wild wolf eagerly volunteered for the task, his mind solely focused on securing the money and fleeing. Indifferent to Zhang Guodong's involvement, Zheng Lei and Lu Yong, armed and escorting Lord Qiao down from the second floor, found the first floor crowded with Lord Qiao's subordinates, all wielding knives and firearms. In this era, firearms were readily obtainable, with crude models available for as little as 500 or 600 yuan. Damn it, Scarface Lei. Release Lord Qiao. One shouted, Are you trying to ruin yourself? Tomorrow, I'll bring my men to settle things on Huanghe Road, you bastard. Lu Yong's anxiety was palpable, beads of sweat trickling down his neck, yet Zheng Lei stood resolute, retorting, If my boss returns alive, I will surely visit Lord Qiao to apologize. But if he does not return, then my life is forfeit. Do I fear you fools? In that case, I'll take on whatever you throw at me. As he spoke, he pushed Lord Qiao outside, leading him to a vehicle. After driving a short distance, he turned back and said, Lord Qiao, my apologies. I shall come to make amends another day. Xiao Yong, let Lord Qiao out. Lord Qiao was thrust from the vehicle, his subordinates rushing to his side. Several raised their firearms, ready to fire at Zheng Lei's car. However, Lord Qiao intervened, stating, Shooting in broad daylight is unwise. We shall settle this later. On the way back, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Who among you has seen the wild wolf in the past few days? After scanning the group and receiving no response, he inwardly cursed, fearing that this troublesome youth might indeed be involved. Meanwhile, Zheng Lei hurried to the Peace Hotel. Finding it deserted, Wang Tao had been taken home by his father. Fortunately, the room was registered under Zheng Lei's name. After retrieving the room card from the front desk, he inserted it and entered. Upon reaching Shen Jianxin's bedroom, he opened a drawer and discovered nearly 300,000 yuan in cash. After a moment's thought, he packed it all into a duffel bag. Lu Yong, puzzled, asked, Boss, didn't you say the kidnappers demanded 100,000? Zheng Lei remained silent as he concealed the money, and after securing it, he murmured, It would be best to save Mr. Shen. If he cannot be brought back, this money will be of no use to him. With these 200,000, at least we can make our escape. Lu Yong, momentarily taken aback, swiftly acquiesced to Zheng Lei's proposition. One cannot accuse Zheng Lei of being untrustworthy. He had already exerted himself to the utmost. If, despite all efforts, Mr. Shen Jianxin could not be rescued, then seeking a means of retreat could be deemed a commendable act from a humanistic perspective. After all, they were but two strangers whose acquaintance barely spanned 2 weeks. Once the money was secured, Zheng Lei recalled Mr. Shen Jianxin's warning. He had first shot Feng Yuanshan, and then brazenly invaded the residence of Lord Qiao, firing his weapon on both occasions. Yet, to his astonishment, the police had not yet sought him out. Peering out the window, he caught sight of a black jeep parked by the roadside. A flicker of recognition sparked in his memory. He had definitely seen that vehicle earlier today. Damn it, we're being watched by the cops. Xiao Yong, we need to devise a plan to shake them off. Otherwise, Mr. Shen will be in grave danger. Chapter 58. Pressured to kill the police after a brief consultation, Zheng Lei and Lu Yong resolved to act separately. He instructed Lu Yong to take the money and, once he had descended and driven away, to slip out the back door and wait for him at the designated location in Pudong. All of Zheng Lei's movements were under police surveillance. In fact, when he was about to arrive at the Peace Hotel, there had been officers in the room. The police anticipated that the kidnappers would likely call the hotel to demand ransom. And the reason Zheng Lei found the room unoccupied was that the police were observing his intentions. From his trajectory, the police quickly deduced that he had obtained a lead on the kidnappers and was there to retrieve the ransom. Zheng Lei was concerned about being followed by the police. If the criminals were to notice, they might resort to desperate measures and harm the hostage. The police, in fact, were even more anxious, as another hostage was Lu Jianyu. Thus, the rescue operation required utmost caution. After deliberation, the police decided to shadow him discreetly, ensuring that the criminals remained unaware of their presence. Lu Yong clutched the duffel bag and dashed out through the hotel's rear exit, hailing a taxi on another street and hastily heading towards Pudong. Unbeknownst to him, the taxi driver was an experienced detective. Meanwhile, Zheng Lei confirmed that the jeep following him was undoubtedly manned by police officers. When he reached an alleyway, he feigned getting out to buy cigarettes and then sprinted frantically down the lane. A few plainclothes officers exited their vehicle and pretended to pursue him, but soon abandoned the chase, as Zheng Lei carried nothing that would suggest he was unaccompanied. It was evident he needed to reunite with Lu Yong, who bore the bag. Sure enough, half an hour later, the officers trailing Lu Yong spotted Zheng Lei waiting outside a restaurant in Pudong. The police began mobilizing a substantial force, discarding all police vehicles and uniforms to prioritize the safety of the victims, deeming the apprehension of the criminals secondary. On Zhang Guodong's side, he engaged in a visible confrontation with the wolf. The dispute arose as the wolf insisted on bringing 2 more subordinates to collect the ransom. "Wolf, this is perilous. If Zheng Lei is being followed by the police, you'll all be caught." Zhang Guodong voiced this concern, harboring an underlying fear that the wolf and his associates might abscond with the money as soon as they acquired it. At that moment, he was left guarding 2 hostages. Having first encountered a muggle, the ransom had been collected and the entire kidnapping scheme had been executed. Under duress, Shen Jianxin suffered a loss of 100,000 yuan, and those individuals had fled. If he sought vengeance in the end, he would undoubtedly bear the blame. The female police officer was a considerable complication. Her face had already been seen by the police. If she pursued the matter, he would become the sole suspect, bearing all the charges alone. The wolf, growing impatient, explained, "These 2 are my brothers. I brought them along for this task. Whatever I do, I must include them. If something goes awry, as the elder brother, I shall share the burden with them." Zhang Guodong shook his head. "No, at least one must be left behind. Otherwise, if the police search here, I will be utterly defenseless." One of the wolf's subordinates brandished a handgun, shouting, "Who do you think you are? I've put up with you long enough. I only listen to my brother Wolf. You can do whatever you want." Another subordinate cursed, "You scoundrel. We were tricked into this job, promised millions in profit. And what do we have now? From this moment on, you keep your mouth shut. Brother Wolf decides." Zhang Guodong's gaze turned icy, and everyone present instinctively tightened their grips on their firearms. At that moment, the wolf intervened. "Enough, Guodong. We are friends. There's no need to create conflict at this juncture. We will be back shortly. Even if we are caught, at least we won't immediately implicate you. If we haven't returned in an hour, you must find a way to extricate yourself." Thus, it was settled. With relations now strained, Zhang Guodong realized that unless he eliminated these individuals on the spot, they would never leave willingly. However, killing them would serve no purpose. Primarily, he was contemplating an escape route. Otherwise, he might have to sacrifice one of these already disloyal companions. He dialed Zheng Lei once more, this time allowing the wolf to speak, providing a familiar yet secluded location for their rendezvous to collect the money. After they departed, Zhang Guodong remained coldly at the door, watching the 3 retreating figures. Growing increasingly anxious, he had to make a choice. If these 3 were apprehended and revealed this place, he would lose any chance of escape. Yet, he still could not ascertain whether Shen Jianxin had deceived him, a matter of paramount importance. Therefore, he needed to test Shen Jianxin once more. At that moment, he possessed 2 firearms, one obtained from the black market by the wolf, and the other was Lu Jianyo's police weapon. Inside the room, Lu Jianyo's face was flushed. Shen Jianxin noticed, and, feeling somewhat helpless, suggested, "If it becomes unbearable, let someone take you out for a moment. You might hurt yourself." Upon hearing the word urinate, Lu Jianyu nearly lost her composure and could only press her legs together tighter, summoning all her willpower to endure. Just then, the door swung open. Seeing the 2 guns in Zhang Guodong's hands, both Shen Jianxin and Lu Jianyu were taken aback. "Mr. Shen, let's step outside for a moment to converse." "Very well. But this female officer hasn't been to the restroom. Perhaps we could loosen her bindings and let her relieve herself?" Zhang Guodong nodded. "No problem. We can do that after our discussion." Supported by Zhang Guodong, Shen Jianxin was led outside when he suddenly heard the words, "Actually, she shouldn't need to urinate anymore." "What?" As Shen Jianxin stood in astonishment, Zhang Guodong, while untying him, remarked, "Mr. Shen, I can set you free and not only protect you in the future, but also assist you in committing murder. However, you must provide me with a guarantee." Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Shen Jianxin furrowed his brows and inquired, "What guarantee?" At that moment, the ropes binding him were already undone, and a service revolver was handed to him. Kill that police officer, and I will trust you. Shen Jianxin's heart quivered. Indeed, this was quite a tactic. Hesitating, he replied, Brother, we are destined to make a fortune together. If I take a life, especially that of a police officer, I will never be able to clear my name. Zhang Guodong, with a hint of resignation, replied, I do not wish for this either. But there is no alternative. Only if you eliminate this female officer can I be assured you won't betray me. Of course, to demonstrate my sincerity, I will also kill. Whom? The other kidnappers. They have gone to collect the ransom. Once they return, I shall eliminate them. Zhang Guodong's tone was unnervingly calm, as if discussing the slaughter of a mere chicken. Shen Jianxin, suppressing his inner trepidation, pressed on. If they are all dead, how shall we explain this to the police? Zhang Guodong had already devised a plan, speaking slowly. I am your newly hired bodyguard, here to rescue you. I saved both you and the female officer. But we were discovered by the criminals. Thus, we engaged in a battle, and the female officer heroically sacrificed herself. Do you think that would suffice? Good heavens! Has the script been written already? Shen Jianxin's heart sank into despair. He had come to this era to amass great wealth, to become the richest, and to indulge in the company of youthful goddesses across the regions. Yet now, he was being coerced into killing a police officer? This was utterly outrageous. Chapter 59. A display of acting skill. Feeling the indifferent gaze of Zhang Guodong upon him, Shen Jianxin understood he had no options left. If he did not take the gun, a bullet could very well find its mark in his forehead the next moment. Although Zhang Guodong's rationale had many flaws, further questioning would only lead him to perceive Shen Jianxin as evasive. He had already posed 2 inquiries and realized he could not ask more. He understood there was but one choice left. With resolve, he grasped the handle of the gun, examining the firearm as he said, This is my first time handling a gun. Is it true that pulling the trigger leads to an immediate shot? Zhang Guodong instructed, This is the safety. Press it to disengage. Then, pull back to chamber around, and you will be ready to fire. Shen Jianxin performed a small maneuver and asked, Is it like this? Yes. However, Shen Jianxin's focus did not rest solely on the weapon, but rather on Zhang Guodong's hand, which gripped the gun. Would a seasoned veteran be so unguarded? Was he not afraid that Shen Jianxin might shoot him first? The answer was no. Thus, something was amiss. Subsequently, he was drawn into the inner room by Zhang Guodong. At this moment, Lu Jianyu could no longer contain herself, casting aside her sense of shame, as she prepared to be taken by the criminals for a moment of relief. After the intruders and Shen Jianxin entered, she felt a flicker of curiosity as to why Shen Jianxin had been untied and held a gun in his hand. Could it be that he had truly persuaded the assailants? If so, it was a fortunate turn of events. Preserving one's life was undoubtedly a positive outcome. Yet, the assailant suddenly uttered, Let us take action. Lu Jianyu was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she watched Shen Jianxin raise the gun towards her, inching closer as if fearful of missing his mark. How could such a wicked person exist in this world? Not only was he a deceiver, but also a potential murderer. Lu Jianyu struggled frantically, her throat emitting whimpers, but her efforts were futile. At that moment, Shen Jianxin was in a tumult of conflict himself. Having never handled a gun before, he could not ascertain whether this weapon was loaded or not. Although logic dictated that it was unlikely, what if it were? Despite his annoyance at Lu Jianyu's childishness, his feelings were more akin to an adult's disdain for a mischievous child. Adults would not resort to shooting a child merely for their mischief. Furthermore, Lu Jianyu was merely naive at heart. Shen Jianxin found it difficult to accept the idea of harming someone who harbored no ill will towards him. Most importantly, if he pulled the trigger and there were bullets, Secretary Lu would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Not even his vast wealth could shield him from that. This was why he decided to step closer. Having never handled a gun, he feared that if he was too far away, he might inadvertently miss. The gun's muzzle was now merely a meter from Lu Jianyu's face. Shen Jianxin closed his eyes and shouted, Officer, it's just bad luck for you. I'm being forced into this. If you become a ghost, don't come seeking vengeance on me. His desperate shout plunged Lu Jianyu into despair. Behind Shen Jianxin, Zhang Guodong supported his right wrist with his left hand, ready to shoot at any moment. As Shen Jianxin's arm trembled like a serpent, the trigger clicked ominously. Lu Jianyu did not close her eyes to await death. Instead, she glared defiantly, resolved to remember the face of this villain, vowing that even in death, She would not let him escape her wrath. Yet, despite her wide-open eyes, she failed to notice that as Shen Jianxin squeezed the trigger, the gun's muzzle had already lifted. After a brief pause, both realized the gun was devoid of bullets. Shen Jianxin, unable to contain his relief, turned and shouted angrily. "What the hell? Are you playing me?" Upon hearing the click of the firing pin, Zhang Guodong finally felt a weight lift from his chest. Shen Jianxin's willingness to shoot a police officer indicated a complete lack of moral boundaries. He would do anything advantageous to himself. For someone as unscrupulous as him, Zhang Guodong's skills and courage were invaluable. He finally believed that Shen Jianxin would not betray him. Seeing Shen Jianxin's fury, Zhang Guodong hastily offered reassurance. "Mr. Shen, I'm relieved now. However, she is still a police officer." "Damn it. What are we thinking? She heard everything we said before. I believe your plan was sound. We should eliminate her and pin it on those scoundrels." Having survived the ordeal, Lu Jianyu's fury surged anew. She fixed her gaze on Shen Jianxin's nape. And if she had the slightest opportunity at that moment, she would unhesitatingly leap forward to sever it, to eliminate this beast. Observing Shen Jianxin's unwavering resolve, Zhang Guodong hesitated instead and candidly remarked, "There are indeed several loopholes in this matter. We must deliberate further on how to handle it without arousing the police's suspicion." "Good grief, what should we do now? What if those individuals return and turn against me?" Zhang Guodong shook his head. "They won't. They are timid, and besides, I won't allow them to harm you. But they possess 3 firearms, and I am aware of your prowess. What if they ambush you?" As Zhang Guodong faltered, Shen Jianxin seized the initiative and queried, "Brother, I must ask you, do you truly wish to prosper alongside me?" "Of course I do. Have you made up your mind?" "Yes, I have." Shen Jianxin nodded. "Very well. From this moment forth, I shall be your employer. Will you heed my instructions?" Although Zhang Guodong contemplated the situation, he nonetheless nodded in agreement. "Certainly, I will follow your lead." After a moment's thought, Shen Jianxin smacked his lips. "I cannot remain here any longer. Those individuals returning pose too great a threat to me. You now have 2 options. Either eliminate this police officer and adhere to your original plan in your account to the authorities. I assure you I will relay your narrative to the police, but should they doubt you, you'll have to bear the consequences alone. My commitment to your fate will be non-existent. If you prefer not to eliminate this officer, we must relocate immediately. I will provide you with a sum of money. You can flee to another city to evade the scrutiny. Meanwhile, I will facilitate matters from here, and once we have erased the case, you may return. As for your wife and child, I will ensure they live respectably, so you need not worry." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guodong pondered for a moment and concluded that fleeing was indeed the safer option. Since Shen Jianxin was genuinely willing to take him under his wing, he need not fret over his daughter's medical expenses or his family's livelihood. He could escape without any lingering concerns. Shen Jianxin's fervent insistence on eliminating the police officer dispelled any lingering doubts, prompting Zhang Guodong to inquire, "Is there enmity between Boss Shen and this officer?" "Huh." Shen Jianxin scoffed. Suddenly, he spun around and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Jianyu. The force of the blow scattered the anger in her eyes, leaving her momentarily dazed as she stared at Shen Jianxin. It took a second for her to regain her senses, and she struggled fiercely, her teeth nearly grinding against the tape that bound her, akin to a rabid dog restrained by a chain. "Huh, you thought you could stare me down? Show your teeth again. If you do, I shall put an end to you." He raised his firearm, only to remember it was devoid of ammunition, and irritably inquired, "Where are the bullets? Damn it, I was doing quite well." These wretched officers showed up, insisting on halting my operations and investigating me, resulting in millions of losses. Damn. Chapter 60. The blood blooms solidify. Zhang Guodong finally comprehended why Shen Jianxin was so resolutely inclined to eliminate this police officer. Coupled with the information he had gathered, it became evident that Shen Jianxin's consulting business had ceased after merely 3 days. The public was left bewildered, questioning why a venture capable of generating millions daily would suddenly come to a halt. The emotions were abruptly halted by the police, and it was no wonder he was so enraged. Zhang Guodong mused inwardly. If someone were to cause him a loss of several million, he would likely feel even more murderous than Shen Jianxin. He advised, "Boss Shen, please calm down. Engaging in murder is a perilous path, one that is nearly impossible to cleanse oneself from." Shen Jianxin, wielding a gun, shot him a fierce glance and asked, "Then can you help me kill her?" Zhang Guodong was taken aback. uncertain as to how the situation had shifted from Shen Jianxin contemplating the demise of a police officer to the latter demanding Zhang Guodong commit the act. Yet, Shen Jianxin's demeanor was so natural that Zhang Guodong perceived no flaw in his proposition. He hesitated, saying, "While I could certainly handle the act of murder, if those 3 men were apprehended by the police, they would undoubtedly implicate me. Should I kill this officer, I would instantly be a fugitive, making it impossible for me to assist you in the future." Noticing Shen Jianxin's brows furrowing in frustration, he added, "Perhaps we should first relocate her. If we can later deal with those 3 men, then we can eliminate future threats. I assure you, I will not hold back." Shen Jianxin finally nodded. "For now, that appears to be our only option. By the way, where are the bullets hidden? Holding this makeshift weapon provides little comfort. If I encounter those men, I would be in danger." Given the gravity of the situation, Zhang Guodong could not refuse, as doing so would reveal his insincerity and ultimately dishearten Shen Jianxin. Through their conversation, Shen Jianxin had subtly positioned himself as the boss. Additionally, Zhang Guodong was confident in his own possession of a firearm, believing that Shen Jianxin posed him no real threat. Moreover, Shen Jianxin was likely only seeking to preserve his own life, and Zhang Guodong felt no immediate danger from him. If he were to miss his shot, it would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, Zhang Guodong did not hesitate, retrieving 6 bullets from his pocket. Shen Jianxin handed him the gun. "You load it for me. I have no idea how." Zhang Guodong, muttering under his breath about needing to find a place to practice upon returning, swiftly unloaded the magazine and reloaded it before returning the weapon to Shen Jianxin. At this moment, his subconscious still dictated a level of caution. As he handed over the gun, his index finger rested on the trigger of another firearm. Shen Jianxin took the gun and aimed it at Lu Jianyu. Zhang Guodong quickly intervened. "No?" Shen Jianxin chuckled lightly. "Do not worry, I am merely testing my aim. By the way, how do I disengage the safety? It would be unfortunate if it discharged accidentally." Zhang Guodong repeated the instructions. Once Shen Jianxin grasped the mechanism, he exclaimed with fascination, "I've got it. Brother, take me out for a shot. I need to satisfy my craving." Zhang Guodong cautioned, "Now is not the time to be shooting. The police are searching everywhere. We should wait until this calms down, then we can indulge." Shen Jianxin, sounding disappointed, agreed. "Very well, let us hasten our relocation." Both men turned their attention to Lu Jianyu, and Shen Jianxin remarked with a smirk, "Let us give this woman some leeway. It wouldn't be good if she became too agitated, but we must be cautious, lest she attempt something foolish." Zhang Guodong internally scoffed at this notion, but acquiesced verbally. "Yes, I will keep an eye on her." Shen Jianxin raised his gun, aiming at Lu Jianyu, and sternly warned, "You wretched woman, do not move. If you need to relieve yourself, do so properly. If you dare to stir, I will shoot you down." Zhang Guodong approached to untie Lu Jianyu. Although she appeared compliant, a sense of foreboding gripped her. Having overheard the vile exchange between the 2 men, she understood that even if she escaped death here, her fate was grim if transferred elsewhere. As the ropes binding her were loosened, her gaze remained fixed on the gun in Zhang Guodong's hand. She resolved to seize the firearm, even under the threat of another gun aimed at her. She had made up her mind. If death was inevitable, she would fight for her life rather than submit to fate. If she could take down a villain with her, it would render her demise somewhat less tragic. Confident in her close combat skills, she momentarily overlooked Zhang Guodong's true nature. Once her hands were free, she flexed her wrists to ensure there was no numbness. Then, she made her move, suddenly and swiftly lunging for the gun in Zhang Guodong's grasp. He immediately sensed her movement, evading her grasp and striking her with an elbow to the chest. "You wretched woman, I knew you would try something." Bang! The gun fired. The shock on Lu Jianyu's face froze amidst the spattering of blood. In present-day Pudong, fields and marshes sprawled everywhere. It was essentially a rural expanse. By a low hillside, Zheng lay awaited alone, clutching a snakeskin bag containing 100,000 yuan. His subordinate, Lu Yong, held another 200,000 at a nearby restaurant, waiting for him. The trio of wolves observed from a distance for 20 minutes, confirming that Zheng Lei was alone before they cautiously approached. As they drew near, one of them rasped, "Have you brought the money?" Zheng Lei glanced at him, harboring the answer in his mind. Even with a cap and mask obscuring his identity, he recognized the man instantly. 100,000, not a penny less. But let me say this. If something happens to Mr. Shun, your entire families will pay the price. One of the wolf's subordinates swaggered over, snatching the snakeskin bag and sneering, Who are you trying to scare? If we're in this business, do you think we fear your threats? Keep talking, and I swear I'll put a bullet through you. Zheng Lei ignored him, addressing the wolf. Wolves, I advise you. Once you take the money, release Mr. Shen. I will ensure he does not pursue any matters further. But if you dare to act recklessly, I guarantee your entire family will perish tonight. Instantly, panic struck the three men. They were bewildered by how their identities had been compromised. They simultaneously raised their guns, pointing at Zheng Lei while casting wary glances around, fearing they had been encircled by the police. Zheng Lei, facing the barrels, declared, "My sole concern is Mr. Shen's safety, which is why I have not alerted the police to your identities. Feng Yuanshan has been shot by me and lies in the hospital. I cannot say if he lives or dies. I confronted your master Qiao this morning, pressing a shotgun to his head, and he succumbed, revealing your whereabouts." The wolf growled menacingly, "Lazy, I am merely seeking wealth. I have never intended to cross you. What do you mean bringing up my family? Is there no code of honor left in this world? I stated clearly that as long as Mr. Shen remains safe, the sum of 100,000 yuan is of no consequence. In fact, once he is secure, I can devise a means to provide you with that amount. However, should he lose even a single hair, it would be futile for you to collapse now. There are already individuals lurking at your door. If either Mr. Shen or I were to come to harm, you may well ponder the consequences." The two subordinates hastily glanced at Wolf, for apart from the firearm in their possession, they were merely petty gangsters who frequented the back alleys and gambling dens. They were capable of bravado, even violence. But the gravity of murder or the loss of their kin was beyond their capacity to bear. Chapter 61. A decisive choice. Wolf, with a grim expression, assured, "Rest easy. We brothers merely seek to acquire some funds, and we have no intention of causing harm. Since you are already aware of my identity, accompany me. I shall release Mr. Shen in your presence. But, Lazy, I must ask you, do your words hold weight?" Zheng Lei nodded, declaring, "I stake my life as a guarantee. If you release Mr. Shen, I assure you that he will not pursue any grievances. However, the pursuit by the police is beyond our control. Should fortune not favor you and you are apprehended while fleeing, I can arrange for Mr. Shen to draft a letter of understanding." Wolf did not wholly trust Zheng Lei. Yet under the current circumstances, having exposed their identities and with their families threatened, he found himself with little recourse. Moreover, the trio were not true desperados. They were coerced into this venture by Zhang Guodong, who had promised them substantial rewards. Yet, those rewards remained elusive, and they were now prepared to flee with the 100,000. Zheng Lei's revelation of their identities and the threat to their families left them with no option but to abandon their escape plan. After all, Zhang Guodong was still guarding the hostage, and if he were driven to desperation and chose to eliminate Shen Jianxin, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon them. If their families were to suffer retribution, it would be an egregious injustice. At this juncture, Wolf poured out his heart to Zheng Lei, recounting the entire sequence of events without reservation, positioning himself and his companions as entirely coerced. After hearing his narrative, Zheng Lei ceased pretense. Retrieving a shotgun wrapped in newspaper from the field and addressing Wolf, "Enough of the pleasantries. Let us rescue Mr. Shen together. You can take the money and flee. Neither Mr. Shen nor I shall betray you. Even if you are ultimately captured, your involvement in the rescue will be viewed as commendable. Rest assured, once Mr. Shen is saved, I will look after your living expenses and your families while you serve your time." The situation took a dramatic turn as Wolf was swayed by Zheng Lei's compelling arguments. Together, they brandished their firearms and proceeded toward the row houses behind the hill. In the distance, the head of the criminal investigation team, observing through binoculars, found himself momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Why had they united? Wasn't Zheng Lei there to deliver the ransom? Why was he now allied with the kidnappers? The deputy director, standing beside him, likewise witnessed the unfolding scene and exclaimed, "I have long suspected Zheng Lei to be an accomplice of the kidnappers, and it appears that my suspicions were indeed correct." The head of the investigation team scratched his head, feeling that something was amiss. Upon further reflection, he realized that the situation was even more incongruous than he had initially thought. "Director Wang, I believe the situation is not as it seems. If he were an insider, what purpose would it serve to create such a commotion today?" Wang's expression remained stern as his mind raced, and he rebuked, "At least you have some sense. I was merely testing you. Do you understand why this situation has arisen? Foolishness. It is evident that Zheng Lei has uncovered the identities of these individuals, and he must be leveraging this information to coerce and entice them. These three have been swayed by Zhang Lei to betray us. Wang had turned the tide, demonstrating once again that experience prevails. He swiftly dismissed his previous erroneous assumptions and deduced what was almost an undeniable truth. So that was the case. Indeed, Wang is formidable. Enough with the flattery. Are the farmers' clothes ready? Change quickly and prepare for a flanking maneuver. Exercise utmost caution and concealment. No one is to act without my command. Yes. The scene shifted back to the row house, where, at the moment the gunfire erupted, both Lu Jianyu and Zhang Guodong, who were about to engage in close combat, found their expressions frozen in shock. In an unrelenting barrage of gunfire, blood splattered onto Lu Jianyu's face like a macabre pump. The metallic scent of blood filled her nostrils, staining her rosy lips a deep crimson. There were also pale remnants. When the first shot rang out in her ears, she believed she had perished. Her thoughts and body became paralyzed, and only after the barrage subsided did she realize she could still hear, see, and even smell. Before her, Zhang Guodong's head was mangled beyond recognition as he fell, his eyes wide open. Bang! With Zhang Guodong's collapse, all returned to dust. This was Lu Jianyu's first encounter with a living person being shot before her eyes, the merciless emptying of a magazine. Perhaps Zhang Guodong had succumbed to the first bullet, yet the assailant continued to fire, the gun's mechanism still audibly cycling. What a ruthless individual. She turned in a daze, shocked by Shen Jianxin's brutality, which had already astonished her. What stunned her even more was that Shen Jianxin's actions over the past 2 days had led her to believe this villain would never shoot Zhang Guodong. Now, the 10-year veteran, who had once shared in their treachery, lay lifeless on the ground, his eyes refusing to close. They had clearly conspired together, having negotiated their terms, determining the fate of this police officer. How could he? Was all his previous demeanor merely an act? In her almost vacant gaze, Shen Jianxin wiped the fingerprints from the handgun with his clothing and rushed over, placing the weapon in her hands. Here's a second-class merit for you. No need for thanks. Lu Jianyu, normally a warm, extroverted, and exceedingly cheerful girl, found herself at a loss for words despite her myriad questions. Her worldview shattered and reformed in that moment. The man before her had bestowed upon her an unimaginable experience. Shen Jianxin approached Zhang Guodong's corpse, retrieving the gun from his grasp. After casting a final glance at Zhang Guodong's unblinking eyes, he took Lu Jianyu's hand and urged, "We must leave this place swiftly. The assailants may return at any moment." Lu Jianyu, in a daze, allowed herself to be led away, as if fate itself were tugging at her. As she stepped out of the door, she cast a glance back at Zhang Guodong sprawled on the ground. His eyes remained wide open, perhaps in disbelief that fate had met him so abruptly. He must have had many concerns, such as the daughter awaiting her surgical fees. Unfortunately, he had crossed paths with Shen Jianxin, a man whose visage belied a heart of cruelty. Had the kidnapping not occurred, and had Zhang Guodong approached him for assistance, even without demonstrating his skills, Shen Jianxin would likely have acted out of compassion. However, as a kidnapper who appeared before him unmasked, the moment was sealed with the intent to kill. Of course, Shen Jianxin would not take a life without a compelling opportunity. In this land, bloodshed leaves an indelible stain on one's soul. Yet, the present circumstances offered a rare chance for lethal action. The slaughter of a hostage against a kidnapper, even in the presence of law enforcement, could easily be construed as justifiable self-defense. From earning trust to lowering defenses, and ultimately retrieving the weapon, he meticulously orchestrated every detail for a full day and night, awaiting the precise moment for his opportunity to strike. Given the chance, Zhang Guodong had to perish, for in the future, his wealth would multiply 1,000-fold. He would cherish many beloved friends and family. He would not tolerate anyone plotting his abduction, nor threatening him, whether confronting him directly or menacing his loved ones. Such acts were utterly unacceptable. Thus, should the opportunity arise, he would ensure Zhang Guodong met a fate without a grave, instilling fear in those who dared oppose him. As for whether Zhang Guodong's demise was warranted or if he bore his own suffering, that was a matter for him to discuss with the King of Hell. For Shen Jianxin, the gun pointed at his head was a concern he would not entertain. Chapter 62, Suppression and Resistance. Shen Jianxin pulled Lu Jianyu as they fled from the row house, realizing they were on a hillside, with another slope visible across from them. Such a sight was indeed rare in the flatlands of the Magic City. Just as he intended to lead Lu Jianyu down the slope, he noticed several figures ascending the mountain path. Lu Jianyu also spotted them and cautioned, "It seems those thugs are returning." Without a moment to ponder, Shen Jianxin urged Lu Jianyu to circumvent the row house and flee upward. When the wild wolf and Zheng Lei arrived at the row house, they found the door ajar. The wild wolf called out several times, receiving no response, and a sense of foreboding crept in. He and two of his comrades cautiously ventured inside, ultimately discovering Zhang Guodong's lifeless body. What the hell? How could this happen? With Zhang Guodong dead and the two hostages missing, Zheng Lei was engulfed in confusion, shouting, "What the hell is going on? Where are they? Where is Mr. Shen? How would I know? How did Zhang Guodong end up dead?" The wild wolf murmured, while one of his brothers panicked, exclaiming, "Could it be that the police have raided this place?" The wild wolf's heart sank, his face paling as he scanned the surroundings. Zheng Lei cursed again. Damn it. If the police were involved, could you still be standing here? His words jolted the wild wolf's mind, and he remarked, "It must be that Zhang Guodong, that fool, carelessly fell into the trap set by that female officer. We cannot linger, we must flee swiftly. That policewoman will undoubtedly summon reinforcements to encircle this place." Upon uttering these words, the wolf dashed outside, followed closely by his two subordinates. Although he miscalculated the events, he accurately predicted the outcome. The police had already set an intricate trap. They had nowhere to escape. Halt! As they reached the doorway, Zheng Lei, brandishing a shotgun, bellowed from behind. The trio turned to face the muzzle of Zheng Lei's weapon, and the wolf cursed vehemently, "Your boss has fled, and yet you still wish to play games?" Zheng Lei's expression wavered between anger and uncertainty as he retorted, "Who knows if that man is the one you killed? I must see Mr. Shen." The wolf was now desperate. Had it not been for the threat to his family, he would have considered eliminating Zheng Lei right then and there. After all, a shotgun posed little threat from several meters away, and with 3 handguns present, Zheng Lei stood no chance against them. "Damn it! When I say to run, we run. Now that you know my identity, what use is it to deceive you any longer? If you attempt to stop me again, I will fight back." The wolf glared fiercely at Zheng Lei and cautiously retreated. Zheng Lei pondered for a moment, concluding that the wolf was likely truthful, thus refraining from firing his weapon. After they had stepped back a few paces, the wolf and his companions turned and fled in a frenzy. With 100,000 yuan in cash, their escape from the city would grant them freedom. However, unbeknownst to them, numerous armed police were strategically flanking them from the mountainside, having pinpointed their location. Had they remained in the building, the police would not have acted against them just yet, but their choice to descend into the open was leading them into a trap. At a temporary command post atop the mountain, upon learning that the wolf and his companions were suddenly descending at a frantic pace, Deputy Director Wang immediately realized they were attempting to escape. Concerned for the victim's safety, he promptly ordered a swift and decisive operation to apprehend the fleeing trio, without any resistance. As the wolf and his companions reached the main road, over 30 armed farmers suddenly rose to confront them. "Drop your weapons. Hands on your heads. Anyone who dares to fire will be shot on the spot." The trio's minds went blank, their legs buckled beneath them, and they fell to their knees, pallid with fear. After clarifying the situation on the mountain, the police swiftly moved to encircle the building. Meanwhile, in a nearby ravine, Shen Jianxin lay among the underbrush, observing the surroundings. Beside him, Lu Jianyu remarked, "I believe I just saw Zheng Lei following you." "I saw him too. Then why are you still running?" Shen Jianxin replied calmly, "I question how you graduated from the police academy. One of my companions ascended the mountain with the kidnappers, and you harbor no reasonable suspicion?" Lu Jianyu was momentarily taken aback. "Are you suggesting that Zheng Lei colluded with them to abduct you?" Based on Zhang Guodong's account, such a probability seemed slim. Yet, even if there were a mere 1 chance, I would not take that risk. Lu Jianyu fell silent, realizing she had never truly understood this man. Her every judgment of him had been repeatedly overturned. What kind of person was he truly? Withdrew his observant gaze and remarked, "It seems those 3 fellows have descended the mountain. We need not run for the time being." "Oh, what do you mean, Bio?" "Hurry and relieve yourself," he added impatiently. Lu Jianyu's cheeks flushed instantly. Without sparing her a glance, Shen Jianxin continued, "Keep your distance. After so long, the scent is overwhelming. You, hurry up. If someone arrives now, you'll have to hold it in. If you end up in discomfort, I won't take responsibility." Lu Jianyu felt a mix of embarrassment and fury, yet her body refused to allow her to be stubborn any longer. It had been over 15 hours since the incident, and she truly could not hold it any longer. Thus, she surveyed her surroundings and dashed behind a distant tree, crouching down. While attending to her needs, she cautiously glanced at Shen Jianxin. Confirming that he was not looking her way, she let out a silent sigh of relief, feeling her body relax. When she quietly returned to Shen Jianxin's side, he turned to glance at the tree in the distance, remarking, "I presume it will thrive magnificently by next year." Ah, damn it. The red-faced Lu Jianyu's anger reached a boiling point as she seized Shen Jianxin's hair and shook him vigorously. "I'll teach you to speak carelessly. I'll make you pay for your insolence. Let go. Wasn't it I who saved you? You ungrateful wretch. Today, I will deal with you, even if it costs me." Shen Jianxin, despite his cunning intellect, was not equipped for physical confrontation. He had assumed that a mere girl would be easy to subdue, only to find himself pinned beneath Lu Jianyu, his hands firmly pressed to the ground. Realizing escape was futile, he resorted to verbal sparring. "Release me. How can you, a police officer, act this way?" Seeing Shen Jianxin firmly subdued, Lu Jianyu felt some of her pent-up frustration dissipate, a hint of satisfaction curving her lips. "Humph, you wicked villain. How dare you bully me? Try it again, I dare you." Shen Jianxin, exasperated, shouted, "Let go of me. If you don't, I want to hold back." Huh, a grown man with less strength than a girl. What a disgrace. "You." Lu Jianyu pressed Shen Jianxin's hand firmly against the ground. "Keep cursing." Shen Jianxin winced in pain as genuine anger surged within him. In this desolate wilderness, how could there be such tumult? Lu Jianyu, transformed into a small boat amidst the turbulence, looked down in bewilderment, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. At that moment, a voice echoed from the hilltop. "Little Lu. Boss Shen, is that you?" Wang Wei, having committed a grave error, had not slept for days, tirelessly working on the front lines. Determined to rescue Shen Jianxin and Lu Jianyu, he was the first to spot them, pausing in surprise. However, due to the cover of the bushes, he was uncertain if they were wearing pants. When Lu Jianyu lifted her head, her flushed face caused Wang Wei to immediately cover his eyes, turning away. "I saw nothing." Just as Lu Jianyu began to explain, Wang Wei hastily added, "You too, hurry. The main force is approaching." Chapter 63. Destiny. As Lu Jianyu quickly leaped off Shen Jianxin, she blushingly delivered a swift strike to his chest, exclaiming, "It's all your fault." Subsequently, the two individuals beheld a substantial police presence atop the mountain. As they were escorted down, they encountered an expanse of police vehicles and armed paramilitary forces. The entire area had been cordoned off. Shen Jianxin observed several members of the Wild Wolves gang, each shackled within separate police cars, flanked by two armed guards. He also caught sight of Zheng Lei, who received similar treatment. Upon recognizing Shen Jianxin, Zheng Lei's eyes sparkled with the desire to call out, only to have his mouth silenced by a blow from a guard's rifle butt. A wave of unease washed over Shen Jianxin. Could it be that Zheng Lei was indeed involved in the kidnapping? Then appeared Lu Changming from the Political and Legal Committee, accompanied by Zhou Yaowu, the deputy mayor and police chief. Under the gaze of cameras, they first approached Shen Jianxin, offering words of concern. Naturally, Shen Jianxin complied, expressing his gratitude for the police's rescue. The leaders then proceeded to offer similar reassurances to Lu Jianyu, who was forcefully restrained on a stretcher. Observing the police uniform hastily draped over Lu Jianyu, Shen Jianxin's brow furrowed, concealing his emotions at that moment. Lu Jianyu had yet to find an opportunity to voice her thoughts, unaware of the implications of this scene being recorded on camera. For Lu Changming and the Magical City Bureau, despite the harrowing ordeal, the outcome could be regarded as satisfactory. Both Lu Jianyu and Shen Jianxin emerged unscathed, thus avoiding any grave misfortune. One perpetrator had been apprehended, while the other three were captured, with the entirety of the embezzled funds recovered. The case was resolved within 24 hours, without inflicting any loss of life or property, which underscored the formidable investigative capabilities of the Magical City Police. Consequently, all personnel involved in the case, from top to bottom, would receive commendations or accolades. Particularly for Lu Jianyu, Shen Jianxin surmised that in the final report, she would not be classified as a victim of the kidnapping. Rather, she had concealed her identity to infiltrate enemy lines, risking her safety to engage in a battle of wits with the criminals, ultimately rescuing him, the kidnapped tycoon, with Zhang Guodong, who had already perished. If Lu Jianyu were to take responsibility, the police chief could easily recommend her for a first-class merit award. Meanwhile, Zheng Lei, who had also risked his life to save Shen Jianxin, was now shackled within a police vehicle, being escorted back for interrogation. Although he was not implicated in the kidnapping, His illegal possession of firearms and the act of shooting someone were conducted under the police's watchful eye. The case had concluded, and the time for reckoning had arrived. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he faced at least several years of imprisonment. Should either Feng Yuanshan or Qiao Yi insist that Zheng Lei had stolen the money, the situation would escalate further. At this moment, his only hope lay with Shen Jianxin, who even harbored doubts about his involvement in the kidnapping. The fates of Lu Jianyu and Zheng Lei had been irrevocably shaped from the moment of their births, dictating their divergent paths and circumstances in life. In truth, the advantages conferred by Lu Jianyu's status were not something Shen Jianxin could not accept. What truly pained him was the expression of innocent bewilderment reflected in Lu Jianyu's eyes as she lay on the stretcher, a sight that pierced Shen Jianxin's heart. She was entirely oblivious, having made no calculations, yet others had meticulously orchestrated all her benefits for her. Shen Jianxin has never held disdain for individuals like Lu Jianyu, but rather for the unspoken rules that govern society. All parties involved in the case were taken back to the municipal police station. And prior to the public announcement of the incident, the details remained confidential, leaving the outside world unaware that Shen Jianxin had returned alive. Consequently, the negative repercussions stemming from Shen Jianxin's abduction continued to fester. Lu Yong's fruit stall was surrounded by anxious borrowers seeking information, while Zhang Cuifang pressed her lips together, her face ashen and bewildered. The weight of over $1 million in debt is indeed suffocating. Although the IOUs bear Zheng Lei's signature, the lenders are all acquaintances of hers, and they only recognize her. In this era, the populace is largely more innocent, and moral integrity has not yet deteriorated to the extent observed in later generations. Individuals like Zhang Cuifang cannot simply deflect all responsibility, acting as if they are impervious to the consequences. A similar scene unfolded in Shuin Alley. Not long before, Wang Zhengwo had mentioned that an incident had occurred involving the seizing of properties, and it had hardly been days since his words echoed in the air. At this moment, Zhang Daqi's convenience store was overflowing with people, both inside and outside the narrow alleyway. Each person clutched an IOU, clamoring for repayment. Zhang Daqi and Wang Zhengwo sat at a table, their faces darkened with worry, unable to endure the incessant complaints any longer. Wang Zhengwo slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Damn it!" When it was time to collect 2 months' interest, everyone was grinning from ear to ear. Now just a few days have passed. If you want money, wait until 2 months later. I don't even want interest anymore. Just return my principal. You scoundrel. The loan date is clearly stated on the IOU. You say you will repay, yet you borrowed for nothing. Wang Zhengwo, do not be so arrogant. If I cannot reclaim my money, I will settle this with you. A woman, overwhelmed, collapsed onto the ground, lamenting, "What am I to do? I've saved my whole life for this. It's my coffin fund, for heaven's sake. Oh, I can't go on." The scene descended into utter chaos. Yet what could be done? Killing Zhang Daqi and Wang Zhengwo would not yield the necessary funds. Logically, Shuin Alley is closer to Shen Jianxin. Yet the melodrama unfolding here is far more severe than that on Zhang Cuifang's side, simply because its residents are poorer. It is a misconception that those who possess little can easily shrug off their burdens, proclaiming they can always start anew. In reality, the impoverished often possess a lower threshold for psychological stress, as acquiring wealth is considerably more challenging for them, making them cherish their finances even more. Most importantly, they are prone to losing their rationality. The street interviews on Zhang Cuifang's side were characterized by individuals awaiting news, fully aware that she would be unable to produce such a substantial sum, seeking instead some form of psychological solace. Conversely, in Shuin Alley, the inability of Zhang Daqi and Wang Zhengwo to furnish the money incited genuine threats of property seizure from the desperate borrowers. They do not contemplate that such actions may yield no financial return. Their psychological state has collapsed, and those in despair require an outlet for their frustrations. Beyond these two lending hotspots, those inquiring about stock investments were equally anxious, with some gathering to devise strategies. A few individuals barged into Huang Mei's office demanding refunds, while others had already purchased tickets, preparing to travel to Pengcheng to sell their stocks forthwith. Huang Mei remained resolute, summoning over 10 enforcers to ensure that anyone daring to create a disturbance at the New Phoenix Hotel would be forcefully expelled, regardless of their status as a proprietor. In this era, those who manage to expand their enterprises, regardless of gender, have not achieved their success without effort. Huang Mei insisted on adhering to the terms of the contract, stating that any refund would have to wait for more than half a month. until the adjustment period for the contract had elapsed. Although her demeanor was unyielding, she felt a twinge of insecurity, preoccupied with the 3 million yuan worth of stocks she had purchased. Particularly pressing was her brother's repeated inquiries about whether she should seize the opportunity to liquidate her shares while there was still a margin of profit. However, with the imminent threat of chaos, the siblings found themselves unable to leave the new Phoenix, and even if they wished to sell, the timing for a retreat to Pengcheng was not auspicious. Meanwhile, another influential figure, Su Yifeng, had not returned to Pengcheng recently. He had amassed a considerable sum of capital, aggressively investing in the Pengcheng stock market, but this morning he received the alarming news of Shen Jianxin's abduction. Chapter 64. I have returned. Unable to secure a flight on short notice, Su Yifeng opted for a car ride back to Modu. During the journey, his secretary voiced confusion, asking, "Mr. Su, given the uncertainty of the small stock genius's return, why don't we reduce our holdings to mitigate risk?" Su Yifeng had indeed contemplated this. Yet he quickly reached a resolute decision, distinctly different from the mindset of other business magnates in Modu. He replied, "While we cannot ascertain whether he will return, his judgment remains unequivocal." Su Yifeng closed his eyes, reclining against the back seat with his hands clasped, softly asserting, "The kidnappers may take his life, but they cannot extinguish the vitality of the stock market." His assessment was crystal clear. The trends he had identified in the Pengcheng stock market would remain unchanged, irrespective of Shen Jianxin's fate. Thus, Su Yifeng decided to maintain his investment strategy. His return to Modu was solely out of concern for Shen Jianxin's safety. If he were to perish, he would simply offer additional paper money in his memory on the anniversary of his death. At that moment, within the Modu Municipal Bureau, Shen Jianxin and Lu Jianyu were each being interrogated in separate offices. "Mr. Shen, did you just state that the assailant was shot and killed by Lu Jianyu during their struggle?" Shen Jianxin smirked slightly, his expression laden with meaning. "Are you certain you wish to dwell on this issue? If you press further, I may be inclined to provide a different answer." The lead investigator, personally recording his testimony, found himself unnerved by Shen Jianxin's smile and gaze, momentarily rendered speechless. In another room, Li Ling sat across from Lu Jianyu, her expression stern. "Lu, you must have been traumatized and forgotten certain details. According to Shen Jianxin's account, you shot the assailant during an attempt to save him. The assailant intended to kill Shen Jianxin, and you, in a state of desperation, were compelled to shoot the assailant." Lu Jianyu firmly retorted, "He is lying. It was he who shot and killed the assailant. However, I must clarify that he acted to save me. I attempted to seize the weapon, but the assailant was prepared. Under those circumstances, his actions were a legitimate act of self-defense. Why would he lie about it? It is madness." Li Ling felt as though her mind had exploded. The case report is nearly complete, intended for submission to the department. It explicitly states that Lu Jianyu, acting alone and recklessly, infiltrated the den of danger, single-handedly eliminating the kidnapper and rescuing the victim. This narrative is one that all parties are willing to endorse. For if the report were to indicate that Lu Jianyu, as a police officer, was also captured by the criminals, while another detective was present, both armed, it would not merely be a matter of commendation. Rather, both would face disciplinary action, and the entire Magic City Bureau would be shrouded in disgrace. As for Lu Jianyu personally, how would society perceive a young woman being abducted by a gang? How would she, along with Secretary Lu, confront the ensuing criticism? Li Ling, frustrated by her inaction, roared, "Lu Jianyu." She responded, startled. "I ask you, was it not your dereliction of duty when Shen Jianxin was taken by the kidnappers under your and Wang Wei's protection?" Lu Jianyu was rendered speechless. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome remained unchanged, and she could only nod bitterly in acknowledgement. "Yes. Very well, Wang Wei has been suspended. Shen Jianxin, under your protection, allowed his vigilance to wane, resulting in his abduction. Now you claim he fired in self-defense? Which law states that emptying a magazine of 6 bullets constitutes legitimate self-defense? Let me be clear, regardless of the reasons, the fact that all 6 bullets struck the head indicates the assailant lost the ability to resist after the first shot. Yet, in a fit of rage, 6 shots were fired, which cannot be justified as self-defense. He may claim to have killed the assailant to save you. But if you do not acknowledge this incident, he will at least face 3 years for excessive self-defense." Lu Jianyu, bewildered, protested. At that moment, the kidnapper had a gun. He was an ordinary person. In such a situation, There was no time to discern whether the assailant was still alive. Under such tension, Li Ling interrupted sternly. These words carry no weight with me. Save them for the courtroom. Furthermore, Wang Wei has already been suspended. You are no exception. Now draft a report detailing how you and Wang Wei neglected your duties, placing Shen Jianxin in peril. I won't. I do not care whether you will or not. If you do not acknowledge this matter, Shen Jianxin will be sent to detention tonight, and you and Wang Wei will be suspended and required to write self-criticisms. I will recommend to the criminal police team that Wang Wei is unfit for his role and should be reassigned to a lower-ranking precinct. As for you, I no longer require your services. Find your own connections to transfer elsewhere. A barrage of reprimands struck at Lu Jianyu's heart. Her naive mind might endure much. But the thought that Shen Jianxin, despite his flaws, might end up incarcerated due to her decision was unbearable. Wang Wei would face censure and demotion, all because of her actions. The weight of harming others was a burden Lu Jianyu could not bear. She was like an open book, completely transparent to Li Ling, who exploited this vulnerability. Ultimately, as Lu Jianyu remained enveloped in conflicted silence, Li Ling, resembling a devil, presented the prepared statement. Sign this, and they will both be absolved. Furiously, Lu Jianyu exclaimed, Captain Li, how can you do this? Li Ling shook his head helplessly, his heart resonating with Shen Jianxin at this moment. Xiao Lu, I hope one day you will understand that the world is not as you imagine. In another room, as the statements were nearing completion, Shen Jianxin inquired, What is the situation with Zheng Lei? Why has he been apprehended as well? Was he involved in the kidnapping? Not at all, came the response. But today he is implicated in 2 shooting incidents and illegal possession of firearms, hence his arrest. Shen Jianxin frowned. What exactly is going on? The case is still under investigation. We cannot provide any information at this time. Shen Jianxin's frown deepened. If Zheng Lei was not involved in the kidnapping, then the so-called shooting today must have been an attempt to rescue him. At that moment, the head of the criminal investigation team stood up and said, You may leave now, but we may contact you at any time for further information. Please sign here, and you can retrieve your personal belongings. After completing all the formalities, Shen Jianxin collected his possessions along with a bag containing nearly 300,000 in cash. He recalled that Zheng Lei was supposed to take only 100,000. How had he ended up with all the cash from the Peace Hotel? The case had concluded, yet Shen Jianxin was still filled with questions. Additionally, both Zheng Lei and Lu Yong had been arrested. He needed to ascertain the situation before deciding whether to intervene. Standing in the lobby of the Shanghai Public Security Bureau, he picked up his mobile phone and dialed Huang Mei. I'm back. You need to come to the city bureau to pick me up immediately. Chapter 65. The anxious crowd. Although Shen Jianxin could not see the situation outside, he had anticipated it. Human nature is eternal. Once one understands human nature, reality can be deduced. After finishing his call with Huang Mei, he promptly reached out to Zhang Daqian's convenience store. Upon hearing Shen Jianxin's voice, Zhang Chunhua immediately broke down in tears. Exine, these bastards have surrounded my house and stolen our belongings. Don't ever take them to make money again. Hold on. Let me speak to your father, Shen Jianxin replied. Zhang Chunhua turned and shouted, Dad, it's Exine on the phone. The previously chaotic convenience store plunged into an eerie silence. Guzi, standing by the cigarette cabinet, hesitated and quietly returned a few packs of cigarettes to their place. On the floor, Aunt Li ceased her sobbing, glanced around, and discreetly wiped her tears, rising gracefully to her feet. The neighbors outside stealthily retreated into alleys or beneath eaves, straining to listen. Everyone involuntarily reacted. It was a panoramic scene, yet not a sound escaped. Zhang Daqian and Wang Zhangwo, their frowns lifting, instinctively straightened their chests. As they stood, the crowded throng parted to make way for them. Approaching the telephone, Zhang Daqian scanned the crowd, noticing their averted gazes. He picked up the receiver. Xian, how are you? I'm fine. I'm at the City Police Bureau, just finished my statement, and will be out shortly. All is well. Zhang Daqian's voice boomed, as if proclaiming to the world. Shall Wang Zhangwo, and I come to pick you up? No need. I have a few matters to attend to. Just come to the Peace Hotel to find me tomorrow morning. By the way, is everything all right on your end? As for me, Zhang Daqian cast another glance at the crowd and noticed that no faces were raised any longer. I will update you on my situation tomorrow at the Peace Hotel. All right, nothing else to discuss. Let us talk when we meet tomorrow. After hanging up, as Zhang Daqian turned around, the crowd was beaming with smiles. The simple and kind-hearted neighbors had returned. Daqian, I'm just here for some soy sauce. Please give me 50 cents. Oh right, I'm here to buy cigarettes. Get me a pack from the front. Ice pops. I want ice pops. The world is truly marvelous. As if something significant has occurred, yet seemingly nothing has happened at all. When a call came in for Shen Jianxin, everything settled once more. Now that Lu Yong and Zheng Lei had both been apprehended, Shen Jianxin was unaware of Lu Yong's address or phone number. However, he knew that the pressure on Lu Yong's family must be immense. Thus, when Huang Mei and her brother arrived at the police station to fetch him, he said nothing and first asked Huang Mei to inquire about Lu Yong's family situation, intending to visit them promptly. After navigating several turns to obtain the address, he had Huang Mei's South brother drive them there. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Cuifang's fruit store was crowded with people. Upon seeing the luxury car arrive, curiosity sparked among the onlookers. The three of them exited the vehicle, and Huang Qiming called out at the entrance, "Is Lu Yong's mother here?" "Yes. What has happened to my son?" Zhang Cuifang was in a state of distress, unable to reach her son or Zheng Lei. Upon hearing the shout from outside, she feared something had happened to her son and hurriedly pushed through the crowd, stumbling out. Once outside, she saw the luxury car, two men who appeared to be bosses, and a somewhat haggard young man. Poor Shen Jianxin had been tied up without even a moment to wash his face. Huang Qiming introduced, "This is Mr. Huang, the owner of the new Phoenix Grand Hotel, and this is Mr. Shen." Mr. Shen? Zhang Cuifang had never met the small investor. Even though she had contributed over $1 million, the neighbors who had pooled their investments had not encountered him either. It sounded almost mythical, yet it was indeed reality. When a person's reputation becomes almost legendary, it is only natural that one might not see the entirety of the dragon. Shen Jianxin nodded and said, "Hello, Auntie. I am Shen Jianxin. Lu Yong and Zheng Lei have been working with me. I was just rescued by the police and came to assure you of their safety." Zhang Cuifang and everyone else were left dumbfounded, curiously observing Shen Jianxin, their anxious hearts beginning to calm. However, aside from the financial matters, Zhang Cuifang was also deeply concerned about her son, and she asked with apprehension, "Mr. Shen, where is my son?" To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings among others, Shen Jianxin explained, "I have not been able to reach him either. Perhaps the pressure from my situation has caused him to hide. However, as long as I am back, nothing else matters. The money is secure, and your son will be fine." Zhang Cuifang nodded. Shen Jianxin's status lent great weight to his words, instilling an instinctive sense of trust. He then continued, "Auntie, if anyone wishes to withdraw their investment, please make a note here. I will leave you my phone number. After you compile the details, call me tonight. I will arrange for someone to deliver the funds tomorrow. I desire no penalties for breach of contract. Yet I shall accept not a single cent in interest." At this, Zhang Cuifang felt entirely reassured and nodded, saying, "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." After transcribing his number, Shen Jianxin handed it to Zhang Cuifang and then took his leave. Zhang Cuifang carefully folded the note and placed it in her pocket, turning around with a robust voice to inquire, "You all heard that, right? Those wishing for a refund, please come in and register. Xiao Guxian will deliver the money tomorrow." What nonsense is this? Who dares to demand a refund? Indeed, I merely concern myself with Xiao Guxian's well-being. Look at the car he drives. It must be worth hundreds of thousands, right? Xiao Guxian truly exudes vitality. I never imagined he was so youthful. He must possess some mystical powers to maintain eternal youth. Oh, I should have shaken hands with Xiao Guxian earlier to share in a bit of that celestial aura. These sentiments were but small acts of kindness from Shen Jianxin. Although he anticipated the nature of humanity, a truly formidable individual does not succumb to cynicism due to the world's impurities. Instead, they embrace this reality with a smile, living joyfully, embodying the essence of a true gentleman. The journey of life unfolds in such a manner. The ignorant are many, and most individuals remain ensnared in this phase throughout their existence. However, those in this stage often experience little suffering. The truly afflicted are those who are aware yet powerless to enact change. Their joy dissipates in this awareness, leading to a painful descent. Shen Jianxin's mindset transcends this, as he perceives human nature with profound insight and understands the ways of the world. Yet, he neither abandons himself nor the world, accepting the darkness and absurdity while refusing to conform. Simultaneously, he seeks his own pursuits and happiness. Transforming a single individual is an arduous task. How much more challenging is it to change the world? One must focus on oneself, ensuring that all that one perceives is illuminated by fairness and justice. In Shen Jianxin's view, this is already a formidable goal. As he sat in Huang Mei's car, she inquired, "Shall I take you back to the hotel first? Or would you prefer to dine at my place?" Shen Jianxin, stroking his light stubble, replied lazily, "Let us eat first. A handsome man cannot endure hunger." Huang Mei chuckled softly, "Very practical of you." Shen Jianxin turned to glance at her and asked, "You Haven Tea sold my stocks, have you?" Huang Mei, with a resolve as steadfast as iron, retorted, "How could I? I Haven Tea sold a single cent." Shen Jianxin smiled. "Whether you sell them or not is of no concern to me. However, if you were to sell mine, I would have to contend with you fiercely." Chapter 66. No one to be seen upon arriving at the New Phoenix Hotel, they coincidentally found themselves at the dinner hour. Shen Jianxin made no effort to evade anyone. Stepping out of the car and ascending the stairs, he encountered a businessman he had consulted previously. "Mr. Shen, you've returned." Shen Jianxin assessed the individual, not even recalling their surname, and simply nodded, "Yes, I just got back and am quite hungry. I shall dine first, and we can converse later." "What a coincidence. I am also here for a meal, in a private room on the 3rd floor. Shall we dine together?" Shen Jianxin waved his hand, "Perhaps another time. Today I prefer solitude." "Very well," the businessman conceded, albeit with a hint of disappointment. Yet, he felt no loss of face. After all, Shen Jianxin had ascended to such a stature that granting him respect was an honor, and his refusal was entirely reasonable. Moreover, his return was the best news of all. Numerous individuals have received intelligence from the Public Security Bureau, as they are affluent business owners with extensive connections and access to information. Moreover, some have witnessed Shen Jianxin in person. As news spread, an increasing number of entrepreneurs flocked to the New Phoenix Hotel. Meanwhile, Shen Jianxin sat in a private booth on the top floor with Huang Mei and her brother, having sampled a few cold dishes before dialing Sun Sijie's number. "Son, it's me. Mr. Shen, are you all right? I just heard this morning that you were in trouble. President Su is also quite concerned about your situation and has driven back from Pengcheng. He should be arriving in Modus shortly. I'm fine now, but I have a favor to ask." "Of course, go ahead." "The Zheng Lei and his younger brother who were with me have been detained by the city bureau. Could you help me inquire about the specific reasons and circumstances?" "Sure, I'll look into it right away. By the way, the remittance is being processed. They mentioned it will take about a week. The villa matter won't be resolved that quickly." "Thank you. I'm in no rush. Take your time." "Then I'll start by asking about Zheng Lei." "All right, let's leave it at that." Huang Mei, who was listening nearby, interjected with curiosity, "Zheng has been arrested? What for?" Shen Jianxin shook his head, "I'm not sure. When I fled the townhouse, I saw Zheng Lei with those kidnappers, and I'm equally perplexed. However, with Sun Sijie's assistance, clarity should soon be attained." At that moment, in the corridor outside the top-floor booth, a number of entrepreneurs had gathered. Yet, Wang Rukin and the head waitress Cui Cui stood guard at the entrance, denying entry to anyone with the explanation that Mr. Shen is not receiving guests today, leaving the business owners without recourse. As steaming dishes began to arrive, these entrepreneurs peered through the door crack, confirming Shen Jianxin's presence at the head of the table, providing them with a sense of reassurance. With Shen Jianxin safely returned, the fundamentals remained unchanged, and the situation reverted to what it was after the appreciation banquet, restoring the confidence of these business magnates. Logically, Shen Jianxin's fate should have no bearing on the stock market for which they had invested. Yet the world operates in mysterious ways. When they purchased shares, their concerns for the safety of this small stock deity became pivotal in their decision-making. This phenomenon defies logic. Yet such is the reasoning of most business owners. While it may be termed stock investment, it bears little resemblance to analysis. It resembles a high-stakes gamble. In this era, most entrepreneurs began their ventures without any initial capital, relying on borrowed funds to start their businesses, an audacious risk at the time. As Shen Jianxin quietly dined, he listened to Huang Mei recount the recent developments. In the span of a single day, the situation had deteriorated significantly. Although everything had stabilized now, it did not negate what had transpired. If Shen Jianxin did not return within a week, the potential for further deterioration was uncertain. Huang Mei's resilience was questionable. He even doubted she would refrain from selling off her shares. Whether she would refund investments or stake her own in a gamble against those adversaries remained to be seen. After all, losing meant refunding others' money, while winning would yield solely her own gains. If Shen Jianxin were to perish, Whether there would be anyone to contest with Huang Mei over the 5 million or so remains an enigma. When figures escalate to a certain magnitude, greed can extinguish all notions of virtue and reason. Such contemplations merely traverse the recesses of Shen Jianxin's mind, never to be voiced aloud. In truth, entrusting all his funds to Huang Mei for stock trading bore its own risks, yet under the auspices of mutual prosperity. If Huang Mei were to amass considerable wealth in the stock market, Shen Jianxin's share would inevitably be safeguarded. The essence of all judgments still resides in value. As long as Shen Jianxin lived and facilitated others in generating profit, the probability of betrayal would remain remarkably low. However, should he meet his demise or lack vested interests, his value would dissipate, and any malice could be unleashed. Shen Jianxin perceived all of this with clarity. Thus, even amidst the fervent hospitality of Huang Mei and her brother, surrounded by concerned patrons, he recognized that when calamity struck, most were more preoccupied with the potential loss of their own interests than with his fate. Consequently, he found himself devoid of genuine friendships, his heart cloaked in solitude. Yet, he did not allow this insight to engender feelings of melancholy. He never transformed his revelations into burdens of the heart. In Huang Mei's narrative, a handful of businessmen exhibited a semblance of rationality. Qianjun consistently displayed exemplary behavior, not only refraining from causing a ruckus, but also advising others against it. The astute Lu Tianrui remained equally composed, scarcely appearing before Huang Mei, as if he were in hiding. Shen Jianxin surmised that this individual was truly sagacious, his motives not akin to Qianjun's, but rather indicative of someone whose investment decisions would not be easily swayed. Furthermore, there were several other businessmen who, like Qianjun, remained silent, encouraging others to patiently await developments, suggesting that Shen Jianxin still had a few devoted supporters. He quietly noted their names, refraining from commenting on Huang Mei's categorization of the businessmen into loyalists and traitors. Unknown to him, several businessmen had already arrived in Pengcheng, poised to liquidate their holdings at the opening of the stock market the following morning. At this critical juncture, they received a call from the Magic City. What? The stock wizard has returned? Dining at the New Phoenix? Good heavens. You didn't inform anyone of my arrival in Pengcheng, did you? For heaven's sake, don't say a word. I'll book a flight back immediately. No, I shall return tonight. News spread like wildfire. Naturally, a few remained uninformed and sold their stocks the next day, only to hastily return to Pengcheng to repurchase them upon learning of Shen Jianxin's survival. These myriad occurrences bore little direct consequence for Shen Jianxin, yet they were profoundly entwined with the fates of those involved. For an extended period ahead, these businessmen, who had narrowly escaped a life-altering calamity, would shudder at the thought of their near miss. Goodness, how close they came to financial ruin. Meanwhile, Shen Jianxin, having satiated his hunger, maintained an air of aloofness, allowing not a single businessman to enter. This was a stance all the anxious businessmen, despite their ignorance of the discussions within, harbored animosity toward Huang Mei, convinced that she had spoken ill of them. Otherwise, how could Mr. Shen suddenly become so unapproachable? Just as Shen Jianxin was preparing to leave, an indispensable guest arrived at the New Phoenix Hotel. Su Yifeng set off early in the morning and finally returned to the bustling metropolis by evening. Upon hearing that he was dining at New Phoenix, he promptly instructed his driver to take him there. Chapter 67. The difficulty of rescuing. After receiving the call that Su Yifeng had arrived downstairs, Shen Jianxin did not dwell on the matter, nor did he ponder whether this preferential treatment might incite discontent among other business associates. His formidable standing was evident, and moreover, Shen Jianxin found himself in need of assistance from him. He requested Huang Mei to go down and welcome Su Yifeng. Thus, Su Yifeng, accompanied by his secretary and bodyguard, was greeted with a beaming smile from Huang Mei as they navigated through the throng of business magnates and entered Shen Jianxin's private room. Upon entering, he jested, "Oh, Mr. Shen, your grandeur seems to be ever increasing, with so many bosses guarding the entrance." Shen Jianxin shook his head with a wry smile. "Please, Mr. Su, spare me the teasing. I have just emerged from a harrowing ordeal and am still quite shaken, not even having had the chance to wash up. How could I possibly face anyone?" Su Yifeng scrutinized him carefully, then, suppressing his smile, gently patted Shen Jianxin's shoulder and remarked, "As long as you are safe, that is what matters. They say those who survive great trials will inevitably find fortune." Shen Jianxin nodded appreciatively. "I shall take your words to heart. You must be famished after a long day of travel. Please, have a seat and indulge. Very well, Su Yifeng replied without hesitation, inviting his secretary and bodyguard to join him at the table while Shen Jianxin also partook in a modest meal. I just spoke with my aunt. She remains blissfully unaware of the situation. My uncle only mentioned that Jianyu was involved in the rescue. She is utterly terrified, insisting that being a police officer is far too perilous and urging Jianyu to transfer to a different department. Shen Jianxin chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, as he was uncertain of what answer Su Yifeng truly sought. However, from Su Yifeng's demeanor, it appeared he was already privy to the circumstances. I heard from Xijia that your subordinate was also captured? Su Yifeng inquired. Shen Jianxin sighed. The police have not communicated any details to me, so I am equally in the dark. Su Yifeng clicked his tongue nonchalantly. No worries, Xijia is already inquiring and should have news soon. Come, let us raise a glass to celebrate your safe return. You must exercise caution from now on. Indeed, caution is essential, Shen Jianxin concurred. Just after sharing a drink with Su Yifeng, his mobile phone rang. It was a call from Sun Xijia. He had made inquiries at the city bureau and finally uncovered the details regarding Zheng Lei. After the call, Shen Jianxin furrowed his brow. If Sun Xijia's information was accurate, then Zheng Lei had indeed risked everything to intervene. Although Shen Jianxin's return was largely due to his own cunning, with little connection to Zheng Lei, it would be unjust to disregard Zheng Lei's sacrifices. Sun Xijia had already reviewed Zheng Lei's statement, which indicated that he had managed to subdue 3 kidnappers and was prepared to rescue Shen Jianxin from Zhang Guodong. If this were indeed the truth, then even in the absence of Shen Jianxin's own efforts, there was a substantial likelihood that he would have been saved. How could one remain indifferent to a person who has desperately tried to rescue them, especially now that they have been apprehended? Although Zheng Lei acted in self-preservation, his efforts for Shen Jianxin were undeniably earnest. If, under such circumstances, one still questions the motives of others, then Shen Jianxin ought not to lament the absence of friends, for it would be an impossibility throughout his life. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke into the phone. Sun Lu, I must entrust this matter to you. Please devise a way to extricate those 2 individuals. Of course, Sun Xijia wished to assist Shen Jianxin. However, the complexity of the situation was formidable, not due to the case itself, but because it was entangled with a significant kidnapping incident involving Shen Jianxin. This meant that the municipal bureau was acutely aware of the case, thereby elevating the difficulty of intervention to an exceedingly high degree. Mr. Shen, this case is under scrutiny from above. I inquired with the officer in charge, and no one dares to indulge in favoritism. This matter must be handled with due process. Shen Jianxin understood the intricacies involved, yet the individuals in question needed to be rescued. He replied, It's too convoluted to discuss over the phone. Why don't you come to the New Phoenix for a face-to-face conversation? President Su will also be present. All right, I shall head over immediately. After hanging up, Su Yifeng, noticing Shen Jianxin's furrowed brow, inquired, What troubles you? Shen Jianxin explained Zheng Lei's predicament, acknowledging that leveraging connections would prove to be quite challenging. It wasn't that there were no opportunities, but the cost was simply too great. Who would willingly expend such resources to rescue and well? Su Yifeng did not doubt his own capabilities, yet since the issue did not directly involve Shen Jianxin, but rather one of his subordinates, he merely suggested, Let us wait for Xijia to arrive and ascertain the specifics. Approximately 20 minutes later, Sun Xijia arrived. Shen Jianxin welcomed him, inviting him to sit and elaborate on the situation. The incident of armed assault was a public prosecution case, and at the time, Feng Yuanshan had no intention of filing a report. However, Zheng Lei was under constant surveillance by the police, and upon entering the hospital, the authorities were already in pursuit of information from Feng Yuanshan. Thus, aside from the clues related to the kidnapping case, the details of how he sustained his injuries were duly recorded. The ruffian who shot Zheng Lei in the chest was now in the hospital, and the police had already approached him. However, this individual appeared resilient, possibly following instructions from old Xiao, as he refrained from implicating Zheng Lei, seemingly intent on resolving matters within the underworld. Nevertheless, the municipal bureau had already filed the case, and the police were fully informed. The ruffian's silence would not suffice to evade scrutiny, especially with officers present at the hospital to ensure identification. Fortunately, the bullet was not aimed at his face. While the ruffian's chest was severely damaged and appeared alarming, it did not affect any vital organs, and the injury should be classified as minor. Similarly, Feng Yuanshan also sustained minor injuries. His leg was heavily bandaged but remained intact with no damage to the tendons or bones, allowing him to walk normally after recuperation. However, the fact that 2 individuals were shot in a single day was egregious in nature. If classified as minor injuries, the maximum sentence could reach 3 years. Sun Sijia suggested that maintaining connections to prevent the case from escalating would yield the most favorable outcome. Should the classification be elevated, the potential sentence might range from 3 to 10 years. Is there no possibility of probation? None. Can they be granted bail? Sun Sijia found himself in a predicament. He would ponder over a solution later, though the prospects appeared dim. The crux of the matter was that the case was known from top to bottom, and the police had pursued the leads of the kidnapping incident along this very trajectory. The report concerning the kidnapping would be submitted to the department tomorrow, which meant that higher authorities would also be privy to Zheng Lei's case, rendering the situation exceedingly complicated. After listening to Sun Sijia elucidate the details of the case, Shen Jianxin grasped the overall picture, particularly the truths that had not surfaced in the testimonies, which Sun Sijia had discreetly inquired about, considering that 2 teams had initially shadowed Zheng Lei. In summary, the gunshot incident involving Zheng Lei could have been entirely averted. Shen Jianxin felt an urge to curse in frustration at the sheer despicability of the situation. Yet, reality remained unchanged. Cursing would not alter any outcomes, and discussing such matters openly could offend many. Shen Jianxin was aware that Sun Sijia might possess numerous strategies in ordinary cases. Even in graver matters, where the attention of superiors was not at stake, he likely had some means and connections. However, given Sun Sijia's current demeanor, it was evident he was genuinely at a loss. Perhaps Su Yifeng's influence could offer a solution, but Shen Jianxin understood that he would not assist in this endeavor. The silence that enveloped the room since Sun Sijia's arrival was telling. Moreover, Shen Jianxin realized that, at this moment, Su Yifeng was quite uninterested in having Shen Jianxin beseech him for help, as it would put everyone in an awkward position. As the atmosphere grew tense, Sun Sijia reassured. It's merely 3 years. Endure, and it shall pass. It's not that you lack the desire to rescue them. The situation is simply too arduous. If all else fails, perhaps consider spending a bit to ensure they are comfortable during their time inside. Shen Jianxin lapsed into silence, his rationality advising him that a mere tool should not warrant excessive sacrifices for rescue. Yet, reason seemed unable to fully quell certain emotions stirring within him. Chapter 68. Wang Wei's reflection. Late into the night at the municipal bureau, many were burning the midnight oil due to the kidnapping case. Under Li Ling's guidance, Lu Jianyu drafted 2 reports, yet failed to satisfy Li Ling's demanding standards. Ultimately, Li Ling took it upon herself to compose a report, pressing Lu Jianyu's head down to transcribe it, declaring it acceptable only once she had done so. Lu Jianyu, in a daze, copied the text, her protests falling on deaf ears. She felt as though she were transcribing a narrative, entirely disconnected from the case she was involved in. However, Li Ling's words, laden with political necessity and broader implications, coupled with a hint of intimidation, compelled Lu Jianyu to reluctantly acquiesce to the demands. Once she finally completed her task, she did not hasten home, but instead made her way to the criminal investigation team to inquire about the situation. Having joined the bureau less than 2 months prior, she was largely unfamiliar with most personnel and instinctively sought out Wang Wei, whom she had recently met. Upon seeing Wang Wei hunched over a desk, writing intently, Lu Jianyu approached him with curiosity. "Brother Wang, have you not yet finished your report?" Wang Wei, furrowing his brow in distress, instinctively shielded his papers upon noticing her and replied, "Indeed, and you haven't left yet?" Lu Jianyu, unperturbed, responded, "I just completed my report and came to check on the situation before departing. I wonder if our task continues. I am uncertain as well. It depends on the leader's intentions." At that moment, a detective clutching a thermos walked out of the office, muttering under his breath about the peculiarities of this world. In the same line of work, some receive accolades while others are left to write self-criticisms. A bystander, covering their mouth, exclaimed loudly, "Lower your voice. If the leader hears you, you'll have to write a self-criticism too." "Indeed, I dare not. We are all colleagues in the criminal investigation unit, inherently accustomed to navigating perilous situations daily." Many are indignant about Wang Wei's plight. In this case, Wang Wei is innocent. However, if one were to assign blame, he certainly has grounds for a self-criticism. Yet, why should the one who was abducted receive great merit? This stark contrast leaves many feeling discontented. Furthermore, The members of the detective squad are seasoned professionals, adept at discerning the nuances of the situation, unlike Lu Jianyu, who remains bewildered. Lu Jianyu turned back in confusion and noticed that many had vacated their offices in the blink of an eye. There is a distinction between naivety and foolishness. Lu Jianyu is not lacking in intelligence. She perceived the mocking tone of Wang Wei's colleagues and, upon reflecting on the events that transpired after returning to the municipal bureau, she gradually began to understand certain matters. She lowered her gaze to the paper obscured by Wang Wei and reached out, saying, "Let me see your report. What is there to see? It's getting late." "You should head home," Wang Wei replied, growing increasingly reluctant. The more he resisted, the more Lu Jianyu was determined to uncover the truth. With a swift motion, she snatched it from him. The words that met her eyes caused her brow to furrow, self-criticism. In truth, Wang Wei was also quite indignant, particularly towards Lu Jianyu. However, after spending these past few days together, he recognized that this young lady was, at heart, just a girl, innocent and genuine. Aside from her slight foolishness, she possessed no other flaws, and she was certainly not spoiled. Thus, Wang Wei's feelings were more directed towards the unfair treatment from above rather than towards Lu Jianyu herself. As Lu Jianyu's expression darkened, alternating between shades of black and red, Wang Wei awkwardly interjected, "Lu, you should really head back. Who instructed you to write this?" His low voice carried an undercurrent of anger. "Indeed, I failed to keep an eye on Shen Jianxin. It's a blessing I'm not being punished from above." Writing a self-criticism is no big deal, Wang Wei insisted, his kindness perhaps blinding him to the gravity of the situation. This self-criticism represented not merely a written document, but also the loss of bonuses and the opportunity for year-end commendation. Such commendations significantly influence promotion assessments. Particularly for someone like Wang Wei, who lacks connections, a single misstep could lead to a cascade of setbacks. While Lu Jianyu was unaware of all of this, she firmly believed that Wang Wei had committed no wrongdoing. "Why should you have to write a self-criticism? This is not right. Tell me, who instructed you to do this?" Wang Wei, with a pained expression, replied, "Lu, you can achieve merit, and I congratulate you and share in your joy. But this matter is best left alone. If you make a fuss, my situation will only worsen. Just wait for me here." Without further ado, Lu Jianyu declared, "I will not stand idly by," and stormed out, clutching Wang Wei's unfinished self-criticism. Wang Wei's call went unanswered, and in that moment, he felt a tumult of emotions. On one hand, he did not wish for Lu Jianyu to complicate matters further. On the other, he harbored a sense of gratitude for her unyielding support. Lu Jianyu burst into Li Ling's office, only to discover he was absent. Without hesitation, she ascended the stairs, searching each executive office in succession. She did not bother to knock, merely pushing open doors, abandoning those that resisted her entry, and shutting the ones that yielded no sight of Li Ling with a decisive snap. The few leaders still at work nearly questioned their sanity. Upon pushing open the door to Deputy Director Wang's office, she finally caught a glimpse of Li Ling's silhouette as he conferred with the leadership regarding Lu Jianyu's report. Noticing Lu Jianyu's impetuous entrance, Li Ling glanced at Deputy Director Wang's expression and reproved, "Lu, do you not regard protocol at all?" Lu Jianyu slammed Wang Wei's inspection report onto the table, demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" Li Ling, glancing at the document, grasped the situation and explained, "Wang Wei is from the criminal investigation team. How they handle their internal affairs is beyond my jurisdiction." Lu Jianyu turned her gaze to Deputy Director Wang, prompting Li Ling to diffuse the tension. "This is not a punishment, merely an inspection. You wouldn't assume it's the leadership's directive, would you?" Her inquiries were abruptly stifled. As Lu Jianyu's eyes darted around, landing on her own report on the table, she seized it with fervor, exclaiming, "This is unjust. Why must Wang Wei write an inspection? If he must, then I shall too. I will not accept any accolades if he is compelled to write." Just as Li Ling prepared to employ his usual blend of persuasion and pressure, Lu Jianyu interjected, "Captain Li, do not mistake me for a fool. Regardless of my father's influence, this is not the kind of police officer I aspire to be. Do not speak to me of the greater good. My vision of the greater good does not align with this. If you insist on penalizing Wang Wei, I shall resign immediately. The accolades are yours to bestow as you wish." Her words hung in the air, leaving Li Ling and Deputy Director Wang momentarily speechless. Even after years within the system, Deputy Director Wang was taken aback by such unreserved candor. With no response forthcoming, Lu Jianyu concluded, "Regardless, I stand with Wang Wei. I shall not concern myself with who compelled him to write. If he writes, then I shall too. If my actions are deemed commendable, he must receive acknowledgement as well. I shall take my leave now. I apologize for the interruption." With that, Lu Jinyu bowed and departed, taking her report and inspection with her. In a final act of kindness, she closed the door gently behind her, as if she had never been there. Li Ling, still in a state of bewilderment, glanced at Deputy Director Wang's darkened countenance, murmuring, "Director Wang, this is absurd." What followed was an admonishment from Deputy Wang, who chastised Li Ling thoroughly. Yet, despite the venting of frustrations, the issue required resolution. Li Ling placed a call, summoning the head of the criminal investigation team. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyu returned to the criminal investigation office, slamming her report and Wang Wei's inspection onto the table, asserting, "Brother Wang, I have spoken with leadership. If you must write an inspection, I will write alongside you. This report is one my captain insisted I replicate. I have brought it back. I stand united with you." Wang Wei opened his mouth, at a loss for words, and silently retrieved a can of energy drink from his drawer, offering it to her. "Have a sip of water first." Chapter 70. Rallying support. Shen Jianxin never considered himself a weak individual, nor did he lack the courage to confront darkness. However, certain intrinsic traits are not easily altered, even with heightened self-awareness. For instance, Zheng Lei, whom he had always regarded as a mere tool, caused a profound shift within him when his grandmother tremulously opened a cloth bag. In that moment, the softest corner of his heart surrendered its resistance. He realized that behind every individual lies a family. Zheng Lei, a tough and resilient character, could endure 3 years without complaint. Yet, what of his grandmother? Whether she could wait for 3 years remained uncertain. The same could be said for Zhang Cuifan and her husband, with only one son. Their anger was overshadowed by their deep affection. If he were to be imprisoned for several years, Zhang Cuifan would undoubtedly shed countless tears. While understanding human nature brings numerous advantages, the empathy that arises from it left Shen Jianxin feeling profoundly unsettled. He vividly resonated with the emotions of these family members. And coupled with his reflections from the previous night, he resolved to extricate both Zheng Lei and Lu Yong from their predicament. He hastily summoned Sun Sijia and had the family members sign a power of attorney agreement. They would not need to concern themselves with any financial burdens. Shen Jianxin would cover all expenses. Furthermore, as a gesture of goodwill, he discreetly placed 10,000 yuan into Zheng Lei's grandmother's hands. "Young man, I cannot accept this money. You'll need it for Zheng Lei's legal battle," she protested. "I have more than enough funds," he replied resolutely. "As Zheng Lei's employer, I have a responsibility to care for him and you as well. In the future, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Having previously reassured the family from a legal standpoint, Sun Sijia's demeanor, combined with Shen Jianxin's support, brought considerable comfort to the grieving relatives. Once they had taken their leave, Shen Jianxin engaged in a private conversation with Sun Sijia. From him, he learned that a visit to the police station had been made that day. While visitation was permissible, no one dared to sign for bail amidst such controversy, primarily out of fear of complications. Currently, the only clear victim statement was that of Feng Yuanshan. The police were still working with one of Qiao Ye's subordinates. After absorbing all the information, Shen Jianxin expressed his gratitude and encouraged Sun Sijia to persist in his efforts, assuring him that he would also seek solutions on his end. Following Sun Sijia's departure, he found himself in quiet contemplation in his bedroom. At that moment, Huang Qiming knocked on the door, announcing, "Mr. Shen, the meal has arrived." "Excellent," Shen Jianxin replied, stepping into the living room to dine with Huang Qiming. Suddenly, he inquired, "Qiming, I haven't seen you at the restaurant. What do you usually occupy yourself with?" Huang Qiming chuckled, "Oh, my sister is busy enough. I'm rather lazy and just play around." "I see," Shen Jianxin continued. "Do you happen to know Qiao Yi? I recognize most of the prominent figures in our circles. I even worked at his establishment earlier this year," Huang Qiming responded. "Ah, if I were to ask you to rally support, how many individuals could you gather?" Shen Jianxin probed. Huang Qiming looked momentarily perplexed, pondering the question. "Well, that depends on whether it involves a real fight or just a show of force. If it's a genuine conflict," Huang Qiming declared, "I could muster at least 50 men, each armed with their own knives, for 300 each." Shen Jianxin, intrigued, asked, "Real knives?" "Of course. For mere appearances, it's 30 yuan each, plus travel expenses. I could easily bring in 300. Shen Jianxin felt a deep sense of reflection. In this era, regardless of the industry, the prices are remarkably unadorned. He set down his utensils, entered the bedroom, retrieved 20,000 yuan, placed it on the table, and declared, "Locate Master Qiao's whereabouts for me, and gather some people. At 8 p.m., we shall seek him out." Huang Qiming inquired with curiosity. "Are you planning to confront him?" "No, I intend to discuss a matter with him." "Then you won't need to hire thugs, will you?" "Yes. I require them to ensure he engages in a proper conversation with me." Huang Qiming nodded, seemingly enlightened, and rose to commence his task with his mobile phone in hand. Huang Qiming was a figure of considerable prowess in the social scene. Within the realm of ruffians, he executed a form of tactical superiority, particularly in this age. Possessing both intellect and wealth often allowed one to navigate life with ease, except for those wealthy heirs who fell prey to the ruffian's predation. Huang Qiming played his cards wisely. He could invite the local big shots for drinks and meals while also patronizing their establishments, exclusively mingling with those of higher status. He completely disregarded budding ruffians like Zheng Lei. However, his social strategies were not merely for the sake of profit. They were primarily aimed at maintaining a sense of prestige, ensuring that wherever he went, someone would unexpectedly raise a toast and call out, "Brother Qiming." The irony lay in the fact that most people did not recognize him, lending an air of mystery and sophistication to his persona. His apparent modesty concealed a life of great enjoyment, with his emotional value fully realized each day. This exemplifies the notion that every individual has their own way of life, and each person's joy is distinct. As he prepared to confront old Qiao, Huang Qiming naturally eliminated contacts from the Xiaobei area. After making several phone calls to arrange appearance fees, the local big shots graciously obliged to assist him. It was discovered that old Qiao had not ventured out in recent days, possibly still shaken from prior events. He remained at home, where he had also accommodated several underlings. However, due to police visits, his weapons had been hidden elsewhere. At 8 p.m., Shen Jianxin, seated in Huang Qiming's crown, set out towards Xiaobei. Upon reaching the alley outside old Qiao's residence, they found the area already teeming with people. None recognized Shen Jianxin, and most were unfamiliar with Huang Qiming, having arrived simply on the orders of their boss. Concealed within their clothing were hidden blades. As Huang Qiming exited the vehicle, several leaders approached to greet him. Without introductions, he signaled for the ruffians to advance toward old Qiao's home after Shen Jianxin alighted. Old Qiao, perhaps having failed to foresee his misfortunes at the beginning of the year, was unprepared for the cascade of troubles that befell him. Just yesterday, Zheng Lei had stormed his home with a firearm, and today, a throng of thugs surrounded his residence. The group outside, having heard the news about old Qiao's home, felt more exhilaration than fear. While it was true that old Qiao was a well-known figure, every ruffian aspired to carve their own name and ascend by stepping over the established big shots. Moreover, with a 300 yuan appearance fee at stake, they were determined to handle old Qiao today. After all, should anything go awry, the big boss would cover for them. Having chosen this life, engaging in violence became part of the profession. Hesitating was not the way of a ruffian. When the door was kicked open, old Qiao, startled like a bird startled from its perch, scrambled from his bed. Peering through the window, the sight of a densely packed crowd filled him with dread. The henchmen on the first floor, alerted by the commotion, rose to their feet. Unfortunately, they were unarmed, and upon witnessing the enemies who had already infiltrated the courtyard, each wielding a machete, they were left utterly dumbfounded, their faces ashen. Huang Qiming took the lead, calling out, "If you wish to avoid bloodshed, then let Master Qiao come down for a chat." The group exchanged glances, none daring to voice a question. On this dark and windy night, the gleaming blades of the machetes radiated a chilling aura, a stark contrast to the pressure exerted by Zheng Lei's earlier intrusion. Most thugs displayed their ferocity when the tide was in their favor. In such adverse circumstances, none wished to be the first to meet their demise at the hands of a frenzied mob. Old Qiao understood that evasion was no longer an option today. He hastily seized the telephone from the bedside cabinet, dialing in a flurry. "Hello, is this 110? I need to report an incident." Chapter 71. A stick and sweet dates to suppress Master Qiao. As Shen Jianxin settled onto old Qiao's bedside, old Qiao silently prayed for the police to arrive expeditiously. Maintaining a facade of calm, he darkly inquired, "Qiming, we have no grievances, do we? What brings you to my home at this hour? Is it that your sister's restaurant is closing down?" Shen Jianxin replied, "So you are Master Qiao, no need to feign ignorance. I am well aware of your dealings." Old Xiao furrowed his brow. Mr. Shen, I believe you are mistaken. I merely extorted 20,000 yuan from Feng Yuanshan. I have no intention of targeting you. Please do not heed the baseless rumors. Shen Jianxin's smile narrowed. His gaze unsettlingly twisted in Old Xiao's eyes. The atmosphere thickened in silence. Old Xiao reiterated. There are many of you today. You may do as you please. However, let me clarify. I have never harmed you. Master Xiao, Shen Jianxin stated. I can either take this matter seriously or not, depending on whether you wish to befriend me. Is there a slope? Old Xiao felt a surge of relief and quickly seized the opportunity. Mr. Shen, you flatter me. I've heard that consulting with you costs tens of thousands. If I am fortunate enough to befriend you, I shall surely be grateful. Perhaps had Shen Jianxin come alone, the outcome would have been similar. Yet, his approach was one of stability. A rogue like Old Xiao must not be afforded any leverage. He needed to be subdued before any negotiations could commence. Shen Jianxin smiled gently. This time, though tinged with amusement, his demeanor seemed considerably more amiable. I have come to your home primarily regarding Lazy's matter. In your line of work, isn't loyalty the essence? I, too, hold that principle dearly. Ah, so it is for this reason, Old Xiao responded. Mr. Shen, you may be unaware, but the authorities have approached me several times, and I have firmly restrained my brother from filing a report or making a statement. I am aware of that, Shen Jianxin replied, extending his hand. Huang Qiming placed 10,000 yuan into his palm. He set the sum upon the bedside cabinet, stating, whether it be for medical expenses or nourishment, please convey this to the injured brother. At that moment, Old Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He began to regret his decision to call 110, wishing the police would delay their arrival until Shen Jianxin had departed. Otherwise, the situation would be quite awkward. Mr. Shen, you are too generous. Rest assured, I will ensure my brother maintains his silence, claiming he was merely injured while hunting birds. Shen Jianxin nodded and said, besides this matter, there is something else I would like to request from you, Mr. Xiao. Old Xiao was nearly ready to thump his chest, confidently declaring, just say the word. I will handle anything for you with utmost diligence. Shen Jianxin continued, I hope you can speak with Feng Yuanshan and persuade him to change his testimony. Old Xiao hesitated momentarily, but Shen Jianxin pressed on. I will not pay him a single cent for medical expenses, yet he must retract his statement. Can you ensure this is accomplished? As a former benefactor, Old Xiao still held a fondness for Feng Yuanshan's monetary matters. With the current predicament, they were united by a common adversary. Previously, he had visited Feng Yuanshan in the hospital, where they exchanged vehement insults, sharing a mutual animosity. They had agreed. Feng Yuanshan would provide the funds, while Old Xiao would offer his manpower. They were determined to unleash a storm of vengeance. For a gentleman does not forget a grudge. However, faced with Shen Jianxin's calm smile, Old Xiao found it impossible to utter a refusal. Noticing Old Xiao's silence, Shen Jianxin stood and gently patted his shoulder, saying, I entrust this matter to you, especially if you wish to profit alongside me. Old Xiao was taken aback, his eyes sharpening with renewed focus and brilliance. He immediately rose to his feet, standing tall with an air of determination reminiscent of his younger days when he led the charge in battles. Rest assured, Mr. Shen, I will see to it that this matter is resolved. That fool Feng Yuanshan dares to entertain ill intentions towards you. I deem it a light punishment to merely shoot him. If he cannot learn from this, he might as well be done for. Shen Jianxin, with hands clasped behind his back, nodded with restrained approval. Once Lazy is out, I will have him set up a few tables on Huanghe Road and personally apologize to you. Ha. It was all a misunderstanding. Once clarified, all will be well. Shen Jianxin said no more and proceeded downstairs, while Old Xiao followed with a beaming smile, looking as if he had struck gold. However, just upon reaching the ground floor, they were met with the sound of urgent police sirens, evidently from more than one vehicle. Among the ruffians outside, someone shouted, Damn! Why are the cops here so quickly? Brothers, it's time to bail. Shen Jianxin exchanged a meaningful glance with Old Xiao, whose smile turned awkward as he stammered. What is going on? Why are the police here? Due to Old Xiao's report, stating that a small gang was attacking him with over 100 men, the police dispatch deemed the situation severe. Consequently, not only local officers responded, but personnel from the city bureau were also deployed. Now, Shen Jianxin was somewhat of a registered individual with the city bureau. When the criminal investigation team arrived, they brought Wang Wei along, as he was an acquaintance, while Lu Jianyu volunteered to come as well. In the alley outside, the ruffians fled in all directions, quickly discarding their blades, yet a few were apprehended by the police. Since no one was actually harmed, there was little resistance as they crouched down, covering their heads. Once the officers entered, Shen Jianxin was surprised to find that the team leader was the captain of the criminal investigation squad. He had previously given his statement to this very individual. Thus they were somewhat familiar. Under normal circumstances, such a street brawl would not warrant the presence of someone of this caliber. It seemed that a familiar face had reported the incident, knowing he was present there. The informant, unmistakably old Xiao, emerged prominently. It was surprising that a figure of the underworld would call the police. Shen Jianxin, however, recognized this rogue's strength. His adaptability made him a valuable asset. Upon encountering Shen Jianxin again, Lu Jianyu's emotions were tumultuous. Even though Shen Jianxin was now implicated in a crime, she refrained from vocally condemning him as she usually would. A contingent of police officers had established control over the scene, and the head of the criminal investigation team, Yang Ningbin, inquired, "Who made the call?" Silence ensued, while old Xiao feigned ignorance, lowering his gaze. With no responses to his routine questioning, Yang Ningbin approached old Xiao directly, asking, "Was it you who called the police?" Old Xiao lifted his head, and all present, whether standing or crouching, turned their eyes toward him. His face burned with shame. Admitting guilt would tarnish his reputation, and Shen Jianxin would undoubtedly look down upon him. Previously, fear of being harmed had compelled him to call for help, but now that the crisis had passed, he was resolute in denying it. "No, Mr. Shen was visiting my home, and we were having a delightful conversation. Who could possibly have reported this?" Yang Ningbin then turned to Shen Jianxin. "Mr. Shen, how do you explain the presence of so many armed men?" Shen Jianxin shrugged. "Captain Yang, I just escaped a perilous situation. Please do not frighten me further. I received a call from Mr. Qiao this evening to discuss business. Perhaps the heat has caused some confusion, and everyone wanted to enjoy some watermelon. Officers Wang and Lu could vouch for my integrity as a legitimate businessman." Lu Jianyu pursed her lips, choosing not to respond, while Wang Wei maintained his silence. This tacit agreement was rather uncharacteristic for Lu Jianyu, who would typically challenge such claims. Yang Ningbin frowned, surveying the two groups of thugs huddled in the corner and the scattered blades on the ground. Watermelon? He felt insulted by the implication. With a stern countenance, Yang Ningbin declared, "Gather the individuals carrying these prohibited weapons and take them in for questioning." He then addressed Shen Jianxin. "Since a report has been filed, I must ask you to accompany me to the station for further investigation." As the other thugs were being handcuffed, Shen Jianxin raised an eyebrow. "What? Am I to be detained as well?" His demeanor irritated Yang Ningbin, especially with so many subordinates present. Although he had no intention of apprehending him, Shen Jianxin's question necessitated a demonstration of authority. Just as he was about to issue a command, Lu Jianyu interjected, scolding, "Enough with the nonsense. Just cooperate with the investigation and get in the police car." As she spoke, she moved to pull Shen Jianxin along, calling out to Wang Wei, "Brother Wang, let us keep an eye on him." As Shen Jianxin departed, he shot Yang Ningbin a sly glance, which made Yang feel quite uncomfortable. Once in the police vehicle, Lu Jianyu quietly admonished, "Are you foolish? Captain Yang had no intention of handcuffing you, yet you provoked him." Shen Jianxin couldn't suppress a smirk. "Intrigued, you understand this dynamic?" Lu Jianyu shot him a sharp look. "What do you mean? Do you take me for a fool?" "Not at all. But honestly, if there was no real threat, why were so many people involved? How can you still bring this up? What do you intend to do by gathering such ruffians?" Shen Jianxin immediately denied. "Hey, Officer Lu, please refrain from making baseless accusations without evidence." Lu Jianyu glanced at Wang Wei ahead, hesitating to voice her thoughts, ultimately transforming her unspoken words into a reprimand. "You should behave. You've just escaped from the kidnappers. Don't stir up trouble." Shen Jianxin chuckled lightly, "Understood. Thank you for your concern." Lu Jianyu's expression darkened. This slick-tongued fellow. Yet, why did he seem a tad less disagreeable? Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had saved her. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lu Jianyu turned her gaze to the window. Shen Jianxin looked at the driving Wang Wei and inquired, "Officer Wang, did my situation cause you any inconvenience?" Wang Wei replied, "Not at all, with Xiao Lu's assistance. There's no need for a report." Lu Jianyu interjected, "There was nothing wrong to begin with. The leadership is just being ridiculous." Shen Jianxin silently retracted his earlier perception of Lu Jianyu, realizing that she remained unabashed in her speech. However, her hostility towards him seemed to have dissipated, a palpable change. He nudged her with his phone, and she turned to glare. What now? Am I not allowed to make a call? No? Then I'll summon my lawyer. Go ahead. I'll watch you, he replied. When Sun Sijia arrived at the municipal bureau, he was bewildered, even beginning to question his existence. The case hall was filled with tattooed gangsters and the puzzled gazes of familiar officers. When did I become a gangster-esque lawyer? When did Shen Jianxin become a gang leader? Nevertheless, matters needed resolution. Lawyers were of little use in such situations, but Sun Sijia's presence carried weight. This was precisely why Shen Jianxin had summoned him, to mitigate potential troubles. For instance, regardless of evidence, one could be made to spend a night in detention, only to be interrogated the next day, a thoroughly vexing ordeal. Yet, with Sun Sijia advocating on his behalf, the situation transformed. The police questioned extensively, and none of the thugs recognized Shen Jianxin. Moreover, no harm had occurred at the scene. The most they could be charged with was possession of a prohibited knife. A trivial matter in this era. Unless one had personal grievances, most would simply receive a warning and be released on the spot. Shen Jianxin hadn't even carried a knife. An old Xiao, who had made the report, confirmed that he was merely a guest discussing business. Given these circumstances, and despite Captain Yang Ningbin's slight displeasure towards him, they ultimately released Shen Jianxin. The brunt of Captain Yang's ire fell upon the thugs, all of whom were detained until the following afternoon, with a few particularly arrogant ones sent to the detention center for a few days. Shen Jianxin stood at the police station entrance, handing over 20,000 in cash to Huang Qiming in front of those there to bail out their comrades. Thank you for your hard work. Each of you receive an additional 500 as a token of appreciation. Those men, even to this day, remained unaware of Shen Jianxin's true identity, merely perceiving him as a generous boss. Moreover, to have Huang Xiao at his beck and call implied a significant level of authority. Many officers witnessed this scene. Ordinarily, such brazen behavior would warrant justice. However, Shen Jianxin's societal stature deterred many from inviting such complications. If he were merely an ordinary thug, he would likely have been reprimanded at least once. As Huang Qiming began to distribute the spoils among his associates, they inquired about Shen Jianxin's identity, yet Huang Qiming remained deliberately vague. Shen Jianxin sat in the back seat of the car, smoking, awaiting Huang Qiming. Suddenly, the car door swung open. Shen Jianxin turned his head to see Lu Jianyu wearing a scowl. Move aside. Shen Jianxin, bewildered, shifted further into the car. Bang! After Lu Jianyu entered, she forcefully slammed the door shut. Before Shen Jianxin could utter a word, he was met with a sharp retort. Throw away that cigarette. What would you do if you encountered a lunatic on the road? This question flashed through Shen Jianxin's mind at that moment, and rationally, he chose not to confront her. He rolled down the window and tossed the cigarette out. A brief silence enveloped the car, leaving Shen Jianxin puzzled by Lu Jianyu's intentions. She had launched into attack mode, yet remained silent, leaving him feeling somewhat unnerved. Suddenly, Lu Jianyu spoke in a muffled tone. Last night, I met with Zhang Guodong's family. They came to collect the body. Only his wife and children showed up. He didn't deceive you. His daughter indeed has a lip defect that requires surgery. Such procedures are prohibitively expensive and beyond the means of an ordinary family. Shen Jianxin listened quietly, saying nothing, his hand subconsciously reaching into his pocket for another cigarette. Say something. Shen Jianxin placed the cigarette between his lips and murmured, What do you want me to say? That I shouldn't have shot him? This time, it was Lu Jianyu's turn to fall silent. In truth, she had pondered this question for 2 days and still had no clarity. At this moment, her visit to Shen Jianxin felt less like an interrogation and more like a search for answers to her own doubts. After all, she had come to appreciate Shen Jianxin's intellect. After a long pause, she hesitantly spoke. You had already persuaded him. If you hadn't killed him, he likely wouldn't have harmed you. Shen Jianxin interrupted. What if I lacked the eloquence? What do you think my outcome would have been? Chapter 73. Tolerance is possible, yet must remain unseen. Lu Jianyu did not contest Shen Jianxin's hypothetical scenario. Debating the existence of hypotheticals was futile. She did not believe Shen Jianxin had erred. Her internal conflict stemmed from the plight of that unfortunate mother and daughter. This indicated that her unreasonable outbursts were not baseless, but rather fueled by her own sense of justice. Although to outsiders, it might have appeared as naive and irrational. Shen Jianxin observed that without the support of righteousness, Lu Jianyu's assertiveness dissipated. Initially, Lu Jianyu had positioned herself as a guardian of the public's safety and had unjustly harbored animosity towards Shen Jianxin. However, upon his becoming a victim of kidnapping. She demonstrated considerable understanding rather than resorting to the SCHR Dinger's reasoning of hypothetical scenarios. In the silent confines of the car, both individuals were lost in thought, Lu Jianyu contemplating the mother and daughter, while Shen Jianxin analyzed Lu Jianyu herself. Upon reflection, he realized he no longer held the same disdain for this young lady as he once did. I want to help them, Lu Jianyu expressed, referring to herself rather than requesting Shen Jianxin's assistance. This felt more like a consultation, seeking affirmation of goodness. It seemed that this did not require my input. Lu Jianyu was inexplicably angry, her hand resting on the doorknob as she exclaimed, "You are truly heartless. I am willing to contribute financially." Lu Jianyu turned back in astonishment, asking, "What do you mean? Your desire to assist them is your affair. I can spare some money, but you must not disclose that I contributed," she replied. Lu Jianyu's mind struggled to comprehend, gazing at Shen Jianxin in confusion. "Are you trying to be a do-gooder?" Shen Jianxin responded quietly. "I do not believe I have erred in my actions. Their plight is undeniably real. Protecting myself while harboring kindness is not contradictory. However, I cannot overtly assist the family of a kidnapper who once held me captive, as it would suggest I possess a forgiving nature. Isn't forgiveness a good thing?" Shen Jianxin smiled softly. "It is not inherently bad. I can be forgiving, but it must remain undisclosed." Lu Jianyu realized she had wasted her university education. Why was she unable to grasp the words of a middle school student? After pondering for a while, she blurted out, "You are truly a peculiar individual. Very well. Come to the Peace Hotel tomorrow morning to collect the money." "Why not now?" Shen Jianxin regarded her meaningfully. "Are you certain you wish to return to the hotel with me at this late hour? Just the two of us?" Lu Jianyu paused, her expression twisting into one of rage as she swung a fist, shouting, "Perverted creep." She swiftly opened the door and fled, hearing Shen Jianxin's pained exclamations behind her. Smirking slightly, Lu Jianyu murmured, "At least you have a conscience." Huang Qiming waited by the car, and only after witnessing the young policewoman slip away did he dazedly enter the vehicle, inquiring, "Are you familiar with this police officer, Mr. Shen?" Shen Jianxin replied nonchalantly, "Moderately." "Do you know who her father is?" "Who?" "The first person to shake my hand when I was rescued." "Oh, and the second was the chief of the municipal bureau." Some secrets wield power when revealed, piquing curiosity. Shen Jianxin anticipated that after returning, Huang Qiming would surely discuss the matter with his sister at length. In the dimly lit hospital, Feng Yuanshan, half asleep, sensed a shadow by his bedside. Upon opening his eyes, he indeed saw someone, nearly jumping in fright. "Who is it?" "It's me. Old Xiao. Why is it so dark?" Feng Yuanshan hurriedly reached for the switch, still shaken. "What brings you here at this hour? You could have given me a heart attack." Old Xiao smiled faintly. "I saw you sleeping soundly and thought it best not to disturb you." Feng Yuanshan felt something was amiss, propping himself up to ask, "What brings you here so late?" "Oh, nothing much, just thought we could chat." "Chat? Damn. You're not planning to come by tomorrow as well, are you? I heard you reported Lei Zi's incident." Feng Yuanshan scoffed. "I didn't. The police came to me. Should I have covered for him? Perhaps it's for the best. Let him serve some time, and we can deal with him later. That doesn't seem right, does it?" Feng Yuanshan sensed old Xiao growing increasingly strange, frowning. "What exactly do you mean?" "I mean, you must recant your statement. You injured your own leg by accident." "What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Have you been bribed?" With a sharp slap, old Xiao retorted. "How dare you curse?" Feng Yuanshan, stunned, covered his face, only to see several fierce-looking men storming in through the doorway. He shouted, both furious and aggrieved, "Old Zhou, have I not treated you well? How could you do this to me?" Old Zhou waved his hand, dismissing his subordinates before settling back into his seat, casually responding, "It is precisely because of our close relationship that I must rouse you." He scolded, "Am I unaware of your standing? Indeed, you possess wealth. But how do you compare to little stock god? Your lifetime of toil could be eclipsed in a single day by him. Why persist in this feudal rivalry? You lie here intact, yet he has already proclaimed in the underworld that Lei Zi is acting on his behalf. If you were to end up incarcerated because of this, you shall not leave this hospital." Feng Yuanshan, his face darkened, remained silent for a time before finally uttering, "I was shot, and I didn't even call the police. If he still seeks to trouble me, then I too shall take action. His money is money, and so is mine. If he wishes to send someone after me, I shall do the same to him. Damn it." Old Zhou rose, raising his hand, but this time Feng Yuanshan was prepared, stepping back to evade. his hands up in defense while cursing. Just say it. How much did you take from him? I see now that you, old Joe, are a man who values money over loyalty. You want to contend with him? What do you have to offer? He is wealthier than you and unencumbered. He could easily hide and wipe out your entire family first. And you? Are you willing to abandon your wife and children? I may be a man who values money, but I do not wish for your downfall. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuanshan's expression fluctuated. He was not as resolute as he pretended to be. His earlier demeanor under the gun of Zheng Lei betrayed him. It was all a matter of pride, yet when he thought of his wife and children, he genuinely did not wish to confront the situation head-on. Old Joe perceived this. Speaking softly, Shen Jianxin has already spoken to me. He promised that if you could recant your testimony, we could resolve our issues peacefully and leave the past behind. Perhaps he might even offer you some guidance in the future. Old Joe was spinning tales. In truth, Shen Jianxin did not wish to compensate Feng Yuanshan for his medical expenses. However, at this moment, Feng Yuanshan merely sought a way to save face, a means to gracefully step down. He sensed that if he did not acquiesce, Old Joe would be the first to turn against him. All right, you have a point. In the end, no one emerges unscathed from this mess. Since you, Old Joe, have taken the initiative to mediate, I shall grant you this favor. Old Joe sighed in relief. He truly did not wish to put Feng Yuanshan in a difficult position, as he had been a long-standing patron. If he were to ruin him, his own reputation would suffer, and countless would curse him for his ingratitude. Yet, when weighed against the benefits that little stock god could provide, he would undoubtedly choose the latter. If he could resolve the matter without harming Feng Yuanshan, it would be a win-win situation for all. Chapter 73. Lu Changming's response the following day, as Feng Yuanshan was wheeled into the municipal bureau to recant his statement. Lu Jianyu arrived at the Peace Hotel. Shen Jianxin honored his promise, handing her 20,000 yuan. Although Lu Jianyu came from a well-off family, much of it was tied up in assets. She likely remained unaware of its liquidity. This was her first encounter with such a substantial sum of cash. She jested. You truly are generous. Shen Jianxin solemnly stated, I would not offer such a sum to anyone else, but you are different. Although you possess a multitude of traits that are both ignorant and irksome, the second caused Lu Jianyu to raise her eyebrows. Shen Jianxin continued, yet, despite this, I still believe you are the most upright individual I have encountered. I entrust this money to you without hesitation. Observing Shen Jianxin's serious demeanor, Lu Jianyu felt an exhilarating sense of being tickled, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile before she quickly retracted it. Adopting a stern expression, she retorted, do not flatter me. I will inform you later how this money will be utilized. Very well, manage it as you see fit. With that, it seemed their conversation had concluded, and Lu Jianyu was set to depart. However, a lingering doubt occupied her mind. She had heard within the bureau that Shen Jianxin was endeavoring to assist Zheng Lei, with the lawyer he commissioned making daily visits to the station. Yet now, having bestowed upon her 20,000, he had not uttered a single inquiry regarding Zheng Lei. Did he perhaps deem her, a mere police officer, unworthy of such information? With this question swirling in her thoughts, she could not resist offering a word of caution regarding Zheng Lei's case. I suggest you save your efforts. I have reviewed the case files, and the evidence is irrefutable. Shen Jianxin, who had just been quite amiable, suddenly let out a scoff. This ignited Lu Jianyu's indignation, prompting her to roll up her sleeves defiantly. What do you mean by that? I am only offering my sincere advice, yet you do not appreciate it? Ignoring her, Shen Jianxin sauntered over to the sofa and lit a cigarette. Lu Jianyu, like a fish drawn by an unseen line, aggressively took a seat opposite him. Launching a fierce glare, with a bemused expression, Shen Jianxin suddenly inquired, shall I test your knowledge as a university student today? Although Lu Jianyu acknowledged Shen Jianxin's prowess, she was unwavering in her resolve not to concede. With arms crossed, she responded with a dismissive roll of her eyes. Since you have perused the case files, did they not indicate that the police were tracking Zheng Lei the entire time? They were aware he possessed a hunting rifle, yet failed to intervene promptly. Subsequently, gunfire erupted at Feng Yuanshan's residence, followed by another incident at Old Xiao's house. Ultimately, his arrest occurred right outside the door of our own abduction. Does that seem reasonable to you? You are mistaken, she exclaimed. The case files surely do not describe events in such a manner. Sun Xizha learned of this through informal channels from some personnel involved in the case. Shen Jianxin merely smiled in silence, his gaze suggesting he found her na vet amusing. Realizing the authenticity of his expression, Lu Jianyu exclaimed in astonishment. Is that truly the case? Shen Jianxin nodded gently. Indeed, it is true. I can comprehend that the police were seeking to extract leads that could have saved us. But focusing on Zheng Lei's case, could it not be that the police's misconduct in failing to intervene directly resulted in the occurrence of these two shooting incidents? Lu Jianyu furrowed her brow, contemplating before responding. If what you say is indeed accurate, then it is certainly a breach of protocol. Shen Jianxin had not anticipated Lu Jianyu's prompt and astute reply. He had expected her to be left speechless at most. He continued, let us shift our focus to another topic. The police acted unlawfully because Zheng Lei, in his desperate pursuit to save me, sought out clues with fervor. Mere verbal communication proved futile. He was compelled to resort to violent measures. Ultimately, the outcome vindicated his actions, as he located the kidnappers and persuaded 3 of them to join in our rescue. My second inquiry is this. In the noble act of saving lives, why must Zheng Lei bear the burden of imprisonment while you and your colleagues bask in accolades and applause? A tempest of emotion surged within Lu Jianyu's gaze. Her reservoir of knowledge and experience fell short of addressing this conundrum. Even the unwavering sense of justice she typically upheld could not elucidate the matter. Yet legally, he had indeed committed a crime. Shen Jianxin nodded thoughtfully. Very well, allow me to pose one final question. What, in your estimation, constitutes the justice you advocate? Do Zheng Lei's actions embody justice? If so, what justifies his incarceration? In Lu Jianyu's previous understanding, law equated to justice. This marked her inaugural encounter with the discord between legality and righteousness. If Zheng Lei had indeed transgressed, then what of the police's negligence? 2 distinct standards lay starkly before her. Should the law be applied to Judge Zheng Lei, then those derelict officers ought to occupy the defendant's seat alongside him. However, the grim reality remained. Zheng Lei's criminality was irrefutable, a case set in stone. No one seemed inclined to debate the mitigating circumstances surrounding his motives, while the derelict officer's successful outcomes rendered their procedural flaws beyond scrutiny. Their justifications overshadowed all infractions. Lu Jianyu was oblivious to how she exited the Peace Hotel. An internal conflict raged within her mind. She had anticipated a discussion with Shen Jianxin regarding corruption and nepotism, yet instead, she underwent a profound spiritual awakening. Upon returning to the police station, she remained unsettled, lost in thought even during the lunchtime hour, until a colleague's reminder jolted her back to reality. She eschewed the meal and instead reached for the telephone on her desk, dialing a number. When a robust voice answered, she said, "Hello? Dad, I have a question that perplexes me. Yo, what troubles you?" "I'm fine. Are you busy this afternoon? You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come over to my office. We can talk while you eat." "All right." Lu Jianyu arrived at the municipal committee, guided by her father's secretary to the second floor of the cafeteria, where her father, Lu Changming, donned his thick glasses and was already seated with a meal prepared before him. However, when she posed the question that had occupied her thoughts all morning, Lu Changming, then a member of the Municipal Standing Committee and secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, took a moment to grasp the gravity of her inquiry. The daughter he knew was still a child. How could she entertain such thoughts? Not only was the question itself troubling, but the very logic that birthed it seemed beyond her comprehension. Lu Changming refrained from answering initially, instead asking, "Yuyo, who posed this question to you?" Lu Jianyu recalled Shen Jianxin's dark, penetrating gaze and shook her head. "Dad, that is of little consequence. It is significant that I find his reasoning compelling. I may not be able to answer his inquiries, yet it remains a fact that this individual has committed a crime. This dilemma is exceedingly intricate for me. Lu Changming undoubtedly knows the answer, yet it is one he cannot disclose." He sighed and remarked, "Yu, your ability to ponder such issues indicates your growth. The world is not merely black and white. At times, a situation or an individual can be intricately intertwined with notions of right and wrong. Our task extends beyond merely delineating right from wrong and punishing the wicked. We must also uphold societal stability." Lu Jianyu listened, somewhat bewildered. Although she comprehended each of Lu Changming's statements and recognized their correctness, she struggled to connect these words to the question at hand. Lu Changming continued, "A case may affect the fate of one or a few individuals, but a stable society can benefit countless citizens. This stability encompasses the justice and credibility of your attire." Lu Jianyu furrowed her brow. For the first time, she perceived her father's viewpoint as somewhat biased. Could it not be that a violation, albeit correct, further undermines credibility? As he observed the expression in his daughter's eyes as she departed, Lu Changming realized he had failed to persuade her. He frowned and turned to his secretary, inquiring, "Surely, no one at the municipal bureau would speak of such matters in Yu Yu's presence. Investigate where she went this morning." Understood. Even without the Skynet system, Lu Changming's efforts to trace an individual's whereabouts proved remarkably efficient. Furthermore, Lu Jinyu's circle was not extensive, hence, it did not take long to locate her image in the surveillance footage from the Peace Hotel. By analyzing her demeanor upon returning from work, Lu Changming discerned the answer in approximately an hour. The documents concerning Shen Jianxin had long since been reviewed by Lu Changming. How could his daughter undertake a task without his approval? Initially perceived as a straightforward assignment, coupled with the presence of the seasoned detective Wang Wei, it seemed devoid of danger. Thus, Wang Wei's written report was likely an attempt to appease any potential dissatisfaction Lu Changming might harbor. On the surface, Wang Wei's fault lay in his inadequate protection of Shen Jianxin. However, the truth remained obscured. Those unaware would remain in ignorance, while the informed would remain silent. Consequently, when Lu Jianyu raised a commotion, the leadership naturally opted to overlook Wang Wei's transgressions. After all, the esteemed leader could see that it was his daughter who advocated against punishment. Originally, whether Shen Jianxin was a businessman or a con artist, Lu Changming intended only to guide the bureau's approach. As for Shen Jianxin himself, Lu Changming had no intention of engaging. Yet now, he observed his beloved daughter's worldview being influenced by this individual, a development that brought him mixed emotions. On one hand, he welcomed the prospect of his daughter engaging in deeper contemplation and growth. On the other hand, the potential for Shen Jianxin to lead Lu Jianyu astray was a cause for concern. Upon discovering that Shen Jianxin was indeed attempting to indoctrinate the daughter of Secretary Lu, the secretary promptly sought more comprehensive information from the municipal bureau, detailed enough to encompass every individual associated with Shen Jianxin, including last night's incident involving armed individuals at Old Xiao's residence, meticulously documented. Amidst the extensive list, Lu Changming discerned a familiar name, causing his brow to furrow slightly. How could Yi Feng be involved with this person? Without further contemplation, he promptly seized the phone and dialed. This marked, perhaps for the first time in 3 years, the moment when Su Yifeng received a call from his uncle in the office. "You little rascal, where are you?" "Uncle, I'm at the airport, preparing to head to Pengcheng for some matters." "Rebook your ticket. I need to ask you something." Sure. Should I come to the municipal party committee?" "Better not. It would be inappropriate. I'll tell you a place. Come over." "All right." After leaving the municipal party committee compound, Lu Jianyu proceeded to Zhang Guodong's residence. Though uncertain on how to confront the situation, she believed that since her intentions were noble, she should follow through, even if it felt awkward. Meanwhile, in the criminal investigation team of the municipal bureau, Feng Yuanshan had been causing quite a ruckus. "This is not my statement. I had a fever that day and was delirious. You police are fabricating nonsense. Heavens, you won't amend it? I will file a complaint against you." "Who is your superior?" "What? You are the captain of the criminal investigation team, right? If you protect your subordinates, I will report you too. Where's the director?" "I demand to see the director." Seated in a wheelchair, Feng Yuanshan resembled a valiant warrior, though his courage stemmed from the knowledge that the police could not take any action against him. However, the officers in the criminal investigation team were at a loss. He was a victim, not a criminal, and the fact that he was in a wheelchair rendered it difficult to pin any charge of provoking trouble on him. This man had been shouting from morning till afternoon, shamelessly requesting water to soothe his throat. This tactic proved effective, since the case had not yet reached the procuratorate. Altering the statement would be considered an internal issue, and the bureau would not pursue it, leaving no one accountable. Despite the diligent efforts of the investigating officers and Yang Ningbin, Feng Yuanshan remained adamant that he was not a victim, asserting that Zheng Lei had merely come to his home to showcase a hunting rifle, and he had accidentally discharged it, injuring his own calf. This explanation sounded utterly implausible. Yet the police had no presence at the scene, and the sole eyewitness, Feng Yuanshan's wife, was even more vociferous than he. She insisted that she had been frightened by the police, claiming she had no recollection of what had transpired. Simultaneously, Sun Sijia was meeting with Zheng Lei and Lu Yong at the detention center. "I've already made the necessary arrangements. The money is safely set aside for both of you. Additionally, Mr. Shen asked me to convey a message." "What did Shen say?" Sun Sijia beckoned, and Zheng Lei leaned in. Hearing Sun Sijia whisper 2 words in his ear, "Change your statement." Zheng Lei gazed at Sun Sijia in disbelief, his mind racing with thoughts on how this could be possible. Sun Sijia himself was uncertain how the case could be turned around. Public prosecution cases do not simply vanish due to a lack of private accusation. Yet, his responsibility was merely to relay the message, continuing. "Insist that you were merely showing those 2 friends the hunting rifle, and it accidentally went off while they were handling it. Is that really feasible?" Sun Sijia, recognizing the absurdity of the situation, could only encourage his client as a lawyer. "This is Mr. Shen's directive." Zheng Lei nodded in understanding. When he met Lu Yong later, Sun Sijia would employ the same line of reasoning. For Lu Yong, Shen Jianxin was akin to the elder brother of his superior. His words carried more weight than an imperial decree. He did not contemplate the absurdity of the situation. He simply followed the directives of his superior. He felt a sense of contentment, believing that with his superior's intervention, his release would be imminent. However, upon his release from the detention center, Sun Sijia held a contrasting opinion. He believed that even if all parties involved were to recant their statements, the matter would not be easily resolved. The crux of the issue remained unchanged. The nature of the case was distinct, leaving little room for favoritism, a fact well acknowledged by all relevant authorities. In their eyes, Shen Jianxin's actions were a grave provocation. The ire of those in power could, at times, outweigh the gravity of legal statutes. Naturally, everyone currently perceived Zheng Lei as a mere ne'er-do-well, deeming such individuals to possess minimal worth. They considered Shen Jianxin to be exceedingly lenient in managing him, regarding him as a commendable superior. Sun Sijia concluded that this was the extent of the matter. Even if testimonies were altered, the municipal bureau would undoubtedly submit the case to the procuratorate, ultimately leading to court proceedings and a likely conviction. Many outcomes are predetermined even before the initiation of events. Sun Sijia even opined that Shen Jianxin was still too youthful, unable to discern the intricacies at play, leading to futile efforts. In his view, the appropriate course of action would be to persuade Zheng Lei and Lu Yong to plead guilty, seeking to leverage connections for a lighter sentence. This approach would allow for a smoother resolution rather than the current confrontational stance, which could result in a harsher punishment for Zheng Lei. Was Shen Jianxin truly oblivious? Perhaps not. Or rather, it seemed that no one truly grasped Shen Jianxin's genuine capabilities. It was now time for him to showcase his prowess. Chapter 75. The reality and arrogance of nobility on Su Yifeng's side. In response to Lu Changming's interrogation, he candidly recounted all the details of his 2 encounters with Shen Jianxin, offering his perspective on the matter. After listening, Lu Changming departed without uttering a word. As he glided away, Su Yifeng couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. Would his flight expenses go unrefunded? Yet, his face betrayed none of this sentiment as he smiled and rose to see him off, only to be met with the dismissive remark, "No need to see me off." It would not appear well if others were to witness. Just as he bid farewell to Lu Changming, Su Yifeng's mobile phone chimed. He casually picked it up and pressed the answer button. "Hello? It's me. Is President Su occupied? Is it Mr. Shen? I'm not busy. What can I do for you?" "There is a matter regarding Zheng Lei, whom you have also met." At the mention of Zheng Lei, Su Yifeng's brow furrowed. He had been informed by Sun Sijia about Shen Jianxin's recent activities, and he did not believe that Shen Jianxin's efforts would yield any significant results. Ultimately, this stemmed from the fact that Shen Jianxin lacked influential connections. In this situation, Su Yifeng was not incapable of offering assistance. However, he fundamentally believed that Zheng Lei's worth did not warrant such intervention. On that day at the New Phoenix, Shen Jianxin had not sought his help. Su Yifeng had assumed he was being considerate to avoid any awkwardness, but he did not anticipate that this call would eventually come. He smiled as he spoke. "I understand. I have also inquired about this matter. It indeed appears rather difficult, primarily because the police system is well aware of the case, and the higher-ups are determined to pursue it." Listening attentively, it was evident that Su Yifeng had subtly declined. However, Shen Jianxin feigned ignorance, persistently inquiring. "I shall ask once more. In light of everyone retracting their statements, does President Su have any means?" Su Yifeng did not believe that Shen Jianxin genuinely misunderstood his intent. The mere act of posing the question suggested he was casting the dilemma back to him. Now it was Su Yifeng's turn to make a choice. For Shen Jianxin's inquiry carried an ulterior motive. "I previously assisted you in stock selection without charge. Can this favor be reciprocated? Or rather, is our relationship worth your assistance in this matter?" If this were a transaction, One would expect an exchange to ensue, as is often depicted in dramas. Yet reality diverges from fiction. The dynamics are not solely rooted in value exchange, but are also influenced by myriad other factors, such as human selfishness. Su Yifeng had already invested in the stocks, and substantial profits had yet to materialize. This was one aspect. Secondly, if he were to assist, the personal debt incurred would be considerable, yet he would gain nothing from the endeavor. The so-called friendship with the stock expert is contingent upon the individual in question. For an ordinary businessman, the mythos surrounding the stock expert holds significant sway. However, Su Yifeng was different. He had recently encountered a true deity. Such divine figures were not new to him, and the investment advice from the stock expert had yet to prove its worth. Lastly, Su Yifeng's life had been a succession of untroubled victories, fostering a deep-seated pride and an inflated sense of self-worth, even exceeding that of the so-called stock expert. Had this been their first meeting, and he sought stock advice from Shen Jianxin, he might have readily acquiesced to a proposition involving Zheng Lei. Yet the circumstances were no longer the same. Reality would reveal that Shen Jianxin, having charged no consultation fee, might not receive the expected returns for his magnanimity. This matter is indeed complicated. I can inquire further on your behalf, but I cannot guarantee success. It is truly challenging. Su Yifeng's polite refusal cannot merely be construed as short-sightedness. In terms of vision and insight, he surpassed the vast majority of entrepreneurs Shen Jianxin had encountered. Rather than merely possessing vision, it could be described as the reality and arrogance of nobility. After concluding the call, Shen Jianxin felt a mix of surprise and disappointment. Yet he did not leave empty-handed. At the very least, he gained clarity regarding the essence of the magnate Su Yifeng. This insight was invaluable. In future dealings, he would remain wary of Su Yifeng's maneuvers and would no longer place his hopes in this individual. Of course, he would not sever ties entirely. Su Yifeng's refusal did not signify a loss of value. There would still be occasions for collaboration, provided they were mutually beneficial. Once Shen Jianxin's influence expanded significantly, perhaps the time for complete estrangement would indeed arrive. After ending the call, Su Yifeng felt a twinge of embarrassment, though not excessively so. Human emotions vary. He remained indifferent to Zheng Lei's fate, his primary concern being whether the stocks he had invested heavily in had appreciated. He did not inquire about Zheng Lei at all, but instead set off for Pengcheng with his secretary and driver that very night. That afternoon, Shen Jianxin chose to remain indoors, refusing to see any visitors. Secluding himself in his bedroom, engrossed in writing. As evening approached, Lu Jianyu came to find him again, under the pretense of discussing the allocation of charitable funds. In truth, she sought to share the awkwardness she had experienced at Zhang Guodong's residence. The young woman's thoughts yearned for an outlet, although she herself could not articulate why she wished to confide in Shen Jianxin. Furthermore, she desired to further deliberate on the matter they had touched upon earlier that day. Upon being led into Shen Jianxin's bedroom by Wang Tao, she found him bent over his desk, diligently writing. Curiously, she inquired, "What are you working on? By the way, you have no idea how embarrassed I felt today. I could scarcely admit that I was the police officer mentioned in the case report." Shen Jianxin rudely interrupted. "Don't say another word. Listen to me. Hand this over to your father." As he impatiently closed his fountain pen and handed her several sheets of paper, Lu Jianyu was left in a state of confusion, her mind swirling with questions. "Are you daft?" Lu Jianyu's eyes sparkled with realization. "You know my father?" Shen Jianxin chuckled. "You can't seriously believe your colleagues at work are oblivious to you, can you? You're quite endearing." As Lu Jianyu's cheeks flushed and her temperature rose, Shen Jianxin continued. "Let me recommend a children's book to you. It's a Danish fairy tale featuring the emperor's new clothes. You might find it enlightening." Shen Jianxin, "I will kill you." The blatant mockery incensed Lu Jianyu, who was ready to pounce on the scoundrel. Shen Jianxin swiftly dodged and said, "All right, I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart. I truly have no choice. I need your assistance with this." "You jerk. Is this how you asked for help?" Lu Jianyu exclaimed, tugging at his ear in frustration. Shen Jianxin winced in pain and protested, "I do this for justice, and to assist your father." "Ridiculous. Does my father need your help? What are you pretending to be?" She retorted, "Oh, dear Miss Lu, could you perhaps speak more civilly? I initially thought you were a lady. Spare me your theatrics." Despite her indignation, Lu Jianyu eventually released Shen Jianxin and began to examine the sheets of paper. Encouraging the business community of Magic City to invest in the development of Pudong, planning to invest 1 billion within 2 years? What utter nonsense. Shen Jianxin, You are truly shameless. Must you fabricate such absurdities? Shen Jianxin smiled slightly. When you give this to your father, please pass along a message for me. Are you out of your mind? I would have to be insane to deliver such a thing. Shen Jianxin, undeterred by her protests, continued. If Secretary Liu is uninterested, I will simply forward it to the municipal government. Do you even know where the municipal government is located? You're truly losing your mind. I advise against it. The security personnel will likely escort you to a mental institution. Chapter 76. The facade of flattery. Lu Jianyu ranted furiously, and Shen Jianxin interjected. Don't make me beg you. Lu Jianyu, as if struck by silence, gazed at Shen Jianxin with astonishment, retracted his playful demeanor, stating, if you believe that Zheng Lei's actions could be considered just beyond the confines of law, and if you perceive a hint of injustice in his circumstances, then I implore you to present this document to your father. However, Lu Jianyu glanced down at the materials in confusion, replying, but this document contains no information regarding Zheng Lei. With a shake of his head and a wry smile, Shen Jianxin responded, your father will not concern himself with Zheng Lei's affairs. He will, however, pay heed to this. Beyond his role in law and politics, he is also a standing committee member. He possesses a voice in all matters pertaining to the Magic City, such as economic development. Shen Jianxin refrained from articulating the unspoken implication. With such influence, it follows that he is also entitled to the accolades of relevant political achievements. Observing the seriousness in Shen Jianxin's expression, Lu Jianyu inquired earnestly, are you certain this document is not a fabrication? Shen Jianxin replied solemnly, I swear upon our friendship. Friendship? Spare me. Lu Jianyu retorted, we have endured trials together. I was the one who saved you. Now, all I ask is that you deliver a document. Not that you engage in nepotism. Why do you act like a treacherous wolf? In a swift motion, Lu Jianyu seized Shen Jianxin's ear, demanding, whom are you calling a treacherous wolf? Speak again. Shen Jianxin quickly begged for mercy. All right, I shall be the treacherous wolf, my lady. Please, release me, it hurts. With a huff, Lu Jianyu declared, I shall take the document back for you. But let it be known that our past is settled. Do not bring up my saving you again, as if it were solely for your benefit. Understood. Would you like me to arrange for a ride home? Lu Jianyu raised an eyebrow. Are you dismissing me? I am merely concerned for your safety, my dear beauty, as night falls. She patted her waist, asserting, I possess this. And I shall see which foolhardy assailant dares approach me. Shen Jianxin thought to himself, recalling the last time she carried a firearm, yet was still captured. However, given her propensity to tug on ears when displeased, he opted to remain silent. He found it curious how he had recently developed a penchant for teasing her. Nevertheless, he thought, I shall discuss this further later. Initially wishing to converse with Shen Jianxin about the concepts of law and justice, Lu Jianyu, now holding his document, decided it was best to return home early, hoping to show it to her father before he retired for the night. With a broad smile, Shen Jianxin called after her. Take care, I shall escort you. As Lu Jianyu turned, Shen Jianxin nearly collided with her. You, she exclaimed with a stern expression. I have realized you are truly a petty person. With an air of disdain, Lu Jianyu remarked, look at your fawning demeanor. Bah. After delivering her final retort, she tossed her ponytail and departed with an air of pride. Shen Jianxin stood in bewilderment, turning to Xiao Tao and asking, did I truly appear fawning just now? The young boy, faced with this profound dilemma, pondered for a moment before exclaiming, oh dear, it is quite late. I must return home. See you tomorrow, IXIN. With that, he dashed away. Upon her return home, Lu Jianyu discovered that Lu Changming was indeed waiting for her. He had refrained from discussing the matter of Shen Jianxin with his wife, as he himself was uncertain how to approach the topic with their daughter. As my daughter matures, she has arrived at an age where many young women, even at the tender age of 21, are already embarking on the journey of matrimony. However, despite never having met Shen Jianxin, Lu Changming is acutely aware that this individual is far from being a suitable match for Lu Jianyu. While it may seem premature to consider the notion of romance with Shen Jianxin, Lu Changming possesses a keen sense of perception. When his daughter becomes so consumed by a man's words that she neglects her meals and even feels compelled to inquire about him during work hours, it is evident that this man has already exerted a significant influence over her life. Moreover, within the span of a single day, Lu Jianyu sought out Shen Jianxin on 2 occasions. Indeed, Lu Changming has discreetly arranged for someone to shadow his daughter. Nevertheless, through his analysis of Shen Jianxin, He has concluded that this astute individual would not dare to harm Lu Jianyu. Upon returning home, Lu Jianyu opened the door to find her mother seated on the sofa, knitting while watching television. Upon her arrival, her mother greeted her with a smile, inquiring if she had eaten, offering to heat up a meal for her. "I've already eaten. Where's Dad?" Lu Jianyu asked. "He's in the study reviewing documents. He mentioned wanting to talk to you when you got home," her mother replied. Once Lu Jianyu entered the study, her mother set aside her knitting and turned off the television before retreating to her bedroom. What Lu Jianyu remains unaware of is that on every occasion she returns late, her mother occupies the living room, knitting and watching television, not out of genuine enjoyment, but rather out of concern. She is also oblivious to the fact that on the night of her kidnapping, her mother remained in the living room until the early hours, waiting for news. When Lu Changming received a call, he conveyed to his wife that their daughter had unexpectedly gone on a business trip and, due to confidentiality, had not contacted home. Maternal love is profound, yet children often fail to comprehend its depth in their youth, frequently yearning for distance. Pushing open the door to the study, Lu Jianyu called out, "Dad." Lu Changming set aside a newspaper, responding, "You're back. Why are you working late again? You know how it is. The workload at the bureau is never-ending." Lu Changming felt a pang in his heart at his daughter's casual deceit. Pretending to be unaware, he rose and said, "Please, take a seat. It has been a while since we had a heart-to-heart. Let us converse today." Lu Jianyu, preoccupied with her own thoughts, failed to notice any peculiarities in her father's demeanor. She set down her materials and proceeded to brew fresh tea for him. Lu Changming raised an eyebrow slightly. His daughter seemed unusually attentive today. He settled into a nearby armchair and, noticing a few sheets of manuscript paper folded on the tea cabinet, inquired, "Why are you bringing work home?" While diligence is commendable, one must also understand the importance of balancing work and rest. Lu Jianyu approached with the freshly brewed tea, offering it to her father. "This isn't work. It's merely a collection of unreliable thoughts from an unreliable person." Lu Changming detected the tension in her voice and, recalling his recent visit to the Peace Hotel, he began to piece together the situation. That young man harbored intentions of his own, demonstrating an opportunistic nature. Yet, Lu Changming did not harbor any animosity towards Shen Jianxin. Rather, from the moment he perused the individual's profile, he recognized his exceptional capabilities. Given his age, he was undoubtedly a rare talent, a veritable gem among men. Yet from a father's perspective, such a self-serving individual is hardly a suitable match for his daughter. One could say that with such a mindset, she might as well be sold off by him, only to count the profits afterward. Lu Changming retracted his curiosity regarding the material before him, sipping the tea brewed by his daughter, and slowly remarked, You are now 21 and have secured a stable, formal job. I believe you have reached the age where romance is appropriate. Normally, this is a conversation for your mother, but I happen to know a few commendable young men whom I would like you to meet." "Dad, what era are we living in? I certainly do not require your introductions. I can find someone on my own." "Dear, I am not imposing anything upon you. I merely wish to introduce you to a few acquaintances. The decision to befriend them lies solely with you." Let us not dwell on this any longer. Here, take a look at this." Initially at a loss for words, Lu Jianyu's emotions were ignited by the mention of matchmaking, and any shyness evaporated as she thrust the materials into her father's hands. Chapter 77. The material presented to Lu Changming. Lu Changming did not immediately peruse the documents forcibly presented by his daughter. Instead, he wore a serious expression and inquired, You have always been quite aware of decorum, never handing out notes to others. What has caused you to err in such a manner today?" "Oh, what a dreadful term, handing out notes. I have reviewed this. It is not a request for you to take action, but rather suggestions regarding economic development." Lu Changming chuckled softly in confusion. "Then I am even more puzzled. I do not oversee economic affairs. If it truly contains valuable suggestions, you ought to have that individual submit them to the municipal government." Lu Jianyu blinked and retorted, "Well, he actually mentioned that if you dismiss this, he will submit it to the municipal government." Lu Changming paused, feeling a wave of disdain for such audacity, though he concealed his feelings entirely, leaving Lu Jianyu oblivious to the slightest hint. Did he truly say that? Indeed. Lu Changming placed the materials back on the table, stating, "Then let him submit it to the municipal government. As a supervisor of political and legal affairs, I am not well versed in economic development." "Dad, how can you say that? You are a member of the standing committee. You should be concerned about the city's affairs. At least take a look." as Lu Jianyu complained and pleaded. Lu Changming recognized her urgency. Adjusting his glasses with a smile, he asked, "It seems you are quite invested in this individual?" Instantly sensing her father's scrutiny, Lu Jianyu straightened her face and replied, "Father, I am discussing serious matters with you. Please do not treat me like a child. You must review this material today, or I shall cease to acknowledge you." Seeing his daughter feign anger, Lu Changming, always perceptive yet discreet, nodded in agreement. "Very well, for your sake. I shall take a look." Lu Jianyu's demeanor brightened immediately as she swiftly opened the documents and handed them over. Initially, Lu Changming had only intended to humor his daughter. But upon reading the title, his attitude shifted dramatically. Call to the business community of Magic City to invest in the Pudong development. It is essential to note the historical context. The Pudong development is a national strategic initiative that was proposed and implemented last year. This significant project is well known among all levels of leadership in Magic City, from high-ranking officials to grassroots clerks. However, in the actual execution process, the fundamental concept of preferring a single bed in Puxi over an entire apartment in Pudong remains deeply ingrained in people's hearts over the next few years. This sentiment is not merely a consensus among the common folk. A significant number of officials from the top down share this perspective as well. Consequently, this mindset has led to a situation where, nearly a year after the initiation of this national project, private capital remains largely skeptical, aside from the investments made by state-owned enterprises. Furthermore, at the level of public capital, aside from the rigid construction investment tasks, very few leaders are willing to make decisions to invest in Pudong. On a larger scale, although reforms have been in place for over a decade, ideological divergences still persist since 1991, and only the southern tour scheduled for next year will provide a definitive resolution. A combination of various factors has resulted in Pudong's development progress not advancing as swiftly as anticipated, while the sentiments beneath the surface appear increasingly uncertain. Within the ranks of Lu Changming, many harbor doubts. Yet, publicly, the national policy project must be fully supported and successfully completed. While meetings may affirm this commitment, the private reservations held by certain leaders have led to a lack of wholehearted dedication in practical endeavors. Another crucial reason is that state-owned capital is not sufficiently abundant. Undertaking such a large project necessitates unity and collective optimism for investment. In the absence of confidence from private capital, few venture towards Pudong, raising questions about the prospect of prosperity. Shen Jianxin's materials are presented to Lu Changming within this specific historical context. The phrase, "If you do not take a look, I will submit it to the municipal government," is far from mere rhetoric. Given that the Pudong strategy has been established for a year without significant progress, this concern manifests as a scar for all high-ranking officials in the metropolis. If Shen Jianxin's submission serves as a remedy, then Lu Changming's reluctance leaves ample opportunity for others to seize it. This intention is a strategic maneuver. Whether Shen Jianxin's article holds substantive value becomes a secondary consideration. The mere possibility of this is enough to capture Lu Changming's attention. Additionally, from Shen Jianxin's perspective, he submits this to Lu Changming with the mediation of Lu Jianyu, and due to Lu Changming's relatively young age, just over 50, he believes that Lu Changming should aspire to make an impact beyond his current responsibilities. The newly brewed tea, unbeknownst to him, has already gone cold, signifying the quiet passage of time. Observing her father engrossed in reading, Lu Jianyu remains silent, navigating through the tension of the lengthy 20 minutes. Despite her own uncertainty about the source of her anxiety, after approximately 20 minutes, Lu Changming meticulously reviews the document twice before slowly removing his glasses. Lu Jianyu eagerly inquires, "Father, what do you think of the writing?" Lu Changming sets the materials aside, lifts his teacup for a sip, and his brow furrows slightly. In that moment, Lu Jianyu, determined to be dutiful, promptly takes her father's teacup and exclaims, "The tea has gone cold. I'll get you a fresh one." Lu Changming gently restrains his daughter, saying, "It's all right. Too much tea will keep me awake tonight." After Lu Jianyu seated herself, she inquired once more, "Stop playing games. If you perceive any issues, please inform me promptly. I am rather troubled about how to reprimand him." Lu Changming cast a glance at his daughter, his expression laden with meaning. "You have attended university and are now employed. Can you truly discern no problems? Setting aside theoretical concerns, do you find the figures presented here plausible?" Lu Jianyu pouted. "Great minds think alike. I maintain that this fellow is all talk and no action. The numbers are indeed exaggerated. However, one might argue he simply seeks to capture the leadership's attention, harboring no ill intentions. I believe the theoretical concepts are quite commendable, wouldn't you agree? Feeling a sense of trepidation, Lu Jianyu gazed at her father, yet she could glean no discernible attitude from Lu Changming's expression. Suddenly, he glanced out at the night sky and remarked, "It is growing late. You should retire for the evening. As I am not engaged in economic work, I shall have the comrades at the Economic Research Office examine this material tomorrow." Having spoken, he rose from his seat. Lu Jianyu felt it inappropriate to say more. Though occasionally headstrong, her upbringing instilled in her a respect for rules. This was her first instance of assisting her father by delivering materials in his professional capacity. Since her father did not outright reject the document, she did not feel particularly disheartened. In her heart, she secretly hoped the research office's colleagues would recognize the value of this material, despite her own uncertainty regarding its merit. Her judgment stemmed from an unconscious acknowledgement of Shen Jianxin's abilities and an unrecognized but burgeoning fondness for him. However, what she failed to notice was that after she returned to her bedroom to rest, the study light remained aglow for quite some time. Chapter 78. Meeting Lu Changming. Once his daughter had gone to bed, Lu Changming brewed himself another cup of tea and meticulously perused Shen Jianxin's materials. Sharing Lu Jianyu's perspective, he found Shen Jianxin's assertion of investing 1 billion in Pudong over 2 years utterly implausible. What did 1 billion signify in 1991? For context, since the establishment of the Pingqing exchange, it had suffered 10 consecutive months of decline, a dire situation indeed, amidst such turmoil. Merely 200 million had been raised to stabilize the market. This was not due to a lack of attention from higher authorities, but rather a consequence of low income and the pressing need for funds across various construction projects, leaving the nation itself grappling with financial constraints. Yet here was an ordinary citizen boldly proclaiming 1 billion? This was no mere exaggeration, it was sheer folly. Nevertheless, aside from the absurdity of the figures, the comprehensive investment chain delineated by Shen Jianxin, crafted with meticulous logic, exhibited remarkable feasibility. This was the fundamental reason Lu Changming found himself brewing yet another cup of tea in the late hours. Some of the economic viewpoints he encountered within the document were unprecedented and profoundly resonated with him. Lu Changming had long mastered the art of concealing his emotions, which is why Lu Jianyu remained oblivious to her father's burgeoning interest. The reason Lu Changming refrained from revealing his thoughts to his daughter was rooted in his desire to prevent her from developing a closer relationship with Shen Jianxin. The more formidable that individual became, the wiser it would be for his naive daughter to maintain her distance. Thus, he refrained from expressing any admiration for Shen Jianxin, fearing that it might further impact his daughter. Yet, setting aside familial considerations, the material presented by Shen Jianxin had already provided Lu Changming with a compelling reason to engage. Some matters are akin to rowing against the current. One must either forge ahead or fall back. Should this document land in the hands of other leaders and garner their endorsement, considering Shen Jianxin's current situation? Even if he were to remain inaccessible to individuals of Lu's rank, is it conceivable that none of the numerous executives would possess a few acquaintances in the secretarial realm? Consequently, the dilemma before Lu Changming was not whether to utilize the material, but rather the risk that if he did not, someone else certainly would. Once the contents of the document transcended mere words on paper to become reality, the landscape may very well shift in a few years' time. Contemplating all of this, Lu Changming placed the material into his briefcase, preparing to extinguish the lights and retire to his bedroom. Suddenly, he paused. Recalling his daughter's remark about how others might forward the proposal to the municipal government if he chose to overlook it, coupled with his recent reflections, he narrowed his gaze. Could it be that they had all arrived at the same conclusion? Lu Changming's hand lingered over the light switch for a good 10 seconds. During this interval, the details of Shen Jianxin's dossier flashed through his mind, revealing his year of birth, 20 years old, a middle school graduate. Is there truly such a young individual in this world? The following morning, Shen Jianxin unexpectedly received a phone call. Hello, is this Shen Jianxin? Yes, who is this? Greetings. I am Jiang Yaowen, Deputy Director of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee's office. Shen Jianxin felt a jolt of surprise and quickly rose from the sofa, addressing his guest. Please have a seat for a moment. I need to take this call. Grasping his mobile phone, he hastened into the bedroom and locked the door. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window before speaking, Hello, Director Jiang. I had a visitor earlier. It's convenient to talk now. Yes, Secretary Lu has reviewed your materials. He is intrigued by some of your viewpoints. Do you have time this afternoon? I do. Good. Please refrain from other commitments this afternoon and wait at the Peace Hotel. Understood. I have no further matters to discuss. Let us leave it at that. Goodbye, Director Jiang. After hanging up, Shen Jianxin squinted at the shimmering river. His plans for investing in Pudong were initially intended to unfold quietly and without haste, aiming for a full-scale launch at least a year later. As per the prevailing consensus, the golden opportunity that Pudong represented was glaringly apparent, yet few recognized its true value. His current financial situation did not permit such ventures, especially since the stocks he had invested in had yet to rise, leaving his own circumstances unstable, let alone the prospect of substantial investments. However, a sudden series of events necessitated a change in plans. The minor character, Zheng Lei, led Shen Jianxin to realize that the support he had intended to rely on from Su Yifeng was fundamentally unreliable. Thus, he was compelled to seek a new sanctuary without delay. The greater his wealth, the more restless he became. This tactical shift was catalyzed by Zheng Lei. But Su Yifeng was undeniably the pivotal factor. Had Su Yifeng been willing to assist in extricating him from his predicament, Shen Jianxin would not have felt compelled to draft this document. In pursuit of the objectives delineated within this material, the margin for error is exceedingly slim, signifying a momentous leap forward. As the adage wisely suggests, taking large strides may lead to unforeseen pitfalls. Presently, the task at hand is fraught with significant risk. A single misstep could result in total failure. He gazed at the shimmering waters of the Huangpu River for a full 5 minutes. After a prolonged silence, he sighed softly. The challenge is what renders it engaging. As he turned, his shoulders stood resolutely upright, as if he had resolved upon a definitive course of action. Upon exiting the living room, he courteously bid farewell to the visiting superior, thereafter instructing Wang Tao that he was not to meet anyone today and to close the doors to guests. He then directed Huang Qiming to procure an assortment of fruits and several varieties of premium tea. However, Lu Changming had no intention of welcoming him. It was preposterous. Given the stature of the individual in question, no amount of wealth could elevate Shen Jianxin to the point of deserving their presence. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Changming's secretary, the deputy office director Jiang Yaowen, called once more, requesting that he arrive alone at room 918 on the 9th floor within half an hour. Shen Jianxin had already refreshed himself earlier that morning, donning tailored trousers and a white shirt, styling his hair in a more adult manner as he awaited silently. Although the fruits and tea had been prepared in vain, it mattered little. He refrained from disclosing to those around him whom he was to meet, merely indicating he had a guest at the hotel and instructing them to wait in the room. He ascended without his mobile phone or the newly acquired tea, carrying only a bag of apples. Upon reaching the 9th floor, he encountered 2 sentinels clad in black, alongside an individual in a white shirt. The man in white scrutinized the plastic bag Shen Jianxin carried, somewhat taken aback, as he was aware of Shen Jianxin's background. However, any confusion quickly dissipated as he approached and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Jiang Yaowen." Shen Jianxin promptly extended his hand. "Greetings, Director Jiang. I am Shen Jianxin." "Yes. Secretary Lu has arrived. Please wait a moment." "Understood." Jiang Yaowen knocked on the door, and a robust voice beckoned from within. "Come in." Jiang Yaowen entered to report, then re-emerged to usher Shen Jianxin inside. Lu Changming appeared slightly bewildered by the bag of apples, but upon contemplation, he discerned the underlying intent. While he would surely refuse any farewell gifts from Lu Changming, it would be ungracious to decline a mere bag of apples. Meeting Lu Changming's gaze, Shen Jianxin chuckled amiably. "Hello, Secretary Lu. The apples from my hometown are ripe and freshly picked. I brought them for you to enjoy." In the midst of Lu Changming's bemusement, Secretary Jiang discreetly turned away. Chapter 79. Crunch. Lu Changming found it increasingly difficult to reconcile Shen Jianxin's demeanor with the individual who had amassed considerable wealth in a brief span. As presented in the documents, this clumsy performance led Lu Changming to suspect that Shen Jianxin was deliberately mocking him. His expression remained inscrutable as he simply nodded and remarked, "Thank you, Xiao Jiang, please wash them." "Yes." Jiang Yaowen pursed his lips and accepted the bag of apples from Shen Jianxin. Lu Changming added, "Please, take a seat." "Thank you, Secretary Lu." Shen Jianxin sat obediently, his posture reflecting a sense of decorum. "There is no need to be so formal. I have called you here today to hear your specific thoughts." "Understood." Lu Changming picked up the documents on the table and inquired, While we shall refrain from discussing the specifics of the investment amount for now, I am eager to understand how you intend to rally the business community to invest in Pudong. How can you substantiate that the business sector will heed your call? Shen Jianxin, well prepared for this inquiry, smiled and spoke confidently. Firstly, I have garnered a degree of reputation. Over 50 business leaders from the metropolis have sought my counsel for a fee. I can influence their investment decisions. And they, Lu Changming interrupted Shen's narrative, thinking to himself, what a remarkable figure the secretary is. Such rudeness is no surprise, given the demeanor of his daughter. Do you have any questions, Secretary Lu? Shen Jianxin politely asked. With a furrowed brow, Lu Changming replied, according to feedback from relevant colleagues, it appears that your so-called clients, who have paid for your consultation, have not seen significant gains in their stock investments. This should reasonably determine your level of influence, leading me to doubt your ability to generate substantial mobilization. Shen Jianxin nodded. Conceding, Secretary Lu is correct. My influence, at this stage, is indeed tied to the performance of the Pengcheng stock market. Thus, the crux of the issue lies here. If the Pengcheng stock market does not rise, or even declines, then everything described in your materials is merely idle talk. In just a few minutes, Lu Changming's words had proven rather brusque. This might carry an element of testing. Or perhaps it was simply the grievances of a concerned father manifesting. Faced with this piercing inquiry, Shen Jianxin's expression suddenly shifted to one of calm assurance. Shedding the obsequiousness he had displayed upon entering, he straightened up and confidently stated, the stock market is bound to rise. This is not a matter of probability. And thus my influence will inevitably grow. This is a constant outcome. Lu Changming noted the subtle change in Shen Jianxin and, intrigued, asked, it is commendable for young people to possess confidence, but one must speak with evidence. I certainly have my evidence. Oh, pray, enlighten me. At that moment, Secretary Jiang brought over a plate of freshly washed apples. Shen Jianxin picked one up and courteously offered it to Lu Changming, saying, Secretary Lu, please have a taste. Haha, you go ahead. Crunch. Shen Jianxin, unreserved, bit into the apple with a satisfying crunch. Jiang Yaowen's lips curled slightly as he stepped back discreetly. As Shen Jianxin munched on the apple, he casually remarked, in terms of policy, I believe Secretary Lu knows more than I do. My basis for judgment is quite simple and requires no extensive economic data analysis. I can encapsulate it in one phrase. What phrase might that be? National dignity. How does one cloak their illogical prophetic ability with a coherent explanation? The answer is rather simple, akin to answering a question one already knows. Shen Jianxin continued chewing the apple as he mumbled, reform has been underway for over a decade, and I firmly believe that the nation's resolve towards economic development remains unchanged. The stock market is one of the hallmarks of a modern market economy. The Pengcheng Stock Exchange has been operational for nearly a year, yet it has been in decline for almost as long. I do not believe we can allow this phenomenon to persist indefinitely, as it is extremely detrimental to both the domestic public's confidence in the economy and the attractiveness of foreign investment. It is akin to a bustling metropolis, where the city center cannot possibly tolerate the existence of a foul and unsightly garbage heap. Thus, my conclusion is that state-owned capital will not only rescue the market, but will also elevate it. This is inevitable. We require a flourishing market economy, and as a barometer, the stock market must not long remain a repugnant refuse pile. Should these words be echoed in future times, they would undoubtedly elicit laughter from all investors. Yet, if the absurdity of reality had not unfolded, then Shen Jianxin's assertions are impeccable in both logic and intent. As for Lu Changming, he naturally possesses more information given his position, especially since the metropolis itself boasts a stock exchange. The stock market is not an unfamiliar term to its leaders. Moreover, he is well aware of the series of policies and determination from above regarding the rescue of the market in Pengcheng. Lu Changming's current silence is more about contemplating how to articulate his thoughts without outright conceding that Shen Jianxin is correct. You do have a point. I have indeed heard of considerable movements in Pengcheng, and substantial rescue funds have been invested, yet the question remains, why hasn't the stock market shown significant gains? Shen Jianxin smiled slightly. Have you heard of the braking effect, Secretary Lu? Lu Changming narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not fond of this young man's audacity to pose questions to him. Reading the subtle change in expression, Shen Jianxin smoothly continued, even after applying the brakes. Inertia will cause the vehicle to continue moving forward for a distance. This effect is similarly present in the stock market. The prolonged decline over 6 months has created a certain inertia, and the mindset of investors also requires time to shift. The current stabilization of the market indicates that the brakes have begun to take effect. Once the downward inertia ceases, a reversal and surge will occur in an instant. Indeed, you have delved deeply into the stock market, Lu Changming acknowledged for the first time verbally. Shen Jianxin smiled modestly. These are merely my humble observations. I hope not to amuse Secretary Lu. At this moment, having finished one apple, he reached for another. Lu Changming's gaze involuntarily followed. It was not the act of eating an apple that seemed excessive, but rather the audacity of someone uncommonly bold in his presence, which piqued his curiosity. Sensing Lu Changming's gaze, Shen Jianxin paused momentarily, then, with a smooth smile, offered, Secretary Lu, this apple is quite sweet. Would you care for a taste? By some strange impulse, Lu Changming did not refuse again, taking the apple, all right. After handing one to Lu Changming, Shen Jianxin quickly grabbed another. Crunch. This time, Lu Changming felt a tinge of absurdity as he took a bite of the apple. As they ate, the atmosphere between them unexpectedly became much more amicable. Lu Changming realized that his hostility towards this young man had significantly diminished. While munching on his apple, he inquired, I will temporarily accept your view that the stock market will rise, which implies that your concept of influence holds validity. Now, I would like to hear your specific implementation steps. Chapter 80. You truly are a master of deception. Regarding the implementation steps, Shen Jianxin remarked, firstly, as Secretary Lu mentioned, if the stock market experiences a significant surge, my influence will undoubtedly escalate. With my own substantial investments in Pudong, I will then rally fellow entrepreneurs to join in the investment. They represent diverse sectors of the real economy, while individually, their investments in factories, buildings, warehouses, and shops may seem inconsequential. Imagine the impact if 50, 100, or even hundreds of business leaders were to follow suit. The collective power would be vastly different. Moreover, these individuals are already leaders within their respective circles, and their words and actions resonate with a large audience. Additionally, their influence may extend to upstream and downstream supply relationships, thus creating a virtuous cycle of clustering effects. These concepts are indeed outlined within the materials, and it is precisely due to the feasibility and the foreseeable scale effects that Lu Changming finds himself at the Peace Hotel today. Although Lu Changming did not visibly respond, he internally acknowledged the validity of Shen Jianxin's statements. Subsequently, he posed a question that he believed Shen Jianxin could not adequately address. About the investment amount, was that a typographical error? Lu Changming inquired, feigning curiosity while holding the materials. He anticipated that Shen Jianxin would feel embarrassed. However, Shen Jianxin maintained an unusually serious demeanor, stating, the figure of 1 billion has been thoroughly validated through theoretical means. Lu Changming felt a wave of incredulity wash over him as he continued, as far as I know, all your personal profits have been invested in the Pingcheng stock market. Even if we assume your foresight is exceptional, yielding a short-term return of 100%, that would amount to merely 10 million, which is a staggering 100-fold less than the 10 billion you mentioned. Shen Jianxin was unfazed by Lu Changming's knowledge of Huang Mei investing her money entirely in the stock market. In the presence of such stature, personal financial transactions leave no room for secrecy. He offered a slight smile, since Secretary Lu is aware of the whereabouts of my over 5 million. I trust you also know that a month ago, my pockets held not even 500. Lu Changming's gaze sharpened as he grasped the underlying implication of Shen Jianxin's words, a rare smile gracing his lips, though the meaning behind it eluded even Shen Jianxin. Are you implying that you can accumulate 5 million from nothing in a short period, and also transform that 5 million into 10 billion? Shen Jianxin gently shook his head. 10 billion is not a distant dream. But to earn that amount within 2 years and convert it entirely into investments would be rather challenging for me. Lu Changming remained non-committal, young man. These are two entirely different magnitudes and cannot be conflated with a mere multiplicative concept. Shen Jianxin nodded slightly. Secretary Lu is correct. Yet my inability to present 10 billion does not preclude me from facilitating 10 billion in investments. Oh, do elaborate. Though still skeptical, Lu Changming's interest was piqued. This young man had already provided him with numerous surprises today. To begin with, regarding my personal contributions, I anticipate not only achieving returns exceeding 100% in the stock market, but also leveraging financing strategies to amplify my investment. Moreover, with the ascendance of the stock market and the enhancement of my personal influence, I find myself poised to reopen my consulting business. with adequate promotion. It is conceivable that affluent individuals from across the nation might flock to Shanghai seeking my counsel. I could even contemplate raising my fees significantly, potentially surpassing the previous threshold of 100,000. Based on a rational estimation derived from my earnings over the past 3 days, I anticipate that my short-term monthly income from consulting could commence at 10 million, with the possibility of reaching 20 million or even more. Considering the relatively limited number of wealthy individuals in the country, I conservatively project that within 2 years, I could amass at least 100 million from my consulting endeavors. The magnitude of 100 million in 1991 is staggering. Even Lu Changming appeared somewhat dazed upon hearing it. However, he had already earned 520,000 within just 3 days, making the prospect of earning 100 million in 2 years seem, from a logical standpoint, rather understated. I have faith that your consulting business will flourish, yet I must caution that such actions are perilous. Should your predictions falter, it could precipitate systemic risks. I advise you to exercise utmost caution. Otherwise, even if you do achieve the figures you claim, encountering issues could prove disastrous. Shen Jianxin, maintaining a composed demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Secretary Lu, for your reminder. I shall tread carefully. While I have indeed profited from consulting, my actions also contribute to the development of the stock market. If I were to receive 100 million in consulting fees, it would likely result in tenfold or more funds entering the market due to my recommendations. Once these entrepreneurs and their capital are invested, they will inevitably attract an even larger crowd and additional funds. From this perspective, I believe I am, in a sense, contributing to economic development. Upon hearing this, Lu Changming's lips curled slightly, and with a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "You truly are quite the sly one." Accompanied by a well-timed smirk, the atmosphere grew more congenial. Lu Changming inquired further, "Yet, this is merely 100 million, which falls short of the tenfold you mentioned. My 100 million will not be wholly invested in Pudong. I also need to allocate investments within the stock market," Lu Changming remarked, his brow furrowing. Had he known that Shen Jianxin's purported consulting fee of 100 million was merely a ruse, he would have likely erupted in disbelief. Indeed, Shen Jianxin was merely deceiving. He had no intention of scaling his consulting business to such heights, a fact that Lu Changming had already alluded to. Such funds are not easily earned. The stock market is notoriously volatile, and where there are losses, discontent follows. As losses accumulate, so too does the uproar, and in such a scenario, Shen Jianxin would find himself either taking the heat from those entrepreneurs or facing the ire of the state. He was not restricted to earning solely through consulting. Thus, he had no intention of committing to the consulting business in the long term. Presenting this notion now was merely a desperate measure, as consulting was currently his only proven avenue for profit, lending it credibility. It was the only assertion that could convince Lu Changming. Observing the smile fade from Lu Changming's face, Shen Jianxin quickly added, "It is quite simple. If these entrepreneurs are willing to invest such substantial sums in consultation with me, and are ready to risk everything to purchase stocks, it indicates that any investment advice I provide can easily sway their decisions. As I boldly invest a substantial sum in Pudong, I do not need to rally others with fervent calls. Merely guiding a few entrepreneurs to join me in this venture will undoubtedly attract attention. When others inquire, a subtle nod from me will suffice, and they shall follow suit, risking everything to invest in Pudong. Furthermore, once the stock market in Pengcheng begins to rise, I can elevate the reputation of the small investment sage beyond the confines of the metropolis, enticing business magnates nationwide to invest in Pudong. I need not engage in discussions regarding policies or overarching strategies. I may even charge them a consultation fee. From my experience, the more exorbitantly I charge, the greater their investments in Pudong will be." Lu Changming adjusted his glasses, observing Shen Jianxin with a quiet intensity, which made Shen feel a bit uneasy. Ultimately, Lu sighed softly, acknowledging, "I believe the Municipal Bureau's assessment of you is indeed accurate. You certainly resemble a grand deceiver." Chapter 81. Collaborative entities having resolved all his doubts, Lu Changming had to concede that Shen Jianxin was not only prepared, but had a remarkable level of confidence. Throughout their conversation, every statement was substantial and meaningful. He lifted his teacup, blowing away the foam, and gently inquired, "So, what support do you require for the better construction of Pudong?" This inquiry was to be expected. Had Shen not needed support, he would not have presented the materials to Lu. Conversely, if Lu did not extend his assistance, How could such achievements be within his grasp? Shen Jianxin candidly replied, to expedite the development of Pudong, I require comprehensive support. Oh, you have quite the appetite. What kind of comprehensive support do you envision? Investment in physical infrastructure necessitates considerable financial input. My fellow private entrepreneurs and I require substantial bank loans. Of course, I refer to those private entrepreneurs whose businesses are grounded in tangible economic activities or stable operations. Moreover, banks should monitor the allocation of these loans to ensure every penny is dedicated to the development of Pudong. Lu Changming pondered for a brief moment before nodding. That is only proper. If you can spearhead this initiative, it would be best to establish a chamber of commerce, enabling loans through mutual guarantees among members, thus facilitating both the procedures and the volume of loans. As for other policies, there are already numerous supportive measures and tax incentives for investing in Pudong. I shall have Xiao Jiang compile a detailed list for you. The notion of establishing a chamber of commerce extends beyond mere conveniences for mutual loan guarantees. It primarily serves to bind the entrepreneurs drawn by Shen Jianxin into a cohesive identity, transforming a disparate group into a collective, thus enabling one to claim that this cohort was inspired to invest by a particular individual. It is this aggregated scale that justifies the notion of political achievements. Lu Changming remained unaware of whether Shen Jianxin grasped this concept, but Shen's subsequent request made Lu acutely aware that, despite his high regard for the young man, he had still underestimated him. Shen Jianxin, somewhat sheepishly, articulated, Secretary Lu, I have one more request. Feel free to express it. As long as it pertains to the grand development of Pudong, I can support it in principle. Shen Jianxin spoke somewhat bashfully. Could you help my Chamber of Commerce become a collaborative entity within the political and legal system of Magic City? Lu Changming's brows furrowed slightly, a glimmer of sharp insight flickering across his features. Meanwhile, Jiang Yaowen, who lingered in the corridor, was taken aback, incredulously observing the young man still feigning modesty. Is this the political acumen one can possess at the tender age of 20? Shen Jianxin blushed further, hesitatingly adding, although our nation's legal framework has matured considerably, there remain numerous ruffians who treat investors as easy prey. Our Chamber of Commerce has heeded the government's call to engage in the development of Pudong, which is undoubtedly commendable. However, the matters concerning land acquisition, demolition, and the extensive construction projects involved may expose us to extortion, theft, and robbery by unscrupulous elements. There is even the risk of inciting innocent citizens to obstruct construction and production. Thus, I sincerely hope Secretary Lu will consider our genuine difficulties and dispatch some legal and political resources to safeguard the property and lives of private entrepreneurs, allowing us to invest our efforts in development without concern. Jiang Yaowen felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. This fellow is indeed formidable. He even doubted his own ability to articulate such eloquent bureaucratic discourse. The essence of the matter lay not merely in the eloquence of the words, but in the profound implications beneath the surface. It was utterly remarkable. One could discern from Secretary Lu's expression that Jiang Yaowen rarely witnessed such evident excitement in his superior's eyes. What does it mean to be cornered? Only to have a pillow offered unexpectedly? As a standing committee member, Lu Changming indeed held sway over matters concerning Pudong. However, the adage a name must be just for the words to be smooth implies that meddling in affairs outside his jurisdiction could lead to misunderstandings. Yet, if the stakes were sufficiently high, a little misunderstanding could be overlooked. Still, how delightful it would be to find a fitting entry point to pursue this endeavor with legitimacy. Shen Jianxin's remarks presented the perfect opportunity for Lu Changming, serving as the sole anchor connecting the political legal system with economic development. This narrow opening had been astutely seized by the young man, who, under the guise of seeking support, urged Lu Changming for assistance. No wonder even the seasoned Jiang Yaowen felt overwhelmed. The implications hidden within those words were profound beyond measure. Lu Changming promptly articulated his stance with resolute authority. Regarding the genuine difficulties you mentioned, Xiao Jiang, please take note. Jiang Yaowen quickly retrieved his notebook, approaching with earnestness to record the proceedings. I can assert on behalf of the political legal system that all unlawful activities impeding the development of Pudong, every crime obstructing the growth and production of private enterprises, and all perpetrators harming private entrepreneurs shall be met with our utmost efforts to combat. We will address each incident as it arises, applying stringent and severe measures without leniency. Furthermore, In light of the pressing hopes held by private enterprises supporting Pudong's development, the Municipal Political Legal Committee has resolved not only to bolster public security forces in the Pudong area, but also to establish a deep-rooted partnership with businesses, fostering a cooperative environment between the police and the public, ensuring that private entrepreneurs investing in Pudong's grand development can proceed without any concerns. Shen Jianxin rose to applaud and bowed, expressing gratitude on behalf of all private entrepreneurs in the new East Chamber of Commerce for Secretary Lu's strong support. Lu Changming stood up and replied, "Do not say that. It is the government of Magic City and the nation that supports you. As long as you diligently develop Pudong and boldly forge ahead, both I and the government will stand as your backing." With that, Lu Changming extended his hand for the first time. Shen Jianxin promptly stepped forward, grasping it firmly. At this juncture, their conversation reached a satisfactory conclusion. Moving forward, matters of support would be coordinated between Jiang Yaowen and Shen Jianxin. With numerous responsibilities ahead, Shen Jianxin had much to attend to, and Lu Changming was similarly occupied. Having finalized the arrangements, Lu had made up his mind to fortify his position within the Chamber of Commerce. Thus, upon leaving the Peace Hotel, he returned directly to the Municipal Party Committee office, instructing the office director to contact the Chief Secretary of Magic City for a meeting with the top leader. He wished to report and establish rapport before the upcoming meeting. Meanwhile, Shen Jianxin, in discussions with Jiang Yaowen, made a personal request concerning the cases of Zheng Lei and Lu Yong. Prior to this day, even Su Yifeng had been reluctant to involve himself, indicating the complexity of the situation. Few believed Shen Jianxin could extricate anyone under the current circumstances. Yet, he presented a grand narrative of a 10 billion investment in Pudong. In light of such a substantial discourse, could Zheng Lei's predicament still be considered significant? Chapter 82. A minor case beneath the grand narrative nonetheless. One must tread carefully in their expressions, especially when addressing officials of Jiang Yaowen's rank. Shen Jianxin articulated his concerns with great tact. This case is merely a misunderstanding. There are no victims, and the alleged victim has not even identified Zheng Lei. Furthermore, there are no eyewitnesses. I believe that the construction of the rule of law should emphasize evidence, and this situation clearly stems from the subjective assumptions of the investigators. I hope Director Jiang can look into this matter, ensuring that no evildoer escapes justice, yet also ensuring that no innocent person is wronged. Noticing Jiang Yaowen's hesitation, Shen Jianxin added, "We are all to become collaborative entities now. Everyone knows Zheng Lei has been driving for me, with him apprehended by the Municipal Bureau and facing sentencing. Do you think the entrepreneurs can trust the judicial system's robust support for me?" Jiang Yaowen's expression grew dazed. What a persuasive speaker. Truly a master of deception. Although Jiang Yaowen did not acquiesce on the spot, Shen Jianxin was confident that Zheng Lei's situation would soon be resolved under the grand narrative. Indeed, by evening, he received a call from Sun Sijia, informing him that the police had withdrawn the case due to insufficient evidence. As the proxy lawyer, Sun Sijia was the first to receive this news, though it left him perplexed. When he sought clarification, familiar insiders were reticent, merely indicating it was a directive from above. The release of Zheng Lei and Lu Yong was scheduled for the following morning. Shen Jianxin had their families notified and called Huang Mei, informing her that he would reserve the new Phoenix tomorrow to celebrate Zheng Lei's release. When Huang Mei received the call, she was utterly bewildered and exclaimed into the phone, "Do you have any idea how many private rooms I have? After just a few days of good fortune, you're already acting so high and mighty?" Shen Jianxin chuckled. "What is the matter? Aren't you going to give me a discount? This isn't a matter of discount. Half of tomorrow's rooms are already booked. How am I supposed to accommodate you? How many people would I offend?" Huang Mei retorted, her frustration palpable. "Regardless, I don't care. If you don't come up with a solution, I'll just reserve the large fish restaurant next door. Let us see if they are willing to help me offend others." Huang Mei's mind raced, seething with indignation. If the illustrious Zaigexian were to be relocated next door, the loss would far exceed a mere day's revenue. Given the shrewdness of the restaurant owners along Huanghe Road, it would be futile to expect them to help Zaigexian cancel other reservations. They would likely offer the banquet at cost, not a penny of profit, just to lure Zaigexian away. Moreover, the daily bustling business at New Phoenix had already incited envy among competitors. "You little brat, are you determined to challenge me? Do you even have that many guests? I could free up an entire floor for you, but you must consider my position. It's not my fault you notified me at the last minute." Shen Jianxin smacked his lips, contemplating, "It somewhat diminishes my stature, But fine. For you, Mei Jia, let us use the banquet hall on the second floor. Ensure the food and drinks are top-notch. You know the prices, so just charge it to my account. Huang Mei groaned in annoyance, muttering, why are we charging again? Since you started dining here, and with all those takeouts, you haven't paid a single cent. Fine. No charging, is it? Then I'll see if the large fish restaurant is willing to accommodate me. Charge, charge, charge. You just want to take advantage of me. And so it was decided. She would arrange for some festive banners to be made. If things didn't go well, she would promptly head to the large fish restaurant tomorrow. After hanging up, Huang Mei, still fuming, began to ponder the extent of Shen Jianxin's influence. How on earth did he manage to extricate Zheng Lei? She recalled that on the day Shen Jianxin was released, she was by his side, fully aware of the difficulties involved in rescuing Zheng Lei. It seemed this young man was becoming increasingly formidable. In contrast to Shen Jianxin's rapid ascent, Huang Mei dismissed the matter of charging as trivial, merely engaging in verbal sparring. She understood that Shen Jianxin wasn't in need of money, and she, too, was not lacking funds. Furthermore, the business Xiaoguxian brought to New Phoenix was worth countless times more than that mere account. Not only did Shen Jianxin inform Huang Mei, but he also had Huang Qiming extend invitations to various bosses, urging them to dine at New Phoenix tomorrow night to celebrate Zheng Lei's release. Although Zheng Lei himself would not have such clout, the invitation was issued by Shen Jianxin, who would dare decline. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Su Yifeng learned from Sun Xijia that Shen Jianxin had resolved the matter regarding Zheng Lei within a day. He remained in stunned silence on the phone for a considerable time, causing Sun Xijia to wonder if the call had been disconnected. Hello? Yifeng, are you still there? Yes. How did he manage to pull that off? The details are still unclear. It's said to be a decision from above, but who knows which above they mean? Have you heard if Shen Jianxin knows any higher-ups? I am at a loss regarding this matter, as my interactions with him have been rather limited. He merely entrusted me with a few tasks. Furthermore, our acquaintance is still relatively recent, and he is unlikely to disclose such matters voluntarily. Su Yifeng, filled with doubt and a tinge of regret for not stepping in to assist, remains unaware that the person in question is, in fact, his uncle by marriage. Indeed, he laments not having intervened sooner, especially since Shen Jianxin managed to resolve the situation with remarkable ease. This transforms the act of assistance into something profoundly significant. When a clever individual is faced with insufficient information, they tend to overthink. Su Yifeng realizes that Shen Jianxin may possess more influence than he had anticipated. As his position elevates, the disparity in status diminishes. When this gap narrows, the earlier refusal to reciprocate assistance takes on an entirely different connotation. He becomes acutely aware of the rift that has formed between himself and Shen Jianxin. As Shen Jianxin's standing rises, the repercussions of this rift become increasingly pronounced. Contemplating the matter, he asks, are you saying he is hosting a grand banquet at the New Phoenix tomorrow for that ruffian? Yes, he just called to invite me. Didn't he reach out to you? Su Yifeng feels a pang of bitterness, yet he finds it difficult to articulate the complexities of the situation, as he recognizes his own shortcomings. All right, I understand. Let us leave it at that. After ending the call, a plan begins to take shape in his mind. I have a scheme, albeit somewhat unscrupulous, but it is in pursuit of remedying the loss. Nothing to be ashamed of. After mentally preparing himself, he picks up his mobile phone and dials Shen Jianxin's number. Xian, it's me, Su. Hello, Mr. Su. Regarding that matter with Lei, I have been running around to meet several leaders today. I just had a meal with one of the officials. You won't believe what happened. Knowing Shen Jianxin's character, he has already deduced much of what is unfolding. Thus, he feels a wave of nausea, yet he must suppress it and maintain his composure, fully aware that he must play his part, as the influential figure he is now trying to cultivate is none other than the uncle of his acquaintance. What is the matter? Well, after a couple of drinks, that director laughed at my needless worry, saying you have already taken care of everything and that Lei will be released tomorrow. I told him, you sly fellow, to handle things quietly without even informing me, making me nearly sick from worry. Whether Su Yifeng actually felt nauseous is unclear, but he certainly felt quite fed up. Shen Jianxin, pinching his nose, continues to play his role. You didn't give me a definite answer. After all, Lei is under my care, and I am anxious to have him released, or I will lose face. Su Yifeng persists in his performance. Look at your impatience. I am not the mayor, so I cannot make any guarantees. My approach has always been to ensure things are handled efficiently before making promises. Is that so? Then my gratitude goes to you, Mr. Su. As long as he can be released, that is all that matters. You are right. Since your underling has been rescued, will you not host a couple of tables to celebrate? Of course, I was just about to call you. Are you free tomorrow evening? Come by for a drink. Although Su Yifeng is currently in Pengcheng, he readily agrees. As I have said before, I certainly do not hold any regard for that little thug. However, since you value him so highly, I shall consider it a gesture of support for you. Will it be at the New Phoenix? Indeed. The banquet hall on the second floor will commence at 5:30 tomorrow evening. I shall arrive punctually. Very well, let us discuss matters further upon our meeting tomorrow. After ending the call, the two men, separated by 1,000 miles, simultaneously concealed their smiles. Su Yifeng reflected on whether there were any flaws in his performance, while Shen Jianxin pondered if there were any discrepancies in his cooperation. Regardless of their acts, the rift of trust between them would undoubtedly take time to mend. Essentially, Shen Jianxin had lost faith in Su Yifeng, and Su Yifeng harbored concerns about Shen Jianxin's opinions of him. To encapsulate their current relationship in the refined language of a later era, it would be outwardly jovial, yet inwardly resentful. As for Su Yifeng, the prominent executive, his relentless travels between the bustling metropolis and the coastal city had been quite exhausting. Yet, unable to evade the consequences of his own miscalculations, he found it necessary to return to the metropolis overnight to rectify the damage. On the other hand, Shen Jianxin was re-evaluating the worth of Zheng Lei. Firstly, Zheng Lei's commendable performance had garnered some of Shen Jianxin's favor. If we were to perceive Shen Jianxin's efforts to assist Zheng Lei as an investment, it is only natural that such expenditure demands reciprocity. When investments are made, particularly when the subject appears to be nurturing potential, astute businessmen invariably increase their investments with hopes of greater returns. Indeed, this logic holds true even when the subject is a person. Thus, Shen Jianxin was preparing to elevate Zheng Lei's status, which justified the grand celebration planned for his release. Shen Jianxin has always balanced strategy and execution, ensuring both are robust. Once he resolved to support Zheng Lei, the scale of the welcome must be nothing short of breathtaking for Zheng Lei and all present. The following day, as Zheng Lei and Lu Yong exited the detention center, they were taken aback by the spectacle before them. A procession of imported vehicles, all uniformly black, accompanied by a throng exceeding 200 individuals awaited them. In addition to the dozen or so young men who previously followed Zheng Lei, numerous prominent figures from the underworld, accompanied by their own subordinates, were present. Among them was the notorious Old Xiao. Furthermore, several wealthy individuals, each worth millions, had personally driven to extend their greetings. Shen Jianxin stood amidst the crowd, supporting Zheng Lei's grandmother, offering a warm smile to him. In that moment, Zheng Lei felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, akin to the fervor of a warrior devoted to his benefactor. The sound of firecrackers ignited, and as Zheng Lei walked the path of freedom, he experienced an illusion akin to traversing a red carpet. Meanwhile, Lu Yong stood in a daze, his mind a blank slate, until his mother, Zhang Cuifen, tugged at his ear, her eyes glistening with tears, simultaneously expressing concern and scolding him softly, thus restoring his senses. Approaching Shen Jianxin, Zheng Lei wished to speak, yet his throat felt constricted. Shen Jianxin gently patted his shoulder, saying, "It is good that you are out. Look at how worried your grandmother is. Go and converse with her." Zheng Lei turned to his grandmother, filled with remorse, and said, "Grandma, I'm sorry for causing you worry again." The elderly woman grasped his hand, her cloudy eyes brimming with affection, as she patted the back of his hand and reassured him, "It's all right, you're out. That's all that matters. In the future, you must heed the wise words of Boss Shan. He is a good man, and you ought to be grateful." "I understand, Grandma," Zheng Lei replied. After exchanging a few words with his grandmother, his emotions calmed somewhat. He turned to Shen Jianxin and exclaimed, "Brother Xian, you have been so kind to me. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude." Shen Jianxin chuckled, "Then let us speak no more for now. Get in the car. We shall first go for a bath. You and the old lady will share a vehicle. Take her home and chat along the way." For Zheng Lei, the moment he was apprehended, or perhaps even earlier when the gun was fired, he had already resolved everything in his mind. This included his anticipated years in detention. He felt it was worth it, truly worth it. As long as Shen Jianxin could return, then no matter how many years he had to serve, Shen Jianxin would certainly not treat him unfairly. He had not expected that, after mentally preparing himself for imprisonment, He would find himself released after merely 3 days. When the guard came to inform him of his release, he initially thought it was a jest. Zheng Lei lacked formal education and was somewhat of a petty rogue, yet his intellect was keen. This was evident from his series of actions and decisions since his introduction. He understood that his case was entangled in such a significant kidnapping incident that it was nearly impossible for him to be extricated. At best, he could count on connections to receive a lighter sentence. The current outcome made him realize just how little he knew about Shen Jianxin's capabilities. Moreover, he felt an immense gratitude towards Shen Jianxin. Having power is one thing, but willingly investing that power in someone of his dubious stature is quite another. Zheng Lei had a clear understanding of his own worth, and thus, Shen Jianxin's decision to not abandon him, to expend significant effort to secure his release, left him at a loss for words to adequately convey his deep-seated appreciation. Furthermore, the grand manner of his release indicated that Shen Jianxin had gone to great lengths to elevate his standing, which was a remarkable show of regard. Zheng Lei realized that Shen Jianxin's actions would cause everyone outside to regard him with newfound respect and see him as a trusted confidant of Shen Jianxin. Such a rise in status was something Zheng Lei knew he could never achieve on his own, even after 20 years of struggle. As the convoy slowly departed from the detention center, due to the arrangement for dinner, everyone dispersed for the time being. Shen Jianxin instructed Zheng Lei and Lu Yong to return home and spend some time with their families, to have lunch, and to come back in the afternoon. In this era, there were not many establishments that had transitioned from bathhouses to saunas, even in a city like Shanghai. However, someone had indeed found a suitable place for Shen Jianxin, and by the afternoon, he was at a sauna with Zheng Lei and Lu Yong, enjoying a bath. Currently, saunas represented high-end consumption, with a bath costing 10 yuan. In this day and age, that amount surpassed the daily wage of an average worker. While massage services were exorbitantly priced for the common man, ranging from hundreds to thousands of yuan. This was in line with the definition of upscale venues, incomparable to shabby establishments. Those who could afford such luxuries and provide quality services undoubtedly had significant connections. As for the attractiveness of the service personnel, it could only be said that one gets what one pays for. A venue with added value was entirely acceptable. When Shen Jianxin encountered the massage therapist, an involuntary thought surfaced in his mind. Will my brother-in-arms be ruined here? Will my friend S. father be furious with me? Chapter 84. A commanding voice can alter the landscape in the sauna. The heartfelt exchanges between the officials need not be elaborated upon, primarily due to censorship restrictions regarding the services offered within. Regardless, Zheng Lei expressed immense gratitude and loyalty, while Lu Yong mirrored this sentiment. Shen Jianxin, on the other hand, provided gentle reassurance. Today marked a significant occasion for Zheng Lei. Not only did Shen Jianxin assist in inviting numerous guests, but Zheng Lei himself, having received guidance from Shen, made a flurry of calls to invite various individuals to dine. Previously, those beyond his usual reach eagerly accepted his invitations. For it was common knowledge that Lei had climbed the social ladder, no longer the mud-stained youth of Yellow River Road. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yong, accompanied by a group of recently attired brothers, stood at the entrance of the new Phoenix Hotel to welcome guests. These individuals, once small-time ruffians of Yellow River Road, had mingled under Zheng Lei's command, similar to Lu Yong, who had assisted in parking cars and performing forced car washes to earn a few tips. There existed a hierarchy among the subordinates. Zheng Lei, possessing a sharp mind, preferred not to employ those who were overly clever, instead favoring the relatively simple yet fiercely loyal Lu Yong. This preference might also be linked to Lu Yong's consistent support during fundraising efforts for their leader. Zheng Lei, on the second-floor corridor, donned an elegant suit, adorned with a red flower on his lapel, a platinum chain around his neck, and a genuine gold watch on his wrist. The temporary funding from boss Shen not only allowed him to reclaim his possessions, but also afforded him a complete new outfit worth several thousand yuan. Regardless of the pleasantries exchanged, the most frequent inquiry from the guests was, "Has Mr. Shen arrived?" Today, Shen Jianxin was particularly gracious, not only planning to attend, but also arriving early. However, due to his status, he could not stand outside to welcome guests. Instead, he occupied the innermost main table, engaging in conversation with several other business leaders. In addition to providing Zheng Lei with a prestigious presence, Shen had another objective for the evening: to announce the establishment of the new business association and spread the word. Qian Jun arrived early as well. Upon greeting him, Shen Jianxin invited him to sit beside him and discussed his intention to establish the association, inquiring if Qian was interested. As a loyal supporter of Shen Jianxin, Qian Jun readily expressed his enthusiastic approval, declaring he would be the first to join, regardless of the membership fee. Shen Jianxin smiled and shook his head, stating, "My purpose in creating this association is not to collect fees, but to respond to the government's call and contribute to the grand development of Pudong." Pudong? To be fair, Qian Jun possessed a certain understanding of Pudong, as his electrical warehouse was located across the river, primarily due to the affordable rent. Beyond that, Pudong held no advantages. At present, the landscape of Pudong was characterized by farmland, wild grass, mudflats, reeds, and shantytowns. The Huangpu River, it seemed, had shown a clear bias. As it flowed into the sea, it veered, bestowing prosperity upon Puxi while leaving the underdevelopment of Pudong behind. At this moment, the tallest structure in Pudong was a flood control tower built in the 1950s, standing at less than 30 meters high. No one can foresee the future of Pudong, not even those who draft blueprints. Yet, Shen Jianxin possesses that vision. The more the consensus lags, the more Shen Jianxin's sudden mention of investing in Pudong piques Qian Jun's interest, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He leaned in closer and whispered, "Has Mr. Shen caught wind of something?" Shen Jianxin smiled enigmatically and gave a subtle nod. The support from policies is something all businessmen are already aware of. Yet deeply entrenched beliefs and the current state of Pudong make it hard to believe in its rapid development. However, in Qian Jun's eyes, Shen Jianxin's nod carries more weight than any official slogan. Slogans feel distant, yet Shen Jianxin stands vividly before them. Setting aside past instances, the fact that Zheng Lei could emerge so swiftly today indicates Shen Jianxin's connections at higher echelons, coupled with his personal abilities if he dares to invest. What reason do I, Qian Jun, have to hesitate? Mr. Shen, as always, my thoughts remain unchanged. Whatever you direct me to do, I shall comply. If you say invest in Pudong, then I shall invest in Pudong. However, much of my liquid capital is currently tied up in stocks, and I cannot withdraw from my business funds, lest I find myself unable to operate. Should we wait until I liquidate my stocks? Do not concern yourself with the finances. Although my Chamber of Commerce has yet to be formally established, we have already secured some policy support. Qian Jun's eyes lit up. Oh, please elaborate. Firstly, our Chamber of Commerce is a co-construction unit within the municipal legal system, which will ensure dedicated staff on site, providing ample protection for our investments. Moreover, the government will assist us in liaising with banks, allowing chamber members to access substantial low-interest loan support, provided these funds are invested in the development of Pudong. As for other policy supports, rest assured, whatever benefits others receive, we shall also acquire. Listening intently, Lu Tianrui, unable to contain his curiosity, interjected with a feigned smile. I will undoubtedly follow Mr. Shen's lead, but currently, Pudong is merely a barren rural expanse. What exactly shall we invest in? Shen Jianxin chuckled lightly. Mr. Lu, if your perception of Pudong is restricted to barren land and rural settings, then perhaps it is best you refrain from investing. Lu Tianrui paused momentarily, recovering quickly to amend. I must apologize to Mr. Shen. Clearly, my imagination falls short. Otherwise, I wouldn't be seeking your guidance daily. Haha. In the presence of so many, Lu Tianrui, momentarily silenced, found no embarrassment, but rather embraced the moment, exclaiming, Come, step on me as you please. Your amusement is what matters. Shen Jianxin regarded his smiling face with an appreciative gaze, recalling a line from a character in a later television drama, to endure and to yield. That is the mark of a true man. He raised his teacup in a distant salute to Lu Tianrui, who promptly reciprocated. After sipping his tea, Shen Jianxin slowly stated, You must remember one thing, gentlemen. Your current achievements, beyond your own talents, are largely due to the reform policies instituted over a decade ago. Without these policies, you would be fortunate to still partake in communal meals, let alone enjoy luxury cars and beautiful concubines. The group exchanged glances, some in agreement while others hesitated. Yet laughter erupted around the room. Shen Jianxin continued, I mention this not to undermine your abilities, but to remind you of a crucial point. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the circle of bosses standing in close proximity, eager to listen despite the lack of space. With an air of detachment, he remarked, Never underestimate the power of national will. Although this statement sounded formidable, it also bore a hint of vagueness, lacking a direct correlation. However, when juxtaposed with Shen Jianxin's previous assertion, "Only through reform can you prosper," a logical relationship began to emerge, prompting the audience to reflect deeply. The clamor at the entrance contrasted sharply with the tranquility near the main table, creating a palpable disjunction. Those unqualified to approach were drawn in by curiosity, contemplating how remarkable this young man was, commanding the attention of so many prominent figures who bowed their heads in acquiescence. Shen Jianxin reveled in this effect and seized the opportunity to add, "If you can grasp my meaning, then there is no need to ponder the matter of stocks. The market has only recently opened. Do you believe national will lead to an upward or downward trend?" The contemplative bosses, their minds racing like fireworks, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, raising their eyes to meet Shen Jianxin's gaze. What does it mean to awaken the dreamer with a single phrase? What does it mean for a few words to hold the power to reshape landscapes? Observing the reverent expressions before him, Shen Jianxin offered a subtle smile. It was merely elementary. How foolish it was that not a single person thought to applaud. Such a disappointing outcome.